Chapter 181 Your Death. Yi Sha returned to the death carriage. He was covered in wounds, and had no time to look carefully. Now he found that there were many more people in the death carriage. 2/3 of the people returned from the death carriage. As time goes by, more people should arrive. I have to admit that those who have fought in the death carriage and survived are indeed very powerful. Yi Sha returned to his bed and sat down, leaning on the pillow, and then drank the virus antibody. The next moment, as the body strengthening began, severe pain began to invade Yi Sha's body. And soon, a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on Yi Sha's head. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.53, and is currently 6.08. After a while, the pain gradually eased, and a mysterious voice sounded. The physical strengthening effect of the virus antibody is obviously much stronger than the general physical fitness strengthening potion, which finally made Yi Sha's physical fitness break through 6 points. Yi Sha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, Platinum 1 star. Privileges, Death Car member. Character profile information query. Position, none. Strength, 132. Physical fitness, 119. Agility, 122. Mental strength, 100. Number of skull coins, 2 gold. 677 silver. 525 bronze. Weapons carried, infinity bow, number of arrows, unlimited. Advanced tactics. Alaskan harpoon survival knife. Silver thorn, dual guns. Animal fawn. MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle. Equipment carried, starry goggles. Radio wave exploration device. Water source purification device. Carrying props, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Red flame bomb. Colorful clouds covering the moon. Shining stars. Antidote. Hypnotic bell. 6-flower shield. Parasitic cells. Carrying puppets. Corpse flower, seedling, planted in space flower pots. Mastered skills. Elementary mixed martial arts mastery. Master archer mastery. Elementary car structure mastery. Elementary car mechanics mastery. Snake bite. Shock wave. Mastered abilities. 12 trials of the undead, hard armor. Warehouse, M-cell mutation gene. Night hiding bow. New virus variant pathogen. The main purpose of the trial mission is to complete the trial, not to obtain items. Yi Sha did not stay for a long time, so he did not get much. He sold all the miscellaneous items, and only gained some silver coins. The only valuable things were Jean Ani's bow and knife. Because the silver scimitar was broken, the Nepalese scimitar called Beast Fong naturally replaced it, and became Yi Sha's new melee weapon. As for the night hidden bow, Yi Sha thought about it, and temporarily kept it, and threw it into the warehouse, as a spare weapon, instead of selling it. After all, he still had savings, and was not short of money. If the infinity bow is accidentally destroyed one day, you can just use the night hidden bow, or sell it when you are short of money. For now, you can just leave it in the warehouse. As for the warehouse, it is a storage service provided by the dining car. Those things that you don't want to sell, and are inconvenient to carry with you, can be put in the dining car's warehouse first. Of course, both storage and retrieval must be done on the Doomsday train. In addition to these, the most gratifying thing for Yi Sha in his character information is naturally the changes in the 12 trials of immortality. 12 trials of the undying, imagination ability. Each time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the will of an unyielding warrior. Currently, you have completed the trial March 12th. Number of resurrections, 3. Contents of the 4th trial. Kill 15 gold 3-star or higher mutant zombies. Progress May 15th. Kill 5 platinum 1-star or higher ancient species. Progress 0/5. Hard armor. Biological skill stimulates the active mutation of gene cells in the body, causing the body to scaly. Improving defense for a certain period of time. And immunity to infection, corrosion, and dissolution. In the 12 trials of the undead, the number of resurrections reached 3 times, and the hard armor skill appeared in the back. Without getting anything, Yi Sha's level was promoted from gold to platinum 1-star, mainly due to the 12 trials of the undead. At the same time, the content of the 4th trial also appeared. A simple killing task, but the level was improved. requiring the killing of mutant zombies and ancient species. The former is easy to deal with, but the ancient species of Platinum 1 star or above are slightly difficult. On the one hand, the ancient species is relatively difficult to deal with, and on the other hand, it is naturally because they are rare and not easy to find. In general, after completing the third trial of the 12 trials of immortality, Yi Sha has a lot of confidence, whether it is the number of resurrections or the hard armor. They are abilities that have a direct impact on survival. Next, all Yi Sha needs to do is wait for the Doomsday train to start again. Before that, Yi Sha can finally have a good rest, because he is the first group of people to return to the Doomsday train. Even if he went to the metropolis to complete the trial, it didn't take long. Yi Sha can have at least 10 days of rest time. However, before the departure of Doomsday train, an unexpected news was released. The death survival battle has ended, and the ranking of the death car battle is now announced. Lan Kailong, car 15. Ning Xiao, car 30. Nan Junxian, car 31. Yizax, car 2. Phil Jones, car 2. 5 days before the departure of Doomsday train. Before the departure announcement, a ranking of the death car battle was first announced. This made everyone stunned. Obviously, in other carriages, the second death carriage battle started and ended successfully. The carriages merged to create the second death carriage. If the death carriage where Yi Sha was located was the number 1 death carriage, then the death carriage created by the second death carriage battle was naturally the number 2 carriage. After a little stunned and surprised, the others did not pay much attention to this news. Of course, some smart people would silently remember those names and then be alert in their hearts. After all, there are almost no ordinary people who can survive the death carriage battle. If you meet them, you can't take it lightly under any circumstances. Only Yi Sha is different. Yi Sha suddenly clenched his fist, and with a click, a piece of wood was pinched off the edge of the bed by Yi Sha. When Yi Sha let go, the piece of wood that was pinched off had turned into a pile of wood chips. Nan Junxian. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and murmured. This name is also on Yi Sha's death list. For Yi Sha, it is a must-kill person. I hope we have a chance to meet. And then, Yi Sha said viciously, that will be your death date. Chapter 182 Dark City. Since Yi Sha had learned the departure time from the boss lady in advance, he went into the dining car on the 10th day to prepare food and water, and then waited for the mysterious voice to sound. At 12 noon, the voice came as expected. Welcome to the Doomsday train. I will lead you to continue the journey of survival. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Dark City in 5 hours. Release Mission 1. Escape from the Dark City alive. Release Mission 2. Kill 10 mutant zombies. Release Mission 3. Destroy the rampage system of the Fortress Experimental Base. You must successfully escape from the Dark City in the 3 missions to get back on the Doomsday train. Complete 2 of the 3 missions to get a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 missions to get a special reward and get a Doomsday train platform mission exemption. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that the next destination was the Dark City. After going through several Doomsday train platforms, everyone seemed to have adapted to everything. They just listened to the mysterious voice's prompt silently, then entered the dining car to buy food and water, and made some simple preparations. Yi Sha also frowned at this time, because he had never been to the Dark City. So far, the only place Yi Sha had not been to in his previous life was the Amnesia City. Other places such as the Never Sleeping City, the Sakura City, and the Desert Wasteland were all visited by Yi Sha in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with these places. The reason why Yi Sha had never been to the City of Amnesia was that he had once obtained the exemption right for the Doomsday train platform mission in his previous life. At that time, Yi Sha chose to give up going to the City of Amnesia. As for the Dark City, Yi Sha had never been to this station in his previous life. At that time, Yi Sha had experienced more than a dozen stations on the Doomsday train platform, and none of them was the Dark City. This was actually not a big deal. After all, Yi Sha died in his previous life because of the betrayal of his companions, and did not follow the Doomsday train for the entire journey. In this case, who knows if there is a station called Dark City in the Doomsday train platform in the future? Secondly, judging from the current situation, the Doomsday train route that Yi Sha experienced in this life is different from that in the previous life. In the previous life, the first station that Yi Sha experienced was not the city that never sleeps, and the death carriage battle did not start until the end of the 5th platform. and went to Sakura City. As for the desert wasteland, it was where Yi Sha went when he was at the 10th death platform. So, if the Dark City should have been at the Doomsday train platform later in Yi Sha's previous life. But it is now ahead of schedule. It is also possible. But no matter what, this is not good news for Yi Sha. The memory of the previous life is also a very important weapon, which means that Yi Sha can be one step ahead of others in most places. Others must look for clues according to the mission. But Yi Sha does not need to. And going to the Dark City, a place that Yi Sha has not been to in his previous life, means that Yi Sha's advantage in this regard will disappear. However, Yi Sha is very calm. This is inevitable. Yi Sha is confident that even if he loses the advantage of memory, he will definitely survive, just like he did in his previous life. Yi Sha entered the dining car and said to the proprietress, "I need a copy of the information about the Dark City. Doomsday train? A certain carriage." Pa! The angry arm swept across the cabinet, and all the exquisite porcelain was swept to the ground and smashed to pieces. Waste. A bunch of waste. The young man cursed in a low voice, then fell on the sofa, muttering, "Dark City. Is it finally exposed? What does the conductor mean?" After the young man calmed down, he supported his chin with his arm, leaned on the sofa, and pondered. After an unknown amount of time, the young man suddenly stood up, with a fierce look in his eyes. "No matter what you want to do, I seem to have no choice but to agree." The young man gritted his teeth. "First, get rid of that kid who ruined my plan." The young man walked to the cabinet, pulled out a tang sword from the knife rack on the cabinet, and chopped it down fiercely at the cabinet. The cabinet, which was 1.5 meters high, was split in half in an instant. This time, the young man gritted his teeth. "Let me do it myself. 5 hours is not a long time." When the evening comes, the Doomsday train gradually enters the platform. Everyone seems to have accepted this way of survival. The Doomsday train brings strength and temporary peace to the people on the train, and they must risk their lives to complete the damn and annoying tasks when the Doomsday train arrives at each station. Yi Sha is the last one to leave the carriage as usual. He waits for everyone else to leave before leaving the platform. The moment he left the platform, Yi Sha couldn't help but wonder. This is not a city. Yi Sha looked up and looked around. This is a square room, with white sponge on the walls and artificial leather on the outside. The furnishings in the room are very simple. No, it should be said that there are no furnishings at all. Only a bed, which is also wrapped in sponge around it. And there are 2 brown leather belts on the edge that can tie people up, or fix them to the bed. Yi Sha tilted his head and thought for a long time before muttering, "Mental hospital?" This was the only conclusion Yi Sha came to after looking at everything around him. Those sponges should be defensive measures to prevent people from committing suicide by hitting their heads against the wall. Especially the leather belt on the edge of the bed. It seems that only a mental hospital would fix people on the bed like this. Otherwise even a prison would not do this. Yi Sha tried to push open the door. The door was not locked, and Yi Sha pushed it open easily. Outside the door was a long corridor with metal doors on both sides, just like the corridor of a hotel. Yi Sha recalled the information about the Dark City he got from the boss lady. The Dark City is a dead city. As a once prosperous capital city, the Dark City fell into chaos after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and the spread of the virus could not be stopped at all. In the end, in order to exterminate the zombies and prevent the spread of the virus, a large number of poison gas bombs were dropped to annihilate the zombies, turning the Dark City into a dead city. In theory, there are no living creatures in the Dark City. No humans, no ancient species, and even no zombies. However, the data is just data, not clues. And Yi Sha found 2 very interesting clues in the data. The first clue is that Comp has a large-scale biological experiment center in the Dark City, and the poison gas bombs are also provided by Comp. The second clue is that after the poison gas dissipated, a team was ordered to enter the Dark City and investigate the situation in the city. There were a total of 17 teams, and they lost contact after entering. Chapter 183 Parasites. With just these 2 clues, Yi Sha felt that there was something wrong with the Dark City. However, the information provided by the lady boss only cost 10 silver coins. 1 cent for 1 cent. 1 cent for 1 cent. The information contained in it was very basic information. That is, the situation of the Dark City before and after the end of the world. The clues that could be found were very limited. As for more advanced information, it was not sold in the dining car. The so-called information only provided some basic knowledge and could not directly help complete the task. Let's start investigating from these two clues. But we have to leave here first, Yisha murmured, then walked out of the room, walked forward along the corridor, and pushed open the doors around. Those rooms were completely carved out of the same mold. All exactly the same, with only one bed, and sponges all around, which made Yisha more certain that this ghost place might be a mental hospital. Until the end of the corridor, Yisha pushed open the last door, and then immediately put his hand on the handle of the gun at his waist. There was a woman sitting in the room, sitting on the bed, loading bullets into a female revolver. What a coincidence. Gonlin raised her head and smiled at Yisha. It seems that we were thrown into the same area. Yisha, is this your room? Gonlin nodded. I'll be here when I get off the platform. Yisha nodded, then turned and left. Wait a minute. Gonlin put the gun back into the holster and stood up. Let's go together. Yisha, I'm not used to going together. Gonlin smiled. I know your habits. But I think I have a lot of capital to negotiate a deal with you now. Yisha also laughed, with a hint of sarcasm. For example? For example? What do you need? I know you have made deals with others. Maybe I also have what you want. Gonlin looked at Yisha teasingly. What I can give now is not just my body. But if you want it, I don't mind. Yisha crossed his arms. Are you sure you can help me if you come with me? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you are a burden, I will throw you into the zombie swarm. Gonlin hesitated for a moment. Do you have a phone? Yisha shook his head. He had one before, and it was the mobile phone he carried with him before the end of the world. But it broke during the battle. Although the dining car sells satellite phones, Yisha doesn't plan to contact anyone, so he won't waste the money. Gonlin took out a satellite phone from his bag and threw it to Yisha. There is only one number in it, which is for contacting me. How about starting with the simplest transaction? If you have intelligence, let me know. Of course, if I have intelligence, I will also let you know. Yisha, that's it? Gonlin, that's it for now. Just follow your rules. Any information will have a price. A fair deal. Yisha pondered for a moment, then put down the phone. Which way are you going? Gonlin pointed to one end of the corridor. This way. Yisha nodded and walked in the opposite direction. Goodbye. Yisha did not despise Gonlin. In the never-sleeping city, Yisha thought that this woman would die soon. However, Gonlin survived in the city of amnesia, in the Sakura city, and in the desert wasteland. No matter what method she used, those who can survive are strong. Moreover, compared to the initial impression Gonlin gave Yisha, Yisha was a little impressed that this woman could survive. It can only be said that human growth really has infinite potential. In this case, Yisha did not refuse to make such a simple deal. Maybe this woman can really bring him some important information. Thinking of this, Yisha walked around the corner of the corridor, and a new corridor appeared in front of Yisha. After walking through it again, Yisha found that there were two new corridors branching off to the left and right. Yisha couldn't help but frown. This mental hospital seemed to be much bigger than he had imagined. It was like a maze. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the sound of metal knocking suddenly came from above Yisha's head. Yisha immediately pulled out the silver thorn from the holster and looked up. After about half a second, Yisha determined that the sound came from the ventilation duct above his head. It seemed that something was moving rapidly in the ventilation duct. Yisha immediately took a step and moved with the sound. After about 5 or 6 meters, the sound suddenly disappeared. Yisha confirmed the location where the sound disappeared, raised the silver thorn without hesitation, and shot at the ventilation duct. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Bullet holes were constantly punched into the ventilation duct. And then the ventilation duct was suddenly torn apart, and a zombie dog jumped out of the ventilation duct and pounced on Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows and quickly jumped back, avoiding the zombie dog's attack. At the same time, he raised his head and kicked the zombie dog sideways, kicking it against the wall. The zombie dog landed, shook its body, and immediately ran towards Yisha again. According to the information, the Dark City should be a ruined city with nothing. No humans, ancient species, or even zombies. However, Yisha was not surprised at the appearance of zombie dogs. because Yi Sha did not believe that the Doomsday train would give them an extremely easy task. Don't forget that the first task of the Dark City is to escape from the Dark City. Why use the word escape? The answer is self-evident. Something that is not stated in the data must have happened in this city. Bang! Seeing the zombie dog pounce in front of him, Yi Sha punched out without hesitation, hitting the zombie dog's head directly, knocking the zombie dog to the ground with a punch, and then kicked it hard. The sound of collision appeared again, and the zombie dog's body slid back 3 or 4 meters along the ground. The abdomen was directly kicked by Yi Sha, and even the exposed bones could be seen. But the blow did not hit the vital part, and the zombie dog was not dead yet. Yi Sha took a few steps forward and raised the silver thorn. Goodbye. Poof! Suddenly, the body of the zombie dog exploded and turned into countless pieces. Then, right in front of Yi Sha, the zombie dog's body exploded and formed a blood mist. Yi Sha almost instinctively raised his arm to block it. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt the danger. Yi Sha immediately stepped back quickly, away from the exploding blood mist, and then saw a bug flying out of the blood mist. The bug was not big, about the size of 2 fists combined, and looked like a ladybug, with a shell on its back and red spots on the shell. When it flew 2 meters in front of Yi Sha, it suddenly sprayed a light yellow liquid towards Yi Sha. Chapter 184 Ghost Walker. Yi Sha reacted very quickly, but even so, some liquid was still stained on his sleeves. Then white smoke began to emerge from Yi Sha's clothes, and the clothes were quickly corroded. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, cut a hole in the shoulder, and then tore off the entire sleeve and threw it on the ground. The insect wanted to continue flying towards Yi Sha, but Yi Sha raised his hand and fired. The magic-breaking bullet flew forward and hit the insect's body directly, blowing it up. You killed zombie dogs. Cumulative number, 41. You killed flat parasites. Cumulative number, 1. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that Yi Sha had killed the zombie dogs and the bug. It turned out to be a parasite. Parasites infected with zombie viruses usually appear with animal zombies. Of course, the probability is not very high, and the number of such parasites is as rare as mutant plants. However, this time Yi Sha seemed to have poked a nest of insects. When the flat parasite was blown up, new flat parasites crawled out of the broken ventilation duct. There were dozens of them densely packed. It's endless! Yi Sha cursed, and then quickly ran back along the corridor. Parasites are very troublesome things. They don't need to cause injury to the target. They can spread the virus just by contact. Moreover, they can parasitize and infect, and control the target's actions. The most important thing is that they are not big, so it is very troublesome to clean up. When facing this kind of thing, the best choice should be to avoid it. Yi Sha ran all the way back to the corner, and then saw Gonlin coming here, and couldn't help frowning. Why are you back? Gonlin, I'm in trouble. Yi Sha looked up, and found that Gonlin was being chased by more than a dozen parasites. Yi Sha, your luck is really bad. Gonlin, yeah. I just opened a door, and it was full of these nasty things. That's not what I meant. Yi Sha raised his thumb and pointed behind himself. There are more behind me. At this time, the flat parasites behind Yi Sha also caught up, so dense that they even blocked the entire corridor. Gonlin's face suddenly changed, and Yi Sha reached out and grabbed, and materialized the infinite bow fantasy. Let's go together for now. Retreat. Gonlin obediently retreated, and Yi Sha pulled the bowstring, and an explosive arrow flew forward. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the explosive arrow flew into the insect swarm and exploded, pushing the surrounding insects away. At the same time, the flames generated by the explosion quickly engulfed the surrounding insects. You killed flat parasites. Cumulative number, 21. You killed 22 flat parasites. Gonlin, why are you running if you have the ability? Just kill them. As soon as Gonlin finished speaking, the ventilation duct above his head suddenly cracked, and a flat parasite fell down, pouncing towards Gonlin with its fangs and claws bared. Gonlin was no longer the same as before. He did not scream because of the sudden appearance of the flat parasite, but he was still frightened. At this moment, Yi Sha drew out his Nepalese machete and stabbed the flat parasite fiercely, nailing it to death. Retreat! Yi Sha, run to the corridor on the side. Gonlin ran back obediently, and Yi Sha immediately shot another arrow, but it was shot into the ventilation duct. Boom! The explosion sounded again, breaking a section of the ventilation duct. And then countless charred flat parasite corpses fell down. You killed flat parasites. Cumulative number, 41. You killed flat parasites. Cumulative number, 42. Yisha turned around and caught up with Gonlin. Do you think I don't want to kill them all? As Yisha spoke, he pointed to the ventilation duct above his head. We can't kill them all. Yisha, there must be a nest of insects in here. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many flat parasites. They are very rare. Gonlin, what should we do? Yisha simply said, run. The only lucky thing was that the flat parasites didn't seem to fly very fast, although they were chasing. Yisha and Gonlin gradually distanced themselves. But this was not good news, because there were always new flat parasites crawling out of the ventilation duct. Suddenly, Yisha's eyes lit up. He stopped and lifted a cover on the wall. Gonlin, garbage channel? This is a common thing in some commercial office buildings. Building a garbage channel can make it convenient for high-rise buildings to throw garbage down through the garbage channel, which is convenient for garbage recycling. Of course, this kind of garbage channel cannot be used to throw away all garbage. Generally, only paper garbage can be thrown away. If it is a hotel, it usually throws towels, sheets, quilt covers and other things to be washed, so that it can be recycled and sent for cleaning. Therefore, this type of garbage channel can generally be used as a safe passage. Whether it is paper, towels, sheets, etc., people falling on them can effectively act as a buffer. Seeing Yisha's urging eyes, Gonlin no longer hesitated, and directly entered the garbage channel and jumped down. At the same time, the flat parasites behind caught up again, and Yisha immediately raised the infinite bow and pulled the string again. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the explosive arrow flew forward again, falling into the insect swarm and exploding. Flames are not only effective against mutant plants, but also against insects. Most importantly, flames can not only kill insects, because insects carry very little virus, and flames can even burn the virus. Yisha once again imagined that he had materialized an explosive arrow, and planned to clean up another group of flat parasites and leave through the garbage channel. But at this moment, boom! The wall on the other side of the corridor suddenly made a loud noise, and then a piece of the wall collapsed, and a mutant zombie suddenly jumped out. This mutant zombie is very similar to the crawler. It has a certain human shape, but crawls on all fours. It has a tail behind it. The facial features have disappeared, leaving only a big mouth and a long tongue. The only difference from the crawler is that the mutant zombie in front of him has fine scales, like the skin of a crocodile, covering every part of the body. Yisha frowned. Ghost Walker. Ghost Walker? Gold 1 star. A mutant evolution of the crawler. Has a faster speed than the crawler, stronger defense, and can spit poisonous mist. There were not one, but two ghost walkers in front of Yisha. After crashing the wall, they crawled on the ground, and then flew towards Yisha from the left and right. Yisha immediately flashed and quickly dodged to the back. Chapter 185 Office Area. Bang! As Yisha dodged, the two ghost walkers collided in the air, making a dull sound, and both fell to the ground. But this kind of collision was nothing to the ghost walkers. Their bodies were much stronger than those of the crawlers, and even the crawlers could easily withstand this kind of collision. Soon, the two ghost walkers got up from the ground, and one of them swung its tail and smashed the wall where the garbage passage was located. The wall collapsed. Damn you! Yisha raised his foot and kicked a ghost walker on the chin. Angrily, you ruined my good deeds. Yisha's physical fitness is now extraordinary, and he kicked the ghost walker over with one kick. But the ghost walker is not the only trouble. Yisha showed a stunned expression. Yisha still wanted to leave through the garbage channel, but now it's all ruined. Yisha's only enemy, the flat parasite flying behind him, is actually more troublesome. Yisha quickly raised the infinity bow, imagined the explosive arrow again, and shot an arrow, then turned around and ran without looking back. Since the garbage channel could not be used, there was only one way left: to run out of the area covered by parasites. Generally, after the establishment of the insect nest, the parasites would not leave too far. At the same time, the two ghost walkers were not idle either, and immediately chased after Yisha. After an unknown amount of time, the corridor finally came to the end. After passing through a wide open door, there was a large office area. Yisha looked back and saw that the two ghost walkers were rushing towards him. But the flat parasites were gone. Yisha guessed that they had probably run out of the range of the flat parasites. And those insects had already flown back to their own nests. The remaining two of you. Yisha sneered. It's time to deal with them. Seeing the ghost walker coming quickly, Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and quickly fired forward. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out continuously, and blood holes were constantly punched on the ghost walker's body, and the smelly blood kept splashing. But it could not stop the ghost walker from moving forward. Seeing that the ghost walker had already come to Yisha, Yisha let the ghost walker rush over without any defense or evasion. The next moment, the hairpin hanging on Yisha's waist scattered, and then a shield suddenly unfolded in front of Yisha. 6-flower shield. With a bang, the ghost walker seemed to hit an invisible wall, and fell directly to the ground halfway through the attack. At this moment, Yisha drew out the Nepalese machete and stabbed it into the ghost walker's head, slashing it hard. The ghost walker's head was cut in half by Yisha, and his brain mixed with blood flowed out. Then he lay on the ground and became motionless. Yisha quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of the other ghost walker, and then grabbed a table and smashed it hard at the ghost walker. After the table hit the ghost walker, it instantly broke into pieces, and was smashed into pieces by the ghost walker. Holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, Yisha shot at the ghost walker continuously, and quickly approached him, came to the ghost walker, raised the knife and stabbed it hard, and stabbed it directly into the ghost walker's head. Yisha, you should die. Yisha kicked the ghost walker away and raised the silver thorn again. This time, he aimed at the ghost walker's head accurately and shot him in the head. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the gun, the ghost walker's body fell backwards and lay flat on the ground, completely losing his voice. You killed the ghost walker. Cumulative number 1. You killed the ghost walker. Cumulative number 2. Apocalypse reward, venomous fang. Huh? Yisha panted. Put the silver thorn back into the holster, and then used the Nepalese machete to pry open the ghost walker's mouth. Pulled out the teeth, put them in a plastic bag, and threw them into the backpack. After solving the problem, Yisha had time to look around. There were densely packed desks around, and this office area could accommodate about 30 to 40 people to work here. In addition, there were many corpses here. Yisha had determined that this place could not be a mental hospital, and his previous guess must be wrong. A mental hospital wouldn't be this large, nor would it need an office building like this. As Yisha thought about it, he came to the side of a corpse and turned it over. The corpse was not a human corpse, but a zombie. But there were no obvious scars on the head and neck, so it was not beaten to death. Yisha murmured, could it be the so-called poison gas? Yisha murmured as he searched the corpse, and then found an identity card in the pocket on the chest of the corpse. And then his pupils shrank suddenly. The back of the ID card was white with the logo of Computech. Then, turning to the front, it was written, Computech employee McConaughey. Yisha couldn't help but ask, is this the Computech building? Yisha suddenly remembered the third mission of the Dark City, destroying the rampage system of the Fortress Experimental Base. His luck wouldn't be that good? He entered the Fortress Experimental Base of Computech directly after leaving the platform. At this time, the satellite phone in Yisha's trouser pocket rang. Yisha answered it and heard Gonlin's voice. Where are you? Yisha, the garbage passage is destroyed. I can't go down. And those bugs have been dealt with. You don't have to worry about them continuing to chase. Oh! Gonlin, let's not talk about those bugs. I found something interesting. Yisha, if you know that this is the Compu Company building, then there is no need to say it. It seems that you have also discovered something. Gonlin, by the way, there is a useless piece of news. There are more than 2 of us in this place. This is actually not useless information. But Yisha is a loner, so this information is naturally useless. After hanging up the phone, Yisha continued to walk forward along the office area. The most important thing to do now is to figure out where this place is, and secondly how to leave here. However, after walking around the office area, Yisha found that this place seemed to be a dead end. Only the previous corridor could enter the office area, and there was no other way. Yisha walked back again, and then his eyes stopped at those computers. Then he picked a seat and turned on the computer. After the computer was turned on, there was nothing on the desktop except some work software. Yisha opened the software and shook his head with a wry smile. Because I couldn't understand it. Yisha couldn't understand the data in the software at all. But he saw a table of ingredients. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the ingredient mixing table of the medicine. Chapter 186 Attack. Yisha rested his chin on the back of the chair. There was not much information he wanted in the computer. But at least it could be fully proved that this place belonged to Compu. Compu's employees. Marking. Researching drugs. I really couldn't think of any other possibility that this place would not be Compu's territory. Of course, it was not certain whether it was the Fortress experimental base. Let's find a way to leave first, Yisha murmured, then stood up. His eyes swept across the front. And suddenly, Yisha stopped. On the wall right in front of him, there was a surveillance camera with a flashing red light, indicating that the camera was running. This was normal. How could a big company not have surveillance cameras? However, Yisha had a strange feeling. A feeling that was hard to describe. Looking at the surveillance camera, he felt as if he was being watched by someone. However, the people in this place should have died long ago. So it was impossible for anyone to watch Yisha through the surveillance camera. After a while, Yisha stopped looking at the surveillance camera and prepared to leave the office area and find a way to leave. But just when Yisha walked to the door, a strong wind suddenly blew. Yisha's pupil shrank, and he saw a huge axe sweeping towards him. There was an axe holder lying in ambush on the side of the door. Almost instinctively, Yisha twisted his waist back violently, and the huge axe swept past Yisha's body and smashed hard on the wall. Boom! After the huge axe hit the wall, there was a loud noise, and then a piece of the wall collapsed. Yisha quickly supported the ground with one hand, kicked up with both feet, and kicked the axe holder's chin hard, kicking the huge guy backwards. The next moment, Yisha did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground, then stretched out his hand to visualize the infinite bow. Dong, dong, dong. After the axe holder stabilized his body, he quickly ran towards Yisha again, his huge body running, stepping on the ground, making a dull sound. Puff! At this time, Yisha also released the bowstring, and an explosive arrow flew forward and hit the chest of the axe holder. Boom! The explosion sounded, and a huge fireball exploded in front of the axe holder's chest, blowing the axe holder's huge body crooked. At the same time, Yisha also rushed forward. While running, Yisha also reached out and pulled out the Nepalese machete, grabbed the handle and swung it. The Nepalese machete obediently circled along Yisha's wrist, drawing a circle of arc light. Then, Yisha came to the axe holder and jumped up. Poof! The Nepali machete flew through the air, leaving a blade, and then fiercely chopped into the neck of the axe holder. The axe holder's head was almost chopped off by the knife. His body shook, and he raised the axe and smashed it towards Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and his empty left hand immediately stretched upward. Snake bite. As his left arm moved forward, a virtual purple-scaled python suddenly appeared and wrapped around Yisha's arm. Then Yisha squeezed hard and directly took the giant axe. As Yisha's physical fitness improved, Snake Bite's grip strength was not only the initial 225 kilograms, but had reached 300 kilograms. After Yisha grabbed the giant axe, the axe holder also struggled desperately, but could not pull the giant axe back at all. Die! Yisha shouted, pulled back the Nepali machete, and then thrust it forward again. Puff! Blood splattered. This time, Yisha pierced the axe holder's eye socket directly, and the entire Nepali machete went straight through the axe holder's head. Plop! The huge body fell backwards to the ground, making a loud noise. You killed the axe holder. Cumulative number 2. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha shook off the blood on the Nepali machete and glanced at the door of the office area. When I arrived earlier, I clearly didn't see the axe bearer, and there was only one corridor. Could it be that the axe bearer wandered here from other areas? Yisha always felt that this place was a bit strange. But before he could think about it, a bang sound suddenly came from above Yisha's head, and then the gate of the ventilation duct was destroyed, and 2 crawlers suddenly fell out of the ventilation duct. Yisha almost instinctively pulled out the silver thorns, and before the 2 crawlers moved, he quickly shot at the 2 crawlers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, and the bullets kept punching holes in the crawler's body, and blood was splattered all around. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. which made Yishah's expression ferocious. He looked sideways, and saw some sticky green liquid on his shoulder. The green liquid was similar to sulfuric acid, which quickly burned through Yishah's clothes and also caused damage to Yishah. Yishah couldn't help but look up, and then found that the green liquid was dripping from the gap in the ceiling. Yishah immediately jumped to the side. Boom! Just as Yishah jumped away, a loud noise came from the ceiling. This time, it was not just the ventilation duct, but the entire ceiling that collapsed directly, along with the collapse of the ceiling. A mutant zombie fell from the ceiling and hit the ground hard. The mutant zombie had a sticky liquid flowing on its body, as if it was covered with a layer of unsolidified wax. Although it was in human form, it was crawling on the ground. In fact, it didn't crawl on all fours like a creeper, but lay on the ground, wriggling like a worm, moving forward little by little, leaving a watermark behind it. And then the metal floor began to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yishah couldn't help but take a breath. Poisonous corpse. Poisonous corpse. Platinum 1 star. Mutated by the zombie virus. All the blood in the body will be converted into venom, and it can spit out poisonous mist to attack, with a very short lifespan. And when the venom runs out, it will die on its own. The information about the poisonous corpse quickly emerged in Yishah's mind. At this time, Yishah would be very grateful that he had the memory of his previous life. And then in the shortest time, Yishah decisively distanced himself from the poisonous corpse. The poisonous corpse is a very, very difficult mutant zombie. Although it is only at the level of Platinum 1 star, the degree of difficulty makes Yishah prefer to fight against Platinum 3 stars, or even stronger mutant zombies. When fighting with a poisonous corpse, you can't attack at close range at all. Even if you just touch it, the venom will burn the body. The weapons are not very useful. When the weapons touch the poisonous corpse, they will also be quickly corroded by the venom. Even if it is a gun or a bow and arrow, the power will be greatly weakened when dealing with the poisonous corpse, because the bullet and the arrow will be affected by the venom before penetrating the body of the poisonous corpse. The bullet will melt, and the arrow will no longer be sharp. Chapter 187 Poisonous Corpse. Damn it! Yishah cursed. How could I run into such a troublesome guy? Yishah quickly retreated, and then found that his retreat seemed to be blocked. The two crawlers had circled behind him at some point, and then pounced on him with their fangs and claws bared. Snake bite. Yishah didn't say anything, and stretched out his left hand again. The moment a crawler pounced on him, he directly pinched the other's head, and then threw his hand and pressed the crawler directly against the side wall. Although the crawler is also a mutant zombie, for Yishah now, the feeling is not much different from that of ordinary zombies, and it is no longer enough to pose a threat to Yishah. The real trouble is the poisonous corpse in front of him. As soon as Yishah pressed a crawler against the wall, the poisonous corpse crawled to 2 or 3 meters in front of Yishah, and then opened its mouth, and a fishy liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth. The next moment, a puff of dark green poisonous mist sprayed out of the poisonous corpse's mouth. Yishah leaped backwards continuously, escaping from the location covered by the poisonous fog, and then suddenly raised his leg and kicked a creeper that pounced on him from the side to the ground. Then grabbed the creeper's tail and threw it directly into the poisonous fog. After the creeper fell into the poisonous fog, it immediately struggled in pain. Obviously, the poisonous fog was not only effective against Yishah, but also had a strong killing power against zombies. The body of the creeper quickly festered, and yellow pustules continued to grow on its body, and then made a pop sound. The pustules continued to burst, and yellow pus flowed out, with an indescribable disgusting smell. Almost in the blink of an eye, the creeper thrown into the poisonous fog by Yishah turned into a mass of rotten flesh, festering and dissolving all over, lying motionless on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yishah pulled out his Nepali machete and stabbed it into the head of the creeper that he had smashed against the wall, piercing through the creeper's head. You have killed creepers. Cumulative number, 51. A mysterious voice sounded, and both creepers were dead. The guide who blocked Yishah's way was gone, and Yishah turned around and ran without hesitation. Yishah actually needs to deal with the poisonous corpse. First, he has never killed a poisonous corpse, so there is a high probability that he will get a reward. Second, the Platinum 1 star poisonous corpse can help Yishah complete the trial task. However, the poisonous corpse is really not easy to deal with. Yishah also saw the death of the crawler before. Yishah has no confidence that he will not be contaminated by the poisonous fog during the battle. nor will he have any contact with the poisonous corpse. Fortunately, the poisonous corpse is not unsolvable. It also has a distinct disadvantage. That is, speed. The poisonous corpse moves by crawling. Its speed is not slow, but it is definitely not fast. Yi Sha is confident that he can get rid of the guy behind him. Yi Sha immediately ran along the corridor. But just as he was about to reach the corner of the corridor, boom! A huge alloy door suddenly dropped down. And just before Yi Sha was about to cross the corner, it suddenly fell to the ground, blocking Yi Sha's way. Yi Sha was stunned. This change was really sudden. Then he frowned. This didn't look like a coincidence. Yi Sha instinctively looked around, and then saw a surveillance camera hanging in the corner. Yi Sha's brows knitted tighter. However, Yi Sha didn't have time to think about it, because the poisonous corpse was chasing him again. Huh? Yi Sha exhaled. It seems that I have to kill you. Seeing the poisonous corpse open its mouth again to spit out poisonous gas, Yi Sha punched forward without hesitation. Shock wave. With a bang, the poisonous corpse staggered, and its body even rolled back and hit the wall directly. This is the most effective method Yi Sha uses to deal with a poisonous corpse. The shock wave is made of compressed air, invisible and intangible, just like a transparent wall that hits directly, and will not be affected by the poisonous fog and the poison on the poisonous corpse. Unfortunately, only 3 shots can be released each time. Bang! Bang! The next 2 shock waves were also used up by Yi Sha quickly, hitting the body of the poisonous corpse continuously, and the poisonous corpse was thrown away fiercely. The degree of physical strengthening is also a weakness of the poisonous corpse. In addition to the venom and poisonous fog, the degree of physical strengthening of the poisonous corpse is not high. The shockwave can bring very good killing to the poisonous corpse. After the shockwave was used up, Yi Sha immediately imagined the infinite bow while the poisonous corpse fell to the ground. Then pulled the bowstring, and an explosive arrow flew out. Boom! Before the explosive arrow hit the poisonous corpse, the poisonous corpse vomited poison mist, and the explosive arrow quickly dissolved and exploded in front of the poisonous corpse. The fireball exploded, and then the scattered flame spread along the wall to the surroundings. Then Yi Sha's expression froze involuntarily. One good news and one bad news. The high temperature of the flames can evaporate the poisonous fog, which is naturally good news. The bad news is that the spreading flames have a hint of green. Obviously, those flames have been corroded by the poisonous fog and turned into poisonous fire. Damn it! Watching the flames spread all around, Yi Sha retreated several steps, his body almost sticking to the alloy door. And then he suddenly raised the infinite bow and imagined an explosive arrow again. Released the bowstring, and the explosive arrow flew out. This time, Yi Sha was not aiming at the poisonous corpse, but at the ceiling above his head. Boom! After the explosive arrow hit the ceiling, a large part of the ceiling was naturally blown up and collapsed downwards. And then the spreading poisonous fire was extinguished. Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief. If the poisonous fire spread to his surroundings, he would have nowhere to run. However, Yi Sha's danger was not over yet. The poisonous corpse climbed directly onto the collapsed rubble and looked down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha gritted his teeth, thinking about it in his mind. How should he deal with this annoying thing in front of him? There is no way to get close, and the long-range weapons are not effective. The shock wave is useful, but only 3 can be fired at a time, and then the air must be recompressed. Yi Sha does not think that the poisonous corpse will give him time to continue to compress the air. At this time, Yi Sha suddenly felt the backpack on his back tremble and shake continuously. Yi Sha frowned, then opened the backpack and saw the space flower pot containing the corpse flower shaking there. Yi Sha took out the space flower pot. You want to come out? The corpse flower naturally couldn't speak to answer Yi Sha, but the frequency of the spatial flower pot shaking suddenly became more intense. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and simply opened the lid of the spatial flower pot. The next moment, the corpse flower suddenly jumped out, and after landing, it quickly drilled into the ground. Chapter 188 Corpse Flower Growth. Not long after the corpse flower burrowed into the ground, there was a loud rumble from the rubble under the poisonous corpse, and then the vines of the corpse flower directly surrounded the body of the poisonous corpse, tightly tying it up. The body of the poisonous corpse was full of venom, which was the main reason why the poisonous corpse was difficult to deal with, and no one could easily approach the poisonous corpse. However, the vines of the corpse flower surrounded the body of the poisonous corpse, and were completely soaked in the venom on the body of the poisonous corpse. But there was no damage at all. On the contrary, the vines suddenly turned green, looking particularly lush. It felt like being suddenly irrigated. Yisha slammed his fist into his palm and cursed inwardly. He should have remembered that the corpse flower could deal with poisonous corpses. In addition to the attack of the vines, the stamens and petals of the corpse flower itself contained plant toxins. Yisha couldn't say to what extent the toxins contained in the juvenile corpse flower reached. However, the toxins released by the mature corpse flower are definitely not weaker than those of the poisonous corpse. So, would a plant that contains toxins itself be afraid of venom? The answer is obvious. At the same time, after the corpse flower tied up the poisonous corpse, the vines became tighter and tighter. Although this method could not kill the poisonous corpse, it could completely restrict the movement of the poisonous corpse. At this time, the weakness of the poisonous corpse's body that was not strong enough was completely exposed. Any other Platinum 1-star mutant zombies could not be easily entangled by the juvenile corpse flower. This naturally gave Yisha an excellent opportunity to attack. Shock wave. Without saying a word, Yisha raised his palm and pushed forward. A shock wave was suddenly stopped and hit the poisonous corpse's head accurately, directly smashing a piece of the top of the poisonous corpse's head. Then, Yisha immediately pursued the victory and blasted out 2 more shock waves. Bang! Bang! The 2 shock waves hit the poisonous corpse's head in succession. After 2 consecutive muffled sounds, the poisonous corpse's head finally exploded and turned into a headless corpse. Rolling down from the rubble. You have killed poisonous corpses. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, poisonous blood. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that Yisha had successfully killed the poisonous corpse. At the same time, because the poisonous corpse was a Platinum 1-star mutant zombie, the task progress bar for killing mutant zombies in Yisha's trial task also became June 15th. At this time, Yisha found that the corpse flower did not leave the poisonous corpse, and was still tightly wrapped around the poisonous corpse's body, as if it was reluctant to leave. Yisha thought about it and stepped forward. You need venom. The corpse flower could not answer Yisha, and could only shake its flower bud to express its emotions. Yisha tended to feed the corpse flower completely with the flesh and blood of the ancient species, so that there was a high probability that the corpse flower would awaken the bloodline of the ancient plant. However, since it was the corpse flower's own request, Yisha naturally would not object, and directly signaled the corpse flower to continue, and even stopped collecting his own rewards, all of which were used to feed the corpse flower. Yisha temporarily stepped aside to wait, then looked at the surveillance camera hanging on the corner of the wall, and suddenly pulled out his gun. With a bang, the surveillance camera was blown up by Yisha's clean shot. Yisha always felt that someone was watching him through the surveillance camera, without any reason. Just had this feeling. And the alloy door in the corridor suddenly fell, blocking Yisha's way, which seemed to confirm this. The corpse flower was constantly absorbing the poison of the poisonous corpse. Yisha leaned against the wall on the side, and was also thinking about this matter. Who was watching him? Yisha first thought of the group of strange assassins, the guys who hid in the darkness and wanted to kill him. This possibility is not impossible. Yisha still can't figure out the other party's origins, and the reason why they want to kill him. However, if you think about it deeply, this possibility may be wrong. The other party can monitor him through surveillance cameras, which is not difficult to do. Just find a monitoring room. But being able to control the alloy door to fall is not easy to do, which means that the other party can control the security system of this place. To do this, it is not as simple as finding the monitoring room. Therefore, Yisha thought of the second possibility, which is the third mission of the Dark City, to destroy the rampage system of the Fortress Experimental Base. Assuming that this is the Fortress Experimental Base of Compu, then, is the rampage system in the Fortress Experimental Base monitoring Yisha? The so-called system should be a set of operating procedures in the experimental base. This operating procedure manages the power, safety protection, and daily operations of the experimental system. This operating procedure may be manually operated, or it may be a computer operating program according to a fixed pattern. Then, the meaning of the runaway system is probably an out-of-control program. If the power and daily operations are out of control, the problem is not that big. However, if there is an error in security protection, there may be major problems, such as treating all personnel as intruders, launching attacks and killing targets. In this way, considering that the main task of returning to the Doomsday train this time is to escape from the Dark City. Why escape? If it is really as Yisha guessed, then there is no problem in using the word escape. At the same time, it makes sense that Yisha was being monitored. And the people being monitored should not only be Yisha, but everyone who came into this building. However, there is a prerequisite, Yisha murmured, that is, all the people who came to the Dark City are in the Fortress Experimental Base. At this time, the body of the poisonous corpse had shriveled up like a mummy. Blood is the poisonous corpse's venom. After being sucked dry, such an effect will occur, which is normal. After the corpse flower sucked the poison from the poisonous corpse, its body also changed significantly. First, it became larger, with the rhizome reaching a length of about 6 meters. The vines under the flower buds became as thick as a baby's arm, and the longest vines could extend to a distance of about 10 meters. Densely packed thorns grew on the vines and rhizomes, at least nearly 1,000 of them. But they were still very small because they had just grown out and were only a few centimeters long. In addition to these, there is another more important point. That is, the flower bud at the top of the rhizome has bloomed. This flower bud is the first to grow, and it is also the first to bloom. The flower is not big, about the size of a fist, blood red, with a black circle around the edge, with a distinct strange fragrance, which seems to have a hallucinogenic effect. At the same time, corrosive liquid can drip from the center of the stamen. This is great news for Yisha. This means that the corpse flower has finally passed the juvenile stage and entered the growth stage, and has a certain ability to fight head-on. Chapter 189 Purple-Veined Golden Butterfly. Well done. Yisha smiled and stroked the petals of the corpse flower. Then took out the space flower pot. Let's go back first. This place is not suitable for the corpse flower to move, because the floor is actually hollow, and the other side of the floor is the ceiling of the next floor. The corpse flower was able to drill into the ground before, but it actually used its ability to drill into the rubble. After putting the corpse flower away, Yisha patted the alloy door and found no door lock or anything like that. Yisha guessed that this alloy door was probably used by the security system to intercept people. For example, if someone sneaked in, the alloy door would be lowered to block the other party's way. Yisha knocked on the alloy door with his fist and found that it was very thick. He could only choose to go back. Ordinary means might not be able to open the alloy door. Even explosive arrows seemed unable to blow it open easily. Retreating to the other end of the corridor, Yisha chose another fork to leave. Yisha thought to himself that he didn't have to find the entrance and exit. As long as he could find the edge of the building, he could leave by climbing even if it was a high-rise building. Of course, even so, it is not easy, because this place is even bigger than imagined, with corridors everywhere. So far, Yisha has not seen any wall near the edge of the building, let alone any windows. Huh? At this time, Yisha suddenly stopped and frowned. After passing through the corridor, Yisha saw an office area again, and this office area was exactly the same as the one he had been to before. No, not exactly the same, but Yisha returned to the previous office area. At the entrance and exit of the office area, Yisha saw the body of the axe holder, and then entered the office area. Yisha found a body and turned over the other party's identity card, which read, McConaughey, an employee of Compu. I actually walked back again? Yisha's face showed a bit of solemnity. Although he retreated from the position of the alloy door, he chose another fork in the road instead of the one that returned to the office area. In fact, the two forks were located on both sides of the corner, in completely two directions. Yisha pondered for a moment, exited the office area, continued to walk forward, and chose another route again, passing through the corridor. However, about a quarter of an hour later, the office area appeared in front of Yisha again. Yisha saw the body of the axe holder and turned over the previous body. The name on the identity card was exactly the same. Yisha was finally completely convinced that the situation was completely wrong. The current situation was like the legendary ghost wall. Even if Yisha changed the route, he finally returned to the office area. Looking around carefully, Yisha looked for something wrong. Then he pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed his shoulder. Ugh! The intense pain made Yisha grit his teeth and groan. As the Alaskan whale harpoon pierced his shoulder, the bright red blood quickly seeped out of his clothes. Yisha shook his head, then looked up, and then found that everything around him had changed. He was not in the office area at all. but still in the corridor where the poisonous corpse died. Behind him was a solid alloy door, and in front of him was a pile of rubble from the collapsed ceiling. And in front of the rubble was the body of the poisonous corpse. As expected, Yi Sha licked his lips. It's a hallucinogenic effect. The first thing Yi Sha thought of at this moment was the corpse flower. Most mutant plants have hallucinogenic abilities. At the same time, the buds of the corpse flower have just bloomed. After entering the growth period, it should also show this ability. However, Yi Sha quickly rejected this idea. The corpse flower has just entered the growth period, and the buds have just bloomed. Even if the strange fragrance has a hallucinogenic effect, it is very mild, and Yi Sha can detect it immediately. Secondly, the corpse flower was cultivated by Yi Sha. To the corpse flower, Yi Sha is like a father. If so, why would the corpse flower use hallucination on Yi Sha? Therefore, Yi Sha rejected this idea. He knew very well that it was impossible for the corpse flower to use hallucination on him. So it was obvious that there must be something else in this place. There is an alloy door at the back and a corridor in front. This place can be seen clearly at a glance. There are only two places that are uncertain. The first is under the rubble. But it is almost impossible because it was caused by the battle with the poisonous corpse. Before that, there was no rubble in this place. Then, Yi Sha looked up. It seems that there is only one place where something might be hidden. Yi Sha looked at the ceiling. Because of the collapse, there was a gap there. This was the only possibility that Yi Sha could think of. The threat came from the upper floor. Endless bow. Yi Sha stretched out his hand and pinched the void. And the endless bow fantasy materialized. Then a burning arrow appeared immediately. Yi Sha pulled the bowstring and shot the burning arrow upward. The burning arrow hit the edge of the collapse. And then a circle of flames quickly spread. The next moment, a huge butterfly suddenly fell from behind the collapsed ceiling. The butterfly was quite huge, with a body about half a person's height, and huge wings spread out to both sides, about 1.5 meters each. The pattern on the wings was very gorgeous, mainly purple and black, forming a pattern, and there was a faint golden line between the patterns. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. Purple striped golden butterfly. The purple veined golden thread butterfly is an ancient species, with levels ranging from 3 gold stars to 1 platinum star. It can cause hallucinations in its prey, and then secrete corrosive liquid from its wings to rot the prey's body and absorb the nutrients in it. The reason why Yi Sha's eyes lit up was that in addition to the fact that the purple veined golden thread butterfly's level could reach 1 platinum star, which would allow him to improve the progress of the trial task, the purple veined golden thread butterfly itself was also very valuable. Very valuable. The gold powder scraped from the wings of the purple veined golden thread butterfly, the wings themselves, the corrosive liquid secreted from the body, and even the antennae of the purple veined golden thread butterfly were all very valuable materials. If they were taken back to the food truck and sold, the starting price was above 500 silver skull coins. It is not an exaggeration to describe the purple striped golden thread butterfly as a treasure all over its body. At the same time, the purple striped golden thread butterfly is not strong. The only scary thing about it is that it can cause hallucinations, and then it can hunt prey without knowing it. However, the hallucination effect is weakened for people with strong wills. Yi Sha can be considered one of them to a certain extent, so he can use pain to get himself out of the hallucination. For Yi Sha at the moment, this purple striped golden thread butterfly is not worth mentioning. Chapter 190 Entertainment Area. Yi Sha pulled the bowstring of the endless bow and shot another burning arrow without hesitation. For insects, fire is also the most feared thing. However, although the purple striped golden thread butterfly is huge, it is quite flexible. It keeps flying in the air and directly avoids the shooting of the burning arrow. With Yi Sha's master archer proficiency and such a short distance, it is not easy to do this. However, at this moment, Yi Sha's body had already jumped forward. Yi Sha had fought with the purple striped golden thread butterfly in his previous life and had killed it before. He was very familiar with the characteristics of the purple striped golden thread butterfly. So after shooting an arrow, Yi Sha knew that he would most likely miss. That arrow was just to help Yi Sha get closer. Yi Sha took the opportunity to kill the purple striped golden thread butterfly, suddenly jumped up, and jumped towards the purple striped golden thread butterfly, drew out the Nepalese scimitar, and slashed at the purple striped golden thread butterfly fiercely. The purple veined golden thread butterfly was floating in the air quickly, but Yi Sha took advantage of the momentum to rush forward, stepped directly on the wall, and took advantage of the momentum to kick his feet. and rushed towards the purple-veined golden thread butterfly again. The Nepalese machete brought an arc of light in the air and chopped hard at the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. The body of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly floated upwards, but it was still a little slow. The Nepalese machete passed by and cut a hole on the left wing of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. This made the purple-veined golden thread butterfly lose some balance in flight, but it was not able to directly knock the purple-veined golden thread butterfly down. The moment he landed, Yisha watched the purple-veined golden thread butterfly fly towards the collapsed ceiling, and immediately drew his gun. Want to run? How can it be so easy? Bang, bang, bang. Yisha directly pulled out the silver thorns and fired continuously in the direction of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. Most of the bullets were avoided by the purple-veined golden thread butterfly, but there was still a bullet that penetrated the wings of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. The body of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly obviously fell a little, and then tried to fly upwards again. Yisha came to the edge of the rubble, raised his leg and swept it horizontally, sweeping a half-man-high piece of rubble into the air, passing by the purple-veined golden thread butterfly, and then smashing it hard on the ceiling. The already broken ceiling was hit again, and immediately collapsed a little, and countless rubble fell downwards, just pressing on the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. Yisha immediately took the opportunity to jump out and pounce on the purple-veined golden thread butterfly. When it was about to pounce on the purple-veined golden thread butterfly, the purple-veined golden thread butterfly suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, and then countless gold powder appeared in the air and flew towards Yisha. Another hallucination? Yisha sneered. It's useless. The gold powder that fell from the wings of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly is the main substance used by the purple-veined golden thread butterfly to cause hallucinations. But Yisha has already suffered a loss once. How could he fall for it again? Yisha faced the gold powder, raised his palm, and suddenly punched forward. Shock wave. With a bang, a shock wave flew out from Yisha's fist, and after escaping into the gold powder, it suddenly exploded, blowing away all the gold powder fluttering in front of Yisha. The next moment, the hand raised and the knife fell. The Nepali machete slashed forward, leaving an arc of light, swept across the body of the purple-veined golden line butterfly, and directly cut off the left wing of the purple-veined golden line butterfly. The half wing fell in the air like a piece of paper, and the purple-veined golden line butterfly also fell directly to the ground. Without any hesitation, Yisha took 2 steps forward, raised the Nepali machete, and stabbed it directly into the body of the purple-veined golden line butterfly. With a puff, the sticky yellow-white emulsion overflowed from the body of the purple-veined golden line butterfly. The purple-veined golden line butterfly was nailed to the ground by the Nepali machete and continued to struggle. After a while, the struggle gradually subsided until the purple-striped golden thread butterfly finally stopped moving. You killed the purple-striped golden thread butterfly. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, purple-striped wings. You killed the purple-striped golden thread butterfly. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, purple-striped touch. The mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha nodded in satisfaction. There were too many good things on the purple-striped golden thread butterfly, but the probability of rewarding all of them to Yisha was very small. Yisha was already satisfied to get 2 of them. Taking out the plastic film from the backpack, Yisha cut off the other wing of the purple-lined golden thread butterfly, followed by the 2 antennae, and then carefully wrapped them up and stuffed them into the backpack. After doing all this, Yisha had no intention of going back along the corridor, because the appearance of the purple-lined golden thread butterfly allowed Yisha to find a shortcut. Stepping on the wall, Yisha jumped directly into the air, then grabbed the edge of the collapsed ceiling and flipped directly to the upper floor. The upper floor was no longer a corridor, but a large hall. There are massage chairs, billiard tables, game consoles in the hall, 7 or 8 self-service beverage machines on the left, and an isolated meditation room on the other side. Yisha murmured, "This is probably the entertainment area." It is normal for large companies' office buildings to have entertainment areas, so that employees can relax during breaks. Some companies even have nap rooms to ensure that employees can combine work and rest, and have a better working state. Yisha sat down on a massage chair. Of course not for enjoyment, but because it was the only chair around. And then Yisha took out the radio wave exploration device from his backpack, put it on the ground and turned it on. Before trying to leave, Yisha felt that he had to investigate the situation. That shitty information was completely inaccurate. saying that there were no zombies in the dark city because of the poison gas. But the fact was that there were more zombies in this damn place than ever before. From leaving the Doomsday train platform to now, it was only about 2 hours at most. And zombies kept coming one after another. The number of mutant zombies encountered was almost catching up with the number that could be encountered in other cities in a week. Yisha did not refuse fighting and killing. But too many meaningless battles could only consume his physical strength. So Yisha planned to use the radio wave exploration device to confirm the distribution of zombies in the surrounding area so that he could find a suitable route. The radio wave exploration device is not a Shinyan goggles. It explores based on the field of vision. The radio wave exploration device explores a large area. In fact, because it is a building structure, the exploration range will be three-dimensional, which takes a certain amount of time. After Yisha placed the radio wave exploration device, he leaned on the back of the massage chair, ready to use the exploration time to rest and recover some physical strength. But at this time, Yisha suddenly heard some tiny sounds. Chapter 191 Malice. Who is it? Yisha pulled out his gun and pointed to the direction where the voice came from. Get out. Yisha slowly walked forward. The place where the sound came from was under a row of beverage machines, with a row of cabinets. After Yisha slowly approached, he pulled the trigger towards the first cabinet. Bang! The bullet flew out and directly penetrated the cabinet. Wait! Wait! After Yisha finished shooting, the fifth row of cabinets suddenly opened, and a man immediately came out from inside. We are not enemies. I didn't hide here on purpose. The man had cold sweat on his forehead. He obviously didn't expect Yisha to be so straightforward. He even skipped the inspection step and fired directly at the cabinet without caring what was hiding in it. Yisha looked at the other party and raised his gun. Doomsday train? Yes. The man immediately said, car number 10. Lin Zhengyuan. I actually arrived before you. I thought it was a zombie when I heard the sound. So I hid. I was not avoiding you on purpose. And I didn't plan to do anything. Oh! Yisha nodded, then suddenly aimed at Lin Zhengyuan's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a stream of blood splashed on Lin Zhengyuan's thigh. Then Lin Zhengyuan tilted his body and knelt on one knee. Ah! Lin Zhengyuan covered the wound with his left hand and said in pain, My leg? My leg. Yisha took a step forward and kicked Lin Zhengyuan's right shoulder directly, kicking Lin Zhengyuan out. Then there was a clang sound, and when Lin Zhengyuan fell out, a dagger slipped out of his right hand that he had been hiding behind his back. Yisha picked up the dagger, walked to Lin Zhengyuan, squatted down, and tapped Lin Zhengyuan's cheek with the dagger. Remember, don't hold the knife, and then emphasize that you have no ill intentions. Puff! Yisha raised the dagger and stabbed it directly into Lin Zhengyuan's chest. Lin Zhengyuan's eyes widened. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he stared at Yisha fiercely. You? Lin Zhengyuan gritted his teeth. You will not die well. That's a matter in the future. Yisha, and you. You are going to die now. Puff! Yisha pulled out the dagger fiercely, bringing out a stream of blood. Lin Zhengyuan's eyes became blurred. His body slowly went limp, and finally became silent. Yisha looked at the dagger, and it did not show any special effects. Lin Zhengyuan was not in the same group as the person who assassinated Yisha before. There was nothing strange about the thing snatched from him, without the mysterious voice prompt. It was just an ordinary thing. So, Lin Zhengyuan should be just like Yisha, just a passenger from the Doomsday train to the Dark City. But, so what? With a clang, Yisha casually threw the dagger aside. Any guy who hides a dagger behind his back but stands in front of him and acts obedient, no matter what the other party's intentions are, or even whether they really have intentions, Yisha will regard them as dangers and enemies. Dangers should be eliminated and enemies should be killed. For Yisha, this is just a small episode. Just killing someone who may be disadvantageous to him. Back to the side of the exploration device. The exploration device has completed the regional exploration. On the front screen, a 3D map appears, covering the location of 3 floors, and roughly simulating the floor terrain. Then, in these floors, there are many red 3-dimensional balls, which indicate other moving objects besides Yisha, including zombies, ancient species, or other humans. Yisha looked at those balls and frowned slightly. The number of zombies in this place was much more than he had imagined. There was almost no vacuum area. It was difficult to find a safe route to pass. Yisha frowned. This was really not good news. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly heard a noise, and then looked back and found that Lin Zhengyuan suddenly got up from the ground and rushed towards him with his teeth bared. With a bang, Yisha was hit by Lin Zhengyuan. After the two rolled on the ground, Lin Zhengyuan grabbed Yisha's neck with his teeth bared, and then opened his mouth to bite Yisha. The six-flower shield suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Zhengyuan. Lin Zhengyuan was like hitting a wall, biting in the air with his teeth bared. But he could not bite Yisha, as if he was constantly grinding his teeth. Damn it! Yisha cursed. It was obvious that the guy in front of him had turned into a zombie because of the zombie virus. Bang! Yisha raised his hand and hit Lin Zhengyuan's head with an elbow, knocking Lin Zhengyuan over. Then he flipped over from the ground and saw Lin Zhengyuan rushing at him again. He raised his foot and kicked Lin Zhengyuan in the chest, kicking him away again. The next moment, Yisha suddenly drew his gun and aimed it directly at Lin Zhengyuan's head. Bang! The magic-breaking bullet flew out and hit Lin Zhengyuan's head. Lin Zhengyuan's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Yisha put away his gun, turned around and planned to pick up the exploration device and leave here. But at this moment, Yisha glanced and found that Lin Zhengyuan had not fallen yet. Lin Zhengyuan had lost his head, but he was still alive. There seemed to be something constantly wriggling in the crack of his neck. Suddenly, with a puff, Lin Zhengyuan's body suddenly split from the neck, and the whole person was divided into 4 petals, and the tentacles like meat strips stretched out from the center. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Body splitter? Body splitter? Gold 3-star. One of the few zombies whose weakness is the heart, not the head. Only human zombies can have a mutated form. Yisha didn't expect his luck to be so good. He killed a guy casually, and it would be fine if he became a zombie. But he even mutated. The next moment, the fleshy tentacles of the body splitter whipped towards Yisha like a whip. Yisha quickly moved to the side, then opened his hand and imagined the infinite bow. Then pulled the bowstring, and an explosive arrow shot towards the body splitter. The body of the splitter shook, and the tentacles rolled up the explosive arrow. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the fireball exploded, blowing the tentacles of the splitter into 2 pieces. At the same time, the impact of the explosion pushed the splitter backwards. At this time, Yisha suddenly ran forward, broke through the black smoke of the explosion, and killed the splitter directly. Puff! Yisha pulled out the Nepalese machete and thrust it forward, and half of the blade pierced into the heart of the splitter's chest. Yisha, since you are dead, go to hell honestly. As Yisha said this, he pulled out the Nepalese machete violently, bringing out a blood flower. Chapter 192 Help. You have killed the body splitter. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, Blood Fawn. A mysterious voice sounded. Yisha looked at the corpse on the ground, directly found a few teeth from the head that he had smashed, then found a plastic bag to seal it up and threw it into his backpack. Then he ran back to the side of the exploration device to take a look, and then couldn't help cursing again. On the screen of the exploration device, those red dots were gathering towards him. Obviously, the previous explosion alarmed the zombies around. Yisha quickly put away the exploration device, and then ran away from the search area. Then he saw a large number of zombies gathering in his direction, blocking the corridor of the entertainment area. Damn it! Yisha cursed, then remembered something, and then took a bell from his waist and shook it vigorously. Dang! Dang! Accompanied by the shaking of the bell, a crisp sound rang out, spreading to the surroundings, and then the zombies seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and all of them were stagnant in place and no longer moved. Hypnotic bell. When shaken, the bell makes a sound, which can hypnotize zombies of the same level or lower level around it, making them unable to move and attack. This is what Yisha got from Xia Yuren at that time. Yisha almost forgot that he still had this treasure. When dealing with low-level zombies, the hypnotic bell can effectively help him avoid many unnecessary battles. After all the zombies stopped moving, Yisha immediately and quickly shuttled out of the zombie group, trying to avoid touching the zombies as much as possible, because as long as he touched the zombies, the other party would break out of the hypnotic state. Yisha quickly passed through the zombie group and ran all the way. There were still many zombies in the corridor ahead. Yisha used up all the 3 times of Hypnosis Bell's daily usage limit, and then passed through the corridor and entered a new area. This area is a bit strange. At first glance, This area is similar to an office area, with desks everywhere and various paper materials scattered on the ground. However, if you look closely, you will find that those desks and office chairs do not look ordinary. The office chair is made of pure metal, with 2 iron rings on the armrests, which should be similar to the function of shackles, and can handcuff a person's hands to the office chair. Under the desk, a tube can be pulled out, and the front end of the tube has a transparent plastic mask for oxygen supply. Yisha picked up some information and looked at it, then threw it back on the ground. There was no way. He really couldn't understand it. Then he walked to the side of the desk to check it out, and Yisha immediately raised his eyebrows. This is interesting. Yisha opened a drawer of the desk, and inside was a pacemaker. Then he opened another drawer, and this time a blood pressure monitor appeared. There were 7 drawers in total, each with various instruments embedded in it. Some that Yisha recognized, some that he didn't. On the desk, there was a pull plate, and after Yisha pulled it open, there was a pile of surgical instruments inside. Syringes, scalpels, vascular clamps, surgical scissors, surgical tweezers, needle holders, and various types of surgical supplies were quite complete. Yisha walked to another desk and checked, and found that these things seemed to be basic configurations, and every desk had them. Yisha murmured, "Is it another live experiment?" According to the information Yisha had collected before about Compu, it can be seen that this famous healthcare product pharmaceutical company does not seem to be as simple as it seems on the surface. Obviously, some activities and unknown experiments are being carried out in secret. And even if the end of the world comes, Compu has not been completely dissolved, especially in the Dark City. Yisha remembered the information he got from the boss lady. The poison gas plan of the Dark City was participated in by Compu. Based on this alone, it can be seen that Compu is not a good thing. On the surface, the poison gas plan can kill the zombies in the whole city to prevent the spread and deterioration of the virus. But it also means that all the surviving humans in the Dark City will be killed. However, whether Compu is good or bad, Yisha is not interested. In this collapsing world, the only thing that matters is to survive and keep yourself alive. As for other people's lives and other people's affairs, they are not important. After walking around that area, there was nothing else except those strange desks and chairs and weird surgical instruments. After walking around, Yisha found no zombies or ancient species. This place is one of the few peaceful areas in this building. As for the entrance and exit, except for the place where Yisha came, at the back of the area, Yisha found a corridor and an elevator that can lead to other places. But after hesitating for a moment, Yisha decided to close the doors on both sides, temporarily seal off this area, and then found a corner to sit down. Calculating the time, the Doomsday train arrived in the evening. Now, after 3 or 4 hours, it was already night. Yisha felt that he needed to rest, rather than endlessly explore. The latter would not make Yisha's situation better, maybe even worse. Restoring physical strength and energy was not a wrong choice. Taking out bread, dried meat, and water from his backpack, Yisha swallowed them all together. After filling his stomach, Yisha closed his eyes and dozed off, while releasing the corpse flower. Another benefit of having a corpse flower is alertness, so that Yisha can sleep more deeply. When there is an accident, the corpse flower will find a way to wake Yisha up. After closing his eyes, he didn't know how long it had been, but Yisha suddenly opened his eyes. He was woken up. Dong, dong, dong. The dull knocking sound woke Yisha up from his doze. Almost immediately, Yisha tightened all the muscles in his body and entered a state of alert. Dong, dong. The sound rang again, and Yisha found the source of the sound, which was from the front door. There were 2 glass doors made of reinforced glass in front and behind this area, but they were both sealed by Yisha pushing the table and chairs. He came to the front door carefully and looked out through the glass door. A middle-aged man was half lying outside the door. His body was covered with blood, and blood was constantly oozing out of his sleeves. The middle-aged man kept knocking on the glass door with his palms, leaving bright red blood marks on the door one by one. The middle-aged man raised his head and saw Yisha appear, and said with difficulty, "Save me." Yisha curled his lips, then stepped back a few steps and turned to leave. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and shouted loudly, "Save me." Yisha seemed to have turned a deaf ear to him, and was about to walk back to the corner to continue resting. But just when Yisha was halfway there, boom! The sound of an explosion suddenly sounded. And then the glass door was shattered. And countless broken glass pushed out by the blast wave flew towards Yisha. Chapter 193 Attack. Yisha took off his coat and swept forward, sweeping away the broken glass in front of him. At this time, the middle-aged man who was at the door had climbed up, opened his coat, took out a submachine gun, opened his mouth and shouted loudly, and then fired in the direction of Yisha. Clang, clang, clang. Yisha ran quickly, and the bullets hit the metal table, making a continuous crisp sound and sparking. Yisha jumped like a tiger and got directly behind a metal table, then shrank his body. In a moment, the middle-aged man used up all his bullets and quickly changed the magazine. Boy, you have good eyesight and didn't fall for it. Yisha leaned against the metal table and stretched out his hand to visualize the infinite bow. You made a mistake. I didn't notice anything wrong with you. Suddenly, Yisha jumped out from behind the metal table and pulled the bowstring towards the middle-aged man. Whether you have a problem or not, Yisha, I won't open the door. What does your life or death have to do with me? Puff. While Yisha was talking, his hands did not stop moving at all. A piercing arrow had already flown forward and shot the opponent's submachine gun before the opponent pulled the trigger. Almost in an instant, Yisha pierced the submachine gun with an arrow and then shot through the opponent's shoulder and nailed it to the shoulder in the distance. The middle-aged man screamed in pain, then turned over and hid behind a metal table. Yisha walked forward. But now your life and death are related to me. Since you want to kill me, I naturally have a reason to kill you. This is the law of survival in the end times. It's fair, isn't it? Yisha slowly approached the other party. And at this moment, 2 red crystal bars were thrown out from behind the table by the middle-aged man. Yisha's pupil shrank suddenly. Red flame bomb. Yisha immediately ran to the side quickly, bumped into a metal table, and hid behind the metal table when he knocked it down. Even so, the impact of the explosion was still extremely terrifying. The force of the impact directly pushed the metal table and Yisha backwards, until Yisha groaned and his back hit the wall directly. Yisha had always used the red flame bomb to blow up others, and now he finally got a taste of the red flame bomb. But this was normal. The red flame bomb came from the Doomsday train. If Yisha could buy it, then others could too. The middle-aged man came out from behind the metal table, took out a pistol again, and pulled the trigger at Yisha repeatedly, shouting with a ferocious face, Die! 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 The middle-aged man shouted as he quickly approached Yisha, and bullets kept hitting the metal table. When the middle-aged man approached the table 2 meters away, Yisha suddenly rushed out, holding the Nepali machete in his hand, and chopped down hard. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed in pain, holding his wrist tightly. And in front of his wrist, the palm holding the gun had been cut off by Yisha's knife. Bang! Yisha raised his leg and kicked the other man in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The middle-aged man shouted, moving his buttocks back, then suddenly pulled out a butterfly knife from his trouser pocket and stabbed at Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the blade of the butterfly knife. Puff! The blade of the butterfly knife was grabbed by Yisha, and immediately cut a hole in Yisha's palm. Yisha gritted his teeth to endure the pain, raised his foot, and kicked the other person's head hard, knocking him to the ground again. Clang! Yisha threw away the butterfly knife, raised his hand, and pulled out the silver thorns from his waist, aiming at the other's head. Don't! The middle-aged man spoke with difficulty. But Yisha had no intention of leaving him a last word, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The bullet pierced the middle-aged man's eyebrows, and the middle-aged man's head immediately fell to the ground, and he lost his voice in an instant. Bang! 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 Yisha fired several shots in a row until the middle-aged man's head was completely smashed. Only in this way could he prevent this guy from turning into a zombie and suddenly jumping up again. Huh? Looking at the smashed head, Yisha put the silver thorn back into the holster, then took out the gauze from the backpack, wrapped it around his palm, and then walked to the middle-aged man. Yisha first took off the red flame bomb hanging on the middle-aged man's waist, pulled out a crystal bar, and threw it out. The crystal bar was like an ordinary crystal, and it did not cause an explosion at all. In fact, when Yisha grabbed the red flame bomb, there was no description of any effect in his ears. The middle-aged man in front of him had nothing to do with the person who had assassinated Yi Sha. He was just one of the passengers who came to the Dark City from the Doomsday train. Just like Yi Sha. Because of this, the things Yi Sha took from the middle-aged man's body could not be used. Even if they could be used, they would lose their special effects and become ordinary things. Yi Sha began to feel a little weird. Lin Zhengyuan looked friendly, but he hid a knife behind his back, obviously wanting to sneak attack Yi Sha. The man in front of him was the same, covered in blood, with a submachine gun hidden in his clothes, intending to gain sympathy to lure Yi Sha to open the door, and then launch a sneak attack on Yi Sha. If Yi Sha had not been completely unmoved and had no intention of helping the middle-aged man, he would have been fooled. Yi Sha was very fortunate at the moment, because he had already thrown away sympathy somewhere, because Yi Sha knew that thing would kill him at any time. But what's the reason? We are not fighting in the death car at the moment. Doomsday train does not require everyone to kill each other and leave only the survivors. At the same time, the 3 tasks announced by Doomsday train do not require everyone to fight each other. In this case, why would they do it to themselves with a clear purpose? Want to kill themselves? If there is only one person, it is actually understandable. In the end times, without the constraints of laws and morals, some people will be crazy about killing, and even simply think that killing others will make them feel more present and feel alive. The reason was crazy simple. Because others died? But he was still alive. So, he killed others crazily without any purpose. But Yi Sha didn't think he would be so unlucky. He met 2 such crazy people in a row. There must be a reason. A reason to attack Yi Sha or other passengers. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone from his backpack and dialed Gan Lin's number. Hello. After the call was connected, Yi Sha said directly, have you been attacked? Chapter 194 Bloody Zombies. This place is full of zombies. Gan Lin, how could we not be attacked? Yi Sha, I'm not talking about zombies, but other humans. Not yet. Gan Lin, have you been attacked by other people? Yi Sha too. That should be. Gan Lin stopped talking halfway, then laughed. I have a very important piece of information here. According to your rules, what do you plan to exchange for it? Yi Sha pondered for a moment. What do you want? Gan Lin thought for a moment. I don't know now. How about owing it? Yi Sha sneered. You want to use favors to control me? Do you think I won't regret it? Gan Lin, will you? Don't you adhere to the principle of equal exchange? In this case, keeping your transaction promise should be your bottom line. Yi Sha, the premise is equal exchange. Gan Lin, okay. A platinum-level ancient species. How about it? Yi Sha thought about it for a moment. Then, okay. Gan Lin continued. They want to kill you because they were injured by the bloody zombies. The only antidote is human blood. And the only humans alive here are the people who got off the Doomsday train. They didn't attack you deliberately, but just happened to run into you. Yi Sha said, bloody zombies? Gan Lin, we are currently at the Fortress Experimental Base, where Compu developed an antidote. However, the experiment ultimately failed. But during the research process, they developed 2 things. One is a very powerful biochemical man, and the other is the bloody zombie. Yi Sha became interested. Tell me about it. Gan Lin, I'm not very clear about biochemical people. I've only seen a few relevant documents, but I haven't seen the real thing. The bloody zombies are a kind of mutant zombies. They can act like humans, but they have no consciousness and still fight by instinct. They carry a special blood virus. After being attacked by them, ordinary antidotes are ineffective. Only human blood that is not infected with the virus can dissolve the virus. There are also disadvantages. The bloody zombies do not need to be killed by blowing up the head or breaking the neck. Attacking any part of the body can cause damage and may kill the opponent. Yi Sha, a humanoid beast without thinking ability? Gan Lin thought for a moment. You summarized it correctly. It's almost like this. If the number is not large, it's not very troublesome. But be careful of the people killed by them. Yi Sha, what will happen if you are killed by a bloody zombie? Gan Lin, 100% will be infected with the virus, and 100% will mutate and become a mutant zombie. What's more troublesome is that you may be infected with the blood virus, because the humans who get off the Doomsday train have their physical fitness strengthened. After being infected with the blood virus and becoming a new bloody zombie, they will be several times stronger than the initial bloody zombie. Yi Sha, anything else? Gan Lin, the last piece of information. This fortress experimental base is currently controlled by the experimental base system KEY-027. The system can control the facilities in this place, and guide the actions of the bloody zombies, to a certain extent. Yisha, what does guide mean? Gon Lin, of course, it does not mean directly controlling the bloody zombies, but through some defense facilities in the experimental base. The bloody zombies are isolated or released. And then let the bloody zombies meet us. The purpose of KEY-027 is to kill all living things in the fortress experimental base. Yisha nodded, and then said, notify me when you find a platinum-level ancient species. Yisha hung up the phone. The information provided by Gon Lin was very important. First of all, his guess came true. This place is the fortress experimental base, and the so-called rampage system is trying to kill all humans who come here. Yisha's previous feeling was not wrong. KEY-027 was indeed using surveillance cameras to monitor everyone, and then using its methods to kill everyone. The second blood-colored zombie is a trouble. A huge trouble. The trouble does not come from the strength of the blood-colored zombie, but from the characteristics of the blood-colored zombie. If you are attacked by a blood-colored zombie, you can only attack others to get blood if you want to survive. In Yisha's opinion, if you just need blood, you can still negotiate. But the two guys before chose to attack directly, and the amount of blood they need must be amazing, even to the point of death. This will turn the journey to the Dark City into another death carriage battle. The most terrifying thing is that the death carriage battle is simpler and purer. Anyway, except for yourself, everyone else is an enemy. But now it is different. You can't tell which ones will attack you, and which ones won't. Of course, there is also a simpler method. Yisha will regard all zombies and humans as enemies, just as another death carriage battle. But no matter what, the originally simple task may become complicated because of the bloody zombies. Yisha looked around, then picked up his backpack and left. Originally, this was a place to rest temporarily, but the glass door on one side had been completely blown up, and there was no obstruction. This place was naturally not suitable for staying for a long time, and Yisha planned to leave. After leaving this area, Yisha walked forward along the corridor. The current strategy seemed to need some adjustments. Yisha's original intention was to leave this place first, but if Gon Lin's information was correct, this place was the fortress experimental base, which was directly related to the task of destroying the rampage system. So he naturally couldn't just leave like that. Therefore, Yisha's strategy was adjusted to kill the rampage system, and then leave. To kill the rampage system, he first needed to find the computer. The scale of the fortress experimental base is very large. To manage such a huge area, a huge system with excellent computing programs is also needed. So, before that, there must be a supercomputer and many high-performance servers to serve the supercomputer. Moreover, as a system to maintain the security and daily operation of the fortress experimental base, the KEY-027 system plays a huge role. In this case, Yisha dares to guarantee that there is at least a 90% chance that this place will be isolated to house supercomputers and servers, and it will be concealed and secure. It would be nice if I could have a diagram of the structure of this place. Yisha sighed. If he knew the general structure of the fortress experimental base, he could roughly infer where the supercomputer was. However, Yisha knew nothing about the structure of this place at the moment. From the area he had walked through, the only thing he knew was that this place was very huge. Chapter 195 Morgue. Clues? Clues? Yisha murmured. I need more clues. Find the supercomputer and destroy it. Then we should be able to kill the KEY-027 system. And then leave this place. And then leave the Dark City. This is the whole process. But in order to find the supercomputer, Yisha thinks he needs more clues. And always shuttling between the corridors will only make himself more confused. While thinking, Yisha continued to move forward. And then suddenly his muscles tensed up, and he entered a state of alert. Yisha entered the alert state unconsciously this time. This was an instinctive reaction after sensing danger. Yisha raised his head and glanced at the corner, where a surveillance camera was hung, and the red light representing the power supply was constantly flashing. Yisha suddenly remembered that this damn place seemed to be under the surveillance of KEY-027. In the previous area, because he had sealed the front and back doors, KEY-027 could not send the zombies behind the door. But it was another matter in the corridor. KEY-027 could drive some zombies into the area where Yisha was through isolation. Sure enough, Yisha was thinking, And suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind him. And then a crawler turned the corner and rushed directly into the corridor where Yisha was. The blue veins all over the body, and the constantly swinging bloody red tongue made the crawler look extremely hideous. 5 meters in front of Yisha, the crawler suddenly stuck out its tongue and shot towards Yisha like a sharp arrow. Yisha quickly turned his body to avoid the tongue. And at the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the tongue directly in his hand. The next moment, Yisha suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, pierced the tongue of the creeper with force, and then stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into the wall, nailing the creeper's tongue to the wall. The creeper quickly wandered around in place, trying to struggle out its tongue. But Yisha suddenly pulled out the silver thorn at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and Yisha fired 3 consecutive shots. The magic-breaking bullets continuously hit the crawler's head, directly blowing up the crawler's head. Then Yisha raised the gun and pointed it at the surveillance camera. If you want to kill me, get something more powerful. Bang! Yisha pulled the trigger and directly smashed the surveillance camera hanging in the corner. These surveillance cameras are undoubtedly very troublesome, just like the eyes of KEY-027, monitoring every corner of this fortress experimental base. Yisha has realized this. So as he continues to move forward, he will blow up all the surveillance cameras he sees. But this may not necessarily work. After all, not all surveillance cameras are in plain sight. Secondly, even if he blows up the cameras along the way, he can still figure out his route based on the destroyed cameras. At the same time, there are too many surveillance cameras, and Yisha alone cannot cut off the surveillance of KEY-027. I hope there are more smart people, Yisha muttered as he walked forward. If many people were aware of the surveillance camera and then destroyed it, it would still have an impact on KEY-027. While thinking, he walked through the corridor. After 10 minutes of walking, Yisha saw a new area. When he walked into that area, Yisha was stunned. It seemed that he had come to another extraordinary place. Yisha saw many people. Or rather, dead people. The area Yisha had just entered seemed to be a morgue. The morgue was quite large, at least as big as a football field, and was filled with metal beds filled with corpses of men and women. There were also metal cabinets on the side, which were common in morgues, and the compartments could be pulled out one by one. After Yisha pulled out one of the compartments, there was indeed a corpse covered with white cloth inside. In addition, Yisha also found that there was a piece of white paper hanging on the ankle of each corpse, and he couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. Lily Jennings, female, 24 years old, second experimental subject, synchronization rate 22%, failed product. There were a few lines of small words written on the paper. The first 2 items were the name, gender, and age of the corpse. As for the last 3, Yisha couldn't understand them, but he could guess them more or less. This corpse was obviously a person used for live experiments. And then, dead. The morgue was not as gloomy as imagined, but the air conditioning made it very cold. However, staying in a room full of corpses always makes people feel uncomfortable. Yisha planned to go directly through the morgue and go to the other side. At this time, the corpse flower suddenly crawled on the ground, hooked Yisha's calf, and kept rubbing. Yisha lowered his head. What's wrong? The frequency of the corpse flower rubbing Yisha's calf immediately became faster. Is there something you want here? Hungry? Need food? Do you want to remind me that there is danger here? Yisha couldn't directly understand what the corpse flower meant, so he could only guess. Then when he asked if he was in danger, the frequency of the corpse flower rubbing his calf obviously became faster again. Yisha knew that he had guessed correctly. Yisha signaled the corpse flower to hide back in the space flower pot, then pulled out the silver thorns and walked forward carefully. As Yisha walked, he kept an eye on the corpses around him. These corpses were the only things that could be seen in the morgue. Secondly, the corpses were not safe. They could turn into zombies at any time. Although it seemed that these corpses were failed experiments and should not turn into zombies. Moreover, if they were going to turn into zombies, they would have turned into zombies long ago. Yisha kept walking through the morgue. A swinging metal door had appeared in front of him. The imagined danger did not appear, which made Yisha wonder, was the corpse flowers feeling wrong? While Yisha was thinking this, a corpse suddenly sat up. This sudden change also frightened Yisha. It had nothing to do with courage, but an instinctive reaction. The next moment, Yisha pointed his gun at the corpse. but found that the corpse just sat up and did not move further. However, the action of the corpse sitting up was like a spreading plague. The corpses on the metal bed sat up one after another. Yisha looked at the corpses carefully, and suddenly found that there was a blood line on the back of the corpses, which was very thin, probably only a few millimeters. Then, the blood line suddenly split, and the back of the corpses split open. Yisha's pupils shrank slightly. Those corpses were all shells. There was nothing inside the corpses except skeletons. Chapter 196 Elevator. Yisha realized that something was wrong. And at that moment, a red bug suddenly jumped out of the corpse and pounced on Yisha with its fangs and claws bared. The red bug looked like a disc spider, about 20 centimeters in diameter, with 8 legs and no head. Like a disc. Then dozens of corpses around him cracked at the same time. And these disc bugs kept appearing. Obviously, this was a mutant bug that parasitized the corpse, and would hollow out and eat the flesh and blood inside the corpse. This morgue was the nest of these bugs. Mutated bugs are very troublesome. The flat parasites before are the best example. Moreover, mutant bugs are not actually mutant zombies. It is difficult to get rewards by killing them. There is not much meaning in fighting. Yisha almost didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and ran, knocked open the door of the morgue, and then closed the door and held it tightly with his back. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant noises coming from behind the door. Yisha could feel the mutant bugs constantly hitting the door. After quickly taking out the red flame bomb and pulling out 2 crystal bars, Yisha tied the metal bars with 2 thin wires. Then looked around and threw the metal bars to the side, and used the thin wires to hang the 2 metal bars on a surveillance camera. The next moment, Yisha ran quickly forward, and then the bugs rushed out. But at this moment, Yisha loosened the rope, and the 2 crystal bars fell to the ground, and then exploded. Bugs are also afraid of fire, and Yisha just wanted to use the explosion to intercept the bugs, but it achieved unexpected results, because the explosion collapsed the floor. Countless bugs fell to the next floor, and more bugs were wandering in front of the collapsed area. These bugs could not fly. Yisha himself did not expect that he could easily resolve a crisis. However, even if those bugs would not catch up, Yisha would not stay here for too long, but ran forward all the way. When he reached the end of the corridor, Yisha's eyes lit up. At the end of the corridor was a smoking area. There were more than a dozen metal chairs against the wall, and there were trash cans for ash. On the other side of the smoking area, Yisha saw a safe passage and 3 elevators. Yisha first held up the silver thorn and carefully explored the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he stood in front of the elevator. Yisha held his chin and hesitated. Go up? Or go down? Yisha needed to find the supercomputer running the EP181 system. But where is the supercomputer? I'm afraid only God and the staff of the experimental base know. The supercomputer may be placed on any floor of the Fortress experimental base. This is a very troublesome problem. If you want to find a supercomputer without knowing the location, you can only wander around. After hesitating for a moment, Yisha chose to go down. Yisha planned to leave the Fortress experimental base and then enter again. For now, even if Gon Lin's information was correct and they were in the Fortress experimental base, Yisha couldn't even be sure which floor he was on, or where he was on a certain floor. If he really wanted to find the supercomputer by wandering around, it would be a fantasy, or the goddess of luck would possess him. Besides, if there really was a goddess, let her save this poor world first. Therefore, Yisha's plan was to go outside the building first, then enter the building and search floor by floor, so that at least he could know roughly what area he was in. Of course, this might be a stupid way, but it didn't matter, as long as it was a useful way. However, when Yisha walked into the elevator, he found that his idea seemed impossible to achieve, because this elevator had no 4 buttons, only 2 buttons, start and close. When Yisha chose to start, an upward arrow appeared on the elevator screen, and then the elevator began to rise. An elevator that goes directly to the top? Yisha frowned. Indeed, some buildings, for the sake of convenience, will install some elevators that go directly to a certain floor, and there are even special elevators prepared for big shots. This elevator may be used for this purpose. As for where it will take Yisha, Yisha doesn't know. If possible, even if he can't go to the first floor, Yisha also hopes to go to the roof, as long as you get outside the building. instead of being trapped in the building like a maze. There is always a way to go to the first floor. Creak. Yisha was just talking when the elevator suddenly made a sound and then hovered there. Yisha was stunned for a moment. And then he couldn't help but curse. He forgot an important thing. That is, there must be surveillance cameras in the elevator. KTY-027 seemed to be going to attack Yisha again. Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and looked at the top of the elevator. How did KTY-027 plan to kill himself? Yisha thought of two possibilities. The first possibility was to let the elevator fall directly. But Yisha hoped that KTY-027 would do so, because it would not kill him. Another possibility is that there is something weird around this elevator. The elevator is a completely enclosed space. If there is something hidden, then there is no doubt that it can only be hidden on the top of the elevator. Bang! As Yisha was thinking, there was a sudden sound on the top of the elevator. And then the top of the elevator was dented. Sure enough, Yisha sneered, and then quickly pulled the trigger of the silver thorn. Bang! 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 Silver bullets were fired continuously at the top of the elevator, making a series of bullet holes. The next moment, the flap of the elevator emergency exit was suddenly smashed open, and a figure fell down. After the man fell into the elevator, he opened his mouth and roared at Yisha, and a rotten smell came from his mouth. Then, the man waved his fist and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha quickly dodged his body, and the opponent's fist hit the elevator wall with a bang, leaving a fist mark. The attack missed, and the man rushed forward without hesitation and hit Yisha with a knee. Yisha raised his arm to block the opponent's knee strike, then hit the opponent's face with a headbutt, then pulled out the Alaskan harpoon and stabbed at the opponent in the small, enclosed elevator space. It was almost a close-range fight, and the Alaskan harpoon would obviously be more effective than the Nepalese machete. Puff! The Alaskan harpoon swept forward, and the opponent had no way to avoid it. The shoulder was scratched by the Alaskan harpoon, leaving a wound immediately. Black blood flowed down, but the opponent seemed to have no sense at all, and raised his hand to punch Yisha. Bang! As Yisha dodged, the fist hit the elevator wall again. Chapter 197 Elevator Fight. Yisha frowned. Is this the so-called bloody zombie? The other party does not look like a human in any way, especially the knife of the Alaskan whale harpoon, which basically confirms the identity of the other party. Even if a tough guy is stabbed in the shoulder, he can endure it, but he will never be indifferent. Frowning, gritting teeth, painful expression. These are all instinctive reactions when enduring. It is impossible for a living person to violate the laws of biology, unless he is dead. But the opponent's movements were not as slow as those of ordinary zombies, and his movements were not staggering at all. However, it was obviously wrong to say that he was a mutant zombie. His physical strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, but he did not show any abnormality. Of course, the most important point was that his skin was not the color of a normal person, and Yisha saw corpse spots. From this point of view, it seemed that there was no other possibility except the blood-colored zombie. The blood-colored zombie was indeed very strange. Rather than a zombie, it was more like a moving corpse. Its body did not have the hardness of a zombie at all. However, the bloody zombies can't be completely regarded as zombies, but rather as failed experiments of compu. To put it more bluntly, the bloody zombies are not produced by zombie viruses, and can even be understood as artificial creations. At this time, the bloody zombie pounced again. I don't know if it was because he had learned fighting skills before his death, but the bloody zombie in front of him punched and kicked very neatly, and didn't attack randomly. A punch came towards Yisha, and after being blocked by Yisha's arm, he kneed and hit Yisha's lower abdomen. Taking advantage of the moment when Yisha bent his body, he hit Yisha's back with another fierce elbow. This was obviously a set of continuous attacks, which was definitely not comparable to random punching. Yisha was in a lot of trouble after being hit by a set of continuous attacks. In this narrow space, there was no way to avoid it. Let's see who is more ruthless. Yisha remembered Gon Lin's words that it was not necessary to blow up the head to deal with the bloody zombies. Other parts could also cause effective damage. He immediately had an idea in his mind. Seeing the bloody zombie rushing towards him again, Yisha raised his foot and kicked forward without hesitation, kicking the bloody zombie in the chest and knocking the bloody zombie into the elevator wall on the other side. The bloody zombie shook his body and attacked again. Yisha quickly raised his arm to block, Yisha could actually use the 6-flower shield directly. But it was not wise to waste it on melee. Yisha's physical fitness had been strengthened, and he was proficient in mixed martial arts. It was almost impossible for melee to cause fatal damage to him at one time. Bang! Blocking the bloody zombie's fist. Yisha raised his leg and swept across the bloody zombie's leg. Taking advantage of the bloody zombie's unstable body, he suddenly stretched out his hand to wrap around the opponent's waist and threw him to the ground. With a bang, the elevator was smashed with a loud noise, and even shook slightly, which shows how terrifying the power of this hug and throw was. Even so, the bloody zombie did not feel any pain at all. Lying on the ground, he kicked Yisha directly on the ankle, causing Yisha to fall to the ground. Without even the time to get up, the two of them punched forward at the same time, hitting each other's face hard, then rolled backwards and got up from the ground at the same time. Yisha gasped for air, but the bloody zombie didn't feel anything and rushed towards Yisha again. Yisha dodged immediately and reached forward. Snake bite. An illusory purple-scaled snake surrounded Yisha's left arm, and at the moment of dodging the attack, he grabbed the bloody zombie's thigh. With a puff, a burst of black blood splashed out and sprinkled directly on Yisha's body. Yisha tore off a piece of flesh from the bloody zombie's thigh, and the hideous wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Yisha snorted coldly, threw the meat in his hand aside, and then kicked the bloody zombie with a sweeping kick, pushing the bloody zombie against the elevator wall again. The bloody zombie's skills were really good, but Yisha was better. Moreover, after the bloody zombie was injured continuously, Yisha's eyes lit up. With the continuous blood loss, the bloody zombie obviously showed a state similar to weakness, and its movements became slower and slower. This is obviously different from ordinary zombies. Unless ordinary zombies have their throats crushed or their heads smashed, injuries like a cut or a piece of flesh torn off are useless. Then, Yisha's face showed a fierce look. It's time to end it. Seeing the bloody zombie punching again, Yisha quickly dodged sideways with small steps, then crossed his arms and directly locked the bloody zombie's arm, and then fiercely broke the arm back. With a click, the obvious sound of bone breaking came, and the bloody zombie's arm fell down weakly. Compared to the beginning, Yisha sarcastically said, "You are too slow now." While Yisha was speaking, he had already dodged the bloody zombie's attack again, and then stretched out his foot from the side and stepped directly on the bloody zombie's knee. The bloody zombie half knelt on the ground, and his knees were smashed to pieces. Having lost an arm and a leg, the bloody zombie was no longer a threat. Seeing the bloody zombie dragging a broken leg and half crawling towards him again, Yisha dodged behind the bloody zombie, then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, grabbed the bloody zombie's hair with one hand, and stabbed the bloody zombie's back with the other hand. Yisha was using the blood-sucking healing effect of the Alaskan whale harpoon to recover his injuries and physical strength. Of course, another reason was that Yisha was also seriously injured. There were wounds on his body scratched by the bloody zombie, and he should have been infected with the blood virus. The blood-sucking healing effect will also cure the blood virus, until the pain almost disappeared and the wound healed quickly. Yisha used the Alaskan whale fork to forcefully slash the blood-colored zombie's neck, cutting a hole. Puff! The black blood sprayed forward like a fountain, all over the ground. Yisha released the hand holding the blood-colored zombie's hair, and the blood-colored zombie fell to the ground with a plop. You have killed a blood-colored zombie. Cumulative number 1. The next moment, Yisha stretched out his finger and shook it towards the surveillance camera inside the elevator. That damn KEY-027 will be disappointed again, if the so-called system has such an emotion as disappointment. Bang! At this moment, the elevator suddenly made a loud noise, then shook violently, and then felt the elevator start to fall. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. Chapter 198 Helicopter. Yisha moved quickly, jumped up, grabbed the edge of the safety door exit, and climbed to the top of the elevator. The elevator fell rapidly along the rails on both sides, rubbing and making an extremely harsh sound, and the golden sparks were particularly dazzling. Yisha took a deep breath, stepped back half a step, and then jumped forward suddenly. The next moment, Yisha hit the wall of the elevator passage, and before falling down, he reached out and grabbed the elevator maintenance ladder, and then the whole person was suspended in midair. After a while, the elevator fell to the ground and deformed. You could see the faint light of fire. Yisha sneered. then grabbed the maintenance stairs and began to climb up. The maintenance stairs were very long. Yisha climbed for nearly 30 minutes before reaching the top. Then he used a Nepalese machete to pry open the elevator door and rolled out. Getting up from the ground, Yisha looked around. This was an elevator waiting area. There were several decorative potted plants on both sides of the elevator. There were 2 corridors leading to the depths of the building, and a safe staircase on the other side. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the safety staircase. This should be the top floor. Since he was already here, Yisha didn't mind taking a look at what the dark city was like. Following the safety staircase to the top, Yisha destroyed the door lock and climbed onto the platform on the top floor of the building. Looking up, there were 2 helicopter landing pads. The sky was gradually getting brighter. Now was the time when night and dawn alternated. Yisha walked to the edge of the building and looked out over the entire dark city. The dark city is a metropolitan city. Looking up, you can see tall buildings. Of course, all this needs to be seen from a bird's eye view, because the building under Yisha's feet is the tallest building in the city. At the same time, there are some black spots passing by in the sky. There are almost no zombies that can fly. Those black spots are probably some rare ancient species. However, on the streets below, it is the world of zombies. Yisha looked down and saw that the streets around him were densely covered with zombies. Damn information. Yisha cursed. The Doomsday train also sells fake stuff. How can this place look like there are no zombies? How did the so-called poison gas kill the zombies? Yisha found that the information the boss lady gave him was completely incorrect, because the poison gas was used to kill zombies on a large scale. The dark city should be a dead city. There are only ruins and dilapidated buildings here, and it is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Then, what are the countless zombies that are densely packed all over the streets in front of him? In short, the dark city is very strange, and many places do not match the information. However, at least Yisha knew why the Doomsday train required them to escape from the dark city as a mission. Because there are too many zombies here. Whether it is the city that never sleeps or the city of amnesia, the number of zombies is not as large as here. In addition, Yisha also observed the exterior wall of the building, and then nodded slightly with satisfaction. This building belonging to Compu is not a rectangular building, but has some novel designs inside. The southeast wall is at a 65-degree angle, and the other parallel side is at a 65-degree angle in the opposite direction. It is an interesting symmetrical architectural design. If you look at it from a distance, the building is indeed beautiful. Of course, more importantly, if it is not a right angle, then Yisha can climb down. Of course, Yisha will not jump down like this. That would be courting death, not escaping. At least 45 to 50 floors. Yisha looked down and murmured, it would be very difficult to find such a long rope. Yisha has a bundle of rope in his backpack, which may be used occasionally, but it is only 40 or 50 meters long. In the current situation, it is completely useless. Yisha paced on the rooftop, thinking about countermeasures, but at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from above Yisha's head, interrupting Yisha's thoughts. Yisha looked up and frowned. A helicopter appeared above Yisha's head, about 50 meters away, and the sound was made by the propeller spinning continuously. Why did a helicopter appear? Even if the bloody zombies can move like humans, they can't fly helicopters, right? While Yisha was thinking, the door on the side of the helicopter suddenly opened, and then the black muzzle of a gun suddenly poked out. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply, and then he felt the danger. The next moment, Yisha immediately turned sideways and ran. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of machine gun shooting followed, and bullets continued to shoot on the ground behind Yisha, stirring up stone chips and chasing Yisha. There was almost nothing on the roof to cover the body, and Yisha could only run desperately except running. When the machine guns ran out of bullets, the helicopter suddenly dropped a rope, and then several figures descended from the helicopter and landed on the rooftop of the building. The figures landed on the rooftop of the building, and without any hesitation, they shot directly at Yisha. Yisha half knelt on the ground, and the 6-flower shield quickly appeared in front of Yisha, blocking the bullets that were coming. Bang! Bang! Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and fired back at the opponent. Yisha's firepower was obviously weaker, and the opponent's bullets obviously couldn't hurt Yisha, because the shield in front of Yisha could effectively block all the bullets. But at this moment, The sound of propellers flapping suddenly sounded above Yishaw's head. It turned out that the helicopter flew over Yishaw. A man jumped directly from the helicopter, holding a red spear in his hand. The moment he jumped from the air, he stabbed Yishaw fiercely. Yishaw quickly jumped back to dodge. And the next moment, the opponent landed, and the spear also stabbed into the ground fiercely. With a bang, the ground was shattered by the spear. I didn't expect to be so lucky. The man holding the spear raised his head and looked at Yishaw with a playful smile. I didn't expect to meet you directly on the roof. It's great. It saves us a lot of effort. While the other party was talking, the 3 people who had been lowered by the rope earlier also approached Yishaw. There were 4 people in total. No. If the helicopter pilot was counted, it should be 5 people. Yishaw said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Brother Shujio." The man with the spear smiled. "I am here to kill you." Suddenly, Brother Shujio took a step forward and stabbed the spear in his hand towards Yishaw's face. Chapter 199 Gushujio. Dang! Gushujio's spear was extremely fast. But Yishaw's speed was not slow either. At the moment when the spear tip was about to pierce him, Yishaw suddenly pulled out a Nepalese machete from his waist and swept it. The spear and the sword collided, making a crisp sound. After Yishaw waved away Gushujio's spear, he quickly retreated. Gushujio's attack was very fierce. The spear was not a flexible weapon. Or in other words, long weapons were almost not flexible. But Gushujio's spear was different. The red spear was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, chasing Yishaw and attacking continuously, being extremely tricky and stabbing Yishaw continuously. The 2 men advanced and retreated, and the other 3 men drew their weapons at the same time. But they did not join forces with Gushujio to besiege Yishaw, but surrounded the 2 men in the center and followed closely. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang again, and the Nepalese scimitar in Yishaw's hand collided with Gushujio's spear again. And then the 2 men pushed their weapons against each other and began to compete. Yishaw gritted his teeth. "Lin Chengyan? Jinani?" Gushujio smiled and said, "Don't you know my origins very well? Yishaw, who is behind you? Who wants to kill me? What's the reason?" Gushujio raised his gun and shook the Nepali machete away. "I'm sorry. I'm only responsible for killing people." While Gushujio was speaking, he stabbed again, and the red spear brushed the blade of the Nepali machete, shaking out a golden spark. The tip of the gun brushed Yishaw's cheek and passed by. The next moment, Yishaw took advantage of the situation and chopped the Nepali machete down towards Gushujio. Gushujio's skills were quite extraordinary. He dodged the blade and twisted his body to pass by Yishaw. But the spear in his hand swept back and hit Yishaw's back fiercely. Yishaw stumbled forward, and the severe pain from his back made Yishaw grimaced. But he quickly stabilized his body, turned around, and confronted Gushujio again. Yishaw's wrist shook lightly, and a knife flower was drawn, while Gushujio held the spear backwards. The 2 looked at each other face to face, and then attacked at the same time, showing a tacit understanding. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons striking each other rang out again, and the swords and spears collided again, and the 2 seemed to be competing again. But at this moment, Yishaw's left hand touched his waist, and suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it towards Gushujio's shoulder. Puff! Although Gushujio reacted very quickly and dodged quickly, the Alaskan whale harpoon still cut a hole on Gushujio's shoulder, bringing out a touch of bright red color. Gushujio frowned and swept the spear towards Yishaw with force. Bang! Yishaw did not move at all, neither dodging nor evading, thus triggering the 6-flower shield. A nearly transparent shield appeared beside Yishaw, blocking Gushujio's spear. And then Yishaw rushed towards Gushujio. The Nepalese machete chopped directly at Gushujio's neck, while the Alaskan whale harpoon stabbed at Gushujio's chest. This attack was unavoidable. As a long weapon, the spear was too long. The distance was both an advantage and a disadvantage. When Gushujio thrust the spear out, it was difficult to immediately retract it for defense. "Go to hell!" Yishaw shouted in a low voice. But at this moment, a man on the side suddenly rushed out and kicked Yishaw hard in the waist, kicking Yishaw out and sliding on the ground. Before Yishaw could get up from the ground, the other 2 people rushed over quickly and chopped at Yishaw with knives. Clang! Yishaw raised his hand and used the Nepalese machete to block the opponent's attack, then swept forward with force, forcing the 2 people away, and then turned over from the ground with a carp. Gushujio came forward with a gun on his shoulder. I never said I wanted to fight you one-on-one. It doesn't matter. Yisha licked his lips. Let's go together. The three people who came with Goshujo attacked almost at the same time. One on the left and one on the right. And another approached Yisha head-on, with the machete in his hand slashing out a silver arc, and chopped directly at Yisha's head. Clang! Yisha took the opponent's attack, then swept left and right, forcing the two people who were sandwiching him back, and then quickly moved his feet and retreated to the back. At this time, Goshujo's spear suddenly thrust out, like a sea dragon, with great power and unusual trickiness, and then pierced Yisha's shoulder. Goshujo used his spear to forcefully pick a wound on Yisha's shoulder. Yisha gritted his teeth, quickly stepped back, then reached his hand to his waist, pulled out a metal bar from the colorful cloud covering the moon, and threw it forward. With the sound of hiss, thick smoke quickly spread out, covering the surroundings and hiding Yisha's figure. Yisha took out the starry goggles and put them on. But at the moment when he put them on, Yisha found that several red shadows were approaching him rapidly. The smoke that covered the moon did not affect the other party at all. The next moment, a red shadow came to Yisha, and Yisha instinctively raised the Nepalese machete to block it. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang again. Yisha blocked the opponent's attack, but he was kicked in the waist and staggered. Goshujo's teasing voice came. We have studied your tricks a long time ago. I think you should stop struggling. It will be less painful if you die obediently. Before Yisha could stand firm, Goshujo's red spear suddenly came again, passing through the smoke and heading straight for Yisha's face. Clang! Yisha quickly turned the Nepalese machete horizontally, and used the blade to block the attack of the red spear. But it was useless, because there was more than one person on the other side. Puff! There was a muffled sound from behind Yisha, followed by a severe pain. Someone went around behind Yisha and stabbed with a machete, piercing through Yisha's backpack and clothes, and stabbed into Yisha's back. Yisha's face was ferocious, and he growled, "Get out of here!" Yisha turned around fiercely, and stretched out his left palm. Snake bite. The illusory purple-scaled python wrapped around Yisha's arm, then grabbed the opponent's wrist and threw him out. Turning back, seeing that the others were still approaching, Yisha immediately punched 3 times in the air. Shock wave. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shock waves were connected in a row, and they were continuously blasted forward. After hitting the ground, they blew the ground to pieces, and countless gravel flew. Because of the flying gravel, Goshujo and the other 4 were temporarily forced to retreat, and Yisha quickly turned around and started running. Do you think you can escape? Goshujo passed through the smoke, looked at the running Yisha, snorted coldly, and looked at Yisha's back. Chase. Kill him for me. Chapter 200. We will meet again. Yisha kept running forward. The identities of Goshujo and the other 2 were completely confirmed. They were in the same group as the strange assassins before, including Lin Chengyan, who had met him in Sakura City, and Jin Ani, who ambushed him in the metropolis. However, after a series of failures, the people sent by the other side were obviously getting stronger and stronger. Goshujo was not a weak hand, and the 3 people he brought were not inferior at all. Running all the way to the edge of the roof, Yisha forced himself to stop. Goshujo led his men to the back and sneered, "Run. Keep running. Why don't you keep running? You want to kill me?" Yisha looked back at Goshujo and licked his lips. "Believe me, we will meet again." The moment Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly jumped out of the building. Goshujo was also shocked. This is a building with 40 or 50 floors. Goshujo quickly ran to the edge of the building, and then saw that Yisha did not fall directly downwards, but stuck his body to the angled wall, like sitting on a slide. His body kept sliding down the wall. Someone next to Goshujo, "Damn it. This guy is a lunatic. Or he is really not afraid of death." Another person, "Can he survive?" "Humph. There is no point in surviving." Goshujo snorted coldly. "He will soon find out that he is against the entire Dark City. There is only one way for him to go, which is death." On the other side, Yisha was falling continuously. Even though the side of the building was an angled wall, it was still extremely steep. Yisha's arms were tightly pressed against the wall. The wind blew around him, and it hurt his cheeks like a knife. Yisha spread his arms and stuck as close to the wall as possible. But even so, he still felt like he was going to fall out. During the sliding process, it was impossible for Yisha to keep himself completely balanced. His body inevitably swayed left and right, and even rolled and bumped against the wall. Every bone in his body felt like it was going to break in the collision. All Yisha could do was to endure the severe pain and stick to the wall tightly. Because falling down would mean death. In order to survive, nothing is unbearable. However, Yisha soon discovered that he seemed to be facing a worse situation. The angled wall on the side of the building did not extend all the way to the bottom. About 50 meters from the ground, the angled wall became a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the ground. This means that even if Yisha could persist in sliding along the wall, he would still fall to the ground in the end and turn into a pile of meat. Damn it! Yisha gritted his teeth and punched the glass window. However, it was useless. Yisha did make a crack in the glass window with one punch, but he had no chance to punch again, and his body continued to slide down. Sweat beads appeared on Yisha's forehead. He was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the inclined wall. What awaited him next was a vertical right angle and a terrifying fall. The distance of more than 10 meters disappeared in a flash. Because of the power of inertia, Yisha flew out directly, and then looked down, and there was the ground. Seeing Yisha about to fall to the ground, at this moment, a vine suddenly wrapped around Yisha's body and dragged Yisha back. Bang! The next moment, Yisha hit the wall hard. The pain from his body made Yisha grimace. With the shaking of the vine, Yisha's body was also constantly swaying left and right. But Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, finally survived. At the last moment, Yisha threw the space flower pot out, and the corpse flower quickly crawled out of the space flower pot, and then drilled into the alloy plate of the wall. I don't know how it did it, but it really fixed its body, and pulled Yisha back with the vine. The vine that was holding Yisha rose up little by little, pulling Yisha back to the inclined wall. Yisha lay there, gasping for breath. At the moment when his body fell to the ground, Yisha really felt like he had walked around the gates of hell. This was a real life or death situation, because Yisha almost died. Yisha could even feel that his heart was beating violently, and the frequency of the beating was so fast that it seemed like Yisha would die suddenly at any time. Yisha raised his hand and touched the bud of the corpse flower. Well done. The corpse flower rubbed Yisha's palm, showing a very intimate feeling. After a while, Yisha's condition finally recovered gradually, and his heartbeat was no longer so violent. Then, he carefully sat up from the wall. Yisha first looked down at the ground, and then looked at the window under his buttocks. Yisha pondered for a moment, and then quickly made a decision. Go. He must leave. The enemy behind the scenes attacked again, and this time, Gushujio was even more powerful. Not inferior to Jinani, and he also had 3 powerful helpers. Moreover, judging from the process of the attack, the other party had obviously studied him. If he stayed, he would inevitably fall into a bitter and deadly battle. Yisha didn't want to show weakness, but he had to admit that he was not sure of defeating the other party. Those guys were stronger than he thought. Therefore, retreating temporarily was a helpless but reasonable choice. Regret? Reluctant? Of course I do. Someone wants to kill me, but I can only choose to leave. Of course I feel regretful. In Yisha's survival rule, anyone who wants to kill me should be killed by me. As for the reluctance, it is even stronger. So strong that Yisha is extremely angry at the moment. Being forced to run away is not a good feeling. But, Yisha gritted his teeth, this is just the beginning. I believe we will meet again. In the end times, staying alive must be the most important thing. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Yisha will not fight a battle that he is not sure of. But if he can find an opportunity, Yisha will find a way to kill Gushujio and his men. Since the war has been declared, there is a price to pay. Before that, at least, only by staying alive can there be a chance to fight again. Having made up his mind, Yisha began to think about how to leave. It is not difficult to escape from the current danger. He can return to the interior of the building by smashing the window. However, thinking of the corridor-like maze and the entangled EP181 system, Yisha didn't think he could easily walk out after returning to the building. But it was not easy to leave from the outside. At present, Yisha was about 50 meters away from the ground. Jumping down would definitely not work, and the vines of the corpse flower could not extend more than 50 meters. Chapter 201 Falling. Call. Yisha took a deep breath. It seems that I have to take some risks. Yisha's decision was to climb. Although the 50-meter wall behind the inclined wall is a straight wall at a 90-degree angle to the ground, The outer wall is composed of square alloy plates with gaps between them. Using those gaps, it is possible to climb to the ground. Previously, Yisha had no way to do it because he slid down the inclined wall with strong momentum and inertia. And Yisha could not stop his body from moving forward. Of course, even if he stabilized himself, it was still a very difficult task. The gaps in the alloy plate were just enough for Yisha to hook his fingers in. And the most important thing was that Yisha had no foothold. This was actually similar to rock climbing, but in addition to using the strength of the fingertips to grab the rocks, rock climbers also looked for protruding rocks to step on for leverage. While Yisha could only rely on his arms to climb down from the outer wall because there was no place to step on. In addition, there were no protective measures, no anti-slip gloves, no magnesium powder, nothing. A small mistake would cost Yisha his life. However, Yisha had no choice. After taking a deep breath again, Yisha grabbed the edge of the wall and began to climb down. This was something that a normal person could never do. Whether it was strength, physical strength, balance, etc. The requirements were beyond the limits of normal people. However, Yisha believed that he still had hope. After all, his current physical fitness was not that of a normal person. Can a normal person twist a steel bar into a twist with bare hands? Obviously not. But Yisha can. Or many passengers on the Doomsday train can. Even so, Yisha was still very careful, holding the gap between the alloy plates with 2 fingers. First holding the top, then the side, and letting the body fall. At the moment of falling, Yisha quickly held the gap of the alloy plate below, stabilized the body, released the upper hand, and fell again. After stabilizing the body again with strength, he held the gap on the side again. Then, it repeats itself. Up, sideways, down, up, sideways, down. This seems to be a very simple process, but it is actually very difficult. If Yisha fails to tighten the gap even once, or the gap of the alloy plate is not as solid as expected, Yisha will fall down with his whole body. This is a double test of strength and luck. At the same time, such terrain is not difficult for the corpse flower at all. The corpse flower can crawl along the wall. Even if it is a completely right angle, the corpse flower will not fall down completely. This provided some help to Yisha. When he had no choice, Yisha could let the corpse flower pull him. Of course, it was only for a short time. The corpse flower was not strong enough to pull Yisha for a short time. But if it was for a long time, the corpse flower's bearing capacity was not enough. So Yisha could only rely on himself. 10 meters, 20 meters. The first 20 meters were not very difficult for Yisha. But after 20 meters, Yisha's body began to have adverse reactions. Even with his superb physique, Yisha could still feel the soreness in his fingertips. Because the gap was very small, and the strength was almost concentrated on the front half of his fingers. Climbing down another 10 meters, Yisha's expression gradually became ferocious, and his fingers began to tremble slightly. However, at 20 meters above the ground, Yisha felt more at ease. At this distance, he should not die if he used the 6-flower shield. Letting the corpse flower hold him up with its vines, Yisha loosened his hands, took a short rest, and then continued to climb down. About 15 minutes later, Yisha finally landed on the ground. Unfortunately, what greeted Yisha was really disgusting. A group of zombies immediately surrounded Yisha the moment he landed. Yisha pulled out the silver thorns without hesitation and fired at the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Yisha blew up the heads of the surrounding zombies and moved forward. Yisha looked for a car, but found no vehicles around. Finally, his eyes fell on a motorcycle. After turning over and straddling it, he fiddled with it and started it. When riding away on a motorcycle, Yisha looked back at the Fortress Test Base building of Compu Corporation and found that the helicopter did not take off again. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Not chasing? If the other party's only purpose is to kill him, it is obviously unreasonable not to chase him. Yisha bets on what the other party is planning. At the same time, Yisha is also wondering why the other party wants to kill him. This is a huge mystery for Yisha. A madman who pursues killing? This possibility is very small. First, the guy who wants to kill himself is just a madman who pursues killing. So he should do it himself instead of asking others to do it. Second, judging from Yisha's contact with this kind of people in his previous life, This kind of people pursue killing in order to find a sense of existence in the end times. Rather than killing, it is more accurate to pursue fighting. Killing others, or being killed by others, can make people feel alive. Such people usually do not have fixed targets. Just like the so-called serial killers, who kill casually and for some reason, rather than targeting a certain person. If so, it means that the other party has a purpose. So, what is the purpose? Has he offended anyone? Or who has offended him? Yisha couldn't think of it at all, because all the people he had offended, or who had offended him, have now turned into zombies or dry bones. Moreover, the most important point is that the group of guys chasing him are not ordinary. Why kill them without the prompt of the mysterious voice? Why can Jin Ani chase to the metropolis that only trial takers can enter? Why did Good Shujo come here by helicopter, instead of going directly to the fortress base after passing the Doomsday train platform like others? Obviously, the person who wanted to kill him was not an ordinary passenger on the Doomsday train. Ordinary passengers do not have such ability and rights. Wait, rights? Yisha's eyes lit up. Could it be someone with a position on the Doomsday train? Yes, someone with a position. Others may not be qualified to contact these. In fact, Yisha is not qualified to contact them at present. However, because of the memory of the previous life, Yisha knew that some people on the Doomsday train had job titles, including crew leader, deputy crew chief, deputy train conductor, etc. At the same time, these people will also have special permissions. Chapter 202 meeting again. For example, the boss lady of the dining car is a stewardess, or has a higher title, such as the stewardess team leader, and the people who are ordered by the boss lady are naturally stewards. There are many people with such positions. Take the dining car for example. One carriage corresponds to one dining car, and the dining car is not shared by all carriages. If you calculate it this way, there are as many dining cars as there are carriages, and there are already a lot of stewards in them. So, where do these stewards come from? No one knows. For example, the lady boss with whom Yisha had a lot of communication. Yisha didn't know whether she was a human or a being created by the Doomsday train. He only knew that she served the people on the Doomsday train, and didn't need to leave the Doomsday train or complete those damn tasks. Even if Yisha had the memory of his previous life, he couldn't figure this out, because of course he didn't understand it in his previous life. However, as a passenger of the Doomsday train, one can have a position. Of course, to have a position, you need to challenge it. And to challenge it, there are also prerequisites. This prerequisite is hard to say. It may be a reward for a certain task, or it may be an opportunity to meet certain conditions. Yisha studied this in his previous life, but he didn't find a clue. He only knew that there were quotas for positions on the train. So one of the parts of the challenge must be to defeat a person with a position and then replace him. However, killing is not allowed on the Doomsday train. Anyone who takes action will be sanctioned. So how to challenge it is a puzzle. The only thing Yisha knew was that people with positions would enjoy privileges. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just the lowest ranking attendant. With this title, they don't need to leave the Doomsday train. They don't need to complete tasks. They don't need to participate in the death car battle. They don't need to participate in the car battle. And they even have a salary. Such privileges will last until the position is replaced. If the person who wants to kill him can do something that ordinary Doomsday train passengers can't do, then it is very likely that the other party is a person with a position. But, Yisha murmured doubtfully, people with positions have even less reason to kill me. Right? There should be no intersection between the two sides. In terms of identity, the passengers on the Doomsday train belong to the lowest level of existence. No matter how strong or weak they are still struggling for survival. On the contrary, even if they are a crew member, they can be regarded as a step up, without worrying about survival. And they can get a fixed salary of skull coins at each stop. They don't have to worry about their strength declining and being easily replaced. There is a parallel line between the two. Unless you want to replace someone, there will be no intersection. Yisha laughed at himself. Am I too strong? Making the other party feel a sense of crisis? This is of course a joke. Otherwise Yisha would not say it in a self-deprecating tone. First, even if Yisha can get the position, he will start from the lowest level of the crew. And there are so many crew members on the Doomsday train. Even if someone will be replaced, it is impossible to determine who Yi Sha will replace. Second, Yi Sha is very strong. And Yi Sha is also very clear that he is very strong. This is not simply related to strength. But cowardly and unconfident people will find it difficult to survive in the cruelty of the end of the world. However, confidence does not mean arrogance. Yi Sha does not believe that he is the only one in the carriage. Take the number 1 death carriage for example. Bai Xiling and Xia Yuren both have the strength to catch up with Yi Sha. Then, what about the other carriages? If this is the reason, then the other party may want to kill a lot of people. Bang! While Yi Sha was thinking, suddenly there was a sound from the rear wheel of the motorcycle. And then the motorcycle lost balance. Yi Sha came to his senses, immediately fell sideways, and then let go of the motorcycle, letting the motorcycle slide forward close to the ground. While Yi Sha rolled on the ground to stabilize his body, the zombies immediately surrounded him. When Yi Sha was riding a motorcycle before, there were always zombies around him. However, although those zombies wanted to chase him, they could not catch up with the motorcycle with their staggering steps. Now that Yi Sha lost his motorcycle, those zombies immediately began to move closer, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Yi Sha immediately pulled out the silver thorns and shot at the surroundings, blowing up the heads of the zombies that surrounded him one by one. However, after a few minutes, Yi Sha knew that he could not solve these zombies by killing them. There were so many zombies in the dark city that it was unimaginable. The real situation was completely different from the information provided by the lady boss. Although there were no dense zombie swarms in the dark city that blocked a large area, zombies were almost everywhere, and there was no so-called vacuum area at all. 20 or 30 zombies fell down around Yi Sha quickly, but the number of zombies around him did not decrease at all. The gunshots attracted zombies from farther away, and then they staggered towards Yi Sha. Realizing this, Yi Sha immediately started to move, shooting and moving forward. Coming to the side of the motorcycle and taking a look, Yi Sha cursed inwardly that he was unlucky. The rear tire was punctured by a very sharp metal tube about 1 finger long. This was the source of the previous sound. It was a flat tire. The motorcycle could not be used. After looking around, Yi Sha quickly retreated to a convenience store. While shooting and retreating, after closing the door, Yi Sha immediately pushed down the shelves and blocked the door of the convenience store. Bang! 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 The zombies only knew how to move forward, their bodies constantly hitting the door, making crashing sounds. Yi Sha no longer cared about the zombies and retreated into the convenience store, intending to find out if there was a back door that could be used to leave. Even if there was none, as long as he rested for a while, the zombies would naturally disperse and wander around again after losing their target for a long time. While thinking, Yi Sha took out a flashlight for illumination. But at the moment when the flashlight was lit, a vague figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Sha, and 2 strong arms suddenly stretched out from behind Yi Sha, and then strangled Yi Sha's neck. Ugh! Yi Sha groaned, feeling the power coming from behind him, and the feeling of suffocation quickly swept over his body. The feeling of suffocation was very uncomfortable, and at the same time, Yi Sha also felt the strength of the man behind him. He struggled hard, and suddenly stretched his foot back, and the two fell to the ground fiercely. Yi Sha even took advantage of the inertia of falling and hit the opponent's chest with a fierce elbow. But the next moment, Yi Sha was punched in the chest. Rolling quickly, Yi Sha distanced himself from the opponent, then turned over and stood up, and then looked at the guy in front of him in astonishment. Bloody zombie. Chapter 203 Sniper. Pale face, grayish-white skin, open mouth. Can clearly smell the smell of decay. This is a unique feature of zombies. But the opponent is not as dull, staggering, and stiff as ordinary zombies, and can make any movements that normal humans can make. This is obviously a bloody zombie. And the bloody zombie is an experimental product made by Compu in the Fortress experimental base. Yi Sha really didn't expect that there are also places outside the experimental base. Did he escape accidentally? Yi Sha said doubtfully. And the bloody zombie had already rushed towards Yi Sha. The bloody zombie in front of him seemed to have learned boxing before. He took a step forward and punched Yi Sha's head. After Yi Sha raised his arm to block it, he hit Yi Sha's ribs with another hook. Yi Sha grinned, then kicked the bloody zombie away with a fierce kick, raised the silver thorn and wanted to pull the trigger. But the other party suddenly turned his body. Bang! The bloody zombie dodged the bullet by turning his body sideways, and then hit the silver thorn with a backhand punch. knocking the silver thorn in Yishaw's hand away. Yishaw's movements did not stop at all. Without a gun, he would just fight in close combat. Bang! Yishaw directly crashed into the opponent's arms, then grabbed the opponent's arm, and threw the bloody zombie to the ground. Then raised his foot and stomped on the opponent's head. Bang! 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 Yishaw stomped continuously until the fourth time. The bloody zombie suddenly raised his arm to block, then grabbed Yishaw's ankle and pulled Yishaw to the ground. The next moment, the bloody zombie flew over. And then there was a puff sound, and a muffled sound suddenly sounded. Yishaw stretched out his hand to push the bloody zombie away, and pulled out the Nepali machete from the bloody zombie's body. Before the other party rushed over, Yishaw quickly pulled out the Nepali machete, and the bloody zombie's chest just hit the tip of the knife. Troublesome guy. Yishaw pushed the bloody zombie's body away, and then got up from the ground. Because of the appearance of the bloody zombie, Yishaw was obviously much more alert. He picked up the silver thorns and carefully explored the surroundings. Fortunately, the bloody zombie seemed to be the only zombie in the convenience store, and Yishaw did not encounter any other dangers. At the same time, Yishaw found the back door of the convenience store. After confirming that there were no zombies, Yishaw pushed the door open and found a pickup truck at the back door. Because there were zombies everywhere, it was more convenient to have a car. But just as Yishaw approached the car and was about to open the door, bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the distance. And then the rearview mirror on the side of the pickup truck was blown away. Yishaw was stunned for a moment. And then he turned over and jumped into the container behind the pickup truck without any hesitation. Sniper rifle. Damn it. Yishaw cursed. Had those guys caught up with us? Zombies don't know how to use sniper rifles. Even the bloody zombies are only as flexible as humans, and still rely on instinct to fight. If that's the case, it can only be Gushujio and his men. Of course, it's also possible that Gushujio and his men are not the only ones sent to kill Yishaw. If you think about it this way, it's not incomprehensible that Gushujio didn't chase them before. Maybe that guy knew that there were people waiting for Yishaw ahead. Half leaning against the container, Yishaw quickly opened his backpack, took out the gun box of the MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle, and quickly assembled the MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle. Leaning the muzzle out a little, Yishaw looked forward through the scope. There were some low houses near this street, most of which were shops, including many restaurants, and there was a school diagonally opposite, which was similar to a commercial street located around a residential area. Apart from the school, the tallest building was only 2 stories high. Therefore, Yishaw's first target was the school across the street, which was the only commanding height. There was no light in the school. It was pitch black. Bang! Bang! The other party fired 2 more shots, but they only hit the car body, and the trajectory was seriously deviated. Yishaw guessed that this was the other party's intimidation? Or the other party shooting was not good? Ignoring the other party shooting, Yishaw slowly moved the gun body, searching the school's teaching building bit by bit. Found it. Yishaw's eyes suddenly lit up. Behind the leftmost window on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, Yishaw saw a figure flashing suddenly. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! As Yishaw fired, the glass window was shattered, and the figure behind the glass window also swayed and fell down. However, Yishaw seemed very cautious. Just from the figure falling down, it did not mean that he had hit the target. Maybe it was just a trick of the opponent. After staying there for a while, Yishaw turned over and left the container of the pickup truck. He walked out from behind the car carefully, but was ready to hide again at any time. But the sniper on the opposite side seemed to have completely lost his voice. Yishaw was about 1.5 meters away from the pickup truck, completely exposed outside the bunker, and there was no more gunfire. The next moment, Yishaw quickly flew forward. Yishaw ran quickly along the side of the street, looking for cover, and then quickly approached the school. He came to the iron gate of the school, and Yishaw was not attacked again. Then he turned over, climbed up the iron gate, and entered the school. The school was dark. Entering the teaching building, there were dim lights flickering in the corridor, which could only illuminate a very small area. Yishaw lowered his footsteps and slowly walked up to the 3rd floor. He remembered that the sniper's position was in the room at the corner of the 3rd floor. When he got there, Yishaw found that the so-called room was actually a toilet. Yishaw carefully pushed the door open and stepped into it. Then all the muscles in his body immediately tensed up. Because there was no body. There was no body in the toilet. Only a floor of broken glass shards, which were broken by himself. Apart from that, there was nothing. He did not hit the sniper. So, there was no corpse. And no blood. Yi Sha was about to leave, when he suddenly felt something pressing against his lower back. Don't move. A voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Sha. Raise your hands, and lie on the wall. Yi Sha licked the corners of his mouth. Then raised his hands. Slowly walked to the wall. And pressed his body against it. The man behind Yi Sha first pulled out the silver thorns that Yi Sha had inserted into his waist, and threw them on the ground. Then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon from behind Yi Sha's waist. Also threw it on the ground. And then kicked it away. Chapter 204 Polyuduo. Yi Sha seemed very quiet and honest. This seemed to make the man behind him lose his vigilance. When the man reached out to grab the Nepalese machete, Yi Sha suddenly turned around and hit the man's head with an elbow, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Yi Sha turned around and was suddenly shocked. There were not one, but two people behind him. There was a man lying on the ground who was a little older, about 50 years old, with gray hair. In addition, a young man, about 20 years old, stood one step away. The young man was startled by Yi Sha's sudden attack. And then he pulled out a pistol from his waist. Yi Sha's reaction was not slow either. At the moment when the other party drew his gun, he kicked out and hit the other party's wrist. The young man's wrist was lifted up involuntarily. And then he pulled the trigger. The bullet was fired upwards and directly penetrated the ceiling. Yi Sha leaped forward, kicked the opponent's chin with a wild horse kick, and kicked the young man backward. Then Yi Sha approached again, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and slammed it against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The young man's palm slammed against the wall continuously, and finally couldn't help but let go of his hand. And the pistol in his hand fell to the ground. You want to kill me? Yi Sha sneered, not even close. As Yi Sha spoke, he kneed the opponent hard in the abdomen and threw him to the ground. These two guys were much weaker than Gushujio. Picking up his things from the ground, Yi Sha pulled out his Nepalese machete and planned to kill the two men. Yi Sha never showed mercy to those who planned to kill him. But at this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the toilet. Yi Sha looked out and found that there were quite a few people on one side of the corridor. At least 7 or 8 of them, holding weapons and heading towards him. Bang! The other party also immediately discovered Yi Sha, who was looking out. One of them raised a shotgun and fired a shot forward, smashing a piece of the open toilet door. Yi Sha quickly retracted his head, then grabbed the young man's hair and pulled him up. Yi Sha blocked the young man's body in front of him, strangled his neck, pointed the gun at his head, and walked out of the toilet. Come on! Shoot! The people who were approaching stopped immediately, and one of them raised his hand to signal not to act rashly. Yi Sha, drop the gun, or I'll blow his head off. Those men held their guns, but didn't move. Yi Sha put down the silver thorns, and shot the young man in the calf. With a bang, the bullet went straight through the young man's calf. Ah! The young man screamed and immediately struggled violently, blood constantly seeping out, dyeing his trouser legs red. Yi Sha said coldly, Don't think I'm kidding you. Stop. At this time, a slightly hoarse voice sounded, but it was the first to be knocked down by Yi Sha. The man over 50 years old got up from the ground dizzy and looked at Yi Sha. There must be a misunderstanding between us. Yi Sha, who the hell has a misunderstanding with you? The other party, my name is Pluto. I think we can put down our weapons and talk. You just said we want to kill you. Yes, we did attack you. But the reason for the attack was because we thought you were here to arrest us. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, and then said, Let those people retreat first, and point their guns downwards. As long as one person's gun is above the horizontal position, I will kill this guy. Pluto waved his hand to signal others to point their guns downwards, and then said to Yi Sha, You also escaped from the slave area, right? Slave area? Yi Sha asked back, What is that? Pluto was surprised. You didn't? Almost instantly, the people who had just pointed their guns downwards immediately pointed their guns at Yi Sha again. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all, and pressed the gun against the young man's muzzle. His meaning was quite clear. Stop! Pluto shouted, asking those people to put down their guns again, and then said to Yi Sha, But you don't look like someone sent by ComQ to arrest us. Compu? Yisha asked again, then pondered for a moment. I have nothing to do with Compu. I came from another city, and just arrived in this city. Pluto, have other cities also encountered Doomsday and been occupied by those monsters? Yisha nodded. I see. Pluto, this is still a misunderstanding. Put down your gun, and we can talk. Yisha said directly, how can you let me trust someone who almost blew my head off with a sniper rifle? If you want to talk, let's talk. But he's bleeding. Pluto pointed at the young man, then threw all his weapons on the ground, unzipped his clothes, and turned around towards Yisha. I don't bring any weapons. Let's go to the classroom next door. It's just the two of us. I'll be your hostage and let him stop the bleeding. Yisha thought for a moment. He was also quite interested in what happened in the city. He nodded and said, let them retreat to the end of the corridor first. You follow me into the classroom, and I will let them go. Pluto nodded. Okay. Someone couldn't help but say, Professor, he is very dangerous. Pluto waved his hand and signaled the other party to shut up. Just do as he says. You retreat first. Pluto seemed to have a high prestige. Seeing his insistence, the others didn't say anything more and retreated to the place where the corridor and the stairs were connected. Then Pluto opened the classroom door and walked in first. Yisha came to the door, stretched out his hand, and pushed the young man away, then immediately flashed into the classroom. After entering the classroom, Yisha immediately closed the door, and then quickly pushed down the tables and chairs in the classroom, stacked them all by the door, and completely blocked the door. Polyudo smiled. You are very cautious. Careful people live longer. Yisha leaned directly on the podium. You can't stop me at all. Even if I want to kill you all, it may not be difficult. Don't think that I am planning to talk to you because I am afraid. But I want to know what happened in this city. Polyudo nodded. How much do you know about this city? Yisha, this should be a dead city. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, it fell into chaos. The spread of the virus could not be stopped at all. In the end, in order to exterminate the zombies and prevent the spread of the virus, a large number of poison gas bombs were dropped to annihilate the zombies. Chapter 205 The Truth. These are lies. Pluto's face showed anger, and he shouted at Yisha, as expected. Those guys are bastards. Bastards who will not die well. Yisha, what do you mean? Pluto, everything you know is false. It must be promoted by Compu. They set up their image as heroes. They dropped poison gas bombs to stop the spread of the zombie virus. But it is not the case at all. Yisha was curious. What's going on? Pluto took a deep breath. I am a virus carrier. Pluto pulled up his sleeves while speaking. And then Yisha saw that there were many dense black air in Pluto's arms, like insects, wriggling in his arms. Yisha took a breath, then stepped back a few steps, pointing a gun at Pluto. Don't get excited. Pluto hurriedly. Although I am a virus carrier, I will not infect you with the virus. The virus in my body is not an ordinary zombie virus. Yisha frowned. Then, don't come near me. Pluto nodded and continued. The end of the world has come. Monsters are everywhere. Countless people have been bitten to death. Countless people have turned into monsters. The whole city has become a mess. And some people can't stand it and shoot themselves directly. Yisha nodded indifferently. The end of the world has come. Zombies have appeared. And any city is almost like this. Pluto, people in the city want to escape like crazy. But outposts have been built on the outskirts of the city. Anyone with signs of infection is not allowed to leave. And only a small number of people can take the rescue helicopter. Yisha sneered. Those who can leave are mostly powerful guys. Pluto nodded, acquiescing to this statement. And then, everyone rushed towards the sentry post like crazy. But failed. The enemy had guns, cannons, and even tanks and bombers. Everyone had to retreat back to the city. Yisha, and then they were attacked by poison gas bombs? Pluto roared. There are no poison gas bombs at all. If death can control the spread of the virus, if it can really be so painful, I would rather die like that than live in such pain. Yisha nodded and made a please continue gesture. Polyudo, it's all a scam. A scam by Cybansk. Yisha, who is Cybansk? Polyudo, the CEO of the Compu branch in this city. He led a group of so-called experts to extract viruses from zombies for research after the end of the world. He also proposed the poison gas bomb. He said that only in this way can the virus be prevented from spreading outside the city. At the same time, The poison gas bomb was manufactured and deployed by Compu. But there was no poison gas bomb at all. Yisha, I guessed this a little bit. The city is full of zombies. It doesn't look like it has been baptized by poison gas bombs. Paluto, yes. Everything is just a cover. The private armed forces of Compu took over the city. They didn't drop any poison gas bombs, but used the city as their own experimental field. Experimental field? Yisha, some zombies that can move like normal humans? Paluto was surprised. How do you know? Yisha, I was attacked at the convenience store in front of the school. I killed the zombie. And when I left, you shot me. That was a misunderstanding. Paluto explained. I thought you were from Compu. Yisha, can you tell me more about Compu's experiments? Paluto, actually, I don't know what they are researching. Compu's private armed forces occupied the city and began to capture those who were not infected by zombies and gather them together. Yisha, Fortress Experiment Base? Paluto nodded. That's where some of us were taken for experiments. Cruel live experiments. They injected drugs mixed with zombie viruses into our bodies, and others were forced to work for them. Regarding the experiments of Compu in the Dark City, it can be confirmed that they were bloody zombies. There is no need to ask about this in detail. Yisha is very curious about what Compu made them do. Yisha asked directly, what did Compu force you to do? Paluto, we do everything. But we can't touch the core. Most of them are groceries, moving things, cleaning machines, and most of them are physical work. If we move a little bit slowly, we will be whipped. In order to control us, they only give us one meal a day, and often give us moldy and spoiled food. Without physical strength, we can't resist. We call it the slave area. Yisha, then how did you escape? Paluto, because of an accident. There was a guy called Dr. T. Yisha was stunned. Dr. T? Paluto was surprised. He is one of the most famous scientists in Compu. Do you know him? No. I don't know him. Yisha shook his head. I just heard the name by chance. Please continue. Paluto, Dr. T stole some information and drug samples, and then betrayed Compu. Before leaving, he hacked into and modified the system of the experimental base, causing the system to have a program to execute annihilation, which caused chaos in the experimental base. I took advantage of the chaos and escaped with others. Yisha suddenly realized that this was how the rampage system came about. There was also Dr. T. Yisha had fought with him in the city of Amnesia. That guy had been injected with a drug that could turn himself into a zombie and gain a very terrifying physical enhancement. That drug might be a derivative of the research on bloody zombies? In addition, the Fortress Experimental Base has now been completely occupied by the rampage system EP181. If nothing unexpected happened, the people who were captured in the experimental base and the people from Comp Corporation should have been killed. But Paluto didn't seem to know. Because if Paluto knew, he would not be on guard against the people of Compu. After all, there is no need to guard against a group of dead people. At the same time, the control range of KY-27 cannot exceed the experimental base. However, Yisha soon found out that he was wrong. Paluto showed a painful expression. We tried to leave here, but it was useless. Compu built a defense line outside. At the same time, they were even crazier and used the entire Dark City as an experimental field. Yisha was stunned. There is a follow-up? Yisha, what does the experimental field mean? Do you know what their original intention of research is? After asking, Paluto gave his own answer. They want to control zombies. Chapter 206 Zombie Grouping. Control zombies? Yisha was surprised. Can zombies be controlled? Paluto, it is only theoretically possible. At least so far. Compu's experiment has not been successful. Yisha, the experimental field you mentioned? Paluto, the vitality of zombies. The environment they adapt to. The changes after devouring humans. Etc. These are all research directions of Compu. At the beginning, the experimental base was in chaos and many people escaped. Later, after Compu implemented a blockade, it lured the zombies to attack the escaping humans, and used this to observe the zombies. Yisha was surprised. It means that the city is still under the control of Compu. Yes, they built a wall around the city and trapped everyone. Paluto looked at Yisha. So, I'm curious about how you got here. You shouldn't be able to enter the city. Yisha was stunned, then quietly reached out to touch the silver thorn and the Alaskan whale harpoon. Paluto, don't get excited. I don't doubt your meaning. You don't look like someone from Compu at all. Yisha didn't say anything. Just stared at Polyudo. Polyudo, you should have heard them call me a professor. Right? In fact, I was one of the scientists recruited by Computo. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Oh? Polyudo, I was originally a professor at Preston University, specializing in biological genetics and genetics. Computo recruited me in the name of researching the antidote for the zombie virus. But I later found out that it was not the case at all. I went to question Cybansko, but he threw me into the slave area and took me for experiments. The virus in my body is the best proof. Yisha nodded. No one would be crazy enough to experiment on themselves. Polyudo, so, I have some understanding of Compu. From all aspects. You don't look like someone from Compu. So please help us. As Polyudo spoke, he became excited and waved his arms. Polyudo, I believe you are an outsider. There must be loopholes in the defense line built by Compu. So you accidentally entered the city. So, please tell us from which direction and which route you entered. Please help us leave the city. Yisha choked up. Not to mention that he had no interest in saving others. Even if he was interested, he had no way to do it. Because, after he left the Doomsday train platform, he entered the Fortress experimental base, and did not enter the Dark City from the periphery. Route? How could Yisha know any bullshit route? At the same time, Yisha understood why the mission given by the Doomsday train was to escape from the Dark City. First, he had to survive the attack of the runaway system, destroy the supercomputer, and kill the KY-27 system. But this was not the end. To leave the Dark City, he had to break through the defense line built by Compu Corporation outside the Dark City. This is the truth about the escape mission. Seeing Yisha remain silent, Polyudo was excited. Please, help us. There were at least tens of thousands of people who escaped from the experimental base. And now there are only a few hundred people living in this city. Please have mercy on us. Yisha, Bang. Bang. Before Yisha could speak, there was a sound of knocking on the door of the classroom. And then Yisha heard someone shouting, Professor. Professor. Something happened. Yisha glanced at Polyudo. Let's go and see what's going on first. Polyudo nodded, quickly pushed away the tables and chairs piled up by the door, and opened the door. What's wrong? The person outside the door was anxious. Zombies. So many zombies. Polyudo frowned. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly. The man? You should come and see for yourself. Polyudo and Yisha left the classroom where they were talking and came to the classroom opposite, which was facing the school gate. Looking out of the classroom window, Polyudo took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, there were zombies. Lots of zombies. There were at least hundreds of zombies. For some reason, they gathered at the school gate and kept hitting the school gate, making a bang sound. The man who came to call Yisha and Polyudo. There are also zombies at the back door. Densely packed. Polyudo was shocked. How could this happen? Did the people from Compu induce the zombies to attack us? The man shook his head. I don't know. Usually they use helicopters to strafe to lure zombies. But this time, there was no helicopter. The zombies gathered suddenly. Polyudo's face turned pale. Have they really found a way to control the zombies? Yisha frowned on the other side. Hearing the word helicopter, Yisha couldn't help but have more associations. Gushujo led people to enter the Dark City by helicopter. Could it be that the guy who wanted to kill him was related to Compu? After a moment's silence, Yisha said, There is no way out now. The school's walls and iron gates cannot hold back the zombies for too long. We must break out and leave this place. Otherwise the zombies will rush in soon. Polyudo nodded, and then said, Let everyone enter combat mode. Pick up their weapons. Shoot the zombies at the main gate. Kill as many zombies as possible. And break out when the opportunity is right. Polyudo did not have many people under him. At the beginning, there were about 30 or 40 people. But with the continuous battle with zombies, there were only 9 left. And there were only 10 including Polyudo. All 10 people gathered at the window of the classroom. These guys had plenty of weapons. It was said that they brought them out from the Fortress experimental base when they escaped. Pistols, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, all kinds of firearms, and even 2 rocket launchers. Yisha walked to the window silently, took out the MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle, and set it up directly by the window. Other things can be discussed later. The most troublesome thing at the moment is definitely the dense group of zombies. How to deal with Polito must be considered after dealing with these zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Sha aimed slightly, and then fired continuously. Along with the gunshots, the muzzle of the sniper rifle spurted out flames. And then the zombies in front of the school iron gate fell one by one. Even Yi Sha didn't need to aim much. There were too many zombies, and he could hit them with random shots. Moreover, even if he didn't hit the head and killed the zombies directly, because the power of the sniper rifle could directly break the limbs, it could also make the zombies lose their ability to move. Chapter 207 The source of zombie disease reappears. After a round of shooting, Yi Sha quickly removed the magazine and loaded a new one. While shooting again, Yi Sha said to Polito, who was not far away, "This is not a solution." After 5 minutes of shooting, the number of zombies in front of the main gate has not decreased at all. Of course, the number of zombies is actually decreasing. The corpses have piled up at least half a meter high. But it seems that the zombies are still densely packed, because new zombies are constantly gathering. Yi Sha frowned. It's like there's something here that's attracting the zombies. Yi Sha felt like he had grasped some clues. But at this moment, someone rushed into the classroom and shouted, "Oh no! The back door of the school has been knocked open, and zombies have entered the playground." Damn it! Polito cursed. Go downstairs and block the door immediately. I remember there's an iron gate behind the teaching building, and next to it is a sports equipment warehouse. Move something to block it. And you must block it. Someone responded and immediately left the classroom in a hurry. Polito looked serious, and then looked at Yi Sha. We really have to break out. This won't work. Those zombies will definitely rush in, but the number of zombies will not decrease. What should we do? Yi Sha, do you have a bomb? Blow up a road at a time, and then rush out. There are many cars on the street. Just drive away. Polito shook his head. There is only one pack of C4 left. All used up. Yi Sha, I still have some. I should be able to try it. Polito pondered for a moment, then said, okay. I'll have someone pack up the weapons and ammunition and leave immediately. Weapons and ammunition are the foundation of survival in this city. If you lose them, even if you can escape, you probably won't live long. Yi Sha nodded and continued to shoot at the zombies at the main gate. And then suddenly, Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn! Why did I forget that thing? Yi Sha quickly put away the gun. I'm going to take a look around. Polito looked at Yi Sha in confusion. Yi Sha, no time to explain. I may know why the zombies gather together. As Yi Sha said this, he quickly ran out of the classroom. Why can zombies continue to gather? When Yi Sha first thought of this, he had a vague idea in his head. And now he finally remembered it. Zombie disease source. In the city of Amnesia, every night, zombies will be attracted by the zombie disease source points placed around them and continue to gather together. At the same time, Yi Sha remembered something. When he was in the city of Amnesia, he seemed to have found a so-called slave area, where people were wearing shackles and carrying zombie pathogens. Are these two things related? Yi Sha murmured. Or is it related to those people trying to kill me? Yi Sha's thoughts were scattered, but he quickly came back to his senses. These things can be thought about later. The most troublesome thing at the moment is, of course, to solve the current dilemma. Those zombies were originally staggering on the streets around the school. Although there were many of them, they had no intention of gathering around. So why did they suddenly gather together? All Yi Sha could think of was the source of the zombies. If someone sneaked into the school and placed that thing in the school, then the zombies around the school would certainly gather around. Yi Sha quickly ran through the corridor, started searching from the first floor, pushed open the door of each classroom, and then went up to the second floor, the third floor, and rushed to the roof. Found it. When Yi Sha walked up to the roof, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the middle of the roof of the teaching building, there was a box. Not big, but brand new. Yi Sha didn't think that a brand new box would appear here for no reason. Yi Sha immediately stepped forward and pried open the box. Inside was indeed an octagonal glass jar filled with liquid. In the center of the liquid, a green light source was floating up and down. It is indeed the source of the zombie disease. Yi Sha took out the glass jar and smashed it to the ground without saying a word. With a snap, the source of the zombie disease was smashed to pieces by Yi Sha, and the liquid inside immediately flowed out. At the same time, the light source floating in the center also quickly dispersed and merged into the flowing liquid, turning the liquid green. Yisha no longer cared about the source of the zombie disease, but quickly ran to the edge of the roof and looked towards the main gate of the school. At the main gate of the school, the zombies in the front row were still attacking the iron gate, but the zombies in the back row, after losing the attraction of the zombie disease source, obviously began to stagger and disperse in all directions. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. If he was blocked by so many zombies, even if he wanted to escape easily, it would not be an easy thing. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, gunshots suddenly rang out, coming from downstairs. Yisha was stunned. The zombies had already begun to disperse. Polito would not be stupid enough to continue firing. Right? The gunshots would attract the scattered zombies back. Boom! At this time, the sound of an explosion followed. A huge fireball suddenly exploded on the third floor of the teaching building. The glass windows were shattered row by row, and the flames even spread to the playground outside the teaching building. Yisha was called back to his senses by the explosion. He immediately left the roof and ran down the stairs to the third floor. As soon as he returned to the third floor, Yisha saw two figures. One figure was Polito, covered in blood, with his legs blown to pieces. The other was the young man who was with Polito at the beginning, dragging Polito back. Yisha, what's going on? Bioman! Polito shouted in pain. It's the Bioman developed by Computech that came in. Everyone else is dead. We must leave immediately. Yisha stepped forward, grabbed Polito with a casual grab, and carried him on his shoulder. Talk as you walk. What Bioman? Polito, Compu has been using pharmacy to study biochemicals, but it has never been successful until the end of the world. They extracted zombie viruses from zombies because biochemicals are not natural living organisms and can be completely compatible with zombie viruses. This made the biochemical experiment finally successful. Those biochemicals have also become powerful weapons in the hands of Compu. They call those biochemicals arbitrators. Arbitrator. Yisha's eyes lit up. He still had a black gold arbitrator chip in his hand. Even the Doomsday train did not buy it. He had never known what it was for. Now he finally found the real owner? Yisha wanted to meet this so-called arbitrator. But? Yisha suddenly said, there are other things to do now. Yisha suddenly pulled out the silver thorns and pulled the trigger at the young man's legs. Chapter 208 Arbitrator. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots. Bullets shot directly through the young man's legs, causing the young man to kneel on the ground with a thud. Ah! The young man fell to the ground and rolled, roaring at Yisha. What are you doing? Polito also looked at Yisha in disbelief. Why? Yisha, I found the source of the zombie disease on the roof. You probably don't know what it is, and I don't have time to explain. Anyway, that thing can attract zombies to gather. And your people said before that they didn't see a helicopter appear, which means that the thing was not airdropped. So there is a traitor in your team. Before Polito could speak, the young man shouted, Why me? Yisha, because you two are the only ones alive. If you want to be a traitor, you must have reached an agreement with Computech. The arbitrator should not attack traitors. Yisha raised his hand and pointed the gun at the young man's head. Of course. Yisha, I don't care if I kill the wrong person. As long as there is a danger that may threaten my safety, I will find a way to eliminate it. Polito roared, Dracoya. Is what he said true? The young man remained silent, then suddenly burst into hysterical roars. I would rather go back to be a slave than live in such pain and fear. Bang! Yisha suddenly pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out of the gun barrel, directly piercing the young man's head. Yisha, since you don't want to live in such pain and fear, why not just die? Polito stared at the corpse in a daze, and then sighed. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came from the corridor ahead, and then the ceiling suddenly shattered, and a figure fell from the sky and landed on the corridor. The man was fully armed, wearing a tactical vest and camouflage pants, holding a machine gun in his left hand and an M4 assault rifle in his right hand. In addition to these weapons, the more terrifying thing was the man himself. The exposed skin was like a severe burn, completely bumpy, with no hair on his head, and the facial features were extremely blurred, like a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. Polito shouted, he is the Arbiter, the cyborg developed by Compu. While Polito was shouting, the Arbiter had already raised his machine gun and pulled the trigger forward. 2, 2, 2. The sound of machine gun shooting rang out, and Yisha immediately rushed to the side with Polito on his back. broke through the door of a classroom, and rolled in. Yisha quickly got up from the ground and raised the silver thorn. Yisha, we have to find a way to kill that guy. Polito was silent for a while, and suddenly said, run. Don't worry about me. Yisha looked at Polito in confusion. Polito, you are right. If you don't want to live in such pain and fear, it is better to die. At least it is a kind of relief. After Polito finished speaking, he pulled out a pistol from his waist, then rolled out of the classroom, picked up the pistol, and was about to shoot at the arbitrator. However, the arbitrator's action was obviously faster. When Polito rolled out of the classroom, the arbitrator opened fire first. Thump, thump, thump. The bullets shot out of the barrel swept forward, leaving dense bullet holes on Polito's body. And at the same time, a shot blew up Polito's head. Polito's eyes widened, and then he felt his life force slipping away rapidly, and his head finally fell down powerlessly. Yisha looked at Polito's body and said, you seem to be mistaken. I didn't want to save you, but really wanted to kill that guy. Yisha stood up suddenly, stretched out his arm from the door, and shot at the arbitrator. Bang, bang, bang. The silver bullets fired by the silver thorns kept hitting the arbitrator, splashing blood. However, the bullets seemed to have no effect on the arbitrator. The arbitrator didn't care about the injuries on his body at all, and raised his machine gun to shoot at the door. Yisha immediately retracted his arm and started running along the wall. The arbitrator suddenly turned around, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Then, as if he could see the other side of the wall, he raised his gun and shot again. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of machine gun fire rang out again, and those bullets penetrated the wall and actually chased Yisha. Damn it! Yisha cursed. Is it equipped with a thermal imaging device? Yisha ran quickly, and after a moment, the gunfire suddenly became smaller. The arbitrator quickly removed the drum, then took out a new drum from his waist and prepared to reload it. At this moment, Yisha suddenly rushed out of the classroom and rushed towards the arbitrator. Bang! Yisha kicked the machine gun in the arbiter's hand and swept it away. The next moment, the arbiter raised the M4 assault rifle and used it as a stick to sweep it towards Yisha. Yisha gave up defense and let the arbiter smash the gun at him. The next moment, 6-flower shield. Bang! A shield suddenly appeared beside Yisha, helping Yisha block the attack. Then Yisha grabbed the arbiter's wrist and twisted it hard, and the M4 assault rifle fell to the ground. At the same time, Yisha swung it hard and threw the arbiter forward. The arbitrator was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yisha continued to attack, pulling out his Nepali machete and stabbing the arbitrator fiercely. Puff! The Nepali machete pierced into the arbitrator's body, splashing a burst of blood. The arbitrator roared loudly, and the sound was not like that of a human, but more like the roar of a beast. Then the arbitrator's arm swung back and hit Yisha's body fiercely. Yisha felt like he was hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. With his current physical fitness, he could not resist the impact at all and was swept away directly. Bang! Yisha hit the wall in the corridor, and the wall collapsed to pieces, revealing a big hole. Yisha also fell into the classroom. Yisha struggled to get up from the ground, gritting his teeth. This guy is so strong. At the same time, the arbitrator had already climbed up from the ground and walked directly towards Yisha. His body hit the wall, and he actually knocked down a piece of the already broken wall. And then he approached Yisha. Roar! Arriving in front of Yisha, the arbiter roared, swung his fist and hit him hard. The 6-flower shield reappeared, but with just one punch, the arbiter shattered the shield like glass, and then scattered on the ground, turning into star-like brilliance and disappearing. Chapter 209 Mechanical Core. Bang! The arbitrator smashed the shield with one punch, but the force of the punch did not decrease at all, and then hit Yisha fiercely. Although the shield absorbed some of the impact, Yisha was still knocked out by the punch and hit the podium, and the wooden podium was instantly crushed into a pile of wood chips. Yisha grinned, raised his hand to sweep away the wood chips on his body, and then rolled over and got up from the ground. Seeing the arbitrator striding towards him, Yisha quickly dodged the arbitrator's fist, then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the arbitrator's forearm directly. Roar! The arbitrator roared, then raised his arm, lifted Yisha up, and threw him out. Yisha flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. This guy reacted to the injury. But Yi Sha tilted his head in confusion. But no pain? When Yi Sha stabbed the arbitrator with the Alaskan whale harpoon, the arbitrator's reaction was obvious. But the wound was bleeding, and the arbitrator did not feel any pain. The connection between the two is very strange. Because he has a sense of pain, he reacts to being hurt, suffering, endurance, and anger. But the arbitrator didn't seem to have a sense of pain. But he did react to being hurt, and his anger was obviously increasing. What the hell is this thing? Yi Sha said as he jumped back and jumped onto a desk, avoiding the arbitrator's fist. Then raised his leg and kicked forward, hitting the arbitrator's head. With a click, the arbitrator's head was almost completely twisted. But the arbitrator quickly pinched his head with his hands and turned it back to the front. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. It was indeed a biochemical species that was more like a zombie. This was not the concept of a living person at all. At the same time, this also meant that breaking the neck was ineffective against the arbitrator. This was not the fatal point of the arbitrator. At the same time, after the arbitrator turned his head, he charged at Yi Sha again, and rushed towards Yi Sha with his body, knocking the tables and chairs in front of him away. Yi Sha quickly dodged, and the arbitrator hit the wall behind him, knocking down another piece of the wall. Yi Sha rushed out of the classroom and ran up the stairs to the roof. The arbitrator's eyes flashed red. In the arbitrator's vision, everything around was red, except for Yi Sha's running figure, which was green. At the same time, there was a bunch of data next to the green shadow, including Yi Sha's height, weight, running speed. Then, the arbitrator suddenly came to the side of the window, smashed the window with a punch, and then drilled out, stretched out his hand and grabbed the wall. The wall in front of the arbitrator was as fragile as tofu, and fingerprints were easily scratched. The arbitrator just held onto the wall and kept climbing up. When Yi Sha rushed up the stairs to the roof, the arbitrator also jumped up from the outer wall of the teaching building to the roof. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the arbitrator to catch up in this way. But it was only for a moment. Then he quickly came to his senses, stretched out his hand and grasped the void. And the endless bow was materialized by imagination. The next moment, the explosive arrow appeared on the bowstring. Yi Sha stretched out his fingers and tightened them, and the explosive arrow flew forward. Seeing the explosive arrow flying towards him, the arbitrator stretched out his hand and caught it. But, boom! The sound of explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge fireball burst out from the palm of the arbitrator, engulfing the arbitrator. Yi Sha quickly retreated, and then took another piercing arrow. He knew very well that this level of explosion should not be able to kill the arbitrator. Sure enough, the arbitrator quickly stepped out of the flames. His body was charred, and it could be vaguely seen that his left arm was turned up by the explosion. At the same time, a piece of flesh on the left side of the arbitrator's head was burned off, revealing the skull. And the skull was actually made of metal. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. It has also been mechanically modified? Yi Sha suddenly understood that the arbiter was a combat weapon made by Compu. If part of the opponent's body structure was mechanical, then the reason why the arbiter could attack him through the wall was not because of the thermal imaging device, but because it had such ability. But, Yi Sha sneered, finally found a weakness. This arbitrator is very difficult to deal with. Although his movement speed is not fast and his agility is average, his strength is too terrifying and his destructive power is strong. At least his physical fitness must be strengthened to more than 10 points to have such a level of strength. At the same time, his defense is also terrifyingly strong. No matter how you attack, the arbitrator will ignore it. And the arbitrator's body has a certain regeneration ability. The bullet hole that Yi Sha initially shot in the arbitrator's body has now completely disappeared. It is obvious that the arbitrator has healed himself. Then, what about attacking the mechanical part? Machines cannot have the ability to regenerate or heal themselves. Secondly, if the arbitrator's body has mechanical parts, it means that the arbitrator's actions are probably not from the so-called thinking, but are controlled by a set of programs. In this case, as long as the mechanical part of the arbitrator's core is broken, the arbitrator can be killed. Yi Sha was thinking about the arbitrator's weaknesses, and the arbitrator quickly approached Yi Sha again. The huge fist fell directly towards Yi Sha's head. Yi Sha did not take it head-on, but quickly dodged it. In terms of strength alone, the arbitrator's strength was too terrifying. Yi Sha knew that he was no match for him. But compared with strength, The arbitrator's other abilities were obviously much worse. His agility, speed, and reaction ability were not as good as Yi Sha's. Yi Sha took small steps and quickly swam around the arbitrator's body, as flexible as a snake. At the same time, Yi Sha was constantly observing. If he was looking for the mechanical parts of the arbitrator, Yi Sha's first attention would definitely be the arbitrator's head. However, the arbitrator's head was exposed to a piece of metal shell without any seams, which meant that there was no switch device. The core part of the machinery might not be on the head. It seems that we have to try to find out which parts of the body are metal first, Yi Sha whispered, while raising his leg and sweeping across, kicking directly on the arbitrator's thigh, making a muffled sound. Yi Sha, it seems that this position is not. Bang! The arbitrator turned around and punched Yi Sha's face hard, knocking Yi Sha to the ground with a punch, and then raised his foot and stepped on Yi Sha hard. Chapter 210 Attack and Defense. Yi Sha rolled over quickly on the ground, and the arbitrator's saws were imprinted on the ground, and the ground was instantly cracked. Yi Sha turned over and shot the piercing arrow, but it went straight to the arbitrator's feet, completely shattering the already cracked ground, and the arbitrator's body fell down involuntarily. The arbitrator stretched out his hand, grabbed the edge of the big hole, and quickly climbed up again. But at this moment, Yi Sha had already arrived first, raised his leg and swept, "Get down." Bang! Yi Sha kicked the arbiter hard in the face, knocking him down from the hole, and then turned and ran quickly. Distance. Yi Sha needed to keep a distance. The most powerful thing in Yi Sha's hand was the infinity bow, and a weapon like a bow naturally needed to be kept at a certain distance to exert its power. Moreover, the power of the arbiter was really terrifying, and Yi Sha really didn't want to fight this guy in close combat. However, just when Yi Sha ran 5 or 6 meters away, there was a loud noise from the roof in front of him, and then countless gravels flew up. A 6-flower shield immediately appeared around Yi Sha, blocking the debris that was flying around. Roar! The arbiter emerged from the newly appeared hole, roared angrily, and then rushed towards Yi Sha again. "You keep pestering me," Yi Sha said as he closed his eyes slightly, then materialized 3 explosive arrows and shot them at the arbiter in succession. 3 consecutive stars. 3 explosive arrows were connected in a line and shot at the arbiter in succession. Perhaps because he had suffered a loss before, the arbitrator learned his lesson this time. He did not take the explosive arrow head-on, but waved his arm to block it. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded. The fireball suddenly exploded, and the rolling heat waves continued to push towards the surroundings, filling the air with a burnt smell. At this time, the arbitrator suddenly jumped out of the fireball, came to Yi Sha, waved his arm, and punched Yi Sha fiercely. Yi Sha's pupil shrank, and his left arm stretched forward violently. Snake bite. Yi Sha stretched out his left hand, and an illusory purple-scaled python was wrapped around his forearm. And then in the next moment, bang! Yi Sha directly spread his palm and caught the arbitrator's fist. Even so, Yi Sha still felt a huge pressure. The snake bite on his left hand has always been successful, but Yi Sha felt that he could not suppress the strength of the arbitrator at all. The grip strength that had increased to 300 kilograms was still not the opponent of the arbitrator. Yi Sha's body was constantly pushed back by the arbitrator, and his feet dragged across the ground, leaving 2 marks. Roar! The next moment, the arbitrator roared again, and suddenly stretched out his left arm and punched his lower abdomen fiercely. Yi Sha felt as if his stomach was churning, and his body involuntarily curled up a little. Bang! The arbitrator took the opportunity to punch Yi Sha in the face, knocking Yi Sha out again, and rolling continuously on the ground. Yi Sha sat up from the ground and twisted his neck. It hurt so much. Boom! 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 The arbitrator did not give Yi Sha a chance to breathe, and ran again, stomping on the ground with a dull sound, and quickly came to Yi Sha again. Shock wave. Seeing the arbitrator coming to him again, he raised his fist and hit him again. Yi Sha raised his arm violently, and an invisible force hit the arbitrator's body, knocking him out. Shaking his body, the arbitrator climbed up from the ground again. But at this moment, the second shock wave blasted out, hitting the arbitrator again, and knocking him out again. Yi Sha raised his hand, and the infinite bow appeared again. Then the cold air on the bowstring became stronger. Yi Sha imagined a frozen arrow. When his fingertips loosened, The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Puff! The frozen arrow pierced the right leg of the arbitrator, bringing out a blood flower. However, the blood flower condensed into ice in the air before it fell from the air. At the same time, a layer of frost instantly appeared on the right leg of the arbitrator that was shot by the frozen arrow, freezing the arbitrator's body. Yisha moved his hands and feet and walked towards the arbitrator. You felt very happy beating me just now, right? Bang! Yisha walked up to the arbitrator, raised his hand, and punched the arbitrator in the face. Then dodged the arbitrator's fist and kicked the arbitrator's knee. Yisha, now it's my turn to fight back. The arbitrator's right leg was frozen to the ground and could not move as he wished. Yisha's figure flashed and came to the side of the arbitrator, kicking the arbitrator in the waist again. Roar! The arbitrator roared angrily, waving his arms randomly, but could not hit Yisha, who was behind him. Yisha suddenly jumped up and kicked the arbitrator's back hard again. There was a bang, and Yisha was stunned. The arbitrator fell forward, raised his fist, and punched the ground hard, cracking the ground and breaking the ice that was frozen on the ground. Bang! The arbitrator turned around suddenly and punched again, knocking Yisha away. Yisha retreated 3 or 4 meters in a row, grimacing in pain. But he had no time to care about his injuries. When he kicked the arbitrator just now, Yisha heard a clear metal sound. Is the mechanical core on the back? Yisha murmured, watching the arbiter rushing towards him again. But he did not dodge again, because Yisha had already found his target. Hard armor, Yisha shouted. And then the muscles of his whole body tensed up. And then Yisha's body suddenly flashed with faint, dragon scale-like patterns all over Yisha's body. Hard armor, the derived ability obtained after completing 3 trials of the 12 trials of the undead, can stimulate the active mutation of gene cells in the body, causing the body to become scaly, improving defense for a certain period of time, and immunity to infection, corrosion, and dissolution effects. Bang! Yisha stood there, watching the arbiter's fist fall, and thrust his chest forward to meet it. Bang! The arbiter's fist fell, and feeling the impact, Yisha retreated half a step, and then forcibly took the arbiter's fist down. The next moment, Yisha's left hand reached out again. Snake bite. Yisha's left hand moved forward, but he did not attack any part of the arbiter's body, but grabbed the tactical vest worn by the arbiter. Yisha shouted, "Tear it apart!" With a hissing sound, Yisha suddenly exerted force and tore the tactical vest off the arbitrator's body. The arbitrator was shirtless, and the exposed skin was also like a severe burn, with pits and a hint of light red. Chapter 211 Fight. At the same time, Yisha tore the arbiter's tactical vest, turned around, and quickly went behind the arbiter. And then his eyes lit up. Found it! Behind the arbiter, at the spine, there is a metal plate extending along the spine. Yisha can see that there are obvious gaps on both sides, which means that the metal plate in front of him can be opened. Then, the arbiter's mechanical core is likely to be behind this metal plate. Roar! At this time, the arbitrator turned around angrily, raised his fist, and hit Yisha again. Yisha still did not retreat or dodge, because blindly retreating and dodging would not kill the arbitrator. Bang! Yisha's fist collided fiercely with the arbitrator's fist. At the moment of collision, the scales on Yisha's body became more obvious. Ah! Yisha roared, trying his best, and finally pushed the arbitrator's fist away, then hit the arbitrator's chest with a knee, then went around the arbitrator's back and reached out to grab the metal plate. Snake bite. The illusory purple-scaled python reappeared, and Yisha's fingertips were about to grab the metal plate. But at this moment, the arbitrator turned around suddenly and swung his arm back. With a bang, the arbitrator's arm hit Yisha's shoulder and pushed Yisha away. Damn it! Yisha cursed, and it was about to succeed. The feeling of failing at the last minute was naturally not very pleasant. However, the battle was not over yet. Yisha jumped on the spot, then took small steps and rushed towards the arbitrator again. When you don't know how to kill the arbitrator is indeed very troublesome and powerful. But if you find the weakness, the arbitrator is not invincible. Coming to the front of the arbitrator, facing the arbitrator's fist, Yisha raised his arm to block it. After blocking the arbitrator's punch, Yisha quickly lowered his body and kicked the arbitrator's ankle with force. The arbitrator's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Sha didn't hesitate at all, and pounced on the arbitrator with a tiger pounce. Yi Sha and the arbitrator hugged each other and rolled on the ground. During the rolling process, Yi Sha's hands were not idle and quickly touched the metal plate behind the arbitrator. Crunch! With Yi Sha's sudden force, the metal plate behind the arbitrator was twisted, and then Yi Sha tore the metal plate off with a sudden force. The arbitrator seemed to sense the danger, roared, and suddenly exerted force, grabbed Yi Sha's arms and thighs, lifted Yi Sha up, and threw him far away. Bang! Yi Sha fell to the ground, tumbling on the ground, and landed outside the teaching building. Fortunately, Yi Sha was quick-witted and quickly grabbed the edge of the teaching building, flipped over, and climbed onto the roof again. The arbitrator had already climbed up from the ground. Yi Sha quickly ran to the side, went around behind the arbitrator, and then his eyes lit up. After removing the metal plate, the things covered under the metal plate behind the arbitrator were exposed. The first thing you see is 3 large holes, with large test tubes inserted in the holes, about the size of a fist in diameter. These transparent test tubes are filled with green liquid, a bit like the source of zombie disease. This should be the key to the arbiter's experiment. That is, the zombie virus. It is precisely because the zombie virus can merge with the cyborg that the arbiter's experiment is successful. However, this is obviously not the core. The zombie virus should be the reason why the arbiter came back to life and successfully transformed his body. But it is not the source of power for the arbiter's actions. Therefore, what needs to be destroyed is not the 3 test tubes, but the depression above the test tubes, with a square metal block similar to a plug inserted, and cables can be vaguely seen on both sides that are bound and covered with a transparent plate. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Sha believes that thing is the power source of the arbitrator, or the core of the arbitrator's running program. Call! Yi Sha took a deep breath, and before the arbitrator rushed towards him, he took the initiative and rushed towards the arbitrator. While running, Yi Sha quickly drew out the colorful clouds and threw it out, and then the thick smoke quickly dispersed. The next moment, Yi Sha rushed into the smoke and punched the arbitrator, but the arbitrator's fist hit Yi Sha's face first. The scales on Yi Sha's face were no longer vague, but became extremely obvious, like a tattoo. This was also a sign of defense. But the impact could not be so easily resolved. Undoubtedly, Yi Sha was punched away again. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed himself for being a fool. How could he forget that the guy in front of him had a function similar to a thermal imaging device, which could confirm the target position through the wall through body temperature thermal imaging, not to mention the cover of just smoke. Yi Sha turned over and quickly got up from the ground. At this time, the arbitrator's fist had already arrived. Yi Sha quickly bent down to avoid the fist, and suddenly jumped up, clamped the arbitrator's arms with his legs, and then the two fell to the ground again. Yi Sha held the arbitrator's arms, and used the cross-arm technique to hold the arbitrator's arms tightly. Roar! Roar! The arbitrator roared repeatedly, showing that he was extremely angry. His body struggled violently, and he actually raised his arms abruptly, and then dropped them with force. Bang! Bang! Yi Sha's back hit the ground repeatedly, and the severe pain spread rapidly throughout his body. Yi Sha gritted his teeth, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, until Yi Sha found that he could not lock the arbitrator. He suddenly let go and rolled backwards. The arbitrator shook his body and climbed up from the ground again. But before he could stand firmly, Yi Sha had already pounced on him again. Yi Sha almost threw his body out with force, and directly crashed into the arms of the arbitrator, knocking the arbitrator down again, and then crossed his legs to clasp the arbitrator's neck, and pressed the arbitrator to the ground again. The arbitrator continued to growl, and climbed up with his body shaking. Yi Sha's body was lifted up, as if he was riding on the arbitrator's body. Suddenly, the arbitrator swung his arm, and hit Yi Sha's back hard. The defensive power of the hard armor is not unlimited, but has a certain limit. After being hit hard continuously, Yi Sha also felt that the defensive power of the hard armor was gradually decreasing. The punch on the back made Yi Sha feel like the bones on his back were broken. But this was not the end. The arbitrator raised his arm again and hit him hard. Puff! After being hit again, Yi Sha opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 212 Arbiter's First Experimental Subject. Ah! Feeling the intense pain, Yi Sha was also aroused, roaring like a beast. And then his body suddenly fell backwards, and his elbow slammed down hard on the back of the Arbiter. Yisha roared, "Go to hell." Bang! The Arbiter swung his arm and hit Yisha again. Even so, Yisha gritted his teeth and hit the protruding metal block behind the Arbiter with an elbow. The metal block was flattened by a blow, and then electricity continued to flow around it. The arbitrator's body relaxed and suddenly fell back to the ground. The mechanical circuit is disconnected. Repeat. The mechanical circuit is disconnected. The synchronization rate has dropped. 97%. 82%. 75%. 60%. The power source is reconnected. The attempt failed. The power source is reconnected. The attempt failed. The program is trying to restart. The attempt failed. The program is trying to restart. The attempt failed. The system fell silent. 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 The arbitrator did not open his mouth, but a mechanical electronic sound continued to come from his body, saying some inexplicable words that people could not understand. Until the end, the electronic sound became intermittent and completely silent. The arbitrator also became motionless, just lying on the ground. You destroyed the golden arbitrator. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, arbitrator number 1 experimental subject. At this time, the mysterious voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's ears, announcing Yisha's victory. Yisha lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath. Yisha felt pain all over his body. When the battle ended and he relaxed, he felt that it was extremely difficult for him to even move his fingers. This was a battle of wills. Yisha survived not by strength but by will. It was unknown how long it took before Yisha staggered and stumbled to his feet. Looking at the arbitrator on the ground, Yisha suddenly cursed, "Fuck!" The mysterious voice announced Yisha's victory and the reward he received. When he first heard it, Yisha had no reaction. But when he looked at the arbitrator on the ground, Yisha realized what the so-called reward was. The reward from this bastard is actually a corpse. Are you sick? Yisha angrily. You want me to carry a corpse back to the Doomsday train? Most of the rewards are indeed from zombies or ancient species, but they are usually body parts, such as eyeballs, claws, and even internal organs, which can be cut off or dug out. Yisha also prepared a lot of plastic bags in his backpack, which are used to seal these things. After throwing them into the backpack, they can be taken away. But the so-called Arbiter number 1 experimental subject now obviously refers to the entire body of the Arbiter. How can I move it back? Even if I dismember it, I can't stuff it all into the backpack. What a shitty reward. Yisha couldn't help but curse again. Yisha fell back to the ground again, looking at the Arbiter in front of him, speechless for a while. In fact, it's okay not to move it, which is equivalent to Yisha giving up the reward. But Yisha was reluctant to do that. The Arbiter was still quite tough. If I move the Arbiter back to the Doomsday train, maybe after paying enough skull coins, the boss lady could make the Arbiter move again. Think about it. Yisha might have a chance to have an Arbiter as his thug. A thug who is extremely powerful, not afraid of zombies, completely obeys his orders, and has absolute loyalty. What a powerful help that would be. Wait a minute. Yisha suddenly had an idea, picked up the backpack that fell to the side, and then quickly searched for it. Then took out a metal box, muttering, I have this thing. Can I make the Arbiter move again? What Yisha was holding in his hand was the black gold Arbiter chip, which was the one that Yisha got in the city that never sleeps. Yisha originally wanted to sell it to the food truck, but the boss lady refused to accept it. So Yisha kept it in his backpack and almost forgot about its existence. Yisha quickly came to the side of the Arbiter, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and dug out the piece of metal that had been twisted by Yisha from the Arbiter's body. There's a chance. Yisha's eyes lit up instantly. The metal block was just a cover. Under the metal block, there were fine wires on both sides, and there was a slot in the center, which was used to insert the Arbiter chip. However, the golden chip inserted into the arbitrator's body had broken into 3 pieces due to the impact, which was probably the reason why the arbitrator fell silent. Yisha carefully took out the broken arbitrator chip and compared it with the black gold arbitrator chip in his hand. There were still differences between the 2 chips. The broken arbitrator chip was pure gold, while the one in Yisha's hand was black with a circle of black lines around it. At the same time, there were also differences in some details. For example, the arrangement of the densely packed wafers on the chip is different, and the number is also different. However, the size of the 2 chips is exactly the same. and they can match the slots. Which means that the black gold arbitrator chip can be inserted into the body of the arbitrator. Yisha held the black gold arbitrator chip and prepared to insert it. But suddenly a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly thought of a very bad situation. The best situation of inserting the black gold arbitrator chip is, of course, that the arbitrator can act and obey him. The second best situation is that the arbitrator remains silent, which is actually a relatively good situation. The worst case scenario is that the arbiter moves and continues to attack him. Yisha feels that in his current state, he really doesn't have the energy to fight the same intensity as before. In other words, even if he still has energy, he may not be able to knock down the arbiter again. Do it or not? This is a question. Yisha feels that this is a life or death struggle. If he doesn't do it, he can only give up the arbiter. And he can't carry a body back to the Doomsday train. Especially since Gushujyo is still leading people to hunt him down. According to the mission of the Dark City, if he wants to leave this city, he may have to break through the defense line of Comp Corporation. In this situation, asking Yisha to fight all the way with the corpse on his back was too much to ask. Yisha thought about it, and then clenched his fists. Why does the word adventure exist in the world? Because risks are always accompanied by huge benefits, which may bring death or wealth. At this moment, Yisha remembered his own survival rules. Most of those cowardly and incompetent people who wailed and begged have turned into rotten corpses or a pile of yellow earth. But he is still alive. Yes, Yisha had the answer. In fact, the answer suddenly became irrelevant to the arbitrator. But if he retreated, he would be a cowardly and incompetent person and would lose the qualification to live in this world. Yisha must keep his heart strong. So, in fact, Yisha had no choice. Chapter 213 Black Gold Arbitrator. No signal. Gushujyo looked at the PDA in his hand. That guy is more difficult than I thought. And his desire to survive is more terrifying than I thought. He even destroyed the golden arbitrator. A woman next to Gushujyo. What should we do now? Gushujyo. I originally thought that the zombies and the golden arbitrator were enough to deal with him. But now it seems that we still have to take action. Woman, chase him? Gushujyo, well, you know that guy has a bad temper and no patience. He has come to the Dark City in person. If we can't deal with that guy, he will take action himself. Do you know what that means? The woman's face suddenly turned pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Gushujyo, that means we are incompetent. And it also means that we are worthless. People without value will be abandoned. And we can only face those damn zombies like everyone else. Woman, we will kill him. So, let's get started. Gushujyo, contact Cybansk. We need some help. That guy is not only stronger than expected, but also faster than expected. We need to trap him first. The woman nodded. I'll contact him now. At the same time, Yisha looked at the arbitrator on the ground and inserted the black gold arbitrator chip into the groove. The next moment, the arbitrator lying on the ground suddenly twitched. And then his eyes flashed red light. The program is starting up. Please wait. A non-default program is detected. And a new program is being replaced. The progress is 22%, 37%, 51%, 68%. The new program starts normally. And the synchronization rate is being carried out. The synchronization fit is 99.79, which is in perfect condition. The new program is in the default state. Do you want to enter the authentication system for authentication? With the insertion of the black gold arbitrator chip. The mechanical electronic sound rang again. Until the last sentence. As if asking. Because Yisha did not answer. The sound kept repeating there. Yisha hesitated for a moment. What should I do? The mechanical electronic sound stopped. And then the metal plate suddenly rose up. And a total of 4 screens popped up from both sides. The first screen was for fingerprint input. The second screen was for pupil comparison. The third screen was for electronic password lock. And there was a red circle in the center of the fourth screen. Yisha didn't know what to do. After completing the authentication of the first 3 screens, when Yisha stopped moving, the voice rang again. Please provide a blood sample. Repeat. Please provide a blood sample. Yisha showed a look of sudden realization. It turned out to be blood authentication. This cumbersome authentication procedure gave Yisha a great boost of confidence, which meant that once the arbitrator listened to him, unless the chip was destroyed, he would never rebel, even if he had been driven by others. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, cut his finger, and dripped blood on it. The 4 screens were retracted into the arbitrator's body. And then a mechanical electronic voice sounded. Authentication completed. Scanning the character information database. The executor is Yi Sha. Male. 23 years old. After the arbitrator reported Yi Sha's identity information, he got up from the ground and stood beside Yi Sha like a loyal bodyguard. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations. You have the right to control 2 abnormal creatures. And you have been awarded the title, Puppet Master. Puppet Master, for the abnormal creatures under your control. You can use the healing ability once every 72 hours. And the physical fitness of the abnormal creatures under your control will be enhanced by 0.5 points. This was a title Yi Sha had never heard of in his previous life. Of course, Yi Sha had never controlled any zombies, ancient species, or cyborgs like the Arbiter in his previous life. As for the control of the 2 abnormal creatures, it was obvious that in addition to the Arbiter, the corpse flower was also included. Not bad. Yi Sha nodded, and then tried to heal the Arbiter. Then, the wounds on the Arbiter began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was back to normal in the blink of an eye. However, the metal plate on the back of the Arbiter that Yi Sha forcibly removed did not recover, and the chip and virus source were still exposed. This is obviously not very safe, because this is the Arbiter's weakness. But it is not covered at all. But it can also be seen from this that the healing effect of the puppeteer is only effective for the biological part of the body, and is ineffective for machinery. It makes sense to think about it. If it is effective for machinery, it is not called healing, but repair. Yi Sha thought about it, handed his tactical vest to the Arbiter, and asked the Arbiter to put it on. Although it cannot be considered protection, it finally covered up the weakness behind. Then, Yi Sha tried to give an order. Walk to the edge of the teaching building. Pointed at the zombies in front of the main gate that had not yet dispersed. Kill all the zombies blocking the door. The arbitrator's eyes flickered quickly, and then he took action. But he did not act immediately. Instead, he scanned with his eyes, and found the weapons dropped in the teaching building. The arbitrator jumped into the teaching building from the hole in the roof, picked up his weapon, and about half a minute later, he walked out of the entrance of the teaching building on the first floor, and came to the front door. Thump, thump, thump. The arbitrator raised his gun and fired. The bullets went through the gaps in the iron gate, and blew up the zombies' heads. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies fell to the ground. Then the arbitrator walked forward and kicked down the iron gate that was at least 3 meters high. Yi Sha was shocked. His black gold arbitrator chip seemed to be more powerful than the previous one. The power of the arbitrator was obviously increased. At the same time, after leaving the school, the arbitrator quickly attacked the remaining zombies. His fist blasted forward and landed on the zombies' heads, which blew up the zombies' heads directly. If he landed on the zombies' chests, he could punch through the zombies' chests. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the zombies entrenched in front of the iron gate were killed by the arbitrator. If Yi Sha didn't feel any joy at this moment, it would be a lie. The arbitrator obeyed him, which was definitely a very important fighting force for him. At this time, fine raindrops suddenly floated in the sky, and Yi Sha suddenly felt a slight pain in his arm. The kind of pain after being burned. Yi Sha couldn't help but look at his arm, and found that the raindrops fell on his arm, which could make tiny red spots appear on his arm. It was also the place where the raindrops fell that caused pain to Yi Sha. Chapter 214 on the verge of breaking out. Acid rain? Yi Sha murmured. And it is so corrosive? Yi Sha looked up at the sky. The raindrops were gradually getting bigger, and the corrosiveness seemed to be increasing. At this time, the arbitrator had come back, and a mechanical electronic voice sounded, "Mission completed." Yi Sha nodded. Returned to the teaching building. Yi Sha took the arbitrator back to the teaching building, and cleaned the places that were hid by the rain in the bathroom. This sudden acid rain trapped Yi Sha here. Yi Sha thought it was best not to walk in this heavy rain. Umbrellas and other things should have no effect on this heavy rain. Of course, it is not completely without good news. Those zombies seemed to be very afraid of acid rain. When the rain poured down, those zombies ran around like crazy, and then completely dispersed. The zombies that were attracted earlier, whether it was the front door or the back door, finally dispersed completely. Yi Sha found a classroom, and sat down casually. The arbitrator stood behind Yi Sha like a statue. Yi Sha curled his lips at this. The arbitrator was undoubtedly quite powerful. However, A cyborg like the arbitrator could not be considered a living creature. Instead, it should be called an artificial creature transformed from a living body. First of all, the body of the arbitrator was more like a zombie than a human. This was the effect of the zombie virus, which had greatly transformed the body of the arbitrator. Next is the mechanical part. The mechanical part of the arbiter is actually very small. Only the brain and neck, which are the biggest weaknesses of zombies, have been modified, obviously to remove the weaknesses. Then, there is the metal plate covering the position of about 20 centimeters long on the back. This is the mechanical core of the arbiter, which provides power and energy for the arbiter, and is the key position for running the program. Therefore, the arbiter is undoubtedly much stronger than the corpse flower at present. But Yisha thinks that the arbiter should not be as good as the corpse flower. The program-driven operation makes the arbiter more rigid. Moreover, the corpse flower has growth potential, but the arbiter does not. Of course, the arbitrator can be transformed, but transformation is not as powerful as biological evolution. But no matter what, for now, the arbitrator is undoubtedly a powerful helper. While thinking, Yisha took out food from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth. Although there were 2 corpses lying not far from Yisha, it did not affect Yisha's appetite at all, because you can only live if you fill your stomach. After eating, the acid rain outside the window still showed no sign of stopping, and it was still dripping, and it seemed to be getting heavier. Yisha frowned. Looks like we'll be trapped here tonight? This acid rain is quite powerful. It's obviously not a wise choice to expose the body to it directly. However, if you really want to leave, it's not a complete solution. You can use a car or other means of transportation. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt some sounds coming from outside the window. Not only the sound of raindrops hitting the window, but also a faint roar seemed to be hidden in the rain. I see. Yisha closed his eyes slightly and listened for a while. Then suddenly opened his eyes. Those guys are coming. Yisha quickly stood up and walked out of the classroom, looking at the arbitrator who followed him. Yisha said, "You go to the first floor and wait. Anyone who enters the teaching building is a target. Kill them." The arbitrator's eyes flashed red, and then he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Yisha stripped the clothes off the corpse, wrapped all his exposed skin, and then returned to the roof of the teaching building and climbed onto the water tower. After a moment, the outline of a helicopter appeared vaguely in the sky. "Come on," Yisha sneered. If nothing unexpected happened, the people in the helicopter should be Gushujio's group. This time, Yisha licked his lips. It's not clear who will win or lose. Previously in the building of the Fortress Experimental Base, Yisha had no choice but to face the 4 opponents head-on. But now it's different. Yisha has the arbitrator, and he can also use the terrain of the teaching building. First, Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Imagining the infinite bow, "I have to get you down first." Yisha pulled the bowstring, then imagined an explosive arrow, aimed it at the direction of the helicopter, and suddenly pulled the bowstring. On the helicopter, the pilot suddenly said, "There is an attack." While the pilot said this, he quickly raised the height of the helicopter, and then the explosive arrow flew past the bottom of the helicopter. Gushujio smiled and patted the pilot on the shoulder. "Well done." But at this moment, a loud explosion sounded suddenly, and a violent fireball suddenly exploded under the helicopter. And then the helicopter continued to shake in the air. "Damn it. Gushujio, did this guy calculate the distance and explosion time accurately?" The pilot gritted his teeth. "No. The tail wing is damaged, and I can't control the balance. I will lower the altitude and prepare to jump out of the plane." Gushujio nodded and said loudly, "Enter combat mode and prepare to jump out of the plane." The helicopter kept shaking in the air, and then fell downwards. When it was 7 or 8 meters above the ground, Gushujio took the lead and jumped onto the roof of a building. When he landed, he rolled over to release the force. Until the end, the pilot also turned over and jumped out, and the unmanned helicopter crashed into a building on the side, and exploded with a bang. At the same time, Yisha was on the roof of the teaching building, and he also had a panoramic view of everything. Then he turned over and jumped off the water tower, and ran quickly on the roof. While running, Yisha imagined a piercing arrow and shot it forward without hesitation. Puff! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Gushujio seemed to sense something and quickly pressed down the head of a person next to him. "Be careful." The piercing arrow flew out almost close to the man's scalp, scaring him into a cold sweat. and Gu Shujio also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, plop! There was a sound from behind, and Gu Shujio looked back and saw that it was the helicopter pilot, whose head was hit by a bloody hole by the piercing arrow. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, looking like he was unwilling to close his eyes. Damn it! Gu Shujio cursed and waved his hand. Everyone, take your weapons, keep your formation, and follow me. As Gu Shujio spoke, he took the lead and jumped down from the roof of the building. At the same time, Yisha half closed his eyes and pulled the bowstring again, and an explosive arrow was once again imagined by Yisha. The battle is about to start. Chapter 215 Attack. When Gu Shujio walked onto the street, Yisha's explosive arrows arrived. Gu Shujio seemed to be very experienced in fighting, and the other 3 people he brought with him were obviously a fixed team with very good tacit understanding. With Gu Shujio's wave of his hand, the 4 people dispersed at the same time to avoid the explosion of the explosive arrows. Tacit understanding. Team? Yisha suddenly sneered. This is a place that can be used. The indestructible fortress always begins to collapse from the inside. At this time, Gu Shujio had brought his men to the front gate of the school. The 4 of them jumped up at the same time and quickly climbed over the iron gate. The woman next to Gu Shujio, he is on the roof. The arrows came from that direction. Gu Shujio nodded. This woman has the ability of eagle eyes, and is responsible for the scout in her team. Since she said Yisha is on the roof, he must be on the roof. Gu Shujio immediately said, send me to the roof. And then the 3 of you rush in from the first floor and seal the entrance and exit of the roof. The other 3 nodded, and the 2 men came to the wall, leaned against the wall, and stretched out their hands. Gu Shujio immediately ran quickly, then stepped on the palms of the 2 men and jumped to the second floor. After climbing to the windowsill on the second floor, Gu Shujio jumped up again, grabbed the windowsill on the third floor, and then climbed to the upper eaves of the windowsill on the third floor, and then continued to jump up. In this way, he quickly climbed to the roof with his bare hands. The roof was quiet, with only the rain falling. However, this acid rain had no effect on Gu Shujio. He had already put on a simple white biochemical suit and a mask. In fact, he was the one who created this acid rain in order to restrict Yisha's movement. Gu Shujio pulled out a saber from his waist with his left hand and held it in reverse. He pulled out a pistol with his right hand, then held the saber with his left hand and placed it under his right hand to assist in shooting, and slowly moved forward. Come out. I know you are here. Gu Shujio, what's the point of hiding? Do you think you can still run away? Gu Shujio moved forward little by little, and then looked around carefully. There was almost no shelter on the roof of the teaching building. Only a few solar panels and 2 tall water towers. Nothing else. Although the view was not good on a rainy night, such an open place would not make it difficult to see clearly. Therefore, Gu Shujio glanced at the neatly arranged solar panels, and after confirming that no one was hiding behind them, he turned his attention to the water tower, which was the only place where people could hide. Gu Shujio raised his gun and slowly approached. At this moment, puff! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. From the gap between the 2 water towers, an arrow suddenly shot out and flew towards Gu Shujio. Gu Shujio had been keeping enough vigilance. When he saw the arrow piercing the rain, he immediately dodged to the side, rolled on the ground, and then half knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 Gu Shujio raised his hand and fired in the direction of the water tower, making bullet holes on the water tower, and water kept flowing out. At this time, Yisha also jumped down from the water tower. Gu Shujio smiled. Are you finally not hiding? Hide? Yisha, you will soon know what price you have to pay to kill me. As Yisha spoke, he retreated, and did not stop until he reached the edge of the roof. He fell backwards and fell downwards. Gu Shujio was stunned for a moment. Although this teaching building was much shorter than the building of the fortress experimental base, it was still 3 stories high, and the height of about 4 stories, including the top floor. And there was no tilted wall to help Yisha. Although jumping from this height might not necessarily lead to death, it would certainly be difficult even with the enhanced physical fitness. Gu Shujio walked quickly to the edge of the building, and then saw Yisha falling towards the ground. When he was about 3 meters above the ground, Yisha suddenly raised his palm and pressed the ground. Shock wave. The invisible force was pushed out from Yisha's palm, collided with the ground, and then used the recoil force of the shock wave to relieve the impact of his fall. and landed steadily on the ground. The next moment, Yisha raised his head and mouthed, "Your brother is dead." Gushujo really saw the shape of Yisha's mouth. And then he slammed his fist hard. He wanted to jump down, but he didn't have the means that Yisha had to cushion the force of falling. Besides, it was too late for Gushujo to rush back to the first floor, because the battle had already begun. When the remaining three entered from the main gate of the teaching building, they found that the fence gate in front of the teaching building had been closed. Just as they were about to break through, two red lights flashed in the shadows of the corridor. And then the arbitrator came out. Target confirmed. Target locked. Cleanup mission started. Kill target. A mechanical electronic sound echoed in the arbitrator's head. And then the arbitrator raised the machine gun. Two. The sound of machine gun firing rang out. And the bullets passed through the fence gate and fired at the opponent. The three people brought by Gushujo were also experienced. They immediately spread out to both sides and avoided the bullets under the cover of the wall. Damn it. One of the women was angry. What's going on? Shouldn't the arbitrator be silent? Why attack us? Someone on the other side. Why do I feel like the arbitrator listens to that guy? But that seems impossible? Woman, why bother? Kill all those who are blocking the way. I'll go to the main gate to attract firepower. You guys just go in through the window and outflank from the corridor. The two men nodded, quickly smashed the window, and then jumped into the classroom. The woman suddenly rushed out and shot at the arbitrator through the fence door. The gunshot suddenly rang out, and bullets kept hitting the arbitrator. But the arbitrator didn't care about the bullets at all and let the other party shoot. When the bullets got stuck in the body, the arbitrator's self-healing ability took effect, and the bullets were squeezed out of the arbitrator's body. The woman was immediately suppressed by the arbitrator's firepower and hid behind the wall. She couldn't ignore the bullets like the arbitrator. At the same time, two men climbed into the corridor through the window and quickly approached the arbitrator from the left and right. When the machine gun bullets ran out, the two rushed forward and pounced on the arbitrator together. Roar! The arbitrator roared, letting the two men pounce on him, raised his arms and swung them hard, and threw them directly out, hitting them heavily on the ground. The feeling that Yisha had experienced before, these two also experienced at this moment. And they experienced it very vividly. Chapter 216 Humanity. The woman shot at the arbiter through the fence gate and shouted, "This arbiter experiment is a power type. Don't get entangled with him. Spread out the attack." Before the woman finished speaking, Yisha's sinister voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Good command. But unfortunately, you'd better worry about yourself first." The woman was shocked and turned around quickly, raising her pistol and shooting. However, Yisha's six-flower shield was obviously one step faster and directly blocked the bullet. The next moment, Yisha grabbed the woman's wrist, threw her over his shoulder, and threw her to the ground, then twisted her hands hard. "Ah!" The woman screamed in pain. Her entire arm was twisted by Yisha, and it was obvious that her arm bone was completely broken. Yisha had no mercy at all, and stepped on the woman's knee, directly crushing her knee. The screams rang out again, and the woman kept rolling on the ground, and the severe pain made her expression completely distorted. Yisha pulled out a metal bar with a colorful cloud covering the moon, threw it into the teaching building, and then shouted to the arbitrator, "Retreat." The arbitrator received the order, immediately broke through the gate, and quickly moved towards Yisha. Yisha had no intention of staying to continue the battle, and directly dragged the woman by the hair, walked about 15 meters forward, then left the woman behind, and then went into the teaching building on the other side with the arbitrator. At this time, Gushujo finally arrived late, and the smoke of the colorful cloud covering the moon had gradually dissipated. In front of Gushujo, Yisha and the arbitrator had disappeared. About 15 meters in front of the main entrance of the teaching building, the woman was lying on the ground with messy hair, but she was obviously not dead yet because her body was twitching slightly. In fact, Yisha did not kill her, but only broke her hands and feet, which was not fatal. The two men around Gushujo wanted to rush out to drag the woman back, but at this time, Gushujo suddenly spread his arms. "Wait." Gushujo looked at the two people's puzzled eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget his bow and arrow. And he also has a sniper rifle. He doesn't know where he is hiding now. If he rushes out rashly, he will become a target." On the other side of the school's main entrance is a shorter teaching building. Yisha is now lying by the window on the second floor. watching Gushujo through the scope. Seeing that Gushujo refused to come out, Yi Sha was not surprised. As long as Gushujo was not a fool, he knew that he must be hiding somewhere, waiting to be attacked. The reason why Yi Sha was beaten up by Gushujo and his men last time was actually very simple. Because Yi Sha faced the 4 opponents head-on. Gushujo's team is strong, experienced, and well-coordinated. The number of people is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is of course extremely difficult for Yi Sha to challenge 4 people head-on at the same time. Therefore, Yi Sha's current intention is very clear. That is, to fight a guerrilla war with the other party, and then defeat them one by one. Do you think you can get away with not coming out? Yi Sha sneered, pointed the muzzle of the gun at the woman lying on the ground, and showed a cruel expression. Let me see how unbreakable your team and your friendship are. Bang! Yi Sha pulled the trigger, and the bullet broke out of the chamber, and shot directly into the woman's calf. Ah! The woman screamed, squirming in the drizzle. Blood flowed out of the trouser legs, dyeing the surrounding puddles red. Gushujo and the other 2 were stunned. Yi Sha looked at everything through the scope, sneered again, and continued to aim. I wonder how long you can endure. Bang! The gunshot sounded again, and the bullet hit the back of the woman's hand, directly piercing through the back of the woman's hand. Ah! The woman screamed in pain again, her voice full of anger, resentment, and hysteria. Gushujo finally understood what Yi Sha was going to do, and punched the wall hard, breaking a piece of the wall. Yi Sha used various methods to force them out, force them to rescue, and then expose them to the muzzle of the gun, allowing Yi Sha to shoot. You know, Yi Sha's master archer proficiency does not work on firearms. However, the distance is at most 100 meters. The woman can only crawl on the ground, and Yi Sha still cannot kill her with one shot. It can only be said that Yi Sha's shooting skills are too bad. So, Yi Sha did it on purpose. He was torturing the woman, letting Gushujo and the other 2 see it, making Gushujo and the other 2 angry. Aren't you a team? Yi Sha whispered, come on. Show me. Would you rather watch your companions die or expose yourself to the gun? Where is your friendship? Why don't you come out? Bang! Yi Sha fired again. The bullet shot forward and hit the woman's other arm, and blood flowed instantly. The woman seemed to have no strength to scream, only sobbing in pain, lying on the ground twitching. What is more painful than death? It is that you can't die even though you want to die. Gushujo and the other 2 were cursing in their mouths. Yi Sha was more despicable than the most evil demon. But so what? Yi Sha couldn't hear it, and even if he heard it, he would just remain indifferent. Or, Yi Sha would tell Gushujo, this is the end of the world. In the end of the world, only 2 words are meaningful. That is, other people's lives and your own life. Of course, Yi Sha chose his own. Torture that woman not only to force Gushujo and the other 2 out, but more importantly to make Gushujo and the other 3 angry. Anger will make people lose their minds. At the same time, this is also a means of alienation. If Gushujo and the other 2 never come out, Yi Sha will kill the woman. And then Yi Sha does not believe that the 3 can still be of one mind. After all, they watched a companion die with their own eyes, and they did not save him. Then, will he be the next one? If he also encounters such a thing, will his companion save him? This is what Yi Sha wants. He wants to destroy everything of Gushujo, and then kill him so that he can continue to live. Bang! Yi Sha pulled the trigger for the 4th time, but still failed to kill the woman. Instead, he hit her calf. The woman shook her body when she was hit, but basically had no reaction. Even the pain was gradually disappearing. The parts Yi Sha shot were indeed not vital, but a large amount of blood loss would also lead to weakness and even death. Ah! Beast. That guy is a beast. When Yi Sha fired the 4th shot, a man next to Gushujo could no longer bear it and rushed out of the teaching building. Don't go. Come back. Gushujo was anxious. This is a trap. Chapter 217 Wandering. Yi Sha looked at a figure rushing out and couldn't help but laugh. I salute your noble friendship. You are such a great man. Bang! Yi Sha suddenly opened fire and shot at the man. However, the other party suddenly exposed himself and rushed out. So he certainly didn't just want to die. So he naturally had a way to deal with it. The other party didn't know how he did it, but he just stretched out his hand and wiped it in the air. The bullet shot by Yi Sha strangely deviated from the trajectory, and even drew an S shape in the air and hit the ground in the distance. The next moment, the man hugged the woman, intending to rescue her. The woman barely raised her eyelids and struggled to shout, "Go!" At the same time, the arbitrator suddenly stood up from the flower bed on the side. In order to kill the other party, Yi Sha set up double insurance. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of machine gun fire rang out. And before the man could react, blood flowers kept exploding on his body. In just a moment, he was beaten into a hornet's nest by the arbitrator, and his body was completely stained with blood. Then he hugged the woman and fell on his back. With a thud, the man completely lost his voice. After the arbitrator shot the other party, he rushed to the teaching building where Yi Sha was without any pause. This was naturally the order Yi Sha had preset from the beginning. As for Gu Shujiu and the other man, Yi Sha would not be so naive as to use the woman to lure one person out. And then the two of them would continue to rush out. Asshole. 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 Gu Shujiu gritted his teeth and cursed, raised his fist, and hit the wall fiercely, until his hands were covered with blood. And then he stopped. The man next to Gu Shujiu persuaded him, "Brother Shujiu, calm down. We have no way out now. We must kill him. In addition to completing the mission, it is also for revenge." Brother Shujiu gritted his teeth, "I know. Man, what should we do now?" Brother Shujiu pondered for a moment. He must have moved. Without the bait, he will not stay where he is. You go to the 3rd floor to find a classroom to observe, and I will go around from the playground. The man nodded, and the two immediately split up. On the other side, Yi Sha stood on the roof of another teaching building and pressed the radio wave exploration device directly to the ground. After a moment, dense red dots appeared on the screen. However, there were only 2 red dots in the school. There was no doubt that these 2 red dots were Gu Shujiu and his companions. Sure enough, Yi Sha curled his lips, very sure that the moving red dot should be Gu Shujiu. This guy wanted to approach the teaching building where he was from the playground and avoid his frontal attack position. This was within Yi Sha's expectations, and he had even thought of it when he used the woman as bait. Of course, if Gu Shujiu had done this at that time, it would have been equivalent to directly announcing that he had given up on the woman. Yi Sha might not have been able to seduce anyone, and he would have put himself in danger. But on the other hand, Yi Sha's strategy of alienation was also successful. Announcing that he had given up on his companions was more shaky than watching them die. However, Gu Shujiu was not as cruel as Yi Sha had imagined. "Kill him!" Yi Sha pointed at the red dot still in the teaching building. "I will deal with Gu Shujiu. Your task is to kill his companions. Understand?" The arbitrator stood behind Yi Sha, without any nonsense, and turned around and left. Yi Sha looked at the back of the arbitrator and thought about whether he could make some changes to the arbitrator if he returned to the Doomsday train, because it is obviously not very convenient to control the arbitrator at present. The reason why it is not convenient is not that the arbitrator is disobedient, but that he is too obedient, completely relying on orders to act. And to put it bluntly, he is a stubborn person. Of course, Yi Sha also knows that he cannot ask a cyborg without wisdom and thinking to think about how to fight independently. So Yi Sha hopes to transform the arbitrator, at least to find a way to allow this guy to receive his orders remotely. At present, the use of the arbitrator is completely to receive orders, work, and then blow others up, or be blown up by others. There is no on-the-spot response, and Yi Sha cannot change the order according to the situation. Of course, Yi Sha murmured, "Now is not the time to think about these things." Yi Sha came back to his senses and stared at the front. The most important thing now is to deal with Gu Shujiu. Besides, even if the arbitrator can accept the transformation, it is not a matter of now. We must wait until we return to the Doomsday train. There is no point in thinking too much now. Gu Shujiu has slowly approached the location of the teaching building. Because Yi Sha was prepared, Gu Shujiu's figure has long been exposed to Yi Sha's gun. However, Yi Sha did not shoot. Yi Sha did not think that he could kill Gu Shujiu with one shot. Even Gu Shujiu's men had ways to deal with sniper rifles. Yi Sha did not believe that Gu Shujiu did not have one. If he missed, Yi Sha's position would be exposed. In this case, it would be better not to shoot. Yi Sha silently put away the MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle, put the gun box back into the backpack, and then left the classroom. At the same time, Gu Shujiu had already entered the teaching building, and he was also extremely vigilant. He held the gun in his right hand and the knife in his left hand. and entered the teaching building carefully. Gushujo glanced at the corridor, wondering where Yisha would hide. On the first floor? Gushujo thought it was unlikely. But it was also unlikely that he was at a higher level. Gushujo did not think Yisha was a fool. On the contrary, Gushujo had realized how terrifying Yisha was. This was a ruthless person with a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have thought of using women as bait. The fact that he could think of that method not only showed that Yisha was indeed ruthless, but also that Yisha was very smart. That move was not a conspiracy, but an open one, directly questioning human nature. And it also put Gushujo in a dilemma, because no matter which choice he made, it was wrong. Well, since Yisha is not stupid, Gushujo thinks that Yisha would not be waiting for the sniper in the same place. Thinking of this, Gushujo feels that it is meaningless to worry about which floor Yisha is hiding. The opponent should be hiding in a position that is very suitable for ambush, not a certain floor. Gushujo took a deep breath and decided to move forward slowly. Gushujo is experienced, and always walks close to the wall to prevent Yisha from suddenly jumping out. Then he moves forward, carefully opens the door of the classroom, then sticks his head out to observe, and then goes to the next room. 1, 2, 3. Gushujo kept moving forward. The structure of the teaching building was still very simple. Basically, there were only classrooms. The things in the classrooms were even simpler. There were desks, podiums, blackboards, and almost no place to hide people. Until the last door. Chapter 218 Fighting. Creaky. The wooden door was pushed open by Gushujo, making a harsh sound. Gushujo did not move immediately, because he found that he might have found the right place. This is not a classroom, but a sports equipment warehouse, which is filled with a pile of sports equipment and various equipment piled there, which looks extremely messy. Obviously, this is a good place to hide. Gushujo walked in slowly, constantly moving his feet, looking around, trying to find Yisha's trace. Come out, Gushujo said in a deep voice. I am the only one here. Don't you dare to come out and fight? You only have the ability to shoot women. You are a wimp. Gushujo kept talking, trying to lure Yisha to appear, but he never got any response, which made Gushujo a little confused. Did he guess wrong? And Yisha was not here? But at this moment, suddenly, a flash of knife light flashed in the darkness, and Yisha suddenly pushed away a pile of javelins, then rushed out from the back, holding a Nepalese machete in his hand, and slashed Gushujo's shoulder fiercely. With a puff, the blade pierced into the flesh, and a streak of blood bloomed on Gushujo's shoulder. The pain made Gushujo's expression ferocious. The next moment, Gushujo turned around and raised his gun. But Yisha got there first and chopped Gushujo's pistol with a knife, sweeping the pistol away. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing followed, and Yisha's Nepalese machete collided with the saber held in Gushujo's left hand. Gushujo gritted his teeth. I will kill you. You are angry. Yisha continued to provoke indifferently, because what I did was too much. Dang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang again, and Yisha thrust the Nepalese machete upward with force, shaking off Gushujo's saber. And then the two of them retreated 2 steps. Yisha made a knife flower and sneered. You have killed a lot of people, right? When you killed them, did you feel pity for them? Do you think you were too much? While speaking, Yisha took a step forward, wielding the Nepalese machete, and slashing at Gushujo again. After a crisp collision, the weapons of the two collided again. Yisha, this is the world today. If you kill someone, you will certainly be killed. This is a cruel world, but also an absolutely fair world. As Yisha spoke, he twisted his Nepali machete violently, shaking off Gushujo's saber, and then kicked Gushujo hard in the chest. Gushujo retreated continuously, knocked down a vaulting horse, and then fell to the ground. Yisha immediately flew over, pressed on Gushujo's body, raised his Nepali machete, and stabbed down. Gushujo gritted his teeth and watched the tip of the Nepali machete pierce down little by little, getting infinitely close to his right eye. Pulse current. Gushujo almost squeezed these words out of his throat. The next moment, Yisha felt as if an electric current was rapidly penetrating into his body, and a paralyzed feeling came quickly. At the same time, Yisha's whole body was flung out and hit a pile of debris behind him. Gushujo got up from the ground and walked towards Yisha. You talk too much nonsense. Gushujo raised his saber, but just as he was about to stab, Yisha suddenly grabbed a wooden box and threw it at Gushujo. Gushujo raised his arm to block it. Sweeping the wooden box away, Yisha suddenly jumped up. And before he got up from the ground, he raised his foot and kicked Gushujo's ankle, causing Gushujo to fall forward involuntarily. Gushujo fell to the ground, and Yisha raised his Nepalese machete and chopped him hard. Gushujo quickly rolled to the side to avoid the blade of the Nepalese machete. The next moment, with a bang, the Nepali machete hit the ground, and it abruptly split the ground. Yisha got up from the ground, and then rushed towards Gushujo again, pressing on Gushujo's body. Just as he was about to raise the Nepali machete to chop him again, he suddenly felt the numbness of the electric current running through his body again. He looked down and saw that it was Gushujo who pressed his right leg with one hand. Damn it! Yisha cursed in his heart. This guy is an electric eel. Yisha didn't find it strange that Gushujo could discharge electricity. There were many strange abilities on Doomsday Train, and it was not strange to be able to make humans discharge electricity like electric eels. The trouble was that this trick was indeed quite difficult to deal with. Gushujo's discharge ability did not seem to be able to release electricity over a long distance. But as long as there was physical contact with Gushujo, you would immediately feel the electric shock, just like inserting your finger into a socket. Gushujo stood up from the ground, took advantage of Yisha's brief paralysis, and suddenly raised his foot and swept it horizontally, kicking Yisha directly in the face. Kicking Yisha away, Gushujo's chest rose and fell. He gasped, then walked closer to Yisha, raised his foot and stomped on Yisha fiercely. Do you think those words can shake me? Let me tell you. You are dead. You must die today. Gushujo raised his saber and stabbed Yisha hard. But just as Gushujo bent down, Yisha suddenly reached up and pressed the air upwards. Shock wave. With a bang, Gushujo felt as if his chest was hit by a hammer, and was directly repelled, flying backwards, and smashed into a pile of footballs. Yisha stood up. What you said is exactly what I want to say. You are dead. While speaking, Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and shot at Gushujo. Since he couldn't get close to him easily, he would shoot him to death. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued. The muzzle spewed out flames, and the bullets flew towards Gushujo. Gushujo immediately put his hand on his chest. Steel. Dang, dang, dang. The silver bullets flew out and kept hitting Gushujo's body, but they made a sound of metal knocking. Gushujo's body was as hard as steel. Of course, shooting is not completely ineffective. Even if Gushujo can make his body as hard as steel and block the bullet on the surface of his skin, he cannot dissipate the impact of the bullet. Blood soon flowed from the corners of Gushujo's mouth, enduring the impact on his internal organs. Gushujo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, then punched Yisha. Hard armor, Yisha shouted, and dense scales similar to dragon scales quickly appeared on his body. And then he met Gushujo's fist. Bang! The two fists collided, and Yisha's hard armor was not inferior to Gushujo's steel. The two fists collided, but they were evenly matched. However, Yisha immediately felt the numbness coming in the next moment, and his arm felt a sharp pain. Chapter 219 Explosion. Gushujo quickly leaned forward, came to Yisha, and kicked Yisha in the lower abdomen again. Yisha curled up, and Gushujo mercilessly punched Yisha in the face again. When Yisha retreated to the corner, Gushujo took a step forward, followed by a knee strike, hitting Yisha's chest hard. Seeing Yisha sliding against the wall, Gushujo stretched out his hand, grabbed Yisha's hair directly, and lifted Yisha's body up. Gushujo, you don't know who you are against. You are just a survivor on the Doomsday Train. The lowest existence. You can't do anything except struggle. What qualifications do you have to resist? Bang! As Gushujo said this, he punched Yisha in the lower abdomen again. Yisha gritted his teeth. Is it really a flight attendant? You know a lot. Gushujo sneered, but you guessed wrong. Gushujo grabbed Yisha's neck and pressed him against the wall. Gushujo, I am indeed a flight attendant. So who do you think can command me? Yisha's eyebrows raised. Gushujo admitted his identity so readily, which meant that Yisha's previous thinking was correct. The incorrect part was that the enemy hidden behind the scenes seemed to have a higher position than Yisha imagined. This is a very simple truth. Since Gushujo is a flight attendant, then the person who can command the flight attendants must have a higher position. Chief conductor? Deputy conductor? Or even Conductor? So, do you understand? Gu Shujo sneered. You are against the Doomsday train. Yisha said disdainfully. Even if it is the conductor. Do you think the conductor can ignore the rules of the Doomsday train? Otherwise, you can just attack me on the Doomsday train. Why wait until I leave the Doomsday train? Bang! Yisha struggled. Then suddenly raised his hand and hit Gu Shujo's face with a hard elbow. Then stretched out his hand and pushed Gu Shujo away. Who? Yisha gasped for air and got rid of the feeling of suffocation. He felt as if he was reborn. Then he looked up at Gu Shujo. Because you can't violate the rules of Doomsday train. Yisha walked towards Gu Shujo. When he was about to reach Gu Shujo suddenly jumped up, grabbed an iron basket for balls, and smashed it towards Yisha. With a bang, Yisha waved his hand to block the iron basket. And Gu Shujo jumped up from the ground again, crashed into Yisha's arms, and knocked Yisha away. Gu Shujo looked at Yisha who was lying on the ground. So what? Don't forget. We are not on the Doomsday train now. I can kill you without the help of the Doomsday train. Yisha suddenly laughed. And laughed happily. Looking at Gu Shujo, when you walked into this room, you were already dead. Puff! Suddenly, the ground behind Gu Shujo suddenly cracked. And a vine of corpse flower suddenly drilled out of the ground. Directly wrapped around Gu Shujo's neck, strangling him hard. At the same time, a friction sound was heard. Gu Shujo looked up and found that there was a vine around the ceiling. And there were dense red flame bombs hanging on the vine. Goodbye, Yisha whispered. Then ran to the side. Jumped up and hit the window. Directly smashed the glass window. Turned over and went outside. And rolled continuously on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. When Yisha fled quickly, there were endless explosions behind him. Yisha placed 10 red flame bombs in the sports goods warehouse, letting the corpse flowers hang on vines, and spread all over the room. Fireballs exploded continuously, and the glass windows around were shattered. Even huge cracks appeared on the wall, spreading from the first floor to the top floor. Then, accompanied by the surge of flames and black smoke, the wall in the sports goods warehouse collapsed with a loud bang, and the whole wall was broken and collapsed. In the explosion, the teaching building collapsed by half and became a dangerous building. Huh? Yisha took a long breath. He didn't believe that Gu Shujo could survive this. At the same time, a crack appeared on the ground next to Yisha. And then the corpse flower came out. Yisha also paid a price for the explosion. The corpse flower lost 3 vines. Of course, the vines are just weapons of the corpse flower. As long as the roots are still there, these vines can grow again. Yisha touched the petals of the corpse flower. It seems that I have to find something delicious to reward you. The corpse flower moved intimately in Yisha's palm. The rain was still falling. The flames gradually died down, and the black smoke continued to roll in the wind. Gu Shujo did not appear. Yisha now knew why killing the other party could get the things on the other party. But there was no mysterious voice prompt. Gu Shujo and his group were considered illegal intruders. As crew members, they did not need to enter any station to perform their tasks. At the same time, even if they left the Doomsday train, they were not counted as passengers entering and leaving each station. Naturally, there will be no mysterious voice prompts when killing them. However, the things they carry are actually things from the Doomsday train. And because of their illegal entry, they will not be judged as rewards. But these things are indeed useful. Or it should be said that what Yisha got from this group of people cannot be considered a reward, but plunder. However, at the moment, Gu Shujo should have been blown to the point that not even his bones were left. Even if he has the ability to steal, he can't withstand this level of explosion. As for the discharge ability similar to that of the electric eel, it should not be used for defense. Yisha took a deep breath and turned to leave. When he returned to the main entrance of the school, the arbitrator came out of the teaching building, dragging a corpse in his hand, and threw it in front of Yisha. Then a mechanical electronic voice sounded, "The killing mission is completed." Yisha nodded. "It's finally over." "Over? Who told you?" As soon as Yisha finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. And then Yisha turned around abruptly. In that rainy night, a white beam of light suddenly came from a distance. As it swept forward, the raindrops floating around were evaporated by the white beam in an instant, forming a vacuum zone in the air. The next moment, before Yisha could react, the white light flashed by and hit Yisha's shoulder blade. Chapter 220 I Am God. Ugh! Yisha groaned. and the whole person was carried up by the power of the beam, and then fell heavily to the ground. Looking from the side, Yisha found that the unknown beam had made a blood hole under his shoulder, near his left chest, and directly penetrated his body, and blood continued to overflow. "Damn it!" Yisha said in a low voice. Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, when holding the infinite bow, with oneself as the center. Expand the clairvoyance field. Confirm all targets within a radius of 1,000 meters, and increase the effective range of the infinite bow to 1,000 meters, lasting for 5 minutes. And each use is 3 hours apart. A circle of light suddenly appeared under Yisha's feet, and then it continued to push out to the surroundings with Yisha as the center. As the circle of light pushed out, it seemed as if a hemispherical transparent wall appeared in the air, covering all areas within a radius of 1,000 meters. Yisha's eyes closed and opened, and then Yisha found that his vision became extremely terrifying. Everything around him was extremely clear. He could even see the raindrops falling from the sky very clearly. So clearly that he could count the raindrops one by one. At the same time, the range of vision also became extremely far away, and the buildings in the distance were particularly clear, just like observing with a high-powered telescope. Found it. Yisha recalled the direction from which the sound came, and the direction from which the light beam came, and then saw a figure standing with his hands behind his back on the roof of a building in the distance. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised the endless bow towards that direction. Divine punishment. Yisha pinched his palms and imagined an arrow. This is an ordinary-looking arrow, made of silver, with a thin layer of flowing light wrapped around the arrow body. This is the divine punishment arrow, one of the 3 fantasy skills of the infinite bow. Divine punishment. Shoot a fantasy arrow at a target at a maximum distance of 1,000 meters, with a power increased by 5 times, with the triple effects of armor breaking, tearing, and penetrating, and each use interval is 72 hours. Yisha endured the severe pain from his shoulder, took a slight aim, and then released the bowstring towards the figure. Puff! The divine punishment arrow broke through the air and flew towards the figure. At first, the divine punishment arrow looked very dim, and the fine silver light wrapped around the arrow, flickering slightly like starlight in the silver sky. However, as the divine punishment arrow flew farther and farther, the silver light wrapped around the arrow gradually became clearer, and in the end, it became brighter. The silver light completely wrapped up the divine punishment arrow, and it swept through the air, like a silver meteor tearing through the night sky, and at the same time pushed the power of the divine punishment arrow to the extreme. This was a fatal arrow, with the momentum to destroy everything, unstoppable and unrivaled. But, when the divine punishment arrow flew to the figure suddenly raised his hand, grabbed it with force, and caught it in his hand. The silver light surrounding the divine punishment arrow was like broken glass, and it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground in an instant. Yisha showed a stunned expression on his face. The divine punishment arrow was the fatal blow in his hand, but it was taken so easily. How is this possible? The next moment, the figure suddenly disappeared from Yisha's sight, and then reappeared. But from 1,000 meters away, he suddenly came to the main gate of the school, just 10 meters in front of Yisha. This is a very young man, probably only about 20 years old, with a handsome face and extremely delicate features. In fact, from a male perspective, such a look is really charming. In addition, there is pressure, extremely heavy pressure. Yisha felt cold sweat oozing from his back, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to ask who I am?" The young man sneered, and then said, "However, when facing a dying person, one must let him die with a clear mind. I am Li Xuanhe, the deputy train conductor of the Doomsday train and the owner of the slave area." Yisha frowned. "You want me to die?" Li Xuanhe was unusually straightforward. "Yes." Yisha, "Why?" Li Xuanhe, "Because you found the slave area and saw something you shouldn't have seen. So you must die." Yisha frowned. "Slave area? Dark City? No, that's not right. It shouldn't be Dark City. The other party has been trying to kill him since Sakura City. Or more accurately, since the City of Amnesia." Yisha raised his eyebrows, and finally understood that it was the slave area he found under the museum, the place where the zombie disease source was produced. But why? Although that place is suspicious. What is its function? What is its significance? Have you finished asking questions? At this time, Li Xuanhe spoke again. If there is no last words, then you can go on your way. Yi Sha came back to his senses. Without any hesitation, raised the infinite bow again, imagined an explosive arrow, and then shot the arrow at Li Xuanhe. A trifle. Li Xuanhe showed disdain on his face, then stretched out his palm, rubbed his fingers directly, and snapped his fingers. The rain around him suddenly gathered, forming a water curtain in front of Li Xuanhe, intercepting the explosive arrow. Even before the explosive arrow exploded, the water curtain retracted and turned into a water ball, wrapping the explosive arrow and suppressing the explosion at the moment of the explosion. Li Xuanhe's disdain became even stronger, and then he stretched out 2 fingers and waved them forward casually. Behind Li Xuanhe, countless gravels floated in the school's flower bed, like bullets, flying towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha stood still, and the 6 flower shields quickly appeared around his body, surrounding Yi Sha's body for defense. However, when the shield collided with the rubble, it was shattered, and then the stones penetrated the shield and hit Yi Sha hard. Yi Sha flew backwards in an instant, and hit the puddle hard, splashing a large piece of mud. Li Xuanhe stretched out his palm again and snapped his fingers. The ground quickly squirmed, and then 4 mud stretched out from the ground, quickly surrounded Yi Sha's hands and feet, and then hardened in an instant, turning into hard rock, binding Yi Sha firmly to the ground. I have the ability to reshape the world. All the materials in this world can be changed by my will. Do you eat trash? I am a god. Li Xuanhe looked at Yi Sha and taunted, You dare to declare war on God? Chapter 221 Li Xuanhe. Bullshit. Yi Sha struggled hard and gritted his teeth. If you are a god, then try to end the end of the world. Yi Sha's muscles were tense, trying to break free from the restraints, but he couldn't shake the rocks. Yi Sha immediately shouted, Arbitrator. The arbitrator immediately bent down, raised his fist, and smashed it hard, smashing all the rocks that bound Yi Sha's hands and feet. Yi Sha turned over, got up from the ground, then drew out the Nepalese machete, quickly ran towards Li Xuanhe, came to Li Xuanhe, and chopped down the Nepalese machete with force. Li Xuanhe stretched out his palm and supported. Useless struggle. The Nepali machete was only half an inch away from Li Xuanhe's palm, but Yi Sha felt as if he had hit something hard, and the Nepali machete in his hand could not move forward at all. Li Xuanhe stretched out his finger and flicked it, and Yi Sha felt a huge force coming, and then the whole person floated backwards and fell heavily to the ground. To be my enemy, Li Xuanhe, it is to be the enemy of the world. Snap! Li Xuanhe snapped his fingers again, and the walls on both sides of the school gate cracked strangely, and countless square stones flew towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha shouted, Arbitrator. The arbitrator took a step forward and waved his fist. Boom! Boom! The arbitrator's fists were full of wind, and he kept punching forward, hitting the stones, and then smashed them all. Li Xuanhe frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with the arbitrators coming out to make trouble, and suddenly raised his palm and pushed forward. The arbitrator's body flew backwards and then hit the wall hard. The wall sank inwards with a loud bang and broke into pieces. The huge body of the arbitrator was directly embedded in the wall. Although the arbitrator struggled violently, he could not get out. Li Xuanhe came to Yi Sha with his hands behind his back and said sarcastically, If you have any skills, use them all. But I think you should save some energy to write a suicide note. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and thrust the Nepalese machete forward. Li Xuanhe seemed to be prepared. He stretched out 2 fingers and pressed downwards. Yi Sha felt that the Nepalese machete was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his right hand involuntarily smashed to the ground. Yi Sha immediately pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed forward. Li Xuanhe still waved his finger to the side easily, and the Alaskan whale harpoon in Yi Sha's hand flew to the side and landed on the ground in the distance. Li Xuanhe, the game should be over. Li Xuanhe stretched out his finger and hooked it, and the Nepalese machete in Yi Sha's hand floated up, and then slowly stabbed towards Yi Sha's chest. No matter how hard Yi Sha tried, he couldn't pull the Nepalese machete away. Ah! As the tip of the Nepali machete pierced into Yi Sha's chest, Yi Sha could not help but roared, trying to throw the Nepali machete away. Li Xuanhe, useless struggle. But at this moment, since we have to fight, we must fight fairly. At this moment, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Yi Sha and Li Xuanhe at the same time. Li Xuanhe's face changed drastically, and he quickly jumped back to distance himself from Yi Sha. The next moment, a mysterious voice sounded in Li Xuanhe's ears again, ability deprivation. Li Xuanhe's face turned pale instantly, and his feet suddenly softened, and he half knelt on the ground. Clang! At the same time, the Nepali machete in Yi Sha's hand seemed to obey his orders suddenly, and the invisible force that bound the Nepali machete suddenly disappeared. And then the Nepali machete fell directly to the ground. Sure enough, it's true. Li Xuanhe gritted his teeth. The matter of the slave area has been known. So they have been staring at me. Li Xuanhe's face suddenly showed anger, and he looked up at Yi Sha fiercely. If it weren't for this guy, how could the slave area be exposed? Asshole! Li Xuanhe roared. Go to hell. Li Xuanhe raised his palm and pressed forward. And then the rubble floated up again and blasted towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha instinctively raised his arm to block. And then the rubble in front of him was swept away. Huh? After Yi Sha swept the boulder away, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The force coming from the boulder didn't seem as strong as expected. No. It should be said that it was not as strong as it was at the beginning. The impact force was obviously reduced. Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. Since we have to fight, we must fight fairly. Yi Sha remembered the mysterious voice's reminder and looked at Li Xuanhe. The ability to manipulate objects is similar to what people often call mental superpowers, such as telekinesis. Li Xuanhe's ability to have such an ability is obviously given by the Doomsday train. Now, Li Xuanhe's ability is still there, but it is obviously suppressed. On the other side, Li Xuanhe was extremely angry, sobbing in his throat, and suddenly raised his arms and swung them up. The iron gate of the school made a creaking sound, and then the iron gate was torn apart, and one by one the iron pillars flew in the air and shot towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha's body arched, like a leopard ready to hunt at any time. The six-flower shield had been completely shattered before, which means that Yi Sha can only rely on himself to defend and dodge. This was very difficult before, but when the iron pillars flew out, Yi Sha found that the speed was not as fast as he imagined, at least much slower than before. As expected, Yi Sha's eyes lit up. This time, he was completely sure that he had guessed right. Li Xuanhe's ability was indeed suppressed. Clang! Clang! Yi Sha immediately raised his Nepali machete and swept it left and right, sweeping two iron pillars to the side. Then he bent down and avoided the three iron pillars behind him, and then ran towards Li Xuanhe. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and said ferociously, "It's not clear who will kill whom this time." Yi Sha came to Li Xuanhe, raised his Nepali machete, and was about to chop him down. Li Xuanhe stretched out his hand and grabbed an iron pillar. Clang! The iron pillar collided with the Nepalese machete, making a crisp sound. Li Xuanhe roared, "Do you think you can win like this? Even if you are as good as a rubbish like me, I will still win." Suddenly, the iron pillar held by Li Xuanhe began to wriggle, and a small thorn suddenly grew on the iron pillar, extending forward quickly, and then fiercely pierced into Yi Sha's arm, piercing through Yi Sha's arm. Ugh! Yi Sha groaned, gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and cursed himself in his heart. He almost forgot that Li Xuanhe's ability is not just to manipulate objects, but also to change the structure of matter, the most intuitive of which is the change of the form of matter. Chapter 222, Die Together. Enduring the pain from his shoulder, Yi Sha raised his arm and smashed it down hard, breaking the iron spike. Then Yi Sha didn't care about his injury at all, and kicked Li Xuanhe hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Li Xuanhe snorted coldly and waved forward again. The raindrops around him were like needles, and then flew forward. The corpse flower suddenly drilled out from the ground. Although 3 vines were broken before, there were 3 blooming buds of the corpse flower, and each bud had 3 vines. 6 vines waved continuously in the air, then crossed left and right, folded, and formed a wall. When the raindrops flew over, they left fine holes on the vines, but they were undoubtedly blocked and fell down. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly stepped on the vines and jumped out from behind. With his hand raised and the knife fell, he grabbed the Nepalese machete and fell fiercely towards Li Xuanhe. Li Xuanhe quickly pressed his palm on the ground, and the soil on the ground loosened and surged towards Li Xuanhe, forming a wall. Bang! Yi Sha's Nepalese machete hit the wall and was shaken away. Li Xuanhe got out from behind the wall, and the ground squirmed again, and stones emerged, quickly turning into a stone sword. And then Li Xuanhe thrust it forward without hesitation. Puff! The stone sword pierced directly into Yisha's lower abdomen. Piercing through Yisha's lower abdomen. Li Xuanhe said fiercely, I said. You can't beat me. Win. Yisha, you are wrong. I want to kill you. Yisha raised the Nepali scimitar. Li Xuanhe wanted to draw his sword and walk away. But he found that he couldn't move backward. He looked down and saw that Yisha had grabbed the stone sword. The sharpness of the sword cut Yisha's palm, and the blood dyed the stone sword red. But Yisha seemed to feel no pain at all. He had no intention of letting go. And then chopped the Nepali scimitar down with force. Ah! Li Xuanhe screamed. And the Nepali scimitar penetrated 3 inches into the flesh and slashed into Li Xuanhe's shoulder. Li Xuanhe gritted his teeth and roared, Asshole! Let go! Let go! Yisha said fiercely, Let go? No. Let's see. Will you kill me first? Or will I kill you first? As Yisha said this, he held the stone sword tighter, not caring that the stone sword was still in his body. And at the same time, he pulled out the Nepalese machete, bringing out a splash of blood. Yisha now had only one thought in his mind. And he must not let Li Xuanhe run away. Li Xuanhe's damn ability is suitable for distance attack, and can turn anything into a weapon. If Li Xuanhe is allowed to distance himself, the only weapon Yisha can use to fight back is the infinite bow. However, the infinite bow can only shoot a limited number of arrows each time. Unlike Li Xuanhe, who can turn everything into a weapon and attack endlessly. At that time, he will be the one to die. Therefore, what Yisha has to do is to get close to Li Xuanhe, no matter what the cost. At the moment when Yisha drew his sword, Li Xuanhe felt the pain from the wound again. The pain made him extremely angry. It had been a long time since he had felt the pain. Li Xuanhe shouted at Yisha angrily, I will kill you. Puff! Puff! Behind Yisha, the ground surged, and then 2 spikes rose from the ground and pierced directly into Yisha's lower back. Yisha's expression became even more ferocious. And then he raised the Nepalese machete and stabbed Li Xuanhe's lower abdomen fiercely. Puff! The Nepalese machete directly penetrated Li Xuanhe's lower abdomen. Li Xuanhe finally understood what Yisha meant by what he said just now. The guy in front of him was a madman. He didn't care whether he would get hurt or not. He just wanted to kill himself. Yes, this is what Yisha intended. Kill Li Xuanhe before he falls. Or drag him to death together. The Nepali machete completely pierced Li Xuanhe's body, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Although Yisha also paid a considerable price. Li Xuanhe didn't care about it. He needs more attacks. Puff! 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 The ground made continuous noises, and spikes kept rising from the ground, stabbing Yisha from all directions. Lower back, lower abdomen, thighs, calves, chest. The spikes launched a full-scale attack. Li Xuanhe gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that Yisha would not avoid such an attack. However, the next moment, Li Xuanhe's eyes widened, because Yisha really didn't move. Yisha let the stone spikes pierce his body, but his left hand never let go of the stone sword. Almost in an instant, Yisha was pierced like a hedgehog, and the blood flowing from his body had completely dyed Yisha's body red. Li Xuanhe finally retreated. He loosened the hilt of the stone sword and left it in Yisha's body, trying to escape in this way. But just as he took a half step back, Li Xuanhe suddenly found a bloody hand pressing his shoulder, like an iron clamp. Yisha smiled, but it was uglier than the smile of an evil ghost. Because of the pain, every inch of muscle on Yisha's face was twisted. Where do you want to go? Yisha, I said. Let's see who will die first. At this time, the vines of the corpse flower rushed over, hooked around Yisha's waist, rolled up a red flame bomb hanging on Yisha's waist, and sent it between the two. Li Xuanhe was horrified. What do you want to do? You will die too. No. Yisha, I will live. I will live for a long time. Because, I swear, no one can kill me. Crack. The vines of the corpse flower that rolled up the red flame bomb exerted force violently, and crushed the shell of the red flame bomb. And the red crystal strip inside fell out, and fell to the ground. Yisha, and you are going to die. Boom. Boom. There were not many crystal bars that fell. Only 2. But that was enough. Because both of them were at the center of the explosion, and would bear everything that the explosion brought. Fire and smoke. Black smoke mixed with flames pushed up into the air, forming a mushroom cloud, and even rolled the falling rain back into the air. After a while, The smoke and flames gradually dissipated. Yi Sha and Li Xuanhe were lying on the ground, no longer in human form. Yi Sha's body was burnt black by the explosion. His clothes became burnt and tattered, pieces of cloth sticking to his body. Not an inch of his exposed skin was intact. All the flesh and blood on his body was burnt and rolled up, mixed with dirty blood. However, a layer of light green light appeared on Yi Sha's body, covering his whole body. On the other side, Li Xuanhe was equally miserable. No, it should be said that he was even more miserable. He even had one arm broken by the explosion, and the forearm of his left hand had completely disappeared in the explosion, and was blown into ashes. Chapter 223 Train Conductor. The rain is still falling. Li Xuanhe was lying on the ground, twitching constantly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Li Xuanhe, wearing a black uniform with gold embroidery, a hat, and a neat white beard, which was trimmed very decently. Li Xuanhe struggled and said weakly, "Conductor, save me." "Why should I save you?" The conductor smiled. "This is the battle you chose. Fair and just, and completely under the rules recognized by the Doomsday train. Besides, do you think I don't know what you did behind your back?" Li Xuanhe suddenly shouted, "Give it to you. All for you. Everything." The conductor suddenly squatted down, pointed at Yi Sha, and laughed. "Do you think that I was aware of the existence of the slave zone because of this kid? No. You are wrong." The conductor's face showed disdain and ridicule, which was extremely strong. "The conductor, I knew long ago that you took the things on the Doomsday train and gave them to the top executives of Compu. I also knew long ago that you were in collusion with Compu. I also knew long ago that you established the slave zone and captured humans to work for you." Li Xuanhe's eyes suddenly widened. The conductor continued, "Do you think I'm stupid? With the ability of those scientists at Compu, how could they have researched so many things? They only have the real level of scientific and technological power. It is difficult for them to even refine the zombie virus. It was you who gave them the new pathogens, mutated viruses, and other things from the Doomsday train, which allowed them to make a breakthrough." Li Xuanhe's face showed horror. "If that's the case, why didn't you stop me?" The conductor laughed. "What do you want to do? Do you think I can't guess? Unfortunately, you are too naive to think that you can resist the Doomsday train in this way. But I am different from you." The conductor suddenly stood up and looked at the sky in the distance with a deep expression. "I have served the Doomsday train for more than 3,000 years. I am loyal. But, the conductor, I don't recognize this collapsed world and the illusory light. If possible, I want to hold the light in my own hands." The train conductor smiled strangely and looked at Li Xuanhe. "Before the end of the world, I had already contacted Compu. I provided the information for their genetic biological drug development." Li Xuanhe was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "I see. Everything is your conspiracy. I am just a pawn. Right? Or a pawn you discarded. You just want to use me to avoid those guys. Even when I built the slave area, you asked Compu's people to induce me." The conductor said, "You have been doing well. But unfortunately you have to do some unnecessary things. The rules of Doomsday train cannot be broken. You wanted to break them, so you were punished. Of course, I also gave you a chance. But unfortunately, you lost." The conductor looked at Yi Sha from the side. "Do you think he wants to die with you? No. This battle has been led by him, and he will be resurrected soon. Conductor, a smart guy. Maybe I can let him replace you?" "You won't succeed." Li Xuanhe used up his last bit of strength and shouted, "They will definitely kill you. You can't stop them, let alone replace them." The conductor smiled. "Just wait and see." The moment he finished speaking, the conductor waved his hand casually, and Yi Sha's body became transparent, including the things that belonged to Yi Sha scattered around, which also became transparent until they disappeared completely. The conductor slowly retreated until his figure completely fell into darkness and disappeared without a trace. The rain was still falling, pouring on Li Xuanhe's body. The pain of the acid rain corrosion could no longer bring any feeling to Li Xuanhe, because Li Xuanhe had completely lost his voice. "Ah!" Yi Sha screamed, suddenly sat up. His whole body was soaked with sweat. The next moment, Yi Sha looked up and looked around, and suddenly found that he had returned to the Doomsday train, and was currently in the death car, lying on his bed. Of course, there was only Yi Sha. The death carriage was empty. Except for Yi Sha, there was no one else. "What's going on?" Yi Sha looked down at his body, naked from the waist up, because the injuries from the explosion had completely recovered. Yi Sha, character information check. After a moment, Yi Sha showed a regretful expression on his face. As expected, the 12 trials of immortality, imagination ability. Each time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. If you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the will of an unyielding warrior. Currently, you have completed the trial March 12th. The number of resurrections, February 3rd. The 4th trial content, kill 15 gold 3-star or higher mutant zombies. Progress, June 15th. Kill 5 platinum 1-star or higher ancient species. Progress, January 5th. In the 12 trials of immortality, the number of resurrections has become February 3rd. Which means that Yi Sha used up 1 resurrection opportunity when fighting Li Xuanhe. Of course, there are regrets. But that's all. Yi Sha never thought of dying together with Li Xuanhe from the beginning, because he can be resurrected. Therefore, dying together is just a strategy and tactic. Yi Sha plans to use a resurrection opportunity to kill Li Xuanhe. After all, Li Xuanhe's ability is really terrifying, even after being suppressed. From this point of view, although Yi Sha felt quite regretful for losing 1 chance to revive, at least his goal was achieved. However, how did I get back to the Doomsday train? Yi Sha murmured, and, since I am alive, that means Li Xuanhe should be dead. Right? Yi Sha sat on the bed and pondered for a while, then got up and went to the dining car. Yi Sha felt that he needed to figure out how he got back to the Doomsday train. Secondly, Li Xuanhe's matter was also very valuable. Yi Sha even felt that this might become his bargaining chip. Although Yi Sha still didn't understand what Li Xuanhe was doing or what he wanted to do, he at least knew Li Xuanhe's purpose of killing him. The slave area was obviously something that other important people on the Doomsday train couldn't know about. Right? Yi Sha thought as he walked into the dining car. The proprietress suddenly smiled and looked at Yi Sha. You finally woke up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 224 Invitation. Wait for me. Yi Sha sat down at the bar. It seems you have a lot to say to me. If there is nothing to say, the boss lady will naturally not use the sentence, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The boss lady smiled. No. It is the conductor who has something to say to you, and I am just responsible for conveying it. Yi Sha, was I brought back by the conductor? The boss lady nodded. In view of some unexpected events, it is unfair to let you continue to complete the task. So the task of the station is directly considered as completed by you. You will get a special reward for completing 2 tasks. Yi Sha, what else? If you want to convey it, it should be more than that. Right? The boss lady, on behalf of the train conductor, I would like to extend a sincere invitation to you, hoping that you will join us. Or to be more direct, are you willing to become a crew member? Yi Sha was surprised. Me? The boss lady nodded. Yi Sha, why? Because I killed Li Xuanhe? The boss lady, maybe. Who knows? I am only responsible for conveying the train conductor's intention. That's all. Yi Sha held his chin and pondered. He could feel his heart beating a little faster. Becoming a train attendant was undoubtedly a huge temptation. He didn't need to leave the Doomsday train to fight like others. He didn't need to worry. And he didn't need to fight for survival. After Yi Sha moved his Adam's apple, he said, if I agree, what do I need to do? I don't believe that pie will fall from the sky. Pie? The proprietress said. You seem to have misunderstood something? Yi Sha was puzzled. The boss lady, you seem to have a misunderstanding of the duties or identities of the crew. Yi Sha, to become a crew, does it mean that I just stay on the Doomsday train and work? I should be able to get a salary at each stop or something? The boss lady was surprised. Who told you that? Yi Sha was even more surprised. Isn't that true? The boss lady smiled. Of course not. The crew also have to leave the Doomsday train and complete their tasks. Yi Sha was stunned. What's the difference between that and being a passenger? The boss lady. Of course, there are some differences in details. And at the same time, you will have job authority. Yi Sha, can you explain it? I'm sorry. The boss lady, you can only know these after you take office. And now you are still an ordinary passenger. So I can't tell you these. Yi Sha, you never leave the Doomsday train. The boss lady nodded. Yes. Yisha, why? The boss lady smiled. You can know as much as you have authority. Yisha remained silent again. But he kept thinking in his head. Permission. Yisha found two very important words. In the character information, there is indeed a display of privileges, which should represent the so-called permissions. The privileges that Yisha currently has are only Death Car member and character profile information query. Originally, in Yisha's view, the so-called privileges only represent the functions that can be used on the Doomsday train. For example, in his previous life. In addition to these two privileges, Yisha also had another privilege, which was to enter and exit his personal compartment freely. That was a privilege obtained through a mission. That is, he could use the function of his personal compartment at any time on the Doomsday train. But now it seems that the so-called privileges are not that simple. And the so-called positions seem to correspond to privileges. As for the privileges of the crew, they are completely different from what he imagined. After thinking for a while, Yisha admitted that he took it for granted. His understanding of his position came from his memories of his previous life. However, in his previous life, although Yisha was one of the few powerful people on the Doomsday train who reached the level of a king, he did not hold any position. Yisha's understanding of his position came from hearsay. In fact, it is not appropriate to describe it as hearsay. In his previous life, Yisha did know that someone became a crew member and left the car. As for where the other party went and what he was doing afterwards, Yisha did not know. It was just that occasionally there was news about this, and Yisha kept it in mind. At the moment, it seems that the information I knew in my previous life may not be true. Yisha spread his hands, at least. You should tell me what are the benefits of becoming a steward? The boss lady thought for a while. It is difficult for me to tell you what the specific benefits are. But when you have a position on the Doomsday train, it means that you are different from others. Yisha, what does the last sentence mean? The boss lady smiled and shook her head. Yisha, the so-called authority again? The boss lady, that's right. Yisha pondered again. Although it was a bit weird. If you think about it carefully, at least there is no harm. Even if it is different from what he imagined. The worst is that he will be driven off the platform by the Doomsday train like now, and then go on a mission in order to return to the Doomsday train and get the hope of continuing to survive. Yisha, okay. My answer is yes. The boss lady smiled, then. First please upgrade your level to Star Diamond. And then the train conductor will arrange an assessment task for you. Yisha was stunned. Is there still an assessment? The boss lady, of course. The conductor just invited you. An invitation is an opportunity. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on your own performance. You said yourself that you don't believe in pie in the sky. Yisha nodded. And then, Li Xuanhe. The boss lady interrupted. No one will bother you anymore. This is the conductor's promise to you. Everything ends here. At the same time, the conductor hopes that you will forget everything. Yisha frowned. What does it mean to forget everything? To stop yourself from exploring what Li Xuanhe is doing? To stop exploring the slave area? To stop exploring why Compu can produce the source of zombies? Yisha's intuition told him that this matter seemed not as simple as he imagined. However, Yisha knew that he did not seem to be qualified to refuse. Yisha could guess that if he refused, perhaps the next Li Xuanhe would appear. Still not strong enough. Yisha murmured in his heart that as long as he was strong enough, even the train conductor would not be qualified to make any demands on him. Yisha nodded. I understand. The proprietress smiled and put a glass of whiskey on the bar. Then, I look forward to your joining us soon. Yisha raised the glass and drank it all. I will. Chapter 225 Arbiter Transformation. Yisha put down the wine glass and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about other things. I need to buy some things and settle some things. Of course. The boss lady. This is my duty. In fact, Yisha didn't gain much in the Dark City. Of course, this statement is not accurate. The accurate statement is that he didn't gain anything from the zombies in the Dark City. The most valuable thing should be killing a purple-striped golden thread butterfly. Apart from that, Yisha actually didn't complete any mission. However, since the train conductor announced that Yisha would receive an additional special reward, it was natural that Yisha completed 2 missions. Yisha's real huge gain was the arbitrator, which was Yisha's biggest gain. But it didn't come from zombies and missions. Yisha piled up all kinds of things on the bar. Basically small things that could only be exchanged for a few silver skulls. until the antennae and wings of the purple-veined golden thread butterfly were displayed. The boss lady offered a fair price of 1 gold skull coin, which was similar to what Yisha estimated. But in general, because Yisha ended his trip to the Dark City early, the harvest was less than before. After settling these small things, Yisha said, "What is my special reward?" "Boss lady, personal carriage. Before the 7th platform, you will have the temporary right to use the personal carriage." Yisha was stunned, and then looked at the boss lady meaningfully. Is this special reward a benefit? Obviously. Yisha really needs the right to use a personal carriage now. And he needs it very much. If the special reward is not a personal carriage, then there is no doubt that Yisha will start a personal carriage challenge. This is the rule for using a personal carriage. When the level reaches the gold level, you can start a personal carriage challenge. If the challenge is successful, you will get temporary use of the personal carriage. Usually, the temporary use right is determined by the time limit or the number of platforms. Of course, if the challenge fails, you can no longer challenge before the next level. Or another situation may occur. That is, you die during the challenge. Now for Yisha. It is time for him to fall asleep. And the other party brought him a pillow. Yisha does not think this is a coincidence. In Yisha's view, this is a stick and a sweet date. The proprietress previously conveyed the conductor's request in an obscure way, which can even be said to be a warning and threat. But it was just said in a more euphemistic way. And now, the conductor seemed to have given Yisha some sweetness. But it doesn't matter. Yisha muttered in his heart, "What matters is what I need." After thinking about it, Yisha stopped dwelling on it and continued then. "I need some things, including the basic mastery of mechanical skills and the basic mastery of biochemical gene technology. Oh, by the way, where is my arbitrator? Don't tell me it wasn't brought back. It's my trophy. The boss lady, in the warehouse. You can come with me to get it at any time." Yisha nodded. "Please help me send it to my personal carriage. There are also some other things. I will list them. They are all common materials, but the quantity required is relatively large." The proprietress nodded. "No problem. I will have someone send the arbitrator and the things to the personal carriage. Yisha, then I will go to visit my own space first." Yisha left the dining car. When passing the carriage point, Yisha's mind moved. And then what appeared in front of Yisha was not the death carriage, but his own personal carriage. The personal compartment is extremely luxurious, completely up to the standard of a 5-star hotel suite. Comfortable big bed, leather sofa, cabinets filled with various wines and beverages in the living room, a refrigerator filled with food, and a separate bathroom, and even a jacuzzi. If it were before the end of the world, this level would not be enough to amaze people. But the problem is that now is the end of the world. Water and food are extremely precious. And there is still extra water for bathing? This is simply an imperial enjoyment. Of course, if it is just for enjoyment, the personal compartment is not so desirable. The important thing is that there is a workshop on the side of the bedroom, which has many equipment and devices that can be used to make anything. This is the real value of the personal compartment. Only if you own a personal compartment can you have the right to make things. Many valuable materials do not have to be sent to the dining car for sale, but can be used to make various items. If you are lucky, the things you make are much more valuable than those sold in the dining car. Of course, the production of many things is not just about being proficient in a certain aspect, and you also need to buy production drawings in the dining car. But in general, the things you make yourself are probably better than the things sold in the dining car. However, Yisha didn't have anything special to make, and he didn't have any materials. It was absolutely stupid to save materials in the early stage in the hope of making something good in his personal car to increase his combat power, because that would probably result in you not being able to survive even a Doomsday train platform. No matter how valuable the materials are in the early stage, they are not as important as exchanging them for skull coins to strengthen oneself. Therefore, even if Yisha briefly owned a personal carriage, there was nothing he could make. What he wanted to do was to transform the Arbiter. The Arbiter is not something purchased on the Doomsday train, and transformation is not production. No drawings are needed. Yisha can perform a certain degree of transformation after mastering mechanical skills and basic proficiency in biochemical genetic technology. Of course, just transformation. Basic proficiency is not enough for Yisha to make more Arbiters. First, it is also a material problem. Second, if the arbiter can be manufactured so easily, I am afraid that the scientists of Compu will want to commit suicide. As for the transformation, Yisha already had a rough sketch in his mind. First of all, the chip position must be transformed. Leaving the chip exposed is equivalent to exposing its own weakness, which is absolutely a huge mistake. Yisha spent 200 silver skull coins to buy a reinforced alloy plate to make a cover, and also spent 100 copper skull coins to buy artificial silicone skin. In this way, the chip is protected, and the artificial silicone skin is also a good camouflage, making it difficult for people to see the location of the chip. The second issue is the command problem. It is too troublesome to stand in front of the arbitrator every time to issue orders, especially the inability to change the order according to the situation in the middle, which is a fatal flaw. Fortunately, after checking the arbitrator's system, Yisha got good news. The arbitrator can be remotely controlled. Chapter 226 Eagle Pattern Pupil. The arbiter has a remote control program and can even connect to satellites so that it can receive signals in any harsh environment. However, the original remote control device should be in the hands of Gashujo. That guy was blown to pieces by Yisha with a red flame bomb. So naturally all his belongings were gone. Yisha could only make it himself. He bought a PDA in the dining car, and after setting up a new program, Yisha could issue commands to the arbiter remotely. At the same time, Yisha also made some modifications, installing a camera on the arbitrator, so that not only can he issue commands remotely, but Yisha can also use the camera's image to share the arbitrator's vision. So far, Yisha's modification is basically completed. Basically completed means that the current modifications are all for convenience, and are of no help in enhancing the strength of the arbitrator. And Yisha actually has something that may enhance the strength of the arbitrator. Mutated aim cell gene. This is the reward Yisha got from the little snake with corpse flower in the desert wasteland. The function of the mutant aim cell gene is very simple. It can be used for cell fusion to create stronger zombies, and even for himself. Of course, Yisha will not inject himself and make himself a ghost. But if he injects the arbitrator, it is not impossible. At the same time, the mutant aim cell gene in Yisha's hand has dual cell attributes of animal and plant. Under normal circumstances, of course, he must get these two types of zombie cells to use it. Direct injection is impossible to have any effect. Coincidentally, Yisha still had the corpse flower in his hand. He only needed to extract some cell genes from the corpse flower and then inject them into the arbitrator. More importantly, the cells and genes of the corpse flower were most likely not just plants, but also contained cells and genes of animal attributes. After all, Yisha took a lot of ancient animal flesh and blood to feed the corpse flower. However, when Yisha asked the proprietress, she also said bluntly that the effect after injection was uncertain. The arbitrator may become stronger and show plant characteristics due to the injection, or it may not react at all after the injection. Of course, the worst case scenario is that the arbitrator will be disabled. The biological part of the body will be completely damaged and rotten. Even if the mechanical part will remain, Yisha will lose the arbitrator. This is a multiple choice question, and Yisha finally chose to take a gamble. It is very simple to extract the cells and genes of the corpse flower. There are equipment in the personal compartment. After Yisha let the corpse flower lie on the workbench, he operated a metal instrument and stabbed the vine of the corpse flower. The cells and genes of the corpse flower were put into a test tube. However, it is naturally invisible to the naked eye. Then Yisha took out the mutant gene of the M cell and injected it directly into the test tube with a needle gun. There was a transparent liquid in the test tube, which contained the cells and genes of the corpse flower. When Yisha injected the mutant gene of the M cell into it, the liquid quickly turned light blue at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a blue-green color. The blue one is the mutant gene of the M cell, and the green one is the cells and genes of the corpse flower. Yisha gently shook the test tube, and the two colors began to merge. And finally the liquid in the test tube turned into light purple. This is considered to be the fusion. Although it is possible to fail during the fusion process, the probability is not high. And this is not the most critical step. Yisha installed the test tube on the needle gun, and then let the arbitrator lie on the workbench. Giving the arbitrator an injection is the most critical step. The arbitrator is very obedient. This guy is not even as good as the corpse flower in thinking ability. Or it should be said that he has no wisdom at all. Yisha's orders are everything, and he has absolute loyalty until the black gold arbitrator chip is destroyed. and then replaced with a new arbitrator chip. Yisha found the right spot on the arbitrator's neck, then stabbed it with a needle gun. After pulling the trigger, the mutant gene of the M cell was injected into the arbitrator's body bit by bit. After doing all this, Yisha leaned against the wall on one side, looking at the time from time to time, while observing the arbitrator's physical condition. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Well, I was too anxious. An hour later, the arbitrator lay on the workbench, still without any movement, and Yisha could only give up. It takes a certain amount of time for cells and genes to fuse, not to mention mutant genes, like the mutant gene of the M cell. Yisha comforted himself and decided to take a break. It was not good to keep staring at the arbitrator. During this period, Yisha went to the death carriage. Although he now had a personal carriage, he still had his bed in the death carriage, because his personal carriage privileges were temporary. When the usage time was over, he had to return to the death carriage. Of course, if possible, Yisha would certainly like to get the permanent right to use and live in the personal carriage. But that was not easy. In addition to outstanding performance to complete the task, he also needed some luck. When Yisha returned to the death carriage, he found that many people had returned after a few days. 1/3 of the people appeared in the death carriage, and the other cars should be less. After all, the strength of those who participated in the death carriage battle is still worthy of recognition. At the same time, this means that the departure time of the Doomsday train is not too far away. Hey! At the same time, when Yisha returned to the death carriage, Xia Yuren also came to the door. Do you still plan to continue the transaction you mentioned last time? Yisha, do you have anything you can trade? You are used to using bows and arrows. Right. Xia Yuren took out a small plastic box and threw it over. Give me back the hypnotic bell. And this thing is yours. Yisha opened the plastic box and took a look. Colored contact lenses? Xia Yuren, these are not ordinary colored contact lenses. I dug them out of her eyes after killing a very troublesome guy. Eagle pattern pupils. Increase the field of view by 250 meters. Increase visual accuracy by 50%. Reduce cones by 50%. Increase hand-eye coordination by 25%. Ineffective when the pupil lenses are removed. Xia Yuren, how is it? It should be very useful to you. Yisha, I don't think it's more valuable than the hypnotic bell. Xia Yuren, but it's more effective than the hypnotic bell. Facing mutant zombies with higher levels than you, the hypnotic bell is ineffective. With your strength, mutant zombies with lower or similar levels usually don't pose much of a threat. The hypnotic bell can only allow you to hypnotize ordinary zombies to hurry on your way. Yisha pondered for a while, and Xia Yuren's words made sense. However, Yisha didn't believe it was that simple. Chapter 227 Changes in the Arbitrator. The reason for Yisha's suspicion is that Xia Yuren is not weak. When he first saw this woman, the pitiful look was obviously pretended. This point has been confirmed in the desert wasteland. If the one-eyed old man had not been injected with corpse-transforming potions continuously, with Xia Yuren's strength, she could have completely assassinated the one-eyed old man. This is where Yisha is confused. What Xia Yuren said is very correct. As Yisha's strength becomes stronger, the hypnotic bell is indeed a bit awkward in Yisha's hands. But, isn't it the same for Xia Yuren? If so, why does she want to take back the hypnotic bell? Especially since she gave it away to deceive herself at first. And now she wants to take it back again. Did she get something to cooperate with it? Xia Yuren seemed to have guessed Yisha's thoughts and continued, no matter what use I have, at least that thing is useless in your hands. Isn't it? We each take what we need. Yisha, I don't think it's good for me if you become stronger. I can't guarantee that we will be hostile one day, unless you can give me a satisfactory price. Eagle pattern pupils alone are not enough. Xia Yuren was silent for a while, then took out a sword. Add this. Yisha, a sword? This is a cross sword from the European Middle Ages. Beautifully made, with a blue hilt inlaid with gold edges. And the blade has incomprehensible runes, with a faint red glow. Yisha is very satisfied with the Nepalese machete and the Alaskan whale harpoon. And he doesn't really care about the sword. Xia Yuren, this sword is not for chopping people. It's for shooting. Radiant sword. The ancient power flows inside the sword, which can transcend the constraints and restrictions of space, allowing the user to instantly reach the location of the radiant sword. The ancient space power remaining in the radiant sword can only be used 10 times, and the current remaining 10 times. Yisha's first thought was, what the hell is this? The important thing about a sword is its sharpness, hardness, etc. However, Yi Sha quickly understood what Xia Yuren meant. The radiant sword is used for shooting. As long as the sword is shot out, he can instantly complete a few hundred meters, and even with the clairvoyance of the infinite bow, he can instantly transfer thousands of meters. Xia Yuren. This is something left behind when witches were popular in the Middle Ages. I found it in the stomach of an ancient species. After I took it back to the Doomsday train, it had a special effect. I even planned to buy a bow for it. Yi Sha pondered for a moment. This is indeed a good thing. It can save my life at a critical moment. With this thing in the Dark City, how could I be forced so badly by Gu Shujio in the Fortress Experimental Base? Yi Sha deal. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he took out the hypnotic bell and threw it to Xia Yuren, and then accepted the radiant sword and the eagle pattern pupil. Eagle pattern pupils are also very useful to me. Needless to say, the visual range and visual accuracy are understandable. The reduction of cone cells can greatly improve the contrast between light and dark objects in Yi Sha's field of vision, avoid light interference, and even make him immune to illusions like mirages. Hand-eye coordination does not simply improve Yi Sha's archery skills, but directly improves his attack ability. Many times, after seeing something with the eyes, and then attacking with both hands, there is a delay. That is, the body cannot keep up with the speed of the eyes. After the hand-eye coordination is improved, the attack delay can be reduced and the attack speed can be significantly increased. Of course, when shooting arrows, the improvement will be more obvious, because it is the hand-eye coordination, not the foot-eye, or something else. If Yi Sha hits with his feet or body, it will be ineffective. But overall, Yi Sha is still very satisfied. In the death carriage, Yi Sha did not stay for long before leaving. There is no reason to stay in the death carriage after owning a personal carriage. The next day, the Arbiter, who had not responded to anything, finally showed some changes. Two dark green tumor-like things grew on the left and right sides of the Arbiter's neck. Yi Sha tried to press them, and green venom seeped out. This was the most obvious change. But it was not what made Yi Sha happy. What made Yi Sha happy the most was the changes in the Arbiter's muscles. The Arbiter's body was smaller, and he was obviously not as sturdy as before. Yi Sha was a little worried that the Arbiter's strength might be weakened. But if he lost weight, his speed and reaction ability would probably improve. The most important thing is that the Arbiter's body has plant characteristics. When Yi Sha carefully cut a hole in the Arbiter's body with a scalpel, what flowed out was not bright red blood, but some translucent juice, just like the feeling of those succulents being cut. This means that the fusion transformation of the mutation gene of the M cell is effective. Yi Sha's gamble paid off. As time passed day by day, the Arbiter's body continued to change. Following the changes in the blood, the bones began to change. Yi Sha suddenly discovered that fine bone fragments continued to appear on the body of the arbitrator. After cleaning them, they still appeared. Through observation, Yi Sha discovered that those bone fragments were discharged from the body of the arbitrator. However, the body of the arbitrator did not soften. This was incredible. Bones were the key to supporting the body. But now the bones in the arbitrator's body seemed to have been broken. But the body did not collapse, turning into fluffy pieces of meat, but still able to move normally. At the same time, the shrinkage of muscles did not weaken the arbitrator's defense. In fact, the current state of the arbitrator's muscles is very strange. He does not feel like a muscular man before. Although the muscles are still obvious, they are not as sharp as granite, but soft. However, Yi Sha found that it was more difficult to pierce the arbitrator's body with a knife. The Nepalese machete only penetrated a small part, and then he felt a strong resistance. It was obviously more difficult to hurt the arbitrator than before. After the arbiter merged with the mutant gene of the M cell, the changes were becoming more and more obvious. After 3 days, Yi Sha discovered that there were small sunken holes on the back of the arbiter. Those sunken holes were only the size of thumbs, and there were a total of 16 of them, centered on the spine, with 8 on each side. In the sunken holes, Yi Sha saw tiny vines wriggling. There is no doubt that this means that Yi Sha's transformation of the arbiter was completely successful. However, before the arbiter completed the fusion of the mutant gene of the M cell 100%, Yi Sha had to prepare to leave, because the Doomsday train had reached the end of its stay in the Dark City, and was about to start again, and the next destination was confirmed. Chapter 228 Next Stop. As the Doomsday train departed again, a mysterious voice arrived as expected. Welcome aboard the Doomsday train. I will lead you to continue the road to survival. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Skylight Castle in 3 hours. Release Task 1. Find a sample of alien blood. Release Task 2. Get a sample of a new zombie mutation that is a fusion of vampire and zombie viruses. Release Task 3. Kill Duke Reinhardt, the owner of the Skylight Castle. You must successfully obtain a sample of the alien blood in the 3 tasks to get back on the Doomsday train. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks to receive a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks to receive a special reward. And have the right to open your personal carriage for 72 hours and a designated reward. The mysterious voice announced the next destination. Yisha was very satisfied with going to Tiangwan Castle. The reason was self-evident. In his previous life, Yisha had been to Tiangwan Castle when he was at the 9th Doomsday train platform. Yisha knows everything about Tiangwan Castle. In that ancient land, there have been legends about werewolves and vampires since ancient times. No one knows whether they are true or false. At least there are many such legends. But no one has ever seen a werewolf or a vampire. However, when the end of the world came and the zombie virus swept through, vampires and werewolves appeared. The vampires and werewolves, who had been sleeping somewhere, came back to life and ruled the foggy city where Tiangwan Castle is located. To a certain extent, vampires and werewolves are ancient species that are not that old. These two species may have really existed thousands of years ago, and then disappeared with the demise of the times. In modern society, however, the zombie virus has brought these two species back to life. As for the target of Mission 3, Duke Reinhardt, known as the last vampire, is the only vampire who has not survived the zombie virus. He was alive before the end of the world, but no one knew that this Duke was not a human, but a vampire. In addition, as far as Yishan knows, Duke Reinhardt has some relationship with Compu Corporation. This vampire Duke is a major shareholder of Compu Corporation. However, it seems that he is just waiting to be paid, not the person in charge of Compu headquarters or any branch. But Yisha in his previous life might not think too much about this. But now, as long as it is related to Compu, Yisha feels a little strange. And Tiangwan Castle may hide some secrets related to Compu. In any case, for Yisha and all the passengers on the Doomsday train, the rest time is over. 3 hours passed quickly. And when the Doomsday train entered the platform again, everyone left silently and left through the Doomsday train platform. In fact, although the mysterious voice hinted that this stop was Tiangwan Castle, the platform of the Doomsday train led to the Fog City. The normal process should be to find clues about Tiangwan Castle in the Fog City. Then leave the Fog City through fighting. Go to Tiangwan Castle. Then complete the task in Tiangwan Castle. And then return to the Doomsday train. Compared with others, Yisha's biggest advantage is that he knows this process. And he doesn't need to spend time looking for clues about Tiangwan Castle in the Fog City. He directly knows where Tiangwan Castle is. As usual, he stayed on the platform for a while, waiting for everyone else to leave before Yisha left the Doomsday train platform and headed for the Fog City. The Fog City is a gloomy city, surrounded by buildings full of strong Gothic style, with tall buildings, narrow walls, a large number of pointed arches, flying corner eaves, flying buttresses, flower windows and beamed columns. The whole city exudes a medieval retro feeling and darkness. At the same time, the Fog City, as its name suggests, is often filled with fog, making the already gloomy city look even more weird, gloomy and depressing. When Yisha left the Doomsday train platform, the first thing he saw was the dense fog that enveloped the entire city. Looking up, he could see the night shrouding the city, with a new moon hanging high in the sky. Yisha murmured, "This is not good. We should find a place to stay quickly." The night in the Fog City is the most dangerous, because there are not only zombies wandering around, but also werewolves and vampires, two nocturnal creatures that appear at night. If it is a werewolf or vampire zombie, it will be more difficult to deal with. "Awuh," Yisha was thinking, when a sharp wolf howl suddenly sounded, which was extremely harsh. "Tsk," Yisha curled his lips, "not so unlucky." "Right." The next moment, Yisha accelerated suddenly without any hesitation and ran along the street. The fog drifting in front of him greatly affected his vision. Even if Yisha wore the eagle-patterned pupil, that thing could not see through. And it could be seen that the distance was only 3 or 4 meters. Suddenly, A group of zombies appeared in front of Yisha. "Damn it!" Yisha angrily said. "Get out of my way." It was too short to draw the bow at this distance. And Yisha didn't want to slow down his pace because of drawing the bow. Almost immediately, Yisha drew out his Nepali machete and chopped a zombie's neck head-on. With a puff, the zombie's neck was directly cut in half, and blood kept splattering. Yisha didn't hesitate at all. After drawing the knife, he quickly faced the next zombie. The zombie bared its teeth and claws, saliva dripping from its mouth, and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha quickly twisted his body and dodged from the side of the zombie, then pulled out the silver thorn and pressed against the zombie's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a blood flower popped out of the zombie's head, and it fell to the ground easily. Yisha continued to move forward, raised the silver thorn and kept shooting forward, but did not choose to use two guns, but only used one. When a zombie dodged the bullet shooting from the side and approached him, Yisha swung the Nepalese machete and chopped those zombies to death. If ordinary zombies don't gather in a certain number, it's hard for them to pose a threat to Yisha. But, awooh! The piercing wolf howl appeared again, and the previous wolf howl was a little far away. But this time, it was very close. Yisha immediately looked towards a building on the side, and with the help of the moonlight, he could vaguely see a figure half crouching on the roof of the building. Puff! Yisha's eyes were always fixed on the roof, but his movements were not slow at all. Without even looking, he raised his knife to the side and chopped down the last zombie that pounced on him. The moment the zombie fell to the ground, its head rolled to the side like a ball. Since we can't avoid it, Yisha raised his head, then let's fight. Chapter 229 Foggy City. The werewolf on the roof moved quickly, running on the roof with agility, turning into a black shadow, and then leaping down from the roof. Bang! The werewolf landed on the street, leaving cracks on the ground, then tilted his head and looked at Yisha with bloody eyes. The werewolf looked like a wolf walking upright, but the structure of its limbs and torso was more similar to that of a human. One could even see the sharp, granite-like muscles, black and gray hair, and bloodshot eyes, making the werewolf look very ferocious. Ah! A sharp wolf howl sounded, and then the werewolf quickly pounced on Yisha. Yisha snapped his fingers. Shoot! The arbitrator who had been following Yisha did not hesitate at all, and directly raised the machine gun with one hand and shot at the werewolf. Bullets poured out, but they could not stop the werewolf. The werewolf ran forward quickly, then crossed his arms to block in front of him. The bullets hit the werewolf's body, constantly bringing blood, but it seemed that it did not bring any damage to the werewolf. The werewolf has super strong defense and self-recovery ability, and the bullet shooting is not enough to defeat the werewolf. Yisha snapped his fingers again. Kill him! The arbitrator discarded the machine gun, then took a step forward, met the werewolf, watched the werewolf's claws grab forward, and also raised his palm and held the werewolf's claws together. The synonym of the werewolf is cruelty, bloodthirstiness, and bravery. However, even if the werewolf in front of him is very brave, in terms of strength, he cannot overwhelm the arbitrator. Because of the transformation, the arbitrator's body is smaller than before, and his muscles are not so obvious, but his strength has not decreased, and he completely resisted the werewolf's attack. Moreover, because the Doomsday train arrived at the Fog City, Yisha had to take the arbitrator away. In fact, the arbitrator's transformation has not been completed, and his body is still in the process of changing, which means that the power currently displayed by the arbitrator is likely not 100% of his strength. Yisha was very satisfied with this, and quickly stepped back, then stretched out his hand and pinched the void, holding the infinite bow in his hand. With such a strong meat shield as the arbitrator in front, it was definitely a lucky thing for Yisha, and he could attack recklessly from behind. Puff! The piercing arrow suddenly flew out from behind, past the arbitrator's body, and then pierced the werewolf's shoulder fiercely, piercing through the opponent's shoulder. Fresh red blood soon flowed out, and because of the pain, the werewolf became more crazy, and kept roaring in his throat, trying to get his claws out of the arbitrator's palm. However, the arbitrator's palms were like a pair of iron pliers, and no matter how the werewolf struggled, he refused to let go. Ah! After raising his head and roaring again, the werewolf suddenly opened his bloody mouth and bit the arbitrator's shoulder fiercely. Puff! The arbitrator's body made a muffled sound, and then a light green liquid splashed out. The arbitrator didn't care about the wound on his shoulder. In fact, the arbitrator didn't have such a feeling as pain, let alone any emotion such as anger. Being injured was meaningless to the arbitrator. However, after the werewolf bit the arbiter with its lower jaw, it suddenly showed a painful expression and made a series of wolf howls. Yisha raised his bow again. This is natural. After the arbitrator integrated the cells and genes of the corpse flower, the blood in his body already contained plant toxins. Puff! Yisha released the bowstring and shot the arrow forward again. This time, it directly pierced the werewolf's knee. With a plop, the werewolf fell to the ground involuntarily. Yisha said to the arbitrator, "It's time to end it." The arbitrator's arm suddenly exerted force, twisting the werewolf's claws back. And with 2 clicks, the werewolf's arms fell limply. The arbitrator picked up the machine gun from the ground, replaced the drum, and then pointed the muzzle at the werewolf's head. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of gunfire appeared, and bullets continuously hit the werewolf's head. After a while, when the bullets were used up, the werewolf's head was completely blown up, and it fell to the ground like a corpse. You killed a werewolf. Cumulative number 1. Yisha took a few steps forward, took out the space flower pot from his backpack, and threw it on the ground. The corpse flower immediately came out, wrapped around the werewolf's body, and began to devour the werewolf's flesh and blood. In fact, coming to the Fog City is not without benefits. Werewolves and vampires are both ancient species. Although their blood is a little thin, they are numerous. For corpse flowers, they are undoubtedly the best food. If I can kill more werewolves and vampires, Yisha murmured, maybe when I return to the Doomsday train, it won't be a problem to let the corpse flower enter the growth stage, or even the maturity stage. Boom! At this time, a huge boom suddenly came from the distance. Yisha looked sideways, and saw that a tall building a few streets away had broken and collapsed. It was obvious that someone was fighting there. Yisha didn't care about it. The night in the Fog City was not peaceful. Werewolves and vampires were nocturnal creatures. The Doomsday train arrived at night, so the possibility of fighting with them was very high. Secondly, werewolves and vampires were born hostile species. They would fight every night, which also made the night in the Fog City unusually lively. Therefore, Yisha did not plan to stay in the Fog City for too long. But he did not plan to travel at night. Traveling at night in the Fog City was really dangerous. Are you full? Looking back, looking at the shrunken werewolf corpse, Yisha patted the corpse flower's head. Let's go if you are full. There is no need to go back to the space flower pot. Just burrow into the ground. Remember to warn if there is danger. The corpse flower twisted its body, and then the vines drilled a small hole in the ground. And then the body sank to the ground. Yisha and the arbitrator continued to run forward, killing the zombies that appeared on the street. About half an hour later, Yisha finally found a place suitable for him to stay temporarily. This is a bank, not large in scale, with a retro Gothic style building, but the interior is modern, with a gate, a layer of tempered glass, and only one entrance and exit, which is very suitable for temporary hiding. Be careful. Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and pushed open the door. Keep the footsteps down. Yisha gave the arbitrator an order and then walked into the bank first. The door of the bank was not closed, and it was impossible to determine whether there were zombies, werewolves and vampires in it. It was necessary to explore first. If there was danger, it would naturally have to be killed. Chapter 230 Blood Servant. Yisha put on the starry goggles and carefully observed the surroundings. Although the arbitrator also has a thermal imaging device, and the coverage area is larger. However, that thing must have body temperature to image the target, and zombies do not have so-called body temperature. So in this case, the starry goggles are more reliable. Carefully walking into the bank, Yisha suddenly felt that he kicked something, and when he looked down, it was a corpse. There was not just one corpse. After passing the front lobby of the bank, there were about 10 corpses in the service area on the side. Yisha squatted down and checked the corpses. He couldn't help grinning. Another troublesome thing. The corpses were not zombies, but human ones. At the same time, there were 2 small holes in the neck, and a trace of black blood was faintly visible. Yes, these people were bitten to death. Or to be more precise, they were bitten to death by vampires. After the werewolf, there are vampires. Yisha licked his lips. It seems that my luck is not very good. Yi Sha checked several corpses in succession, and found that they were all bitten to death. Naturally, he was very sure that it was the work of vampires. However, judging from the appearance of the corpses, they seemed to have been dead for a long time. I don't know if the vampire is still here, but Yi Sha still seemed very careful and kept exploring the surroundings. He didn't want to have his neck bitten off while he was sleeping. Yi Sha's main exploration location was the ceiling, where vampires usually hang upside down, or in the attic. Ventilation ducts. In short, vampires don't like to be close to the ground. Carefully, he walked deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down, illuminating an area. Yi Sha turned his body sharply, raised the silver thorn, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the moonlight was pouring in from the skylight. But just as Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief, a red light suddenly flashed through the Xingye goggles, and then flew towards the ceiling. Yi Sha was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted, raised his gun, and shot in the direction of the red shadow. Along with the gunshot, there was a sudden movement from behind the ceiling, and then the ceiling suddenly shattered, and a group of palm-sized bats suddenly emerged from behind the ceiling, rushing towards Yi Sha with their fangs and claws bared. The arbitrator immediately stepped forward, opened his arms, and directly helped Yi Sha to block the bats. Yi Sha thus gained time. Stepped back 2 steps. Imagined the infinity bow and explosive arrows, and then shot at the group of bats without hesitation. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a blazing fireball exploded from the air. The scorching air wave pushed the flames to spread around. After passing through the bats, the bodies of the bats began to burn, and then fell from the air. However, this was not the end. A more piercing scream followed, and then a huge bat flew down from the big hole in the ceiling. The body of the bat was about the size of an ordinary round table, with wings spread out on both sides, each reaching about 2.5 meters. A pair of red eyes, and black and red smoke surrounding the body. It turns out to be the lowest level blood servant. Yi Sha licked his lips. Then it's not as difficult as I imagined. Yi Sha immediately raised the silver thorns and fired at the blood servant with both guns. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued to ring, and at the same time, the blood servant did not have wounds on its body. Instead, every time it was hit, countless small bats would fall from the blood servant's body, flapping their wings and crashing towards Yi Sha. The arbitrator was like a solid wall, blocking Yi Sha in front of him, blocking the flying bats and letting them bite his body. Yes, this is the role of the arbitrator. Although Yi Sha would feel sorry if the arbitrator was damaged, the purpose of the arbitrator's existence was to protect Yi Sha. With the cover of the arbitrator, Yi Sha quickly detoured to the side, and then punched into the air. Shock wave. With a bang, the invisible force hit the flying blood servant in the sky. The huge body was actually shattered by Yi Sha's punch and turned into countless small bats. But it was only a moment, and those small bats flew and condensed again, turning back into the appearance of blood servants. Let's see how long you can hold on. Bang, bang, Yi Sha growled, and without hesitation, he punched forward twice, and 2 shock waves went forward, smashing the blood servant's body again. The blood servant's body quickly reassembled, but the blood servant's head was obviously much smaller than before, which meant that Yi Sha's attack was effective. At the same time, after being hit hard continuously, the blood servant also seemed particularly angry, no longer relying on those bats to attack, but swooping down directly. The arbitrator still stood in front of Yi Sha to defend himself faithfully, because that was the order Yi Sha gave him. However, just when the blood servant was about to hit the arbitrator, the blood servant's body suddenly dispersed and turned into countless small bats that bypassed the arbitrator, then regrouped behind the arbitrator and rushed towards Yi Sha. Puff! The blood servant flew in front of Yi Sha, and with a sweep of its wings, it was like the sharpest knife, and a cut was immediately opened on Yi Sha's forearm, and blood flowed out. Yi Sha's expression became a little more ferocious, and then he drew out his Nepali machete and chopped down at the blood servant. After the blade passed through and chopped the blood servant's body, the blood servant's body was chopped off again, turning into countless bats, and then quickly reassembled. Yi Sha had no expression on his face. He had fought against the blood servant in the Misty City in his previous life. This guy was not actually very strong. He could just keep turning into a bat, but it was not unlimited, as long as he kept attacking. His ability to turn into a bat would be continuously weakened, and eventually kill the blood servant. Seeing the blood servant rushing towards him again, Yi Sha retreated while estimating the time it would take for the shock wave to compress the air. When the blood servant rushed to him, he pressed forward again. Bang! The invisible force of the shock wave flew forward and knocked the blood servant away again, turning it into a pile of bats. The pile of bats struggled on the ground and quickly regrouped. The arbitrator also rushed over from the back and fired at the bats on the ground with a machine gun. Thump! 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 The machine gun made a crisp sound, killing many small bats. When the blood servant's body recondensed, its size was obviously smaller. Almost done. Yi Sha raised the infinite bow again. Show your true self. An explosive arrow flew forward and nailed directly on the blood servant's shoulder. With a bang, the explosive arrow exploded, and the blood servant's body was shattered again. Chapter 231 Agreement. This time, the blood servant's body did not turn into a small bat again, but the black and red smoke wrapped around the body quickly surged and quickly turned into a fog ball. Yes, this is the true body of the blood servant. The blood servant is a power differentiated from the vampire. The bat is not the body. The blood servant itself is an energy body without a physical body. It is a very rare, and even rarer ancient species. You are dead this time. Yi Sha sneered and shot his bow again. Since the blood servant had revealed its true form, it could be killed. Puff! The explosive arrow flew out again and hit the blood servant. Then suddenly exploded, completely shattering the fog, breaking it into pieces, and finally completely disappearing. You killed the blood servant. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yi Sha finally confirmed that his luck seemed to be really bad at the moment. The previous werewolf and the current blood servant did not give any rewards. However, this is purely a matter of probability, and Yi Sha couldn't say anything. He pulled down the gate of the bank, found something to block the door, and then sat aside to rest. The appearance of the blood servant means that there can be no humans, zombies, or other ancient species in the bank. The blood servant will suck the blood of all living things, including zombies. Since the blood servant is here, it is naturally impossible for other species to exist. After Yi Sha gave the arbitrator a guard order, he could rest at ease. 6 hours. Yi Sha casually took out some food from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth. Then looked at the time. There were still 6 hours until dawn. It would save a lot of trouble to leave the fog city after dawn. After filling his stomach, Yi Sha closed his eyes. This time he was not pretending to doze, but really sleeping soundly. Since the end of the world, Yi Sha has never had a good and peaceful sleep. Now it is different. With the arbitrator on guard, Yi Sha can sleep soundly, because Yi Sha didn't have to worry about the arbitrator stabbing him in the middle of the night. This is a world where people are worse than dogs. Yi Sha laughed at himself. A monster transformed from a corpse is more trustworthy than humans. Yi Sha shook his head and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Sha was awakened by a vibration. Slowly opened his eyes, and immediately tensed his body and entered a fighting state. However, Yi Sha soon found that he was overthinking. If there was any danger, the arbitrator would take action immediately or give a warning. But the arbitrator was still standing by the door. The vibration was the phone in Yi Sha's pocket shaking. Yi Sha knew who was calling, because there was only one number on the phone. Yi Sha answered, "Hello?" Gonlin's voice came. "Does the promise you made last time still count?" Yi Sha, "Ancient species?" Gonlin, "Yes." Yi Sha, "Okay. Now?" Yi Sha did not intend to break the contract. In the end times, there is nothing you can't do. There are no laws or constraints here. There are only fists. Whoever has the stronger fists has the right to speak. However, Yi Sha has his own principles and bottom line, and keeping his word is one of his principles. Of course, Yi Sha also has his own intentions, and he is building his own reputation. As the Doomsday train passes through more and more platforms, the people on the Doomsday train are getting stronger and stronger, and the resources and things in their hands are gradually increasing. It is impossible to rely entirely on buying things in the dining car to improve their strength, because that is a very unprofitable business. For example, Yi Sha bought a pistol in the dining car and spent 200 silver skull coins. When you have more skull coins and plan to buy a better pistol, you will inevitably sell the original one. But if you sell it to the dining car, the other party will usually only get a quarter of it. That is, 50 silver skull coins. Thus, the loss of 150 silver skull coins occurred. In fact, even if the acquisition is not purchased from the dining car, the recycling price is lower than the average, generally about 1/4. Yi Sha always thought that the price given by the boss lady was fair, because the price given by the boss lady usually exceeded 1/4 of the purchase price. But in the early stage, the dining car was the most convenient way to get items to enhance oneself. Even if there was a loss, one could only choose to bear it. Survival was the most important thing. However, when everyone became rich, the dining car transaction was not absolute. The best way to make up for the loss is, of course, to trade within the carriage, or even to trade for useful items that you don't use. In addition, some items obtained through special rewards are not sold in the dining car and can only be traded privately. In fact, the Doomsday train does not restrict transactions, and for private transactions, credibility is a very critical issue, especially in the end times. The value of the spirit of contract is pitifully low. At this time, a good reputation can have a huge effect in the transaction. At least it can establish a temporary sense of trust. So Yi Sha does not easily agree to anything. But once he agrees, he will do his best to do it. On the other end of the phone, Gan Lin, do you know that there are two ancient species, werewolves and vampires, in this city? Yi Sha, yes. Gan Lin, they are different from ordinary ancient species. They have a certain degree of wisdom. Yi Sha interrupted. I know that werewolves and vampires are intelligent creatures. But not all of them. They must be strong enough to have wisdom. But don't try to communicate with them. The nature of werewolves is to kill, and the nature of vampires is to suck the blood of other creatures. Gan Lin, I know. What I want to say is that I found a vampire lord and plan to hunt him. But he has the same intelligence as humans. So I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill him. It doesn't matter. Yi Sha, tell me the address. I'll take care of the rest. Gan Lin, tomorrow night. I have confirmed information that the vampire lord is going to go to war with the werewolves, and we can take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Yi Sha scratched his forehead. Tomorrow night. He would have to stay in the fog city for another day. But it didn't matter. It wasn't a big deal to delay for a day. Besides, Yi Sha heard some other meanings from Gan Lin. That vampire count must be the target that Gan Lin wants to hunt. And this vampire count will go to war with the werewolves. Then, the bodies of the werewolves will belong to him. Yi Sha, I will arrive at the specific location before tomorrow evening. Gan Lin, to the east of the fog city. There is a river and a landmark iron bridge. About 100 meters southeast of the bridge, there is a very tall retro clock tower. Yi Sha nodded. I know. Chapter 232 The Stalker. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Yi Sha packed up a little and set off. Yi Sha knew the place Gan Lin was talking about. After all, he had been to the fog city in his previous life, and that place was a bit far from him. So he had to leave as soon as possible. At the same time, another reason was that the fog city was indeed safer during the day than at night. But it was not without danger. There were no living people in the fog city anymore. There were roughly several types of things here. Werewolves, vampires, infected werewolves, infected vampires, and zombies. Werewolves and vampires rarely come out during the day, but the latter three still roam during the day. Zombies will always exist in the apocalypse. Of course, ordinary zombies are still easy to deal with. But werewolves and vampires infected with the zombie virus are a bit troublesome. So it is not a very easy thing to walk freely through the streets. However, Yi Sha did not plan to walk on the street. He chose the subway station. Not far from the bank, there is a subway station. Walking down the stairs, most of the lighting equipment has broken down, and the remaining lights are also flickering, making the subway station exude a bit of weirdness and gloom. When he reached the platform, Yi Sha smiled. I'm lucky. I don't look as unlucky as before. Yi Sha felt lucky because there was a subway station at this station. The subway had been unmanned for a long time. But this was not a problem for Yi Sha. Or for the arbitrator. The arbitrator was a pure fighting machine. Or a fighting soldier. Fighting was diverse. Not just shooting with a gun and punching the opponent in the face. In the arbitrator's program, a lot of combat-related knowledge was input, including driving various vehicles, from armed helicopters to ordinary cars. The arbitrator was fiddling in the cab, and Yi Sha returned to the back car, resting there with his arms around his chest. It took about an hour, and a half to get there by subway. After arriving, Yisha needed to prepare a little, because there was more than one enemy, but a group of vampires and a group of werewolves. Werewolves and vampires both have so-called families, or can be directly understood as group animals. These two species seem to contain the habits of wild beasts. So Yisha will face a group of vampires and werewolves at that time. So naturally he needs to make some preparations. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a crashing sound suddenly interrupted Yisha's thoughts. Yisha looked up involuntarily. The sound obviously came from the roof. Yisha stood up from his seat, looked up at the roof, and slowly paced forward following the sound. Then, when the sound stopped, he immediately raised the silver thorn and pulled the trigger towards the roof. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive gunshots, Yisha made bullet holes in the roof. And then it was quiet, and nothing appeared. However, Yisha would not let down his guard because he heard the sound coming from the roof. It was definitely not an illusion. Suddenly, a sound of metal tearing sounded behind Yisha, and then a piece of the roof was torn off. The metal plate flew out along the roof and hit the side wall, constantly exploding golden sparks. Yisha suddenly came to his senses and raised the silver thorn. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a pain in his wrist, and the silver thorn flew out of his hand. Yisha saw the zombie clearly at this time and frowned. Deathstalker. Deathstalker. Gold 4-star. A mutant zombie with trace amounts of plant mutation virus. Attacks with tentacles and gnawing. The Deathstalker is humanoid, with little variation in appearance. But like the crawler, it crawls on all fours, and has 6 strange tentacles on its back, wrapped in flesh membranes, constantly dripping with sticky liquid, which looks very disgusting. Has trace amounts of plant mutation virus. Yisha smiled. Very good food. Just right for feeding my pet. Without any hesitation, Yisha drew out his Nepali machete and swept it forward, colliding with the tentacles of the Deathstalker. The blade swept past and directly cut off the tentacles. The Deathstalker immediately let out a painful roar from its throat, and the remaining tentacles immediately rushed towards Yisha. Shockwave. Yisha raised his hand directly, and the shockwave exploded in front of him, pushing those tentacles away. The next moment, Yisha rushed to the front of the stalker. The space in the carriage was very small, and there was almost no room to dodge. In this case, the bravest of the two would win. Puff! Yisha rushed to the front of the stalker and stabbed the Nepalese machete hard. The stalker reacted very quickly and quickly turned his body to avoid the knife. Even so, Yisha still stabbed the stalker's shoulder. The stalker kept roaring, and the tentacles around it immediately rushed towards Yisha again. But Yisha had no intention of dodging or blocking. When the tentacles were about to hit Yisha, the 6-flower shield suddenly activated, and 6 shields appeared around Yisha at the same time, blocking the tentacles of the Deathstalker. You are not qualified to kill me yet. Yisha sneered, and pulled the Nepalese machete to the side, then cut the Deathstalker's head in half. You killed the Deathstalker. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Deathstalker's tooth. Yisha pried open the Deathstalker's mouth, then pulled out the teeth and put them in a plastic bag. The Deathstalker was just a small episode for Yisha. The level given by Doomsday Train was still very valuable for reference. Those mutant zombies with lower levels than Yisha, except for very special species, basically could not pose too much threat to Yisha. An hour and a half later, Yisha dragged the corpse of the Deathstalker out of the carriage and threw it to the corpse flower. The Deathstalker carried a certain plant mutation virus, which was a very good food for the corpse flower. At the same time, the corpse flower had passed the larval stage. If it could really awaken the blood of the ancient plant, then the blood should already exist at this moment, and there would be no need to pursue the ancient species for feeding. On the contrary, the corpse flower needs to grow more now, and growth requires a lot of food. After leaving the subway station, Yisha called Gonlin. I'm here. About 500 meters away from the clock tower. So fast? Gonlin, come directly to the top floor of the clock tower. I'm there. Yisha hung up the phone and walked out of the subway station. The clock tower Gonlin mentioned is one of the landmark buildings of the Fog City, so it is very easy to find. After Yisha left the subway station, he looked up and saw the clock tower in the distance. The zombies near the clock tower seemed to have been cleared, so Yisha easily reached the clock tower and walked up the stairs to the top floor. Chapter 233 Growth. You are quite good at enjoying life. The clock tower is an old-fashioned mechanical structure, and the gears are still made of wood. Near the clock face, Gonlin placed a small table with open red wine and a steak on it. Of course, it is impossible to find fresh steak in the end times. It is just a piece of frozen beef. Gonlin, live one day at a time. Enjoy it well. What if you die tomorrow? Yisha nodded. Gonlin's mentality is a typical mentality among people who survive in the end times. Anyway, living one more day is a blessing. So why live so hard? Therefore, this kind of people often buy food in the dining car and try to live in a single compartment. They do not make things at all, but for enjoyment. However, this kind of people usually die early, and Gonlin does not belong to this category. Her red wine and steak are obviously not bought from the dining car. At this time, Gonlin picked up the wine glass. Would you like a glass? Not interested. Yisha leaned against the wall. Let's talk about business. Gonlin, I got some information and clues. I won't talk about the process. In short, the werewolves and vampires living in the Fog City often fight and are not harmonious. Tonight, a vampire count named Clay will fight a group of werewolves called the Sass family. Yisha, I only promised to help you kill one platinum-level ancient species, but now you have to face two groups. Isn't it too difficult? Don't worry. Gonlin, there will be some overconfident guys who plan to hunt these vampires and werewolves at night. Yisha, the people on the Doomsday train? Of course. Gonlin, are there other living people in this place? Yisha, you are too well informed. Right. You even know about other people's affairs? It is understandable to know about vampires and werewolves. To find the location of Tingguang Castle, you must find out about vampires and werewolves. In his previous life, Yisha also captured a vampire count and tortured him before finding Tingguang Castle. But it is not easy to know what other passengers of the Doomsday train want to do. Generally, there is no need and no one does it. Gonlin, they are originally my people. Maybe you can understand them as my temporary companions? Or my temporary team? Yisha narrowed his eyes. Already understood. And sneered, be a scapegoat. Gonlin, that's fine. Yisha, is this your way of survival? I'm curious how you fooled them. If I say you use your body, do you believe me? Gonlin curled her lips and smiled. Then, I remember you said it before. It doesn't matter what means you use. What matters is to survive. If sacrificing others can keep me alive, then let those people die. Yisha, you shouldn't say that to my face. Gonlin, you don't count. You're not one of those who can be sacrificed. If I can, I don't want to provoke you. Or you'll kill me. Yisha looked at Gonlin meaningfully. This woman is adapting and growing very quickly, and has completely integrated into the jungle law of the end times. In Gonlin's eyes, other people should be divided into two types. Those who can be sacrificed and those who can be used. Yisha belongs to the latter. Yisha, I have probably understood your plan. You are here to pick up the slack in the three-way fight. You came to me to ask me to help you get rid of the guys who didn't die in the battle. Right? Gonlin, when necessary. You need to control the vampire lord. I am a weak woman. I can't kill the vampire lord unless I weaken him to a certain extent. Yisha curled his lips in disdain. If the humans who survived the Doomsday train formed a food chain, Gonlin would now be qualified to stand in the upper and middle reaches of this food chain. The word weak is ridiculous when used to describe her. Yisha didn't intend to dwell on this topic and sat down on the ground directly. Call me when you are working. It's still a long time before the evening. Gonlin lifted her chin with her hand and looked at Yisha teasingly. Aren't we going to do something? Yisha said sarcastically, put away your little tricks. They are useless to me. And believe me, no matter what the situation is, I can kill you in an instant. The moment Yisha finished speaking, a vine of corpse flowers suddenly sprang out from behind Gonlin, wrapped around Gonlin's neck, tightened little by little, and Gonlin's face immediately turned pale, and then gradually turned blue. Snap. Yisha snapped his fingers, and the vine of corpse flower loosened, and then disappeared. Gonlin coughed and rubbed his neck. It seems that you are very wary of me. Yisha, you should be proud of this. You are qualified to make me wary of you. Yisha was indeed very wary of Gonlin. Or rather, he was wary of everyone. Only in this way could he live longer. So, when entering the bell tower, he left the arbitrator at the entrance and exit below the bell tower, and let the corpse flower lurk. Seeing that Yisha had no intention of speaking again, Gan Lin stopped talking and sat back in his seat quietly, shaking his wine glass. The night came quickly. After dusk, the sky gradually darkened, and a light mist began to spread throughout the city. Faintly, the howling of wolves began to sound. This meant that the time for the werewolves and vampires to move had come. Yisha opened his eyes. How long will it take? Gan Lin, it's hard to say. But there will definitely be a fight tonight. Yisha nodded. Is the clock tower safe? Don't let this place be raided before the fight starts. Gan Lin, I put something that can isolate the breath near the clock tower. No living people were found. Whether it's a werewolf or a vampire, they should not enter the clock tower. Gan Lin was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked serious and changed the subject. Here they come. Yisha stood up and stood in front of the clock face. There was a window there. After pushing it open, you can see everything outside the clock tower. There were constant wolf howling around, which was normal because it was the time when werewolves and vampires appeared. However, it was not normal to hear the wolf howling getting closer and closer. This meant that there were werewolves approaching at high speed. Sure enough, not long after, Yisha saw several black shadows on the surrounding buildings, quickly passing on the roofs and running on the walls, as if walking on flat ground. There is no doubt that only werewolves can do this. Gan Lin also stood up at this time. It should be the werewolves who arrive first. No. Yisha looked in front of the clock tower. Near the river, the vampire count has also arrived. Chapter 234 Cannon Fodder. At the moment when Yisha finished speaking, a large group of red and black smoke suddenly appeared on the edge of the river, which kept wriggling there. Then the smoke dispersed, and a man wearing a cloak and with a pale face walked out of the smoke. The vampire count opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious fangs, and then a sharp cry came from his throat. Then, behind the surrounding buildings, countless bats flew up, and a large number of blood servants gathered in the air. There is no reason for the werewolves and vampires to fight. They are like hostile species in the food chain. Meeting means fighting. There were 7 werewolves in total. After jumping down from the building, they rushed towards the vampire lord. However, at this moment, the blood servants around them quickly rushed over and fought with the werewolves. Gan Lin walked to the window with red wine. The best result is that all the werewolves died in the battle, leaving only the vampire lord. Yisha, it's impossible. When one side is weak, they will run away. Werewolves and vampires are a few ancient species with wisdom. They know what retreat means. After Yisha finished speaking, he looked at Gan Lin meaningfully. You just thought of this. So you found some cannon fodder. Gan Lin smiled and stopped talking, but watched the battle with Yisha. The blood servant was no match for the werewolf. Yisha himself had fought with the blood servant. The blood servant was very average except for being more durable. After the continuous attacks revealed its true form, it was completely unable to resist the werewolf's attack. But at this moment, the vampire count suddenly let out a sharp whistle from his throat. And then the blue veins quickly climbed up the vampire count's neck like earthworms, and then spread from the neck to the face, making the vampire count look very hideous. The next moment, a pair of huge bat wings spread out and flapped forward continuously, followed by a strong wind, and the vampire count directly blew away the 2 werewolves that were about to approach him. The 2 werewolves fell to the ground, with densely packed small cuts on their bodies, and blood was constantly oozing out. Yisha took a breath of cold air. This vampire count has been infected with the zombie virus, and is a corpse-transformed ancient species. The corpse-transformed ancient species is definitely an extremely powerful and difficult guy. Just think about the corpse-transformed half-moon bear that Yisha had dealt with before. After a half-moon bear that was not very powerful was transformed, it actually killed more than a dozen ancient species as food. Moreover, Yisha was almost killed by the bear's claws at that time. Gan Lin's expression was not very good. This was obviously beyond her expectation. After a moment of silence, Gan Lin picked up the phone and said, "Do it." After Gan Lin finished speaking, about half a minute later, gunshots suddenly rang out. 5 people rushed out from the surrounding buildings, firing their guns and heading towards the battle circle of the werewolves and vampire lords. Although werewolves and vampires did not get along, they were more hostile to other living people. Or, it is not accurate to describe it as hostility, because in the eyes of werewolves and vampires, humans are food, and no one will allow food to show its teeth and claws in front of them. Almost in an instant, The werewolves and vampire count seemed to have reached a tacit understanding and attacked the humans who appeared. Gan Lin found a total of 5 people, which was a standard team. Their strength seemed to be okay. At least they had rich shooting experience, or had intermediate or advanced firearms proficiency, and were also good at close combat. However, the coordination was not good, and the formation was a bit scattered. It was probably just as Gan Lin said. It was put together temporarily. Yi Sha estimated that these 5 people were all of gold level, but at best they were 1 or 2 stars. Yi Sha, are they not from the death carriage? Gan Lin, the people from the death carriage are not easy to fool, and I don't want to get myself involved. These idiots were just picked up on the road. While the two were talking, the war below was already burning fiercely. Although the group of people Gan Lin found were not weak, they were definitely no match for the werewolf and the vampire lord, and they soon began to retreat. Gan Lin took out a walkie-talkie. Hold on. I've contacted a powerful guy, and he's on his way. With Gan Lin's mobilization, the 5 people gritted their teeth and continued to face the vampire count and the werewolf. After they had used up all their bullets, they engaged in close combat. Puff! The werewolf's sharp claws stabbed forward and pierced through a man's chest, making a piercing roar. And then, the man was lifted into the air. When he landed, the man was already dead, with a big hole in his chest, and even the pierced heart could be seen. On the other side, a painful cry sounded, and another person was wrapped in the smoke released by the vampire count. Then countless bats appeared around the smoke and began to eat the person. In a moment, the person's body was bitten into pits and pits, and there was no intact flesh on his body. He fell to the ground with a plop, and died miserably. 2 of the 5 people were killed. Yi Sha glanced at Gan Lin. The woman had no expression at all, and seemed to be indifferent to everything in front of her. Yi Sha thought, if this woman can live forever, she will definitely be a tough character. Obviously, the cowardly and incompetent Gan Lin no longer exists. At the same time, Gan Lin picked up the walkie-talkie again. Reinforcements will arrive soon. They are already near the iron bridge, and they will arrive in 10 minutes at most. Hang on. We will definitely be able to do it. Yi Sha watched Gan Lin put down the walkie-talkie and couldn't help but said, do you really think they are idiots? Gan Lin laughed. Don't they? Yi Sha curled his lips and said nothing more. The remaining 3 people were indeed relatively strong, but they could not hold out for too long. The werewolf was easy to deal with, but the vampire count was not so easy to deal with, especially the vampire count infected with the zombie virus. After holding out for 2 or 3 minutes, the reinforcements Gan Lin mentioned had not arrived yet, and the 3 finally began to retreat again and slowly began to retreat. Gan Lin sneered and picked up the intercom again. This time, Gan Lin did not say anything, but hummed in a low voice, and a strange note came out of his throat. Then the 3 guys who wanted to evacuate immediately became confused, and then showed a hint of ferocity, and rushed towards the vampire count desperately. Desperate is not just a description, but he really doesn't care about his life. The vampire count watched one of them rush to him, spread out his huge bat wings behind him, wrapped around the man, and then opened his mouth with fangs and bit the man's neck. However, the man didn't care that the vampire count sucked his blood, and even opened his mouth violently and bit the vampire count's shoulder. Chapter 235, Count Vampire. Yi Sha looked at Gan Lin with deep eyes. Hypnosis. Similar ability. Gan Lin smiled. Don't worry. I don't have the courage to use it on you, and it won't work on you. Yi Sha curled his lips, and he didn't believe a word Gan Lin said. However, it is true that Gan Lin didn't dare to use it on him easily, because Yi Sha believed that as long as Gan Lin was not stupid, she should know what would happen to her if it didn't work on her. The word compassion for women absolutely does not exist in Yi Sha's dictionary. In Yi Sha's dictionary, there are no men or women, only irrelevant people and enemies. At this time, the last 3 people were also killed. Fighting without regard for death still worked. The 3 people sacrificed their lives and finally cut off the left wing of the vampire count. Gan Lin, now it's your turn. There are only 2 werewolves left, and the vampire count is also seriously injured. They should not continue to fight, but evacuate separately. Yi Sha nodded. Stay away from me, and don't let me find out that you have done anything to harm me. While speaking, Yi Sha opened the glass window on the side of the bell tower, turned over and went outside the bell tower, then climbed onto the roof, stretched out his hand and pinched the air. and then imagined the infinite bow. Yi Sha took a deep breath. Clairvoyance. The bell tower was about 800 or 900 meters away from the riverside where the battle was taking place. Without using clairvoyance to increase the range of the infinite bow, it was impossible to attack. A halo suddenly appeared under Yi Sha's feet, and then it continued to push out to the surroundings with Yi Sha as the center. As the halo pushed out, it seemed as if a hemispherical transparent wall appeared in the air, covering all areas within a radius of 1,000 meters. Yi Sha stretched out 2 fingers, held the bowstring, and pulled it open bit by bit. A red arrow appeared on the string, and there were blue lines on the arrow body that flashed like electric currents. Yi Sha shouted softly, "Heavenly punishment! Heavenly punishment! Shoot a rain of arrows at a circular area with a radius of 5 meters at a maximum distance of 100 meters, and continue to attack the area for 3 minutes, with a 6-hour interval between each use." As Yi Sha released the bowstring, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and then the heavenly punishment arrow flew forward. The speed of the heavenly punishment arrow was extremely fast, turning into a red shadow in the air and moving forward. And then when it flew above the river bank, it suddenly exploded. The shattered heavenly punishment arrows suddenly began to separate, and finally became densely packed, falling downwards like a torrential rain. The werewolf's body was strong, and it wanted to rely on its physical defense to rush out of the range of the arrows of punishment. But after only a few steps, it was pierced with dense arrows of punishment, like a hedgehog, and then fell to the ground with a thump. You killed 2 werewolves. The cumulative number, Apocalypse reward, sharp wolf teeth. You killed 3 werewolves. The cumulative number, Apocalypse reward, sharp wolf claws. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing that the 2 werewolves had been killed by Yi Sha in one blow. But these 2 werewolves were not the real ones. That vampire count is the real trouble. The vampire count has been infected with the zombie virus and has turned into a corpse. The good thing is that the vampire who has turned into a corpse is equivalent to being separated from the vampire clan. The 2 are no longer of the same species. Therefore, this vampire count appeared alone to fight the werewolf, and did not follow other vampires. Vampires who were not infected with the zombie virus would not listen to him. Of course, there are troubles. The vampire count who has turned into a corpse is of course much stronger than the ordinary vampire count. If it was just an ordinary vampire count, under the condition of being severely injured, Yi Sha believed that 1 strike of the punishment would be enough to kill the opponent. But it was not possible now. The vampire count who had transformed into a corpse was very fierce. Waving his cloak, and a large cloud of black smoke flew into the air. Countless bats flew out of the black smoke and rushed towards the arrows of punishment, and actually took the arrows of punishment. Of course, the vampire count did not escape unscathed. Those flying bats could not take all the arrows of punishment. After the 3-minute duration, the vampire count was also pierced by more than a dozen arrows of punishment, and was seriously injured. At the same time, when the arrow of condemnation disappeared, Yi Sha also jumped down from the bell tower. At the moment of falling, Yi Sha did not forget to draw his bow again, imagining that an ice arrow would appear. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the ice arrow flew forward, heading straight for the vampire count. The vampire count's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he stretched out his hand to pinch the ice arrow, and then pinched the ice arrow in his hand. And then a layer of frost quickly climbed up the vampire count's arm. At this time, Yi Sha was also infinitely close to the ground. Yi Sha punched the ground without hesitation. Shock wave. With a bang, the shock wave hit the ground, shattering a piece of the ground. At the same time, the recoil force was like a big hand, lifting Yi Sha's body. Yi Sha flipped his body in the air, landed steadily on the ground, and then flew forward. Gan Lin licked the corner of his mouth, looked at Yi Sha running forward and murmured, "Sure enough. It's a pity that the magic sound ability is indeed ineffective on you. Otherwise you would have a very good fighter." After Gan Lin murmured, he took out a gun box from the corner of the clock tower, opened it, took out an AWP sniper rifle, and quickly assembled it. Gan Lin and Yi Sha agreed that Yi Sha would help her kill a platinum-level ancient species. The key point is the word help. Yi Sha's killing of the vampire count does not count as Gan Lin's killing, so the last blow must be completed by Gan Lin herself. At this time, Yi Sha also ran quickly. After crossing the street, Yi Sha quickly came to the vicinity of the river. Looking at the vampire count in the distance, Yi Sha did not hesitate to imagine the arrow again. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air reappeared, and the explosive arrow flew forward, directly behind the vampire count. The vampire count seemed to have a similar ability of perception. Although Yisha attacked the vampire count from behind, the vampire count seemed to have eyes. Before the explosive arrow hit him, he turned around and waved his cloak. Boom! The moment the explosive arrow hit the vampire count's cloak, it exploded with a loud bang, and a huge fireball appeared in the air, engulfing the vampire count. However, it was only a moment, and a figure soon appeared in the flames. The vampire count jumped back and broke free from the flames. Yisha raised the infinity bow again, but the vampire count had obviously learned his lesson. Before Yisha opened his bow, the vampire count waved his cloak and released a large group of bats to block Yisha's sight. Chapter 236 Corpse Transformed Vampires. TSK. Yisha curled his lips. Intelligent guys are troublesome. The vampire count should actually be considered a zombie at the moment, and ordinary zombies cannot fight so smartly. The vampire count himself is an intelligent ancient species, making him an exception. But it's already the last gasp. Yisha sneered and punched forward. No matter how smart it is, it's useless. Shock wave. With a bang, the bat released by the vampire count was directly blown to pieces. And then Yisha jumped out and came to the front of the vampire count. A flash of cold light. Yisha suddenly pulled out his Nepali scimitar and slashed at the vampire lord fiercely. With a puff, a stream of blood splashed into the air and then fell to the ground. The remaining wing of the vampire lord was cut by Yisha. The vampire lord opened his mouth and screamed, and the black smoke around him kept pouring towards Yisha. Yisha immediately jumped back and threw a crystal bar of red flame bomb forward. Boom! The explosion sounded again, and using the flames and impact of the explosion, Yisha directly shattered the black smoke. Yisha had fought with vampires in his previous life, and knew the effect of the black smoke. Once entangled, the black smoke would bind people like a solid rope. At the moment when the black smoke was shattered, Yisha also jumped forward, passed through the gap in the black smoke, raised the Nepalese machete, and thrust it forward. Puff! With the dull sound of the blade entering the flesh, the Nepalese machete directly pierced into the forehead of the vampire count, piercing through the vampire count's head. If it was an ordinary vampire count, then it would be over, and Yisha would successfully kill him. But Yisha knew it was not that simple. The vampire count in front of him was infected with the zombie virus and had become a zombie vampire. Previously, the vampire count only showed some zombie characteristics, but had not yet shown any mutant zombie power. Sure enough, the Nepalese machete pierced the vampire count's head with one blow. But the vampire count did not die. His body kept squirming, and his neck mechanically paused. The next moment, the muscles at the wound pierced by the Nepali machete suddenly swelled up, like tumors, and then squeezed out the Nepali machete bit by bit. Ah! The vampire count laughed sharply. His whole face was distorted, and those tumors kept appearing. The originally handsome vampire count now became extremely ugly and hideous. No, ugly and hideous are not enough to describe the vampire count's current appearance. This guy's face is densely covered with tumors, and even his facial features can't be seen clearly. How can he still look like a human face? Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the chest of the vampire count. Dense and sharp teeth grew on both sides of the crack. When the crack opened, a blood pupil suddenly appeared inside. The vampire count raised his hand. The nails on his hand grew to about 10 centimeters, like sharp claws. He raised his hand and grabbed Yisha. So fast! Yisha's pupils shrank suddenly. The speed of the vampire count was obviously doubled. Facing the attack, Yisha had no time to react. The claw was already in front of him. The 6-flower shield was activated automatically, and a prismatic shield appeared in front of Yisha. Crack! With just one strike, the shield was chopped into 3 pieces by the vampire count, and fell to the ground like broken glass. Yisha took a breath of cold air. After the vampire count showed his corpse state, he obviously became a little scary. Not all attacks can break the 6-flower shield in one blow. Yisha quickly retreated, but just as he jumped back, the figure of the vampire count was almost in front of Yisha in an instant. The guy in front of him not only has a faster attack speed, but also an incredibly fast movement speed. Crack! A shield appeared in front of Yisha again, and the result was no different from the first one. When the vampire count dropped his claws, the shield was completely chopped into pieces. Dang! Seeing the vampire count reaching out to grab him again, Yi Sha immediately swung his Nepalese scimitar, colliding with the vampire count's claws, making a crisp sound. After the vampire count turned into a corpse, his strength increased to a terrifying level. Yi Sha estimated that his strength was definitely more than just at the platinum level, at least at the peak of 2 stars, and even reached the level of 3 stars. That damn woman. Yi Sha couldn't help but curse. This creature was not inferior to him in level, and it was an ancient species that had transformed into corpses. It was not an ordinary trouble. Fortunately, the vampire count was seriously injured before, and the cannon fodder that Gon Lin brought with him also helped a lot. They disabled one of the wings of the vampire count, making it impossible for the vampire count to fly. Otherwise, with this level of movement speed and the ability to fly, Yi Sha felt that he might be dead. Clang! Clang! At the same time, the attack of the vampire count was like a storm. The pair of sharp claws chopped down at Yi Sha continuously, hitting the Nepalese machete, making a crisp sound. Ah! After a moment, the vampire count seemed dissatisfied with not being able to kill Yi Sha quickly, and suddenly screamed again. Puff! Accompanied by the scream of the vampire count, a tumor on the head of the vampire count suddenly exploded, and a light yellow liquid shot out forward. Yi Sha quickly dodged to the side, but was still splashed by the liquid. A burning pain came quickly. Where the liquid splashed, small holes were pierced in the clothes, and the flesh and blood instantly shrank. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. It's so corrosive. But this is not the end. When the tumor exploded, a bat only half the size of a palm suddenly flew out of the tumor. It was very fast, and rushed to Yi Sha and bit Yi Sha's shoulder. Ugh! Yi Sha grunted in pain and quickly retreated. The vampire count struck down with a claw, but was blocked by the 6-flower shield again. However, the third 6-flower shield also shattered. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and tore the bat off, leaving a piece of flesh and blood, which made Yi Sha's expression distorted. What's worse is that Yi Sha saw that there was a light green liquid on the edge of the wound on his shoulder, and blue veins appeared near the wound, and even the muscles could not help but wriggle. Damn it! Yi Sha gritted his teeth. Zombie virus. And it's still strong. Zombie virus can turn humans into zombies. The first situation is that the infected person dies directly after being attacked, and then he will immediately become a zombie. The second situation is that he was attacked and infected with the zombie virus, but did not die immediately. Then the zombie virus will have a certain incubation period. Chapter 237 Bitch. The key is the incubation period. In short, the zombie virus will not turn humans into zombies at the first moment of infection. But now Yi Sha had just been bitten, and there were signs of zombies near the wound. Obviously, the zombie virus carried by the bat was not simple. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha immediately pounced on the vampire count. The vampire count raised his hand and stabbed out his claws again. The 6-flower shield appeared for the 4th time, helping Yi Sha block the attack and then shattered. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the vampire count's lower abdomen. It's time to play for life. The virus on the vampire count is more terrifying than imagined. And the most important thing is that it is too effective. This means that Yi Sha can't delay too long. The longer he delays, the more wounds he will have, and the faster the infection will be. The Alaskan harpoon can indeed use blood sucking to heal and dissolve the zombie virus. But if the healing speed can't keep up with the infection speed, Yi Sha will still be finished. Although Yi Sha still has a bottle of antidote in his backpack, the zombie virus carried by the vampire count is obviously more advanced. If it is a mutated special virus, Yi Sha estimates that his bottle of antidote is probably useless. In this case, the only way is to kill the vampire count as soon as possible. Ah! When Yi Sha thought of this, he became crazy. After pulling out the Alaskan whale harpoon, he stabbed the vampire count's chest again. The vampire count screamed and waved his claws to attack Yi Sha. Yi Sha didn't care at all. Anyway, the 6-flower shield could defend twice. Sure enough, when the claws were about to fall on Yi Sha, the shield appeared again, blocking the vampire count's claws. At the same time, Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the vampire count's neck fiercely. 3 consecutive stabs. Blood flowed from the wound, but the vampire count was not affected much. Yi Sha immediately realized that the vampire count in front of him had already turned into a corpse, and attacks on ordinary parts would not have much effect. However, The last stab was to the neck, but it was also ineffective, which means that the vampire count's weakness after the corpse is not the neck and head. Yishaw's eyes moved down, and then suddenly lit up. The blood pupil is the blood pupil that cracked in the chest. Crack! At this time, the tumor on the head of the vampire count exploded again, and then a small bat flew out. But this time Yishaw did not dodge or defend at all. The last 6-flower shield suddenly appeared and blocked the small bat. Die! Yishaw roared, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed it fiercely into the blood pupil on the chest of the vampire count. Snap! The blood pupil was like glass, and after being stabbed by the Alaskan whale harpoon, it cracked. The vampire lord immediately struggled violently, screaming wildly, and seemed extremely painful. Yishaw knew that he had guessed correctly. This blood pupil was the weakness of the vampire lord. Die! Yishaw growled, and continued to send the Alaskan whale harpoon forward, stabbing the entire Alaskan whale harpoon into the blood pupil. But at this moment, bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded in the distance, and then a blood arrow flew out of Yishaw's right shoulder. A sniper rifle bullet directly penetrated Yishaw's shoulder, and then hit the vampire lord's chest, completely shattering the blood pupil. Countless black smoke came out of the vampire count's body, and then he knelt down and fell to the ground, completely silent. Yishaw looked at the wound. Because of the 6-flower shield, Yishaw maintained several unilateral attacks without being injured. Finally, the zombie virus was neutralized. Yishaw breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the bell tower and gritted his teeth. Bitch! Who fired that shot? Yishaw knew it as long as he was not stupid. And that shot was slightly lower, and it would be his heart. Therefore, Yishaw really wanted to give the arbitrator an order to kill Gon Lin directly, in order to prevent Gon Lin from playing any tricks. Yishaw left the arbitrator in the bell tower. However, Yishaw still suppressed this impulse, because the hit was indeed not the heart. At that time, Yishaw and the vampire count were both in the same place. If Gon Lin really wanted to kill herself, she would not miss. It can only be said that Gon Lin is cruel enough. Not cruel to herself, but cruel to others. Yishaw sat on the ground to one side, tore off a piece of the vampire lord's cloak, and bandaged the wound. A quarter of an hour later, Gon Lin arrived, showing a spring breeze smile, happy cooperation. Yishaw showed a sinister look. And then, what reward did you get? Gon Lin squatted beside the vampire lord and began to dig out the blood pupil on the vampire lord's chest with a knife. Mutated broken blood pupil and strong corrosive venom. Gon Lin dug out the blood pupil while speaking, and then cut open the tumor on the vampire lord's face and began to extract the venom. Yishaw, don't use the body anymore. Gon Lin nodded. The other body parts without reward tips were useless. Yishaw snapped his fingers, and the corpse flower emerged from the ground, quickly surrounded the body of the vampire count, and began to devour the flesh and blood of the vampire count. Gon Lin's eyes lit up. You still have such good things. Do you want to sell them? Yishaw glanced at Gon Lin coldly. We are already even. Yishaw suddenly pulled out the silver thorns and aimed them at Gon Lin's head before he finished speaking. Gon Lin was stunned for a moment, then calmly said, because of that shot? You should know that I shot you without killing you. If you are angry because of the injury, I can provide healing potions, but it is a weakened version. The healing potions on the dining car that can recover from injuries immediately after drinking are not for sale. Are you kidding me? Yishaw squatted beside the body of the vampire count, signaled the corpse flower to move aside, then turned the body of the vampire count over and pointed to the side of the neck. This is the family emblem of the vampire Duke Reinhardt. Gon Lin spread his hands. Yes, he is a vampire under Reinhardt. Yishaw, you asked me to come here just because you need me to help you kill a platinum-level ancient species? Of course not. Gon Lin, but does this violate our agreement? You promised to help me hunt a platinum-level ancient species. Are there any restrictions on the type or identity of this ancient species? Yishaw choked up. He did not say this. Gon Lin did not violate the agreement. But Yishaw was still very unhappy. Gon Lin blinked. How about this? We can make another deal. I want to kill the vampire count. Of course, not only because he is a platinum-level ancient species, but more importantly, he has clues to the Tianguang castle. I can share the information I got with you. Chapter 238 Agreement completed. Huh? Yishaw took a deep breath. No need. Besides, you are lucky this time. I advise you not to mess with me again. In fact, Yisha had no reason to be angry. The agreement was to kill a platinum-level ancient species. But it did not stipulate why Gonlin killed the platinum-level ancient species, which meant that no matter what the reason, the agreement was established. Yisha was angry because Gonlin knew that the vampire count was related to the mission target, the vampire Duke Reinhardt. But she did not say it in advance. There could only be two reasons. The first is to prevent Yisha from going back on his word, and the second is to use the information about Duke Reinhardt to continue trading with Yisha. Yisha can understand the former. Although Yisha knows more about the Fog City and the Skylight Castle than Gonlin because of his memories from his previous life, Gonlin doesn't know this. So, if he can get information about Duke Reinhardt and the Skylight Castle, will Yisha go back on his word and give up on killing the vampire lord? Or will he use this as a threat to make Gonlin share the information? Therefore, Gonlin was on guard against Yisha. And Yisha could understand that. The key point was the second reason. This was actually a matter of feeling. If Gonlin had said it in advance, it would have been a negotiation. And if she had said it after the death of the vampire lord, it would have been exploitation. Yisha could not get any information from a corpse. And if he wanted information, he could only continue to cooperate with Gonlin. This was Gonlin's wishful thinking. At this moment, Gonlin's scheming and dangerousness were obviously increased in Yisha's mind, which was the reason why Yisha became angry. Gonlin smiled. Why? I think our cooperation is still very pleasant, Yisha, because I am not interested in the information you provided. So let's end it here. This transaction is over. Goodbye. Yisha snapped his fingers, and after the corpse drilled a big hole in the ground, he directly dragged the corpses of the vampire count and the werewolf into the ground. And then Yisha turned and left. Wait a minute. Gonlin thought about it. Suddenly called Yisha, and threw a test tube of medicine over, cell activity acceleration medicine, which can increase the speed of self-recovery of injuries by 3 times. Gonlin pointed at the wound on Yisha's shoulder while talking. The potion that instantly heals injuries on the dining car is not for sale. But there are some ordinary healing potions, such as the cell acceleration potion in front of you, which can promote metabolism and then make the wound heal faster. The price is not expensive. Only 300 copper skull coins. But the important thing is not the price, but Gonlin's behavior. Is it a gesture of goodwill? Yisha curled his lips. If Gonlin thought that this kind of behavior could shake her emotions, she could only say that she was too naive. Of course, it might just be a casual try. Anyway, the cost of a gesture of goodwill is not high. Only 300 copper skull coins. Yisha did not refuse. He really did not prepare any healing potions, because the Alaskan whale harpoon was usually enough. Therefore, Yisha generally did not need anything for healing. But he was too lazy to argue with Gonlin for 300 copper skull coins. He took the potion and turned to leave. After crossing the iron bridge by the river, Yisha quickly disappeared from Gonlin's sight. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha took out his PDA and gave the arbitrator an order. You can come back. When Yisha left at last, he still remained vigilant. He did not let the arbitrator appear immediately and leave with him, but arranged it in the dark. This was naturally because of the increase in vigilance. Yisha found that he still underestimated Gonlin. Perhaps it was because Gonlin's weak image in the never-sleeping city misled Yisha a lot, even though Gonlin later showed obvious growth and changes. Yisha didn't take it too seriously. And now, Yisha has decided to put Gonlin on the list of dangerous people. When the arbitrator arrived at Yisha's place, Yisha looked at the sky. It was still some time before dawn, so Yisha simply didn't delay any longer. While waiting during the day, he had already made up for his sleep. And now Yisha didn't need to rest. After killing a few zombies to recover from his injuries and prying a car, Yisha prepared to drive away from the Fog City. Yes, the Skylight Castle is not in the Fog City. The value of the Fog City is to provide clues about the location of the Skylight Castle. Of course, there will also be some clues about the Duke Reinhardt. The real location of the Skylight Castle is about 20 kilometers outside the Fog City. There is a small town called Campora. The location of the Skylight Castle is behind that town. Thousands of years ago, the town and the Skylight Castle were the private domains of a great lord. Later, the town was formed. After several owners, the Skylight Castle finally fell into the hands of Duke Reinhardt. The location of the clock tower was close to the suburbs of the Fog City, so it took only more than an hour. When the sky just got bright, Yi Sha drove out of the fog city and drove towards the town of Kampora. The 20-kilometer journey was not too far. After all, after leaving the fog city, although there were zombies, they were obviously not as dense as in the city. At the same time, there were of course no so-called traffic management regulations in this era, so Yi Sha could step on the accelerator as much as possible. About half an hour later, Yi Sha arrived at the small town of Kampora. There were no living people in the town, and zombies were everywhere. But after driving forward for a while, Yi Sha suddenly found something wrong. The zombies on the street suddenly disappeared, and there were corpses lying on the ground, which were obviously killed by someone. Then, after driving forward for a few dozen meters, Yi Sha saw several parked cars at the door of a bar. Interesting. Yi Sha laughed. Has anyone arrived first? It was only 2 days before the Doomsday train arrived at the Fog City. Normally, everyone should still be in the Fog City trying to find out about the information about the Skylight Castle. Therefore, those who can find the town of Kampora are either extremely lucky or of considerable strength. Of course, cheaters like Yi Sha are exceptions. Yi Sha stopped the car and walked into the bar. At the moment he pushed the door open, 5 or 6 pistols were pointed at the door, and the muzzles locked on Yi Sha. Yi Sha looked up and saw 6 people packing up. Or rather, putting wine and drinks into boxes to carry away. Wine is not food, and it cannot be used as a water source. Alcohol stimulates the kidneys and accelerates the filtration of the kidneys. The human body urinates more frequently than usual, so it makes people feel thirstier and loses water faster. However, this thing is a luxury. Cigarettes and alcohol, which were very common before the end of the world, have become the most advanced enjoyment items in the end of the world. Even if you don't drink it yourself, you can sell these wines for a good price if you take them away. Chapter 239: A More Comfortable Death. Yi Sha ignored the pistols pointed at him, walked forward, entered the bar, took a bottle of brandy, and poured himself a glass. In fact, wine is also a good thing, because as long as it is not opened, most wines have a long shelf life. One of the conclusions of the end of the world is that the longer the shelf life of food, the more precious it is. Hey! One of them shouted, we occupy this place. And the things are ours too. I just want this one. Yi Sha didn't care. You can do whatever you want with the rest. The man wanted to talk, but was stopped by a strong man, who motioned them to continue moving things. And then the strong man came to sit in front of Yi Sha. The strong man took out a cigar box and handed a cigar to Yi Sha. 1. Yi Sha took it casually, then took out a lighter from the bar and started to roast a cigar. Death car number 2. Li Yellen. Strong man, I don't think I've seen you before. Yi Sha, death carriage number 1. Li Yellen smiled. So you're my senior. Are you interested in going together? You can find this place. So you obviously know where Tingguang Castle is. If we go together, we can take care of each other. Yi Sha, not interested. Li Yellen choked. You plan to go alone? That's a bit dangerous. Yi Sha, don't worry about it. Li Yellen smacked his lips. And seeing that Yi Sha's attitude was cold, and he really didn't have the slightest intention of cooperating, he lost interest in continuing the conversation, left his seat, directed others to move the drinks to the car outside, and planned to leave. Hey! Yi Sha suddenly called Li Yellen and raised his cigar. For the sake of the cigar, I remind you to run away while you are still alive. It's inexplicable. A man next to Li Yellen pulled out a gun. You are here to cause trouble. Yi Sha smiled and said nothing. Li Yellen put down the man's pistol and looked at Yi Sha with a little more anger. After all, Yi Sha's words really sounded like a curse. But Li Yellen was relatively calm. It was not a death car battle. There was no benefit in fighting. He certainly didn't think that the 6 of him would not be able to kill Yi Sha. But if Yi Sha killed 1 or 2 of them, it would be a very bad result. Li Yellen ignored Yi Sha, waved his hand, and asked people to load the things into the car, and then led people out of the bar. The bar immediately became quiet. Yi Sha was not in a hurry to leave, sipping the wine in small sips. After about 30 minutes, Yi Sha looked at the time and murmured, it should be about time. Yi Sha sealed the remaining half bottle of wine, stuffed it into his backpack, left the bar, got back into his car, and ordered the arbitrator to drive. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the arbitrator drove to the back of Kampora town, which is also the location of Tingguang Castle. This is an extremely huge and magnificent castle, built on a riverbed. But the castle clearly exudes a gloomy feeling. The architectural style is full of gothic gloom, and statues of ghouls can be seen on the walls. Yisha drove across the stone bridge. The gate of the castle has been opened. After entering the gate, the first thing he saw was a large courtyard. In front of the courtyard, neatly trimmed shrubs formed a corridor, like a maze. At the same time, it is impossible to drive from here, unless you plan to crash through the shrubs all the way forward. Yisha stopped the car, then walked forward a few steps, and then found the car of Li Yelin and his friends. Of course, there was no one in the cab. Yisha smiled, and then continued to walk forward. Not far away, he saw a lot of zombies lying there. No need to think. It was Li Yelin and his friends who killed them. In fact, this was also the reason why Yisha deliberately entered the bar and waited for a long time. Yisha knew very well that there was only one entrance and exit to Tingguang Castle. As long as he let Li Yelin and his friends go first, the other party would definitely help him clear a way. What a pity. Yisha curled his lips. It's just a road. Yisha muttered and continued to move forward. It took about a quarter of an hour for Yisha to walk out of the courtyard corridor made of shrubs. In front of the exit of the shrub corridor, there was a huge fountain, and around the fountain, there were many zombie corpses, and the corpses of Li Yelin and 6 others. Yisha's eyes did not show any surprise, as if everything was expected. At this time, a weak voice suddenly came from the side. Save! Save me! Yisha heard the sound and looked over, and found that one of the 6 bodies was still moving, and was not completely dead. Yisha walked over, and saw that it was Li Yelin. Although Li Yelin was still alive, he looked extremely miserable. His body was cut off at the waist, and only half of his body was left lying on the ground. It seemed that he would not live long. Yisha squatted in front of Li Yelin. I am so kind to remind you. Didn't I tell you to run away while you were still alive? Li Yelin seemed to have difficulty even speaking, struggling to grab Yisha's ankles and repeating, Save me. Please. Yisha smiled and pried Li Yelin's fingers apart, then looked around, picked up a branch of a bush, pulled out an Alaskan whale harpoon, sharpened one end, and put it into Li Yelin's hand. Li Yelin raised his head and looked at Yisha in astonishment. Yisha, if you can't bear the pain, stab this thing into your neck, so you can die more comfortably. Li Yelin's eyes twitched, and with a snap, he broke the branch, and then roared at Yisha with all his strength, You can't live. You will soon die like us. After Li Yelin roared, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and then he opened his mouth and coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and then his vitality rapidly declined, becoming weaker. You will die a bad death. Li Yelin stubbornly cursed Yisha again, and finally used up all his strength and died. I'm only offering you a more comfortable way to die for the sake of that cigar. Yisha glanced at Li Yelin's body, then pulled out the silver thorns. Besides, I don't think that my life or death can be decided by a dead waste. After Yisha finished speaking, he stepped over Li Yelin's body, stood in front of the fountain, and looked around. Hey! Come out! Yisha shouted loudly, If you don't come out, I'm going to pass through here. Plop! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and then a column of water suddenly rushed out of the huge fountain, and then a figure jumped into the air and jumped out of the fountain. Chapter 240 Killer. Killer. Yisha grinned. Sure enough, just like in the last life, this guy is guarding the first level. Killer. Gold 5 stars. A zombie created after the second mutation of the Slayer, and then transformed by Count Reinhardt, becoming more powerful. In front of Yisha is a mutant zombie, humanoid, with rotten skin all over the body, constantly flowing with foul-smelling pus, and the teeth in the mouth are like the fangs of a beast, all protruding outside the mouth. At the same time, the zombie's right forearm was chopped off, and replaced by a rotating saw blade that made a harsh sound. The killer was a mutant zombie transformed by Reinhardt. Others may not know, but Yisha knew very clearly because of his memory in the previous life that Duke Reinhardt was not only a vampire, but also a madman and a scientist. Duke Reinhardt believed that the coming of the end of the world was a great opportunity for him. Human beings would go extinct, world civilization would collapse, and the vampire clan would revive from ancient times. Therefore, Reinhardt has always believed that this is a sign that vampires will replace humans and become the new masters. Unfortunately, even vampires can be infected with the zombie virus, and then become monsters that kill and bite based on instinct. So, Duke Reinhardt began to study the zombie virus and transform zombies, hoping to find a way to make vampires the masters of the world. It's true that Duke Reinhardt has lived for thousands of years, and the knowledge accumulated over thousands of years is indeed very terrifying. Duke Reinhardt has indeed achieved some results. However, Yisha was not sure whether it succeeded in the end, because in the previous life, Duke Reinhardt was killed by Yisha and his team. As for the killer in front of him, it was one of Duke Reinhardt's experiments, a modified mutant zombie used as a gate guard. The killer was still very strong, and the gold 5-star level was not accurate, because the killer had been transformed by Duke Reinhardt, and its strength should be able to be improved to the level of platinum 1-star. However, Yisha didn't think that the killer could block his way, because the killer was already seriously injured, with wounds all over his body. The palm of his left arm was cut off, and there was a poison sac in his chest that could spray poison, which seemed to have been pierced. Needless to say, this was also a good thing done by Li Yelin and his men, and it was also within Yisha's expectations. Actually, Yisha glanced at Li Yelin's body. I thought you should be able to go further, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even get past the killer. Yisha originally planned to let Li Yelin and his group clear the way for him. In Yisha's opinion, since they were from the number 2 death carriage and had participated in a death carriage battle, and were able to find the town of Campora so quickly, they should have good skills. Unfortunately, Li Yelin and his group were worse than Yisha imagined. Yisha guessed that they should be able to kill their way to the main gate of the castle, but they were killed before they even walked through the courtyard. Roar! At this time, the killer shook his body, suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Yisha, and suddenly ran towards Yisha. Yisha tilted his head. I'll do it myself next. Seeing the killer coming to him, Yisha's figure flashed, and he moved to the side 1 step, avoiding the saw blade swung by the killer, and then raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and sent it forward. Puff! The Alaskan whale harpoon quickly pierced the killer's neck, and then was quickly pulled out, bringing out a blood flower. And then a fierce kick swept across, fiercely kicking the killer's chest. Crash! The killer was kicked away by Yisha and fell into the fountain, splashing a lot of water. The next moment, Yisha started running in the opposite direction, circling the fountain. In fact, from the feeling, Yisha felt that Li Yelin and his friends should still have some ability. If they found the town of Campora, it might be good luck. But if they want to survive from the death carriage station, they must have some strength. So, what is the reason why Li Yelin and his friends fell here? It's simple. They didn't find the killer's weakness. In Li Yelin's eyes, even if the killer is a mutant zombie, its weaknesses must be the neck and head, which are the common weaknesses of most zombies. However, the killer in front of him is different, because it has been transformed by Duke Reinhardt. The head of the killer in front of him is actually made of metal, and hitting the head will not kill the killer at all. In fact, there are many bullet holes and knife wounds on the killer's head, which must be caused by Li Yelin's attack. If it was an ordinary killer, it should have died long ago. And Yisha knew where the real weakness of the killer was. Splash! At this time, water splashed in the fountain, and the killer raised his head and got out of the fountain. At the same time, Yisha also quickly slid sideways, stabilized his body, stretched out his hand and pinched the void, pinching the infinite bow in his hand. The next moment, as Yisha pulled the bowstring, a chill surged from the string, and an ice arrow was imagined by Yisha. The bowstring loosened, and the sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the ice arrow flew forward. But Yisha was not aiming at the killer, but in front of the killer. When the ice arrow shot into the fountain, the water immediately made a crackling sound, and then the water around the killer was frozen into ice. Roar! The killer opened his mouth and roared, twisting his body constantly and struggling violently. The ice surface gradually broke, but it did not allow the killer to struggle out immediately. Without any delay, Yisha imagined that 2 arrows would appear again, 1 piercing arrow and 1 exploding arrow. Puff! Yisha pulled the bowstring, and the piercing arrow flew forward, directly opening a blood hole in the killer's right chest. Faintly, you can see that there are some thin wires and artificial intubations in the blood hole. Yes, this is the killer's weakness. When Duke Reinhardt modified the killer, he installed an electric saw on one of the killer's arms and embedded a steel sheet in the position of the head. The most critical part is the right chest. In order to stimulate the killer's body functions, Duke Reinhardt installed a small motor in the killer's body. The saw blade on the killer's arm can rotate, which is also achieved by relying on the motor to generate electricity. After an arrow pierced the killer's chest and exposed the motor, Yi Sha did not delay. Before the killer struggled out of the ice, he raised the bow and pulled the string again, and shot the explosive arrow out. Then, the explosive arrow shot right into the blood hole in the killer's chest that was shot by the piercing arrow. Chapter 241 Laboratory. After the explosive arrow shot into the blood hole in the killer's chest, it exploded with a bang, blowing the killer's upper body apart, turning it into countless body parts scattered around. You killed the killer. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the killer's death. It was rare that Yi Sha didn't get anything, so Yi Sha didn't care. He put away his weapon and continued to move forward. After passing the fountain, there was a small courtyard in front, with various plants planted in it. But all of them had withered, and the decorations were very dilapidated, looking particularly desolate. After passing through the small courtyard, the main entrance of the castle is within reach. Yi Sha came to the door, stretched out his hand and pushed it, and the heavy wooden door opened. The main entrance is a large hall with a red carpet on the floor, and a row of statues standing around it. At the end of the front is a staircase that leads to the upper floor. Let me think. Yi Sha lifted his chin. Where is it going? Although Yi Sha had been to Tianguang Castle in his previous life, it was not just before his death. It had been a long time since Yi Sha's death. Secondly, the scale of the Tianguang fortress is really huge. There are at least 20 seats in the living room used for banquets, and more than 300 rooms, as well as kitchens, study rooms, entertainment rooms, etc. Even if Yi Sha had been here once before, it would be a bit difficult for him to rely on his memory to remember the exact same route in his previous life. It should be on the right. After Yi Sha muttered, he walked up the stairs and walked towards the corridor on the side. The corridor was very long, but there were not many doors on both sides, because each room here was quite large. Yi Sha relied on his memory to come to the door of the fifth room, and then pushed the door open and entered. This was a luxuriously decorated room, with huge halls and bedrooms, decorated with vases, statues, and other decorations. These decorations were not fake, but real antiques, all collected by Duke Reinhardt himself over the past 1,000 years. If they were sold, the price of each piece would start at least several million, and the antiques in this castle were worth at least nearly 10 billion. Of course, that was all before the end of the world. Now, these vases and sculptures are probably not as good as a piece of straw paper. At least the straw paper can still be used. What can these so-called antiques do? Yi Sha walked around the room for a while, and soon found an oil painting in the bedroom. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. It seems that my memory is not bad. It should be here. Yi Sha moved the oil painting. The oil painting was nailed to the wall, and could not be taken down, but it could be pushed to the side. The next moment, the dusty bed moved to the side, revealing a secret passage. This was a difficult part of the mission. There were secret passages everywhere in the castle. It was possible to find Duke Reinhardt without taking the secret passages, but it would be very difficult. Especially if Duke Reinhardt used the secret passages, it would be difficult to find him. Secondly, in addition to the mission to kill Duke Reinhardt, there were two other missions, namely, the alien blood sample and the new zombie mutant sample after the fusion of vampire and zombie virus. Both samples came from Duke Reinhardt's laboratory, and Duke Reinhardt's laboratory was built in a dark room. Without using these secret passages, it is impossible to enter the dark room. Therefore, if you want to complete the task, you must find the secret passage of the castle. But Yi Sha thought it was no problem. This Tianguang castle can accommodate many people. If other people come later and enter the castle to search, they will definitely find the secret passage and search it. Yi Sha still relied on the memory of the previous life to shorten the process, or advance it. Entering the secret passage, the large bed that had been moved away quickly returned to its original position, making the tunnel completely dark. Yi Sha took out a flashlight and walked down the stone stairs. After about 10 minutes, Yi Sha reached the bottom, and at the same time, dim lights appeared around him. There was an alloy door in front of him. Yi Sha gestured to the arbitrator, and the arbitrator walked to the front and fiddled with the electronic lock. The use of the arbitrator was actually more than Yi Sha had imagined, and it was beyond Yi Sha's expectations. For example, deciphering codes. because the core program of the Arbiter is designed based on war machines. Just like the Arbiter can drive cars, boats, subways, and airplanes. In the core program of the Arbiter, there are many other auxiliary programs that are not related to direct combat, but are indirectly related to combat. Deciphering codes is one of them. Obviously, in the process of making the Arbiter, the designer also considered the possibility of infiltration. If you can't even decipher the code, what's the point of infiltration? About half a minute later, the red light of the electronic door turned green, and the alloy door opened. Sure enough, it's here. After entering, Yisha nodded. The room behind the door was about 300 to 400 square meters, which was quite large. There were rows of metal devices and huge glass jars, about 2 meters high, which required 3 people to hug. There was a pale yellow liquid in the glass jars, and they also contained werewolves and vampires. Yisha knew that this was one of Duke Reinhardt's research topics. That guy tried to extract the genes of werewolves and vampires, and then merge them with the zombie virus to create new werewolf zombies and vampire zombies. Or to be more direct, Duke Reinhardt wanted to create artificial corpse ancient species. The biggest difference between artificial corpse ancient species and ancient species directly infected with zombie viruses is that werewolves and vampires have a certain degree of intelligence. After they are artificially corpsized, they will obey Duke Reinhardt's orders. In this way, Duke Reinhardt has a group of powerful warriors, and Duke Reinhardt has really made progress. In the Fog City, the vampire count that Yisha helped Gonlin kill was the result of the experiment. If Yisha guessed correctly, the vampire count should have gone to the Fog City to help Duke Reinhardt capture other vampires and werewolves and bring them back to Tiangwang Castle as experimental subjects. From the fact that the vampire count could obey orders, it can be known that Duke Reinhardt's experiment should be successful. However, this experiment should probably have flaws. If Duke Reinhardt can really control a large number of corpse-transformed ancient species, then no one can be Duke Reinhardt's opponent. But the fact is that Yisha killed Duke Reinhardt in his previous life, and Duke Reinhardt did not release the corpse-transformed ancient species to help at that time. So it is very likely that the success rate of the experiment is very low, and a large number of experimental subjects are needed to succeed in 1 or 2. Chapter 242 Mutant Werewolf. Yisha thought as he came to a device and pressed a button on the side. When the button was pressed, the yellowish liquid in the glass jar of the device was quickly drained, and then the werewolf in the glass jar showed a painful expression and entered a state of suffocation. After about 30 seconds, the werewolf died. A battle was about to take place here, and before the battle, Yisha had to kill all the experimental subjects in the glass jar. This was a mistake that Yisha made in his previous life. His team had a battle here, and because of the broken glass jar, all the semi-finished experimental bodies ran out. Dozens of werewolves and vampires. This number is terrifying to think about. Fortunately, these semi-finished experimental bodies cannot survive for too long after leaving the experimental device. Even so, Yisha and his team also survived a narrow escape. All of them, including Yisha, were seriously injured. It took a week of rest before they recovered and passed through this place again. In this life, Yisha would certainly not make the same mistake twice. So he had to kill all the semi-finished experimental subjects first. It took about an hour to use the device to extract nutrient solution and air to create a vacuum state. Yisha killed all the werewolves and vampires in the glass jars, and then walked to the front. It should be here, Yisha murmured, groping on the wall for a while, and soon found a metal plate that could be pressed down. And then the wall slowly opened. Behind the wall was a large device. The glass jar was twice as big as the normal one. Inside was a black and purple werewolf, which was 3 meters tall. Mutated werewolf. Yisha smiled. Sure enough, it's here. It's impossible to get a blood sample from an ordinary werewolf or vampire. It must be a mutant werewolf or vampire, such as the one in front of him. Yisha took a deep breath. Then, let's start the battle. Yisha retreated to 30 meters away, then pulled out the silver thorn and shot at the glass jar. Bang, 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 accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The bullet hit the glass jar, making 3 small holes, and then a pale yellow liquid continued to flow out. Roar! A shrill wolf howl sounded, and then the mutant werewolf in the glass jar roared wildly, suddenly raised his fist, and smashed the glass jar hard, smashing it to pieces. On the other side, Yisha was prepared, And at this moment, he had raised the infinite bow and released the bowstring. An ice arrow flew forward and hit the mutant werewolf's left shoulder. And then a crack sound was made. And frost quickly began to spread along the mutant werewolf's shoulder. Without any pause, Yi Sha imagined another piercing arrow and shot it at the mutant werewolf's thigh. Puff! The piercing arrow pierced into the mutant werewolf's thigh. Half of the arrow was stuck inside, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Yi Sha couldn't help but curl his lips. This mutant werewolf was not ordinary strong. It was the first time he saw a piercing arrow that couldn't even penetrate the first layer of objects. But Yi Sha imagined 3 piercing arrows at a time. The damage is still real. The next moment, Yi Sha released the bowstring again, and 3 piercing arrows flew forward at the same time, nailing the mutant werewolf's chest, thigh, and waist, leaving 3 bloody holes on the mutant werewolf's body. After shooting these 3 arrows, Yi Sha waved to the arbitrator. Go! The arbitrator received the order and did not use the gun, but threw the equipped gun on the ground, and then met the mutant werewolf. Yi Sha couldn't help but, the program is sometimes smarter than the human brain. The reason why the arbitrator gave up the gun was simple. Even Yi Sha's piercing arrow could barely penetrate the mutant werewolf's body. The arbitrator was equipped with ordinary guns. How could it be effective against the mutant werewolf? So, the arbitrator made a judgment. No. Strictly speaking, the program scanned the mutant werewolf's body, obtained the body data, and determined that the gun was invalid. Therefore, the arbitrator chose to fight the mutant werewolf with his fists. Bang! Meeting the mutant werewolf, the arbitrator directly punched the mutant werewolf in the cheek, knocking the mutant werewolf's body crooked. Roar! The mutant werewolf roared, and after standing up again, it met the second punch of the arbitrator. The mutant werewolf staggered again, but this time, the mutant werewolf stabbed its claws into the arbitrator's chest. With a puff, blood flowed from the arbitrator's chest. But the arbitrator didn't care at all. He ignored the injury on his chest, lifted the mutant werewolf up, and smashed it to the ground. The arbitrator's power is still the arbitrator's most terrifying weapon. He can easily lift a giant mutant werewolf that is 3 meters tall. At the same time, Yi Sha had already taken advantage of this opportunity to distance himself and raised his bow again. It is really a wonderful thing to have such a human shield. Puff! Yi Sha let go of his hand, and an arrow flew forward and pierced the back of the mutant werewolf. The mutant werewolf roared angrily and turned around to pounce on Yi Sha. But the arbitrator obviously did not intend to let him do that. He directly lifted the mutant werewolf up again and threw it hard at a glass jar on the side. Snap! The glass jar was smashed to pieces, and the mutant werewolf fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Yi Sha's piercing arrow came again. Puff! The muffled sound of the arrow entering the flesh came, and Yi Sha directly pierced the mutant werewolf's calf with an arrow. Using this method to restrict the mutant werewolf's movement, the arbitrator waved his big hand, grabbed the mutant werewolf's head directly, lifted the mutant werewolf up, and then raised his left fist and swung it down at the mutant werewolf continuously. Roar! The mutant werewolf roared angrily, and suddenly, his body suddenly swelled up, and the muscles on his body became more terrifying than before. Then the mutant werewolf's skin actually cracked, revealing the flesh and blood that was constantly flowing. Roar! The mutant werewolf roared again, and suddenly rushed towards the arbitrator. And then the arbitrator's body flew backwards, like a cannonball, and hit the wall hard. With a bang, the alloy wall sank down a large area, which showed the heavy power. Yi Sha didn't look surprised, as if he had known that the mutant werewolf would undergo such a change. He suddenly drew out his Nepali machete and rushed towards the mutant werewolf. Arriving behind the mutant werewolf, Yi Sha leaped fiercely, raised his Nepali machete, and stabbed it fiercely from the cracked part of the mutant werewolf's skin. Chapter 243 Alien Blood Sample. Roar! The mutant wolf roared angrily, and then twisted his body violently. But Yi Sha did a death backflip and distanced himself from the mutant wolf. Yi Sha had fought with the mutant wolf in his previous life, so he naturally knew everything about the mutant wolf. The guy in front of him was probably only at the level of gold 3-star, but he had a very troublesome characteristic. Under normal conditions, the mutant wolf's defense is very terrifying, which can be seen from the fact that the mutant wolf did not fall down after being pierced by so many arrows from Yi Sha. In another angry state, the mutant werewolf's body will become stronger, and its strength will increase exponentially. But after the skin is cracked, its defense will drop sharply. And this is the best time to kill the mutant werewolf. At the same time, the mutant werewolf turned around and looked at Yishaw's crazy roar, with smelly saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. It was obviously extremely angry. And then he ran towards Yishaw quickly. Boom! 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 The mutant werewolf was like a bulldozer, making a loud noise while running across the ground. Yishaw retreated slowly. And just as the mutant wolf man was about to kill him, Yishaw suddenly raised his left hand and pressed forward. Shock wave. With a bang, the mutant wolf man was hit hard by the invisible force. And then the huge body flew backwards. The arbitrator appeared behind the mutant wolf man at some point, and hugged the mutant wolf man with his arms. The mutant wolf man roared angrily, swinging his arms backwards to attack the arbitrator, while the arbitrator had no expression on his face and increased the strength in his hands. Since Yishaw gave him the order, the arbitrator would never let go of his arms until he was completely destroyed. At this time, Yishaw had already taken the opportunity to rush forward, came to the mutant werewolf, and jumped up. Die! The Nepali machete drew a cold light in the air, and then stabbed the mutant werewolf's head fiercely. With a puff, the blade of the Nepali machete pierced through the cracked skin on the mutant werewolf's head, and went straight into the handle. The mutant werewolf that was struggling violently suddenly became motionless. Its blood-red eyes lost their luster, and then it fell forward to the ground. You have killed mutant werewolves. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, sharpened wolf teeth. You have killed mutant werewolves. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, ancient werewolf genes. You have killed mutant werewolves. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, beast poison wolf claws. You have killed mutant werewolves. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, alien blood sample. You got the alien blood sample. Completed task 1. Find the alien blood sample. Mysterious voices kept ringing in Yishaw's ears. Moreover, Yishaw was really lucky this time. Not only did he get the alien blood sample, but he also got quite a lot of things from the mutant werewolf. Yishaw pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and first pried off the mutant werewolf's teeth. As for the ancient werewolf's genes, he could just take a tube of wolf blood and bring it back to the Doomsday train. At the same time, he also got the alien blood sample. Finally, there were 2 wolf claws. Yishaw directly cut them off at the wrist with a Nepalese machete. After doing all this, Yishaw called out the corpse flower, and threw the body of the mutant werewolf to the corpse flower. For the corpse flower, this was undoubtedly another nourishing food. Yishaw sat aside to rest, and helped the arbitrator deal with his wounds. After about half an hour, the body of the mutant werewolf was gnawed by the corpse flower. Only then did Yishaw have time to look at the corpse flower. After dealing with the vampire count, Yishaw threw the body of the vampire count to the corpse flower, as well as several werewolf bodies that died in the battle. Now that the mutant werewolf has been eaten, the corpse flower has obviously changed. The main change is that it has become bigger. The rhizome of the corpse flower is now as thick as Yishaw's thigh. There are 3 more flower buds on the rhizome, but they have not bloomed yet. In addition, in order to help Yishaw blow up Gushujo, the corpse flower sacrificed 3 vines, which have now grown again. Of course, compared with the previous vines, they must be much smaller. Secondly, Yishaw found some small bags on the rhizome, which are only the size of a thumb, and are neither hard nor soft. Yishaw doesn't know what they are, but normal plants should not have these. At the same time, the 3 blooming corpse flowers had more teeth-like serrations, and a stronger fragrance. Yishaw felt that if he continued to feed them at this rate, especially if he could really kill Duke Reinhardt, and feed the corpse flowers with Duke Reinhardt's body, it would be possible for the corpse flowers to mature before he returned. At the same time, in the dark room, a handsome middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, because the alarm in the room had been sounding. The middle-aged man turned off the alarm and pressed a button on a wall. The wall opened to both sides, revealing a screen. Did someone break in? The middle-aged man looked at the screen in surprise. It's actually a human. There are still humans alive? The middle-aged man looked at the screen and pondered for a long time. Maybe, the middle-aged man murmured, although humans are low-level intelligent creatures and can never be compared with the great blood race. Trying to use human cell genes for fusion experiments may make progress. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became bright. Yishaw didn't know that he was being watched by Duke Reinhardt. After killing the mutant werewolf, Yishaw continued to move forward along a passage on the side. In Yishaw's impression, After walking through this passage, he would pass through the first area of Tianguan Castle, or the first building, because the castle has a spire. One spire corresponds to one building, and Tianguan Castle has at least a dozen spires. There is a large experimental hall in the third area. Yisha murmured, after passing the experimental hall. You can enter the basement through the secret passage. If I remember correctly, that's where Duke Reinhardt is. Yisha tried to recall everything in the Tianguan Castle through his memory. But at this moment, a click sound suddenly came from the passage. And then the whole passage began to tremble. Yisha showed surprise. Did this happen in his previous life? At the same time, the ceiling on the top of the passage suddenly opened, and countless small bats rushed out from the ceiling and gathered towards Yisha. Blood servant? Yisha was stunned for a moment, then pulled out the Nepalese machete and chopped down at the bats with force. Chapter 244 Secret Passage. The Nepali machete chopped through the bats, and several bats fell to the ground, cut in half by the Nepali machete. Yisha was stunned. Real bats? The blood servant's bats are not real bats, but material energy in the form of bats. Or to put it more directly, supernatural power, which cannot be explained by science anyway. Therefore, after those bats were chopped to death, they would directly turn into black smoke. If it were a peaceful and prosperous era, Yisha would definitely investigate this matter. But now is the end of the world, and on the Doomsday train, supernatural powers have been seen enough. Or in other words, the existence of the Doomsday train is already supernatural enough, and Yisha would certainly not be surprised by this. However, after being chopped to death, the bats fell to the ground and did not turn into black smoke, but just bat corpses one by one, which means that the bats in front of him are all real bats. So, Yisha looked at the ceiling and murmured, "Isn't it the blood servants who attacked? Or something alarmed these bats?" Yisha was thinking, when the ground under his feet suddenly cracked into a huge hole, and the floor on all sides moved to the sides in an instant. Yisha felt his body lighten, and his body fell down. At this moment, the arbitrator suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his hand, grabbed Yisha's wrist, and then Yisha was suspended in the air. Yisha looked down and saw that it was pitch black below. The floor was hollow, but because he couldn't see anything clearly, he didn't know whether the floor was a mechanism or a secret passage. Roar! At this time, two roars suddenly appeared. The bats in the open ceiling had already flown away, and then two huge heads popped out, followed by their forelimbs and bodies. Yisha's pupil shrank. Ghost Walker? Obviously, the bats were living in the ceiling, and the appearance of the two ghost walkers drove all the bats out. The next moment, a ghost walker fell down, stretched out its tongue and rolled it, directly strangling the arbitrator's neck. The arbitrator was about to pull Yisha up, but because the ghost walker fell directly on his back, his body half knelt on the ground, and his raised arms were also put down. At the same time, this is not the end, because there is a second ghost walker. The second ghost walker jumped down from the ceiling and came to the side of the arbitrator. It opened its mouth and bit the arbitrator's shoulder, making it more difficult for the arbitrator to exert force. The arbitrator was still trying to pull Yisha up, but with two ghost walkers hanging on his body, he couldn't exert any strength at all. Yisha pulled out the silver thorns and attacked the two ghost walkers. But no matter how Yisha shot, the two ghost walkers ignored him and just kept attacking the arbitrator. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let go and kill these two ghost walkers first." There was no way to stay in such a stalemate, so Yisha could only order the arbitrator to let go. Anyway, even if he fell, Yisha would not be in any danger. The arbitrator obeyed the order completely. The moment Yisha finished speaking, he immediately let go of his hand, then exerted force on his shoulder and threw a ghost walker out. The arbitrator entered the combat mode, and Yisha fell downwards. Soon, Yisha felt as if he had hit something, which felt like a slope. His body did not stop because of the collision, but continued to slide down along the slope-like thing. After about 5 minutes, some lights came on around him, and Yisha fell to the ground with a bang. Looking back, he saw an open wall behind him, and behind the wall was a secret passage. But there was no staircase in this secret passage, and as Yisha guessed, this secret passage was diagonally downward. So he slipped down. Yisha looked up and saw that he was in a rectangular hall with 12 metal pillars standing tall. And there was nothing else. There were no lab equipment, no tables, no chairs, and most importantly, no entrance or exit. In other words, the only exit seemed to be the secret passage behind him. However, the secret passage was very inclined, about 70 degrees, and very smooth, without any leverage points. So it was not easy to climb back. Yi Sha gave up the secret passage and walked forward a few steps to observe. But at this time, the ground suddenly made some slight noises. Yi Sha was extremely alert, looking down at the ground, and after determining the location of the sound, he quickly pulled away, then stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, imagining that the endless bow was materialized. After a while, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly moved to both sides, and then a huge metal box rose from the ground. And then the metal box slowly opened. Yi Sha's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was a zombie in the box. The zombie was about 2.5 meters tall, but looked a little weird. The body of the zombie was human, but the head was a crocodile's head. The left arm was particularly huge with sharp claws, and the right arm was a human arm, but the palm was cut off at the wrist and equipped with an iron hook. The legs were obviously werewolf legs, and there was a pair of huge bat wings behind the zombie. Yi Sha couldn't help but, why does it feel like a hybrid? Yi Sha didn't think that mutation alone could make a person like this. And then Yi Sha saw dense stitching marks on the other person's body. Yi Sha suddenly raised his eyebrows. Duke Reinhardt's experimental subject? Is this a stitched zombie? At this time, the stitched zombie's eyes suddenly opened, and then walked out of the metal box. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha raised the infinite bow, pulled the bowstring, and imagined an explosive arrow. Yi Sha didn't think that the guy in front of him was here to welcome him. As soon as Yi Sha loosened his hand, the explosive arrow flew forward and hit the body of the stitched zombie. With a loud bang, a violent explosion sounded, and then a huge ball of fire suddenly exploded on the body of the stitched zombie, shaking the body of the stitched zombie constantly. After a while, watching the stitched zombie walk out of the flames, Yi Sha couldn't help but grin. The defense seems to be higher than expected. The explosive arrows did not cause much damage to the stitched zombie, but only charred its body. Soon, the stitched zombie swayed and walked towards Yi Sha again. The stitched zombie looked quite huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It seemed to have inherited the characteristics of a werewolf. It quickly rushed to Yi Sha, raised the iron hook in its right hand, and swept towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately drew out his Nepali machete. Clang! The Nepali machete hit the iron hook of the stitched zombie, making a crisp sound. Chapter 245 Stitched Zombie. When the Nepali machete collided with the stitched zombie's iron hook, Yi Sha immediately knew that the stitched zombie was not easy to deal with, because the stitched zombie's strength was very huge. The iron hook stuck to the Nepali machete and moved forward little by little, suppressing Yi Sha's strength. And then, the iron hook fell on Yi Sha's shoulder. The iron hook pierced into Yi Sha's shoulder little by little, and blood immediately seeped out, and Yi Sha's expression became distorted. Shock wave. Yi Sha held the Nepali machete in one hand and tried to block it, while he stretched out his other hand and pressed the stitched zombie's lower abdomen. With a bang, the invisible force was stimulated forward, and the stitched zombie was directly blown away by Yi Sha's shock wave. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, Yi Sha moved a little. It seemed to be a hard injury, which only hurt the flesh and blood, not the meridians and bones. Except for the pain, the movement was not affected. At this time, the stitched zombie climbed up from the ground again, and Yi Sha raised his palm and pressed forward without saying a word. The second and third shock waves flew forward in succession, hitting the stitched zombie and sending the huge body flying again. However, the shock wave was a purely physical attack, and it felt like hitting the opponent hard with a heavy hammer. It didn't seem to have much effect on the stitched zombie, and didn't even leave a mark on the stitched zombie. Watching the stitched zombie get up again, Yi Sha imagined the piercing arrow and shot it forward again. But just when the stitched zombie was about to be hit, the wings on its back suddenly swung forward, blowing the piercing arrow away. The next moment, the stitched zombie ran forward again, leaning forward, very much like a werewolf running. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed in a low voice. This thing is not only made of the bodies of werewolves and vampires, but also has the characteristics of werewolves and vampires? What is the crocodile head for? Yi Sha soon found out what the crocodile head was for. After the stitched zombie rushed to Yi Sha's side, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly dodged to the side, and the stitched zombie's head hit the wall directly. When its big mouth closed, it actually tore off a piece of alloy steel plate on the wall. Yi Sha couldn't help but move his Adam's apple. If this level of bite force bit him, losing arms and legs would be the best outcome. Yi Sha thought about it and quickly retreated. But the stitched zombie obviously didn't intend to let Yi Sha go so easily. It turned around and rushed towards Yi Sha. The size of this hall is really large, but it is not spacious enough for fighting. Yi Sha retreated to the wall again, and it seemed that there was no way to go. The stitched zombie rushed up again. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and raised his Nepalese machete to meet it again. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing sounded again. However, after experiencing the power of the stitched zombie, Yi Sha naturally would not choose to compete with the stitched zombie again. Instead, he dodged and jumped to the side at the moment of blocking the attack. It's about time for you to try a head-on fight. After rolling to stabilize his body, Yi Sha murmured, then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers appeared, and then the ground behind the stitched zombie suddenly cracked, and vines quickly wrapped around the stitched zombie's body after drilling out from the ground. The stitched zombie was entangled by the vines and immediately twisted his body hard, trying to struggle out. But the corpse flower did not tighten the vines, but only let the vines wriggle against the stitched zombie's body. In this way, even if the stitched zombie's strength is extremely huge, it is impossible to break the vines. Of course, because the vines are not tightened, they cannot play a binding role. However, Yi Sha did not intend to let the corpse flower forcibly bind the stitched zombie. Yi Sha, plant toxins. The next moment, some small thorns grew on the vines of the corpse flower, which directly pierced the skin of the stitched zombie and sent the plant toxin into the body of the stitched zombie. When the toxin entered the body of the stitched zombie obviously felt uncomfortable, and his body kept twisting. Then he raised the iron hook fiercely and swung it towards the corpse flower. Yi Sha, get out of the way! The vines of the corpse flower quickly left the body of the stitched zombie. After being poisoned by the plant toxin, the stitched zombie's movements were obviously much slower, allowing the corpse flower to retreat calmly. At this time, taking advantage of the moment when the stitched zombie attacked, Yi Sha also jumped up, raised the Nepali machete, and slashed the stitched zombie's back fiercely. Although the Nepali machete is very sharp, the damage it causes to the stitched zombie is actually very limited. However, this time is different. Yi Sha raised the Nepali machete and slashed the stitched zombie's body, leaving a wound on the stitched zombie, and then a piece of flesh fell off. The most important thing is that the piece of flesh that fell off did not fall from the place where Yi Sha chopped. Yi Sha was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. I know this guy's weakness. It's the suture. The body of the stitched zombie is obviously made of different corpses, so the suture is the biggest weakness of the stitched zombie. As long as the position of the suture is destroyed, the stitched zombie will become a pile of corpses. After seeing through the weakness of the stitched zombie, Yi Sha immediately moved to the side of the stitched zombie and snapped his fingers at the same time. Boom! The ground made a muffled sound and cracked again. Then the corpse flower came out again. From the 3 blooming buds, seeds were constantly sprayed out, like a machine gun, continuously spraying towards the stitched zombie. The seeds sprayed by the corpse flower are more powerful than ordinary bullets, but they can't penetrate the body of the stitched zombie. But the impact force is enough to stop the stitched zombie. At this moment, Yi Sha pounced forward, then supported himself on the ground with one hand, and after a roll, he came to the feet of the stitched zombie. The knife fell. Yi Sha swept forward with the Nepalese machete, and chopped it squarely on the stitching line of the stitched zombie's calf. The next moment, the stitching line suddenly broke, and then the entire calf of the stitched zombie was torn apart. Bang! The huge body of the stitched zombie fell forward and fell to the ground like a pile of gold and jade. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. As expected, his guess was right. At the same time, Yi Sha jumped up again, turned over and jumped directly onto the back of the stitched zombie, raised the Nepalese machete, and stabbed at a stitching line again. Puff! The muffled sound of the blade entering the flesh immediately appeared. Chapter 246 Poison Mist. After Yi Sha cut the suture with a knife, he directly cut off a piece of flesh from the stitched zombie. No. Strictly speaking, Yi Sha just cut the suture, and then the flesh of the stitched zombie fell off. Roar! The stitched zombie roared angrily, turned around suddenly, and swung the iron hook towards the back. But at this time, the corpse flower released vines again, directly entangled the wrist of the stitched zombie, and prevented the iron hook from cutting Yisha's body. At the same time, Yisha's movements were not slow at all, and he swung the Nepali machete directly. With a flash of the blade, the Nepali machete swept along the suture line of the stitched zombie's wrist, and then the iron hook fell to the ground. Roar! The stitched zombie roared again, waving his arms vigorously, struggling out of the vines of the corpse flower, and the wolf claw on the other arm suddenly fell towards Yisha's head. Yisha's pupil shrank, and he stretched out his left hand without hesitation to meet it. Snake bite. Yisha's left arm was wrapped with the shadow of the purple-scaled python, and his 5 fingers formed claws, directly meeting the wolf claws of the stitched zombie. With a bang, Yisha's palm collided with the palm of the stitched zombie, and his 5 fingers interlocked and resisted each other. The next moment, the Nepali machete was pushed forward, directly cutting the sutures on the stitched zombie's belly, and stabbed into the stitched zombie's belly. Go to hell! Yisha gritted his teeth. The veins on his neck jumped, and then he pulled his right hand holding the Nepali machete to the side. Poof! The stitched zombie's abdomen was cut open by Yisha, and then countless dirty blood gushed out like a fountain, covering Yisha's body. Then the stitched zombie's body fell to the ground behind with a bang. You killed stitched zombies. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, multiple fusion genes, semi-finished products. You killed stitched zombies. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, giant wolf arm. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha fell to the ground with a plop. This stitched zombie was harder to deal with than expected. If I hadn't found its weakness, I might not have been able to kill it. But fortunately, I killed it. After sitting on the ground for a while, Yisha stood up and walked towards the stitched zombie. The so-called multiple fusion genes, semi-finished products, needed to be collected on the Doomsday train. But the giant wolf arm referred to the part of the stitched zombie's left hand that was connected to the body with the werewolf claws. Yisha needed to cut it off and take it away. However, just as Yisha approached the stitched zombie, the vines of the corpse flower suddenly swept over, grabbed Yisha, and then dragged Yisha back. Yisha looked at the corpse flower and wondered, what happened? The corpse flower could not communicate with Yisha verbally, so it could only use its actions to pull Yisha with its vines, trying to pull Yisha away. But at this moment, with a bang, the stitched zombie lying on the ground suddenly exploded, and then a ball of yellow mist surged out, quickly covering a large area around it. Yisha was caught off guard and inhaled some yellow smoke, and then felt dizzy, and his head was instantly dizzy. Damn it! Yisha cursed immediately, then drew out the Alaskan whale harpoon without hesitation and stabbed his arm. The pain made Yisha sober up a little, and then Yisha quickly retreated. He finally knew why the corpse flower was pulling him. It turned out that it felt that the corpse was dangerous. However, after retreating more than 10 steps, the pain did not subside, but Yisha felt dizzy again. The simple pain could no longer suppress the dizziness. Plop! Yisha half knelt on the ground, gritted his teeth, took out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed his thigh again. But it had no effect. The dizziness was still engulfing him. After a while, Yisha's body tilted, and he fell to the ground completely. Yisha didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had moved to another place. This was a rectangular room, surrounded by walls inlaid with alloy plates. There was nothing else, and in front of him was a piece of glass. Glass? Yisha suddenly came back to his senses, then looked behind him, and then couldn't help but curse. This was the device used by Duke Reinhardt for research. The same type that Yisha had seen before. A tilted metal table with a groove. A glass jar in the groove. And he was imprisoned in the glass jar. Yisha raised his hand without hesitation and punched the glass, which made a dull sound. The glass jar did not move at all, and felt more solid than an ordinary wall. Yisha threw several punches in disbelief, but it was still useless. The glass didn't even crack. Yisha gritted his teeth and reached out to press on the glass. Shock wave! Bang! The shock wave was launched, and the invisible force pushed towards the glass. But it still didn't break the glass. On the contrary, because of the recoil force, Yisha hit the metal wall behind him hard, grimacing in pain. It's useless. At this time, a voice sounded, And then the metal door on the side opened. And a handsome middle-aged man walked into the room. It's specially made. No matter what you do, you can't break it. Yishaw's pupils shrank suddenly. Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt laughed. Human. You seem to know me. Yishaw, the only remaining ancient vampire. Of course I know you. What do you want to do to me? Duke Reinhardt walked to the edge of the glass jar, stroked the glass jar, as if stroking Yishaw's body, and smiled. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Yishaw sneered. Do you think I will trust a vampire? Or do you want to give me the first embrace and make me your servant? Duke Reinhardt shook his head. I have many servants, including blood servants and werewolves. I don't need to use the first embrace to transform a human into a vampire to become my servant. That is a waste. Yishaw, what do you want? Duke Reinhardt, you will become my new experiment. I am conducting a great experiment to fuse the cells and genes of werewolves and vampires, and then reshape a zombie corpse for them. I will create the most powerful warrior. Yishaw reminded, I am human. Yes, I know. Duke Reinhardt, my experiment has not succeeded yet. Werewolves and vampires are naturally hostile to each other. This hostility has been integrated into their bones, blood, and even the cells and genes of both will reject each other. Yishaw mocked. You might as well just say that your experiment failed. Chapter 247 Experiment. I, the great Duke Reinhardt, am the purest ancient vampire. My wisdom is unmatched. Duke Reinhardt showed a hint of anger and whispered, I will not fail. Yishaw, at least you haven't succeeded yet. Yes. So I need you to be a new experiment. Duke Reinhardt, werewolves and vampires are too monotonous. So how about joining humans? As Duke Reinhardt spoke, he laughed sinisterly, making Yishaw feel his hair stand up. Duke Reinhardt continued, a combination of humans, werewolves, and vampires. Or humans and werewolves. Or humans and vampires. I think this is a diversified experiment. Maybe you can help me succeed. Yishaw punched the glass. Let me go. Duke Reinhardt, why are you angry? Weak human. If you become my experimental subject, you may be able to live forever. But if you leave here, you can only become a walking corpse. Yishaw sneered. Those monsters can't kill me. Maybe. You are indeed a very powerful existence among the humans I have seen. Duke Reinhardt spread his hands. So, you are more suitable to be an experimental subject. Your body is strong enough, so you can endure the pain better. As Duke Reinhardt spoke, he walked to the side and operated the device. Then, a light yellow liquid rose under Yishaw's feet. What do you want to do? The light yellow liquid rose very quickly. Before Yishaw finished speaking, the yellow liquid had risen above his head and submerged Yishaw. Yishaw gritted his teeth and hit the glass hard. But in the liquid, due to the resistance, the power of the fist would be weakened, and it would be more difficult to break the glass. Don't worry. You won't drown. You can breathe freely in the gene liquid. Duke Reinhardt smiled. At present, I am just testing your genes. Of course, I will inject the genes and cells of werewolves and vampires into your body in a while. Yishaw ignored Duke Reinhardt. It was useless to talk to this madman with words. If he could let Duke Reinhardt let him go with his mouth, then what was the point of using fists? Bang. Bang. Yishaw smashed the glass hard, then looked at his body, and then cursed in his heart. His backpack was gone, and the Nepalese machete, Alaskan whale harpoon, and the red flame bomb, colorful clouds covering the moon, shining stars, and other things he carried with him were all gone. Obviously, they were taken away by Duke Reinhardt. So, what should I do? If I can't rely on external forces, I can only rely on my own strength to escape. But the fact proved that the shock wave was useless, and it would hurt me because of the recoil force. By the way, the endless bow seemed to work. It was completely a fantasy of my own, so I could give it a try. However, Duke Reinhardt was just outside the glass jar. Now that he was imagining the infinite bow, Yishaw was not sure that he would give him a chance to attack. While Yishaw was thinking, Duke Reinhardt looked at the console and exclaimed, It's really amazing. Your genes are extremely excellent, and your physical fitness is not inferior to that of ordinary werewolves. No, it's stronger than ordinary werewolves. Duke Reinhardt said in an extremely amazed tone. It's really a perfect experiment. Duke Reinhardt was operating the device while talking. Then, two metal brackets suddenly rose from the glass jar. The top of the brackets were equipped with needle guns. One needle gun contained red liquid, and the other contained blue liquid. Duke Reinhardt smiled. It's time to start the injection. Yisha was shocked. Naturally, he didn't care whether the endless bow would be stopped by his imagination. He immediately stretched out his hand to grasp the void. But he was still a step too late. Before the endless bow was imagined, the needles of the two needle guns had already pierced into Yisha's waist. One on the left and one on the right. The liquid in the needle gun was quickly injected into Yisha's body. Ah! When the liquid was injected into Yisha's body, Yisha couldn't help but roar. As the liquid was injected, Yisha felt an extremely burning sensation sweeping over his body. At first, he just felt a little hot. But it soon became scalding hot, making Yisha feel like he was about to be burned to death. Duke Reinhardt bewitched outside the glass jar. Hold on. As long as you can hold on, you will have great power. Yisha had no time to pay attention to what Duke Reinhardt was saying. He just felt burning all over, as if his body was about to be roasted. And then, severe pain spread all over his body. Ah! Yisha's muscles were tense, and he roared in pain, like a mad beast. Duke Reinhardt looked at Yisha, but there was a hint of excitement. And then he was about to continue to persuade him. But at this time, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Duke Reinhardt frowned, then turned around and left the experimental room, returned to his dark and closed bedroom, turned off the alarm, and turned on the monitoring screen. Humans again? Duke Reinhardt was surprised. Why are there so many humans? There are 36 monitoring screens in total, and each screen can switch the screens of 7 locations at the same time, monitoring the entire Tingguang castle. And now, humans have appeared on several screens, with a number of more than a dozen. You know, the humans in the Fog City have died out. Duke Reinhardt has been capturing werewolves and vampires there as experimental subjects, so he naturally knows that there are no humans there. As for the town of Campora, it was even less likely to exist. It was close to the Skylight Castle. If there were any living creatures, Duke Reinhardt would have captured them alive. However, what followed was excitement. Great, Duke Reinhardt murmured. This way I will have a large number of experimental subjects. Duke Reinhardt paced back and forth in the bedroom, and then quickly operated the mechanism of the Skylight Castle. Lead them all to the blood sacrifice hall. Duke Reinhardt showed a ferocious look on his face. Then capture all these humans there, Duke Reinhardt said as he left his bedroom, completely forgetting about Yisha, who was still in the experiment. Meanwhile, Yisha was in the glass jar, banging his head against the glass of the jar, as if to vent and relieve his pain. But it was useless. The pain was becoming more intense, and some tiny blood beads were constantly seeping out of Yisha's pores and mixing into the surrounding genetic fluid. Chapter 248 Escape. Yisha opened his eyes dimly. This was the third time he had fainted from the pain and woke up again. However, this time when he opened his eyes again, he was not in such excruciating pain as he had been the last 2 times. The pain in his body seemed to have eased a lot. He didn't know if the effect of the injection given by Duke Reinhardt had worn off, or if he had become numb to the pain and couldn't feel it anymore. Yisha just floated in the glass jar, waiting for a while, and after recovering some of his strength, he stretched out his hands and looked at his body. Yisha found that there were many small cuts on his body. Although they were no longer bleeding, they were still shocking. Yisha was not surprised by this. After all, the pain he had just experienced was like the feeling of having all his bones broken, his meridians cut, and his flesh torn apart. Yisha even felt that it was a miracle that he did not die after experiencing such pain. It was not strange to have some more cuts on his body. In addition, Yisha suddenly found that his skin was unusually smooth. Men's skin, even if it's not too rough, can't be too delicate, especially when living in the end times, lacking food and clothing. Even if they board the Doomsday train, they only have a place where they can get a moment of peace, and they still need to fight and fight for their lives. In such a situation, let alone men, even women find it difficult to take care of their skin, not to mention that generally no one cares about it. However, Yisha found that his skin had become as smooth as jade. His skin color had become a little whiter, and even a little transparent. If it weren't for the wounds and scars on his body, such skin would probably be envied by many women. Is it because of the experiment? Yisha mocked. It seems that Duke Reinhardt is not suitable to be a scientist, but should be a beautician or plastic surgeon. As Yisha said this, he clenched his fist. After the wound was pulled, he felt a sharp pain again. Then, as if to vent, Yisha punched the glass jar hard. With a bang, Although the glass jar was still not broken by Yisha's punch, it still scared Yisha. Power. Yisha was surprised. It seems to be much stronger? After Yisha muttered. He cursed again. Did Duke Reinhardt's experiment succeed? Yisha quickly checked his body again. He had no hair. His teeth were normal. And his back had no wings. Although he didn't have a mirror. Yisha believed that his body should still look like a human being and had not turned into a monster. Huh? Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. Although being alive was the most important thing, Yisha still didn't want to turn into a monster. That would make him lose his sense of existence. Boom! At this time, a violent roar suddenly sounded on the ceiling. And then a big hole appeared. And then the arbitrator fell from the air. Yisha, finally here. Although the PDA in Yisha's hand that could give orders to the arbitrator was also taken away by Duke Reinhardt. Yisha preset a program for the arbitrator. If no order is received within a certain period of time, the default order of the arbitrator is to follow Yisha. Then, before following Yisha, you naturally have to know where Yisha is. So the arbitrator will find Yisha's location by himself. Let me out. Yisha gave the arbitrator an order directly by voice. The arbitrator stepped forward without hesitation and punched the glass jar. The violent vibration made Yisha feel dizzy. Damn it. The program is just a program and can't be regarded as real wisdom. Yisha cursed. And then, don't break it violently. See if there is a switch or something like that. The arbitrator received the accurate order and began to walk around the device. And a green light appeared in his eyes. In the arbitrator's vision, everything was green. This was the feature of the arbitrator's scanning. After his eyes passed over the device, small red words would appear at each position, indicating the function. After a moment, the arbitrator suddenly reached out and grabbed an iron rod on the side, and then pulled it down with force. Crash! The glass jar rose up, and the liquid inside naturally flowed out. And at the same time, Yisha was also washed out. Cough! Cough! Yisha half knelt on the ground, coughing violently, spitting out a light yellow liquid. Are you the only one? Yisha looked up at the arbitrator. The corpse flower doesn't seem to be here? This is a bit troublesome. The arbitrator will automatically find Yisha according to the program. And the method of finding is the tracker. A chip for tracking is installed in Yisha's PDA. At the same time, this also shows that Duke Reinhardt did not hide Yisha's things. And they should be nearby. As for the corpse flower, it is a bit troublesome. Even if the corpse flower wants to find Yisha, it is obviously not easy to find him. Yisha took a deep breath. Looks like I have to go find it. Yisha got up from the ground and punched the wall. The alloy plate embedded in the wall made a loud noise, and then sank inward. Sure enough, the strength has increased a lot. Yisha murmured, It's a pity that I'm not on the Doomsday train and can't check my character information. Otherwise, I can see if my physical fitness has improved. Yisha guessed that Duke Reinhardt's experiment was probably unsuccessful. But it should have a certain effect. So his physical fitness has become stronger. This is good news for Yisha. If there are no side effects, he can improve his physical fitness without turning into a monster. It is equivalent to drinking several bottles of physical fitness enhancement potions. Why not do this? Of course, the premise is that there are no side effects. However, at least Yisha does not feel anything wrong with his body at present. Coming to the edge of a wall, Yisha fumbled for a while. Duke Reinhardt opened this wall and left. After a while, Yisha quickly found the hidden switch. And then the wall moved to both sides. Behind the wall is a long and narrow passage. Although Duke Reinhardt's laboratory is full of modern technology, the castle itself and these secret passages are all ancient. The passage is a long spiral stone staircase. About every 15 steps, there is an oil lamp hanging on the wall. Yisha climbed up the steps and soon saw a carved door. After pushing it open, there was a bedroom inside. Yisha walked in and looked around. Is this where Duke Reinhardt rests? Chapter 249 Photographs. There were a lot of papers scattered in the bedroom. Yisha picked them up and saw that they were all records of Duke Reinhardt's experiments. But most of them were discarded. Otherwise, they would not be scattered on the ground. In addition, this is a very luxurious bedroom. All the furniture is full of retro atmosphere. But it is well preserved and very exquisite. Only the big bed in the middle is a bit scary because it is a European coffin. Vampires seem to sleep in coffins. So is this Duke Reinhardt's bed? Yisha walked to the coffin, took out a pistol, reached out to touch the coffin, and then suddenly opened the cover of the coffin. The coffin was empty, but Yisha saw a pillow. It seemed that this was where Duke Reinhardt slept. But Duke Reinhardt didn't seem to be here at the moment. Yisha looked around again, and then found 2 photo frames on the bedside table. This is... Yisha was surprised. Dr. T? In one of the photo frames. It turned out to be a photo of Duke Reinhardt and Dr. T, who had met in the never-sleeping city. However, although Duke Reinhardt's appearance had not changed much, Dr. T was very young. Yisha estimated that Dr. T in the photo was only about 25 or 26 years old at most. This photo was taken at least 10 years ago. The other photo was a group photo of 3 people. Duke Reinhardt was standing in the middle. A man about 40 years old was on the left, and a gray-haired old man was on the right, who looked at least 60 years old. Yisha didn't recognize these 2 people at all. But the old man was wearing a CompuLab lab coat with the Compu logo embroidered on his left chest. So he should be related to Compu. Yisha was not too surprised. With the memory of his previous life, he had long known that Duke Reinhardt was a shareholder of Compu and had connections with Compu. In fact, Duke Reinhardt's experimental equipment, instruments, and even the materials needed for laboratory renovation were all obtained from Compu's laboratory in the Fog City. Putting down the photo frame, Yisha walked around the bedroom again. After not finding anything new, Yisha looked around again, but found no entrance or exit. Of course, the secret passage he came from did not count. Yisha scanned to see if there are any hollow walls here. The arbitrator stood in front of Yisha, his eyes flashing, and then quickly pointed to the wall on the side. The wall was made of stone, not the reinforced wall inlaid with alloy plates in the laboratory. So Yisha did not look for any switches, and directly asked the arbitrator to punch forward and smash the wall to pieces. There was still a secret passage behind the wall, one going up and one going down. A total of 2 stairs. Or in other words, the location of this bedroom was in the middle of a circle of spiral stairs, and it could go up or down. Yisha tried to continue walking up. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he reached the top of the building. There was still a wooden door. After pushing it open, Yisha was surprised. Monitoring room. This is a small room with no furniture. It is not as retro as other rooms in the castle, but very modern. There is a sofa and a round table in the corner, and many screens are embedded on the wall on the other side. In front of the screen is the monitoring equipment, and in front of the monitoring equipment is a swivel chair. Yisha came up to take a look at the screen and operated the equipment. It seems that I have been in that damn glass jar for a long time, and many people have come. Yisha manipulated the surveillance screen and found that other humans had appeared in many places in the castle. They should be the survivors of the Doomsday train. Yisha even saw familiar faces. The little fat man seemed to be mixed with Xiling. The 2 were exploring a secret passage together. Yisha also saw Gon Lin, who had just entered the courtyard of the castle. This woman had fooled a group of scapegoats to help her clear the way. There were also some other people he didn't know. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3. With a minimum of 2 or 3 people, and a maximum of 8 or 9 people. This is actually the norm and inherent mode of apocalyptic operations. Team operations are definitely safer than single-person operations. And they can also hunt more zombies, have a higher probability of obtaining intelligence, and can also complete tasks more easily. Of course, Yisha sneered. The premise is that your companions are really trustworthy. People can only rely on themselves when they are alive. Yisha pondered. He was not interested in other people's affairs, but was thinking about where Duke Reinhardt was. Judging from the current situation, Duke Reinhardt should stay in the laboratory or the monitoring room for a long time, and when he needs to rest, he will go to the bedroom he just went to. So, where is Duke Reinhardt going now? Yisha felt that it was a lucky thing for him to find the monitoring room, because he could find Duke Reinhardt based on the monitoring screen. Although the Tingguang Castle is very huge, and the monitoring is unlikely to cover all locations, these monitoring screens are at least better than wandering around by himself. Meanwhile, Blood Sacrifice Hall. The Blood Sacrifice Hall is a circular hall with ancient runes carved on the edge. No one can recognize it except Duke Reinhardt. In the center of the rune is a star-shaped pattern, which is not drawn, but carved into a groove. Duke Reinhardt sat on the stone seat in front of the hall, holding his chin with his hand, closing his eyes and resting his mind, then opening his eyes faintly. Finally here. Duke Reinhardt, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The door of the hall was knocked open, And then a group of humans entered the blood sacrifice hall. They didn't even have time to look at Duke Reinhardt. The group of humans hurriedly shot at the passage behind and closed the door at the same time. Duke Reinhardt laughed. Do you think there will be no danger if you close the door? Duke Reinhardt's voice attracted the attention of the group of humans. At this time, everyone realized the existence of Duke Reinhardt. Black suit, black cape, handsome face, and two fangs exposed on both sides of the mouth. Someone immediately shouted, "You are the vampire Duke Reinhardt." Duke Reinhardt smiled. "It's me. Human. Did you come to me on purpose?" The moment Duke Reinhardt admitted his identity, everyone took out their weapons and looked at Duke Reinhardt vigilantly. Duke Reinhardt smiled again. "This is really interesting. There should be no living humans around here. You should have come from farther away. And it seems that you came to me on purpose? What is your intention?" At this time, among the group of humans, a man didn't know whether he was a little nervous or felt pressure from Duke Reinhardt. His fingers trembled, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. Chapter 250 Blood Sacrifice Hall. Duke Reinhardt looked at the flying bullet without any fear, and directly grabbed the cloak behind him and swept it forward. The next moment, with a clang, the bullet fell to the ground. "Forget it." Duke Reinhardt looked at the people in front of him. "No matter what your intentions are, thank God for sending so many experimental subjects to me, and I will learn everything from you afterwards." Duke Reinhardt suddenly opened his mouth while speaking. Duke Reinhardt's expression twisted in an instant, and his mouth was wide enough to swallow a baby. His handsome face became extremely hideous at this moment. At the same time, countless smokes came out from behind Duke Reinhardt. The smoke seemed to obey Duke Reinhardt's command and suddenly rushed forward. Then countless small bats came out of the smoke and pounced on the people in front. "Shoot!" someone shouted, and everyone immediately took up their guns and shot forward. In the black smoke, the bats kept dying and falling to the ground. At this time, Duke Reinhardt suddenly swung his cloak, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind a woman, opened his mouth, and bit down hard on the woman's neck. "Ah!" the woman screamed, and then her pupils suddenly contracted. Duke Reinhardt had no intention of sucking blood, but directly bit off the woman's throat, then threw the woman's body aside. Duke Reinhardt wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, "Weak human. Do you think you have the qualifications to challenge the great Duke Reinhardt?" As soon as Duke Reinhardt finished speaking, an electric current suddenly flowed through the air, and then a large piece of electric net fell from the sky. Duke Reinhardt's eyes suddenly became sharp, and then he dodged to the side, but he was still touched by the electric net, and his left arm was charred. At the same time, a light shout suddenly came from behind Duke Reinhardt, and a man leaped up and kicked Duke Reinhardt fiercely. With a bang, Duke Reinhardt flew backwards, and then spread a pair of huge bat wings behind him, and then stabilized his body. A man sneered, "It's just a vampire bat that can transform into a human form. Do you think we can't beat you?" Most of those who can follow the Doomsday train through so many Doomsday train platforms and survive are not too weak. They can always get something from the Doomsday train to make themselves stronger. After being injured, Duke Reinhardt became obviously angry and growled, "I was injured by you lowly races. This is a shame." Duke Reinhardt flapped his wings and suddenly moved. He stretched his hands forward, and his nails suddenly grew and became extremely sharp. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt pounced on the man who had hurt him before. The man seemed to have bought fighting-related things on the Doomsday train and seemed to have a lot of experience in close combat. Seeing Duke Reinhardt rushing towards him, he jumped out directly and turned into a residual shadow. 3 punches, 2 palms, 5 kicks. The man moved very quickly. When Duke Reinhardt came to him, he attacked forward continuously. However, he was met with a group of black bats, densely packed like a huge black mass, instantly covering his vision. Puff! Duke Reinhardt also suddenly attacked at this moment, and his sharp nails directly pierced through the opponent's hands and feet, leaving 4 bloody holes. The man immediately fell to the ground with a scream. "Don't worry. I won't kill you," Duke Reinhardt said fiercely. "Dead people can't be experimental subjects." Electric gun. At this time, a low roar sounded behind Duke Reinhardt again, and then a current rushed forward and hit Duke Reinhardt's back fiercely. Duke Reinhardt turned around and looked at a short-haired woman, roaring, and was about to rush towards the woman. Countless black smoke surged forward and turned into bats. But at this moment, a strong man rushed out and raised his arm. Anti-gravity device. Under the sturdy man's feet, The ground suddenly cracked, and countless rocks flew up, forming a rock shield in front of the man, stopping all the flying bats. At the same time, Duke Reinhardt felt a pain in his back, and white smoke continued to rise from his body. Duke Reinhardt stared, looked back, and then saw two men holding pistols. This is a bullet specially used to deal with special species. The two men teased, "How does it taste?" Duke Reinhardt growled, and his body disappeared again inexplicably, as if teleporting, and appeared behind a man again, raising his palm and bringing it down hard. But the man seemed to have eyes on his back, and quickly rolled to the side, avoiding the attack while holding up the submachine gun and shooting at Duke Reinhardt again. Duke Reinhardt was very strong, and it was not difficult for him to kill or subdue a group of humans. Unfortunately, Duke Reinhardt did not realize that the people in front of him were not ordinary people. How could the humans who got off the Doomsday train be ordinary people? To capture Duke Reinhardt, the humans around him would have to pay a huge price. But at the same time, the wounds on Duke Reinhardt's body kept increasing. Who? Duke Reinhardt panted. Blood flowed from his forearm and fell to the ground along his arm. "You succeeded in angering me," Duke Reinhardt suddenly roared, then sneered at the humans around him. "This is the Blood Sacrifice Hall, the place where the vampires perform blood sacrifices. When you step into this place, it means death," Duke Reinhardt roared. Blood flowed from the grooves on the ground, quickly filling the star-shaped pattern. And then, the unknown runes around it lit up. Countless blood surged from the ground, and then turned into a huge blood bucket, filling the air. The next moment, blood mist filled the air. A tragic cry rang out in the hall, and a moment later, the surrounding humans fell to the ground covered in blood. Who? Duke Reinhardt panted. "It's a pity to have so many experimental subjects. Fortunately, there is still one left in my hand." "Are you referring to me?" At this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 251 Injection. As the voice sounded, Yisha stepped outside the blood sacrifice hall. "You are still alive." Duke Reinhardt showed surprise on his face. "It seems that my experiment was successful. Do you think I look like a werewolf now? Or a vampire?" Yisha sneered. "And then, in order to thank you for your previous care, I came here to return the favor." As Yisha spoke, he raised his hand and clenched it, imagining the endless bow. Puff! An explosive arrow suddenly appeared and flew towards Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt immediately waved his cloak and swept forward. The moment it collided with the explosive arrow, a blazing fireball exploded in front of Duke Reinhardt, blowing Duke Reinhardt away. The next moment, a sharp cry sounded, and countless black smoke surged from Duke Reinhardt's body, and he flew forward. In the black smoke, dense bats appeared, bearing their fangs and claws. Yisha took a step back, while the Arbiter took a step forward, then raised the machine gun and pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The machine gun kept firing forward, shooting down the bats in the black smoke. At the same time, behind the Arbiter, Yisha directly imagined 3 piercing arrows and put them on the bowstring. 3 consecutive arrows. Yisha was extremely fast, pulling the bowstring continuously, and then 3 piercing arrows flew forward, forming a line and shooting towards Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt immediately waved his cloak quickly, but failed to stop the piercing arrows. 3 piercing arrows pierced through the cloak and nailed Duke Reinhardt's body. Duke Reinhardt roared angrily and quickly retreated to the edge of the hall. "No matter where you retreat, you can't escape my range." Yisha put on an explosive arrow and shot at Duke Reinhardt again. "Anyway, there is no way I can enter this hall." The blood sacrifice hall was terrifying, and the air was filled with blood mist. Just a few minutes ago, Yisha saw the runes on the ground shining with light, and then the humans around him began to wail in pain, and the blood in their bodies was constantly sucked out from the wounds, forming this blood mist. In this case, how could Yisha step into that hall? Duke Reinhardt seemed extremely angry. He retreated again and again, naturally to attract Yisha to enter the blood sacrifice hall. Unfortunately, Yisha was not fooled, and always stood at the edge of the hall, refusing to step into the runes. Duke Reinhardt growled, "Do you think I can't do anything to you?" Duke Reinhardt roared. Black smoke rose from his body again, and countless bats came out again. These bats were obviously different from before, and they looked more ferocious, and it was very obvious that those bats were absorbing the blood mist around them. At the same time, as they continued to absorb the blood mist, Fangs gradually grew in the mouths of those bats, becoming extremely huge. I won't give you a chance. Yisha drew his bow again and pulled the bowstring. God's punishment. As Yisha pulled the bowstring, light emanated from the infinite bow, and the light slowly stretched and turned into an arrow. God's punishment arrow. Yisha loosened the bowstring, and the God's punishment arrow flew forward. When the God's punishment arrow flew into the air, it quickly split into two into four, and in the blink of an eye, countless dense God's punishment arrows appeared above Duke Reinhardt's head, falling like rain. Duke Reinhardt was horrified and didn't care about letting the bats attack Yisha. Instead, he waved his cloak and let the bats fly towards his head, trying to block the arrows of punishment. Unfortunately, it was too late. In addition to being able to visualize and materialize, the infinite bow was not an excellent bow in other aspects. Therefore, its value lies entirely in the arrows of punishment and divine punishment. In this case, how could the arrows of punishment be easily intercepted? Almost in an instant, the flying bats were pierced by the arrows of punishment, and then the arrows of punishment continued to pierce Duke Reinhardt's body. Ah! Duke Reinhardt screamed, and then was covered by a rain of arrows. In just a moment, Duke Reinhardt's body was pierced into a hedgehog by the arrows of punishment. Blood continued to flow out, dyeing Duke Reinhardt into a bloody man. Vampires have extremely strong self-recovery abilities, which is why Duke Reinhardt is still standing. But it is obvious that Duke Reinhardt's self-recovery ability cannot keep up with the damage caused by the arrows of punishment. But, Yisha sneered, it's just a last gasp. Yisha clenched his fingers and pulled the bowstring of the infinite bow again, and an explosive arrow was materialized by imagination. Puff! Yisha loosened the bowstring, and the explosive arrow flew forward, heading straight for Duke Reinhardt. However, just when it was about to hit Duke Reinhardt, the blood mist around it suddenly condensed and blocked Duke Reinhardt, forming a blood ball. Boom! The explosive arrow hit the blood ball and then exploded, breaking a piece of the blood ball into pieces. But it was blocked and fell down anyway. Duke Reinhardt slowly got up from the ground and looked at Yisha with a sinister look. What do you think the blood sacrifice hall is used for? Do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't step into the blood sacrifice hall? The moment Duke Reinhardt finished speaking, his expression became extremely ferocious, and countless bloodlines appeared in the blood ball, rushing towards Duke Reinhardt, and then seeping into Duke Reinhardt's body. As blood flowed in, the wounds on Duke Reinhardt's body were obviously healing rapidly, and the arrows of punishment that had been inserted into Duke Reinhardt's body were constantly squeezed out of the wounds. Yisha's eyes widened. It turned out that this blood sacrifice hall was used to heal wounds, using human blood to heal vampires. No wonder Duke Reinhardt chose to fight here. Being able to heal wounds with the enemy's blood would naturally make him invincible. At the same time, Duke Reinhardt suddenly took out a needle gun from his arms. Green liquid flowed in the glass tube of the needle gun. The moment he saw the needle gun, Yisha's heart skipped a beat, because the needle gun looked so familiar. Dr. T. Yisha quickly remembered the photo in Duke Reinhardt's bedroom. It seemed that the man in front of him was a close friend of Dr. T, and the liquid in the needle gun was exactly the same as the liquid that Dr. T had injected into him. Chapter 252 Battle. Yisha wanted to stop it, but he didn't dare to step into the blood sacrifice hall easily. The blood mist in the air was thick. If Duke Reinhardt used the blood mist, Yisha might not be able to defeat Duke Reinhardt. With just a little hesitation, Duke Reinhardt had already stabbed the needle gun into his neck. Ah! When the liquid in the needle gun was completely injected, Duke Reinhardt's expression was ferocious, and he suddenly roared to the sky. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt's skin gradually turned gray. Vampire's skin is pale and bloodless. But now Duke Reinhardt's skin is not just bloodless, but as white as a corpse. Lifeless. Yisha moved his Adam's apple and finally squeezed out 2 words from his throat. Corpse. The drug injected by Duke Reinhardt is likely to be a zombie virus, or at least something similar, or a new drug extracted from the zombie virus. So, Duke Reinhardt turned into a corpse. Roar! After screaming, Duke Reinhardt's expression became extremely ferocious. And then he kept roaring, and veins crawled on Duke Reinhardt's face. The originally very handsome facial features were now twisted like the ugliest devil, and the bat wings behind him kept flapping, and then began to rot and become pitted. Roar! Duke Reinhardt roared madly again, and then his chest suddenly split open, turning into a big mouth. with fine teeth on both sides. And in the center of the big mouth, there was a blood pupil, just like the vampire count that Yisha had seen by the river before. Obviously, the transformation of the vampire count into a corpse was also caused by Duke Reinhardt. Otherwise, the two would not have such similar characteristics after transformation. However, Duke Reinhardt's transformation into a corpse was obviously more thorough. And the mutation of his body did not stop because of the appearance of the blood pupil. Puff, puff, puff. A muffled sound suddenly appeared behind Duke Reinhardt, and then 3 white bone spurs pierced out from his back, forming an inverted triangle. Green liquid continued to flow down from the wound, and when it fell to the ground, it made a hiss sound and emitted white smoke. It turned out to be a corrosive liquid with an effect comparable to that of strong sulfuric acid. At the same time, the 2 fangs at the corners of Duke Reinhardt's mouth grew longer and longer, and actually jumped directly over his chest, looking quite terrifying. "You are dead." I don't know if it's because of the corpse transformation. Duke Reinhardt seems to have almost lost his mind, and even his speech has become unclear and vague. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt's figure suddenly flashed, leaving only a shadow on the spot. Duke Reinhardt actually crossed the entire hall and suddenly came to Yisha. What a fast speed! Yisha's eyes showed astonishment. Before he could come to his senses, Duke Reinhardt's fist had already reached him. The arbitrator's reaction was faster than Yisha's, because the program had no emotions, no joy, no anger or fear, and naturally would not be surprised by the strength of Duke Reinhardt after his corpse transformation. Bang! The arbiter stood in front of Yisha to protect him, met Duke Reinhardt's fist, raised his fist, and punched forward fiercely. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt's fist collided with the arbiter's fist. Crack! Then, with a crisp sound of bone fracture, the arbiter's arm bone was actually broken by Duke Reinhardt's punch, and even half of the bone pierced out directly from the elbow, white and dripping with blood. Shocking. It was also fortunate that the arbitrator had no sense of pain. Otherwise, just watching would have made him feel extremely painful. Yisha was even more surprised. He knew the strength of the arbitrator, although his agility and speed were probably inferior. His strength was very outstanding, at least reaching the level of 10 points of physical fitness. Absolutely inhuman. His arm bone was broken by a punch? Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. What did this bastard inject himself with? After Duke Reinhardt was injected with the potion, his strength was obviously far beyond Yisha's expectations. At this moment, Duke Reinhardt raised his leg again and kicked the arbitrator in the waist. With a bang, the body of the arbiter flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting a wall and directly knocking a hole in the wall. After killing the arbiter, Duke Reinhardt glanced coldly and then stared at Yisha. 6-flower shield. The moment Duke Reinhardt reached out to grab it, a shield appeared in front of Yisha. But it did not stop Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt's palm directly penetrated the 3 layers of shields, and before the 4th shield condensed, he grabbed Yisha's shoulder. With a puff, Duke Reinhardt's nails swept across Yisha's shoulder, leaving 3 wounds, deep enough to see the bone, and blood flowing. Yisha's face was grim. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, then pulled out the silver thorns and shot at Duke Reinhardt continuously. Duke Reinhardt waved his hand nonchalantly, and actually directly grasped the 3 bullets in his hand. With a little force, he crushed the bullet heads into iron sheets, and when he let go, they fell to the ground with a clang. Duke Reinhardt said vaguely, "Don't worry. I won't kill you easily. You are my experimental subject." "Fuck your experimental subject." Yisha couldn't help but curse. "Don't underestimate me." Yisha's face showed ferocity, and then he suddenly dropped his gun and raised his hand, grabbing forward with his left arm. Snake bite. Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, and his left arm surrounded the phantom of the purple-scaled python, opened his bloody mouth, and spewed out the snake tongue. Then Yisha grabbed Duke Reinhardt's chest. Yisha succeeded in 1 strike, and without saying anything, he directly used his palm to pull hard, and tore off a piece of meat from Duke Reinhardt's chest. Duke Reinhardt felt the pain, whimpered and roared, then raised his arm and swept towards Yisha. With a bang, Yisha naturally followed the arbitrator's footsteps and was swept away by Duke Reinhardt's arm, then hit the floor of the corridor, rolling continuously, and finally stabilized his body. After a while, Yisha got up from the ground, with a grin on his face, and severe pain came from all parts of his body. Then he felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted out blood. At the same time, Duke Reinhardt spread the bat wings behind him, flapped them, and left the blood sacrifice hall directly. After entering the corridor, he continued to fly towards Yisha. Chapter 253 Life or Death. Contempt, disdain, and condescending. Duke Reinhardt's eyes were filled with such emotions. In the eyes of the ancient vampire clan, humans are always inferior creatures, weak and incompetent. But at this moment, the wall on the side suddenly boomed, and the arbitrator with a broken arm suddenly rushed out, hugged Duke Reinhardt with one hand, and kept running forward. Bang, bang, bang. The arbitrator ran forward holding Duke Reinhardt, continuously hitting the wall, knocking down the walls one by one, and then used all his strength to press Duke Reinhardt to the ground. At this time, Yisha also jumped up from the ground, drew out the Nepali scimitar, came to Duke Reinhardt, and chopped it down fiercely. Yisha aimed at Duke Reinhardt's neck, and chopped it down directly with the blade. But at this moment, Duke Reinhardt opened his mouth and bit the Nepali scimitar directly. Bang! The blade of the Nepali scimitar made a crisp sound, and the solid blade was actually opened by Duke Reinhardt's fangs to create two small holes, and there were fine cracks all around. Yisha was stunned. He didn't expect Duke Reinhardt to be so cruel. While he was stunned, Duke Reinhardt grabbed the arbitrator's clothes and threw him out. With a bang, the arbitrator hit Yisha directly, and then the two of them collided and hit the wall behind them. Countless cracks appeared on the wall in an instant, and then a piece collapsed, and then Yisha and the arbitrator fell out. Oops. After falling behind the wall, Yisha's heart skipped a beat. There was nothing behind the wall, because behind the wall was outside the castle. Yisha and the arbitrator fell downwards, and below them was the ground. Yisha wanted to use the shock wave to cushion the force of the fall, which should allow him to suffer only minor injuries. But the arbitrator would be in trouble. The recoil force of the shock wave could not bear the weight of two people. But at this moment, two vines suddenly appeared, wrapped up Yisha and the arbitrator in midair, and then put them on the ground. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and looked around. Corpse flower? There was no sign of the corpse flower around. But at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance, followed by rolling dust. Yisha raised his eyebrows, called out to the arbitrator, and immediately ran to the place where the dust was rolling. The place where the dust was rolling was at the edge of the courtyard of Tianguang Castle. When Yisha arrived there, he saw vines dancing wildly, and three humans were attacking the corpse flower. Yisha immediately guessed that Yisha had fallen into a secret passage, and the corpse flower had dug all the way to find Yisha. But it didn't find Yisha, and instead went straight out of the castle. The next thing was easier to guess. The three humans who had just entered the Tianguang Castle saw a corpse flower around the courtyard, so they would naturally attack. Yisha didn't hesitate, and while running, he imagined that the endless bow was materialized. Yisha didn't intend to explain to the other party that he raised the corpse flower, and he didn't have time to explain. He put on an arrow and shot at one of them. With a puff, the arrow broke through the air and pierced through the thigh of one of the men. The arrow came very suddenly, and the man had no defense at all. He fell to the ground and wailed while covering his wound. The man's companion was stunned for a moment, and then shouted at Yisha, "What do you want to do? Get out." Yisha said coldly, "Life or death. Choose for yourself." The man's two companions looked at each other, and then showed a fierce look on their faces, and suddenly attacked Yisha. However, Yisha was faster. Puff, puff. The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and Yisha shot another arrow without hesitation. The piercing arrow flew through the air, spinning, with a strong spiral airflow, and fiercely nailed on the wrist of one of the men. At the same time, the corpse flower also took the opportunity to attack. A vine suddenly emerged from the ground under the opponent's feet and tightly bound the opponent's ankle. The next moment, Yisha suddenly rushed over, and the Nepalese machete in his hand swept forward. Puff! The muffled sound of the blade entering the flesh suddenly appeared, and the Nepali machete directly cut the opponent's neck. The man's eyes widened, and a whimpering sound came from his throat, and then a blood mark slowly appeared on his neck. Plop! The man knelt on the ground and then fell headfirst. Yisha's movements were not slow, and he quickly pulled the Nepali machete horizontally and collided with the other man's weapon. "Don't block the way." Yisha gritted his teeth. "Get out of my way." At this time, There was a sudden movement in the sky. Yisha looked up and saw that it was Duke Reinhardt flapping his wings and chasing after him. "It's really fast," Yisha whispered, then stretched out his foot and tripped the man's ankle, and then threw him towards Duke Reinhardt. Puff! Duke Reinhardt stretched out his hand, and his sharp nails cut open the man's chest, and his entire arm went straight out of the other's chest. Ugh! The man groaned and coughed up blood. At this moment, Yisha suddenly jumped up from behind, raised the Nepalese machete, and slashed Duke Reinhardt's shoulder fiercely. The blade was 3/10 into the flesh. Yisha gritted his teeth and growled, holding the knife with both hands, and pressed the Nepalese machete downwards with force. With a puff, Duke Reinhardt's entire left arm was removed by Yisha and flew into the air. Ah! Duke Reinhardt raised his head and roared, and his shoulder made a shah sound, and blood kept spurting out. "I will kill you!" Duke Reinhardt roared. "No. I changed my mind. I will torture you. I want you to live a life worse than death." Duke Reinhardt swung his right arm violently, throwing the man's body aside, and then attacked Yisha again. Clang! Yisha quickly blocked with his sword, and Duke Reinhardt's nails hit the Nepali scimitar. Then, with a crisp sound, the Nepali scimitar, which was already severely damaged, finally broke completely and broke into 3 pieces. Damn it! Yisha looked at the Nepali scimitar that was only half left in his hand, cursed, and threw the half of the Nepali scimitar towards Duke Reinhardt with force. Duke Reinhardt dodged sideways, then flapped his wings, and countless bats flew forward and pounced forward. The arbitrator decisively blocked in front of Yisha, allowing those bats to continue to attack and bite, and countless wounds appeared on his body. At this time, Duke Reinhardt raised his leg and swept it across, hitting the arbitrator's waist hard, and then kicked the arbitrator out again, smashing him to the ground in the distance. Chapter 254. The opportunity arrives. "You hurt the great Duke Reinhardt." Duke Reinhardt roared, "You will pay for this." Duke Reinhardt flew towards Yisha, but this time, his ankle was entangled by the vines of the corpse flower. Then, a poisonous needle suddenly grew out of the vine and pierced into Duke Reinhardt's calf. "Get out of here!" Duke Reinhardt's eyes widened with anger, and he stretched out his hand to sweep behind him. His arm was like the sharpest knife in the world. When he passed the vines of the corpse flower, he directly cut off the vines. But with just this delay, Yisha took the opportunity to run forward, and when he came to Duke Reinhardt, he immediately jumped up and crashed into Duke Reinhardt's arms, knocking Duke Reinhardt down from the air. Yisha held Duke Reinhardt and rolled on the ground continuously. After finally stabilizing his body, Yisha pressed his hands on the open blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest. "Go to hell!" Yisha roared ferociously. Shock wave. With a bang, the shock wave was launched forward. Because of the impact force, the two were simultaneously bounced in opposite directions and rolled continuously on the ground. Yisha knew Duke Reinhardt's weakness, because after Duke Reinhardt turned into a corpse, although his appearance was different from that of the vampire count he had seen in the Fog City, they were generally very similar. Among them, the biggest commonality was the blood pupil on the chest. So, since the blood pupil was the weakness of the vampire count, it was naturally likely to be the weakness of Duke Reinhardt. However, after the shock wave knocked the two people away, Duke Reinhardt stood up from the ground with his wings flapping. The blood pupil on his chest was intact, without even a crack. Yisha's eyes twitched. Duke Reinhardt was much stronger than the vampire count. Even if they had the same weakness, it was not so easy to break. Seeing Duke Reinhardt coming towards him again, Yisha immediately reached forward and pressed again. Shockwave. 2 shockwaves were released continuously by Yisha. Duke Reinhardt grabbed his cloak with one hand and shattered the first shockwave. However, the second shockwave hit Duke Reinhardt's chest hard again. The blood pupil shook for a moment, and Duke Reinhardt's face showed pain, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Yisha's judgment was correct. The blood pupil was indeed Duke Reinhardt's weakness. However, the second shockwave hit, but it failed to destroy the blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest. The blood pupil was stronger than expected. Ah! After Duke Reinhardt was hit hard again, he screamed again and flew towards Yisha. Yisha turned around and ran without hesitation. After Duke Reinhardt turned into a corpse, his physical strength was greatly improved, and his strength even exceeded that of the arbitrator. But the scary thing is not only his strength, defense, speed, and agility. Duke Reinhardt's body has been improved in all aspects. In this case, it is obviously not a wise move to fight with Duke Reinhardt in close combat, especially since Yishaw's Nepalese scimitar was destroyed by Duke Reinhardt. Do you think you can escape? Duke Reinhardt roared. And then black smoke appeared on his body, and his body suddenly scattered into countless bats. When he appeared again, Duke Reinhardt was directly in front of Yishaw. Puff! Duke Reinhardt waved his palm forward, and his nail scratched Yishaw's left arm that was stretched out to block, and then left 3 terrible wounds on Yishaw's left arm, almost cutting off Yishaw's forearm directly. Seeing Duke Reinhardt grabbing at him again, Yishaw reluctantly dodged to the side, and then used the lock technique in the mixed martial arts mastery to twist Duke Reinhardt's arm back. Congratulations! You have achieved intermediate mixed martial arts proficiency. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in Yishaw's ears, and it was because of continuous use that his mixed martial arts proficiency improved. However, Yishaw did not think this was something worth congratulating, because even if his mixed martial arts proficiency was improved from elementary to intermediate, it would not stop Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt roared in a low voice, and he did not know any fighting skills at all, nor did he know how to break free from the lock. He just relied on his strength to lift Yishaw up and then threw him out fiercely. Bang! Yishaw hit a decorative porcelain sculpture in the distance, and then smashed it to pieces. Many pieces of porcelain pierced into Yishaw's body. Yishaw felt the pain coming from his body and squirmed on the ground. At this time, an excited voice suddenly sounded, "Hey! Look! Is that the vampire Duke Reinhardt?" Yishaw raised his head and saw a team of 6 humans passing through the courtyard and appearing in front of him, at most 30 or 40 meters away. They looked excited, as if they had caught a big fish. Some even drew a cross on their chests, thanking God for the good luck he had brought them. Of course, some people looked at Yishaw with hostility and vigilance, because Yishaw obviously seemed to be fighting with Duke Reinhardt. They wanted to kill Duke Reinhardt, which was equivalent to snatching prey from Yishaw. A bunch of idiots. Yishaw cursed in a low voice, but soon realized that this was an opportunity, and turned around and ran without hesitation, rushing towards the direction of the courtyard. The group of humans who appeared naturally would not stop Yishaw, and some even mocked him with a mocking look on their faces. "This kid is smart and runs fast enough. Otherwise we would kill him and this damn vampire together." Puff! Before the man finished speaking, his pupils suddenly widened, and then he looked down at his chest in disbelief. Duke Reinhardt crossed a distance of 30 or 40 meters, and his right arm directly pierced the opponent's chest, and even grabbed the opponent's heart and sent it directly out of the opponent's body. Under the other party's horrified gaze, Duke Reinhardt clenched his palms, and the heart suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The others were also shocked, and then they came to their senses, took out their weapons, and shouted to attack Duke Reinhardt. At the same time, Yishaw was running madly, running fast, and running desperately, passing through the continuous shrub corridor. Yishaw came to the fountain where he had fought with the Death Stalker before, and quickly climbed to the top of the fountain statue. "Hold me." After taking a deep breath, Yishaw shouted to the ground, and then the corpse flower broke through the ground, poked out from the ground, released vines, tied Yishaw and the fountain together, and fixed them firmly. Chapter 255. That arrow. When his body was fixed by the corpse flower vines, Yishaw immediately grabbed the void and imagined the infinite bow. Yishaw took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, constantly adjusting his breathing to relax his body so that he could get into the best state. There is only one chance. Yishaw took a deep breath and murmured, "I die. Or you die." As Yishaw spoke, his slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Clairvoyance. As Yishaw activated the clairvoyance illusion skill of the infinite bow, a halo suddenly appeared under Yishaw's feet, and then it continued to push out to the surroundings with Yishaw as the center. Soon, the halo pushed open, and it seemed as if a hemispherical transparent wall appeared in the air, covering all areas within a radius of 1,000 meters. Yishaw clearly saw that Duke Reinhardt was slaughtering in the distance, and the group of newly appeared humans was no match for Duke Reinhardt at all. After Duke Reinhardt killed one of them in the blink of an eye, the others rushed forward, but did not cause any trouble to Duke Reinhardt. Bats kept flying around Duke Reinhardt, and instantly surrounded a person. Those bats actually dismembered the person in an instant, tearing the person's body into more than a dozen pieces. The heart was dug out, and the body was dismembered. The 2 people killed by Duke Reinhardt were not simply killed. This was a naked massacre. Although they were all dead, they gave people completely different feelings. The shock brought by the horrific death made the remaining 4 humans tremble involuntarily. Fear was spreading. Almost in an instant, the remaining 4 people finally saw the situation clearly and realized that they were no match for Duke Reinhardt. They turned around and ran away quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late, because Duke Reinhardt was faster than them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Duke Reinhardt chased the 4 people one by one, and then brutally killed them. There were 6 people in total, but not even a complete corpse was left. The luckiest one was cut in half by Duke Reinhardt. At this time, Yisha also gently pulled the bowstring. This is Yisha's strongest arrow, and also Yisha's trump card. The killer move among killer moves. An arrow of divine punishment. An arrow of divine punishment. This time, Yisha used the divine punishment arrow. If this arrow cannot penetrate the blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest, then, just as Yisha said, either Duke Reinhardt dies or Yisha dies. After Duke Reinhardt killed those people, he quickly looked for Yisha's trace, and then quickly came towards Yisha with a ferocious face. And Yisha was still adjusting his breathing. This is an arrow that cannot be missed. This is an arrow that will kill. Yisha dare not be negligent in the slightest. He must be in high spirits and show his best state, because this is an arrow that concerns life and death. Duke Reinhardt gradually approached. At a distance of 50 meters, Yisha's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and a faint yellow light shone on his eagle-patterned pupils. "Come on!" Yisha growled. "Let's gamble, and see which of us can survive." On the bowstring of the infinite arrow, the divine punishment arrow was materialized by fantasy. The appearance of the divine punishment arrow was really not very colorful. It was just an ordinary metal arrow. Although it was not ugly, it was not very majestic either. It was completely unworthy of the name of divine punishment. However, when Yisha released the bowstring and the divine punishment arrow flew forward, the arrow body kept spinning, and a spiral of energy seemed to appear in the air, wrapping the arrow body. The next moment, the divine punishment arrow flew faster and faster, and finally turned into a white stream of light, as if it cut through the air, and flew towards Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt's face also became solemn. This is an extraordinary arrow. This is an arrow that concerns life and death. Not only Yisha's life, but also Duke Reinhardt's. Roar! Duke Reinhardt suddenly roared, and the 3 bone spurs on his back suddenly stretched, bent, and then extended to the front, slowly closing, like a shield, protecting Duke Reinhardt. At this time, the arrow of divine punishment also arrived in front of Duke Reinhardt. Life and death. All depends on this arrow. Crack! With a crisp sound. The moment the arrow of divine punishment hit the bone shield, the bone shield cracked into countless gaps, blocking the arrow of divine punishment for a few seconds. And then the arrow of divine punishment passed through the bone shield and hit the blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest. Ah! Duke Reinhardt's expression was ferocious, and he roared in anger. The divine punishment arrow pierced Duke Reinhardt's chest, and then the surface of the blood pupil was like glass with countless cracks, and it kept making crack sounds. The next moment, the divine punishment arrow pierced through the blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest and flew away. It worked! Yisha showed a look of joy on his face. Duke Reinhardt did not block his divine punishment arrow. However, the joyful expression was only for a moment, and Yisha's whole body suddenly tensed up again. The mysterious voice did not sound, and Duke Reinhardt was still alive. The battle is not over yet. The vines of the corpse flower quickly let go of Yisha, and after landing, Yisha did not hesitate at all, and quickly ran forward and charged towards Duke Reinhardt. A moment later, Yisha came to Duke Reinhardt. The divine punishment arrow pierced Duke Reinhardt's chest, and a fist-sized hole was punched in the center of the blood pupil, which looked dim. But Duke Reinhardt knelt on the ground, panting violently, and was still holding on to his last breath. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and immediately rushed towards Duke Reinhardt. In the end, only one of them could survive. Yisha jumped up and landed directly in front of Duke Reinhardt. Duke Reinhardt raised his right palm and pierced Yisha's lower abdomen with his sharp nails. Blood quickly seeped out. But at this moment, Yisha stretched his hand forward. Crack! The Alaskan whale harpoon pierced into the small hole in the blood pupil, causing the blood pupil to further shatter. I heard you've lived for 1,000 years? Yisha gritted his teeth. Old immortal. It's time for you to sleep forever. As Yisha spoke, he twisted the Alaskan whale harpoon violently, completely breaking the blood pupil on Duke Reinhardt's chest. A crack spread along the small hole in the center of the blood pupil to both sides. And then the blood pupil made a crisp sound again, and finally shattered completely, turning into a pile of fragments and falling to the ground. Duke Reinhardt opened his mouth, and the spirit in his eyes quickly disappeared. Chapter 256 Returning. You have killed the vampire Duke Reinhardt. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Vampire Fong. You have killed the vampire Duke Reinhardt. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Vampire Jean. You have killed the vampire Duke Reinhardt. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Vampire and Werewolf experimental sample. You have killed the vampire Duke Reinhardt. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Broken Vampire Eye. You killed the vampire Duke Reinhardt. And completed mission 3, Kill Duke Reinhardt. The owner of the Skylight Castle. Mysterious voices appeared continuously, which showed that Duke Reinhardt was indeed a difficult person. Of course, being difficult also meant that Duke Reinhardt was really a big fish. Yisha quickly dug out the broken pupil from Duke Reinhardt's chest, and at the same time broke Duke Reinhardt's teeth. Then took out a container to collect a can of blood, and finally threw Duke Reinhardt's body directly to the corpse flower. Yisha had completed 2 tasks in Tingguang Castle, but he was too lazy to stay any longer. Anyway, the reward for completing 3 tasks was 72 hours of personal carriage use time, which he didn't need at all. Yisha was currently able to use his personal carriage for a total of 2 platform stops, so he could continue to use his personal carriage before arriving at the next stop. The 72 hours of personal carriage use, was completely useless to him. At the same time, more and more people in Tingguang Castle. Obviously they all got the news from the Fog City and rushed here. Next, they not only searched for things, but also had to fight with various teams. Yisha had already gotten what he wanted, so he naturally didn't want to get too entangled. After a while, the corpse flower ate Duke Reinhardt's body clean, and its body underwent a huge change again. It must be said that Duke Reinhardt is worthy of being an ancient vampire. Although in terms of years, Duke Reinhardt's lifetime is not necessarily longer than some unintelligent ancient species. However, the key is that Duke Reinhardt is a few intelligent ancient species, which makes Duke Reinhardt's flesh and blood more precious and more nourishing to the corpse flower. Originally, the rhizome, leaves, vines, and even thorns of the corpse flower were all emerald green. When the plant toxins were released, they would turn dark green. At the moment, the corpse flower was all lightly red, and the thorns were so red that they could drip blood. The petals of the corpse flower were originally pale white with black spots, but now those black spots have turned red and are spreading. As if they are going to die, the petals completely red. At the same time, the size of the corpse flower has naturally increased dramatically. The rhizome has reached the thickness of a thigh, and the vines can spread to 20 meters long. It is not much smaller than the one I saw in Sakura City, and it is about to enter maturity. Yisha was very satisfied. The corpse flower already had a certain ability to face the enemy head-on, and the effect of assisting in combat was also very good. It would be even stronger after entering the mature stage. Of course, Yisha was looking forward to the day when the corpse flower could grow into a complete form. He really wanted to know what level the corpse flower fed with the flesh and blood of the ancient species could reach. At the same time, Yisha dragged the Arbiter back. The Arbiter was already in a semi-collapsed state, and his body functions were completely damaged. Yisha tried to use the healing ability of the Puppet Master, but it was of little use. Although the Arbiter's body recovered, he was still unable to move. It seems that the mechanical part was broken. Yisha sighed. Fortunately, the black gold arbitrator chip was not destroyed and can be repaired. The arbitrator is very useful, and Yisha does not want to discard it. Fortunately, as long as the chip that starts the core program is still there, everything else is not a problem. It can be repaired after moving it back to the Doomsday train. Yisha directly carried the arbitrator, and then let the corpse flower sneak into the underground to explore the way for him. He ran all the way out of Tingguang Castle and came to the periphery of the courtyard. There were many cars parked here. Naturally, because more people arrived at Tingguang Castle, Yisha randomly picked a spacious jeep, threw the arbitrator in, and drove away. On the way back, the trouble was not the zombies, but the people who were rushing to Tingguang Castle. Duke Reinhardt had been killed anyway. This was a one-time deal. And if Yi Sha was killed, the task would not fall on others. However, Yi Sha still had the alien blood sample in his hand. Seeing that Yi Sha was driving back to the Fog City, it was hard to guarantee that someone would not be tempted. Why go back to the Fog City? Of course, it's to go back to the Doomsday train. Why go back to the Doomsday train? Of course, I got the blood sample of the alien species, which qualified me to go back to the Doomsday train. So, do you want to rob it? Many times, humans are actually scarier than zombies. Fortunately, the corpse flower has grown up, and it can bring a lot of help to Yi Sha at this time. First of all, the speed of the corpse flower moving underground is not slower than Yi Sha driving. Secondly, the corpse flower can float a small section of vines on the ground for observation and help Yi Sha explore the way. In this way, if someone appears around, the corpse flower can tip off Yi Sha, avoiding a lot of trouble. About 2 hours later, Yi Sha returned to the Fog City, found the Doomsday train platform he came from, and returned to the Doomsday train. Yi Sha was not the first to return. Someone got there first, and it was an acquaintance. Xia Yuren was the first to return from the number 1 death carriage. This woman is considered a leader even in the death carriage. The two nodded slightly, as a greeting, and then Yi Sha turned and entered the dining car. The dining car has opening hours, but the death car has to have preferential treatment. So any member of the death car who returns to the Doomsday train in advance can directly enter the dining car. Healing potion. Yi Sha sat at the bar and threw down a few silver coins. The proprietress smiled and put the healing potion on the table. It seems a bit miserable this time. Yi Sha did look miserable. So miserable that on the way back, he used the Alaskan whale harpoon to knock down more than a dozen zombies. And the blood-sucking healing method could not completely heal the injuries, but just barely prevented these injuries from being fatal. However, Yi Sha didn't mind it. He raised his head and drank the healing potion. At least I'm still alive. Right? The boss lady smiled. Yes. Being alive is the most important thing. Yi Sha, calculate my reward. Boss lady, no problem. This is the special reward you get after completing 2 tasks. Looking at the boss lady putting things on the table, Yi Sha couldn't help but frown. Another pistol? Yi Sha didn't want a pistol, because he not only had one, but also more than one. Silver Thorn was a double gun, and he was afraid that it was not enough. Yi Sha wanted a knife. Chapter 257 Purchase. The reason why Yi Sha wanted the knife was very simple. Of course, it was because the Nepalese machete was broken. At present, the only melee weapon that Yi Sha was comfortable with, besides the Alaskan whale harpoon, was his fist. This was certainly not good news. Melee weapons were still needed. He could not just fight with his fists just because his mixed martial arts proficiency had reached the intermediate level. However, special rewards were always given as what they were given. Yi Sha had no choice but to pick up the pistol and take a look. Name, Black Star. Prototype, Domestic QSG 92 pistol. Weight, 0.76 kilograms. Caliber, 9 millimeters. Ammunition capacity, 15 rounds. Effective range, 50 meters. Muzzle energy, 518 joules. Additional items, infrared device. Holographic sight, for pistol only. Special effect, explosion, use the specified bullet. After hitting the object, it will form an explosion splash damage. Special skill, refraction, fire twice in a row. The second bullet hits the first bullet, causing the first bullet to refract and hit the target behind the obstacle. Yi Sha was quite familiar with the pistol that the boss lady took out. Or rather, as a Chinese, few people didn't know this pistol. Perhaps the name of the domestic QSG 92 pistol is not easy to recognize. So why not change it to another name? I believe that the name of the 92 type pistol will make people more familiar. The most classic part of this pistol is the 5-pointed star engraved on the handle. The basic data of the Black Star pistol is average. And, to be honest, as the prototype of the 92 type pistol, the basic data of the Black Star pistol is actually worse than that of the Silver Thorn. However, the fact is that when Yi Sha saw the special effects and special skills of the Black Star pistol, he knew that the Silver Thorn should be put into the warehouse. Bullet explosion can effectively increase the killing effect and killing range, which is very practical. As for refraction, it is even more abnormal. Anyway, Yi Sha doesn't think that this kind of thing can be done in reality. But the gun sold on the Doomsday train can do such a thing. Which is not surprising. In short, the special effects and special skills of the Black Star pistol are much stronger than those of the Silver Thorn. Yisha put away the Black Star pistol, and then watched the boss lady take out 2 test tubes. These 2 test tubes contain vampire genes, and vampire and werewolf experimental samples. Yisha played with the test tubes for a while. What are the effects? Boss lady, vampire genes can generally only act on humans. There is a chance that vampires will have the self-healing ability, but they will be afraid of sunlight, and will feel weak when walking during the day. This, Yisha smacked his lips. Self-healing ability is very important. Self-healing not only works on injuries, but most importantly, it can also cure zombie viruses. This is why Alaskan Harpoon is so valued by Yisha. However, the Alaskan whale harpoon must attack to suck blood to heal itself, while the injection of vampire genes can give the body the ability to heal itself. The value of the two is self-evident. But the question is, what is the fear of sunlight? Will you feel weak when walking during the day? That is even worse if it is not a battle. And Duke Reinhardt has no such problem. Yisha pondered for a moment, then, what about the vampire and werewolf experimental samples? The boss lady, Duke Reinhardt semi-finished experimental data and gene cell samples. But I don't think you need this. Yisha was stunned. Why? The boss lady, you need a semi-finished gene cell sample. Just draw a tube of your own blood. You are now Duke Reinhardt's semi-finished experimental subject. And it is mixed with human cells and genes. Which is more precious? Yisha was surprised. You mean Duke Reinhardt's experiment was successful on me? Will there be sequelae? The boss lady, it didn't succeed. Otherwise you should be 1/3 human, 1/3 werewolf, and 1/3 vampire. However, you should feel that your physical fitness has been strengthened. Right? Yisha nodded, yes. The lady boss, this is the effect of the experiment. Werewolves and vampires are much stronger than humans. Your physical fitness has been strengthened because of the fusion of their genes. There are no sequelae, because the experiment was not successful. It only had some weak effects. Otherwise, your body would be strengthened to a terrifying degree. Yisha pouted, then I should really be thankful that the experiment did not succeed. I don't want to become a half-human half-ghost. Yisha really craves for power. It is not impossible to turn himself into a monster, as long as he can survive. Appearance is not important, but the premise is that the price he pays must be equal. It's just that his physical fitness has become stronger. Yisha doesn't care much. As long as he doesn't die, he can reach this level sooner or later by drinking more physical fitness strengthening potions. In this case, why bother to make himself a monster? Sell it. Yisha took out some things casually. There are also some odds and ends. Yisha took out everything he got in the Fog City and the Skylight Castle, leaving only the mutant werewolf's teeth and vampire genes. The former is a good material for making weapons, and although Yisha himself doesn't want to use the latter, the healing effect is really rare. Although the side effects are a bit excessive, Yisha still wants to think about whether there are fools who will buy it or exchange it with him. After selling the things, Yisha said directly, I need a melee weapon. No. The weapon will wait for a while. I need the ability to fight in close combat. Yisha's request covered a wide range, and the lady boss didn't have any good suggestions. She just took out the list and let Yisha choose slowly. Yisha now had some money. After selling things, he still had 4 gold skull coins and hundreds of silver skull coins. But he couldn't afford 2 extravagant fantasy abilities. So, Yisha had to settle for fantasy skills like Snake Bite. Finally, Yisha's eyes fell on 2 skills. Bung Gene, realistic skill. It originated from a kind of gene method used in Tombe Quan. In the case of close combat, 2 punches are continuously hit at the same position at a very fast speed, causing internal organs to be injured with force. And there is a high probability of knocking the enemy target away. When chase, fantasy skill, it can be activated when the target is hit and knocked away, and the movement speed is increased by 10 times, and the strength is increased by 3 times. It becomes invalid after the second hit of the pursuit. Bung Gene is a real skill, and real skills are generally not expensive. Even so, Bung Gene cost Yisha a full gold skull coin, because the use of Bung Gene is a very advanced move in Tombe Quan. There are 2 reasons why Yisha is interested in Bung Gene. The first is that it directly attacks the internal organs. It is almost impossible to exercise the internal organs, even if the muscles are trained to be as strong as steel. The internal organs are still very fragile. Therefore, the moves that can directly attack the internal organs are very powerful. Chapter 258 Star Diamond. The second reason why Yi Sha was interested in the explosive power was that it had a high probability of knocking the target away. And the reason for his interest was that it could be used in conjunction with the swift pursuit. The explosive power knocked the person away. And after the swift pursuit increased its speed, it was almost like teleportation, ensuring that the second hit. Such a set of 2 consecutive hits was definitely a heavy hit. For this reason, Yi Sha paid 1 gold and 500 silver skull coins for the swift pursuit to get it. After buying the 2 skills, Yi Sha was generally satisfied. And then he bought some consumables such as the red flame bomb, the colorful cloud covering the moon, and the bullets of the black star pistol. Finally, it was about weapons. Yi Sha didn't plan to buy them directly from the dining car, but to exchange the silver thorns for vampire genes. Of course, Yi Sha still had savings, so if he couldn't exchange them, he would go back to the dining car to buy them. Melee weapons were still needed. The lady boss mixed a glass of wine and handed it to Yi Sha. Also, your level should have reached Star Diamond. Right? Yi Sha was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand in front of him and said, Character information query. Yi Sha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, Star Diamond 1 star. Privileges, Death Car member. Character profile information query. Position, none. Strength, 170. Physical fitness, 135. Agility, 140. Mental strength, 121. Number of skull coins, 2 gold. 106 silver. 99 bronze. Weapons carried, infinity bow, number of arrows, unlimited. Advanced tactics. Alaskan harpoon survival knife. MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle. Black star. Equipment carried, star goggles. Radio wave exploration device. Water source purification device. Carrying props, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Red flame bomb. Colorful cloud covering the moon. Shining stars. Antidote. 6 flower shield. Parasitic cell. Eagle pattern pupil. Shining sword. Carrying puppets. Corpse flower, mature stage. Planted in space flower pot, arbitrator, bioman. Mastered skills. Intermediate mixed martial arts mastery. Master archer mastery. Primary car structure mastery. Primary car mechanic mastery. Primary mechanic mastery. Primary biological gene mastery. Snake bite. Shock wave. Collapse. Wind pursuit. Master abilities. 12 trials of the undying, hard armor. Warehouse, night hidden bow. Silver thorns, dual guns. Vampire gene. Yi Sha looked at his character information and found that his level had been upgraded to Star Diamond 1. At the same time, his physical fitness was improved to a degree that surprised Yi Sha. This was naturally attributed to Duke Reinhardt's experiment. At that time, Yi Sha could not browse his character information and did not feel it so intuitive. Now he found that his physical attributes in all aspects had improved so much. Yi Sha estimated that his current physical fitness could reach between 7.5 and 8 points. Of course, this level cannot allow Yi Sha to reach the Star Diamond level. After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. The main reason for being able to jump 2 stars to the Star Diamond level is that the corpse flower has entered its mature stage. Yi Sha closed the character information. So, does it mean that I can participate in the flight attendant assessment? The boss lady nodded. Yi Sha, what is the assessment content? The boss lady, the conductor has already made a decision. If you want to take the test, you don't have to go with others at the next stop. As for the content of the test, you can come to me after the train leaves. Yi Sha frowned. Can't you tell me anything? The boss lady smiled. No. Yi Sha spread his hands and didn't insist anymore. He left the dining car and went back to his personal car. Of course, before leaving, Yi Sha gave the boss lady a list of very common parts and materials. And the most expensive one was no more than 1 silver skull coin. These things are naturally used to repair the arbiter. Back in the personal compartment, Yi Sha fiddled with it in the workshop for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The damage to the arbiter was not serious. Just the internal motherboard was broken, and some metal rods at the connection were broken. It was not difficult to repair. Yi Sha spent 3 hours, and the arbiter was alive and kicking. Next is the rest time. The departure time of the Doomsday train is not fixed. In the previous life, everyone also had many guesses. Some people think it is determined by the number of deaths. Some think there is a time limit, but it has not been announced. And some speculate that it is based on the task completion rate, the number of tasks completed, etc. Anyway, there is no definite answer in the end. But Yisha knows that the departure time will not be too long because the difficulty has been reduced after Duke Reinhardt's death. Although there are still many experimental subjects in Tingguang Castle, without Duke Reinhardt behind the scenes, the danger level must be greatly reduced. So everyone should be able to get the xenomorph blood samples faster. After repairing the Arbiter, Yisha began to make weapons with the teeth of the mutant werewolf. Generally, making things requires drawings. However, Yisha did not intend to make something too complicated. He just wanted to make a wrist guard, then inlay the wolf teeth on it, and then make a small mechanism that could allow the wolf teeth to eject at any time, stick to the back of his hand, and turn into claws. This level of production, of course, does not require any drawings, because it is not difficult. Yisha spent several hours on this, which was a bit slow, but he was free, so he could only go to sleep if he didn't do these things. Moreover, Yisha was quite satisfied with the claws he made. Wolf tooth claw. Prototype, homemade. Total length, 32.05 cm. Blade width, 4.5 cm. Thickness, 6.5 mm. Hardness, 55 HRC. Weight, 572 g. Special effect, tearing, wounds caused by wolf tooth claws cannot be stopped by normal means. Special effect 2, wolf poison. The wolf tooth blade contains bacterial toxins, which have a certain probability of causing wound ulceration, leading to weakness, high fever, heart abnormalities, and intermittent muscle spasms. As something made of precious materials, the wolf tooth claw is generally okay. The tearing effect means that after being injured, you cannot use bandages, nor can you use pressure, binding and other methods to stop bleeding. You can only rely on the items produced by Doomsday Train for treatment. As for wolf poison, it looks quite confusing, but people with a little medical knowledge know that it is actually tetanus. Although tetanus can also kill people, it is not very useful. First, if you have some first aid knowledge, you will know how to deal with wounds, so you will not be unable to deal with tetanus. Second, the incubation time of tetanus can be as short as a week or as long as several weeks, months, or even years. As long as you are not unlucky, you will have completed your mission and returned to the Doomsday Train. A bottle of treatment potion can solve everything. After making the wolf tooth arm claw, Yisha waited for another 5 or 6 days, and the number of people in the death carriage gradually increased. After the battle in the death carriage, everyone experienced 3 more Doomsday Train platforms. Currently, the rate of humans remaining in the death carriage is only about 50%. In other words, half of the people died again. Chapter 259 Transaction. Of course, after 3 Doomsday Train stations, the survival rate reached half, which is quite high. The death carriage battle is still meaningful. Those who can survive the death carriage battle are all elites. While announcing the departure, the mysterious voice also announced the next destination. Welcome to the Doomsday Train. I will lead you to continue the road to survival. The Doomsday Train will arrive at Gushan City in 3 hours. Release Task 1. Find the ancient zombie species gene. Release Mission 2. Kill the 3-headed mountain ancient species. Release Mission 3. Kill the resurrected 1,000-year-old corpse. You must successfully obtain the genes of the ancient zombie species in the 3 tasks to get back on the Doomsday Train. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks to get a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks to get a special reward and random fantasy skills. Yisha also heard the mysterious voice, but didn't care much. Anyway, he had to take the test for the crew, so he couldn't go to the ancient mountain city. This mission had nothing to do with him. Yisha came to the dining car and went straight to the proprietress. Now I can tell you the content of the assessment task. The proprietress smiled. The 3rd death car battle will start. The death car battle has been started twice. Yisha participated in the first one. The car he was in was the number 1 death car. In addition, there was the number 2 death car. At the moment, the number of people in many cars was pitifully low, so these cars would be merged into the number 3 death car through the death car battle. I want to participate? Yisha frowned. I think this assessment task is a little easier for me. Humans in the death carriage battle still have an advantage when facing humans in ordinary carriages. Let's not talk about other things for now. After participating in a death carriage battle, the experience you have is already invaluable, while others will be confused, afraid, and need to grope. In this case, Yi Sha feels that if he participates in the death carriage battle again, the probability of his survival is more than 90%, which is really not difficult. The proprietress smiled. Of course, it's not that simple. As long as the others are alive, you will have a mission. And at the same time, you will be a public enemy. Yi Sha pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't understand. The proprietress, you will understand in a moment. Is there anything you need to prepare now? Yi Sha nodded. Wait a moment. Yi Sha left the bar and went directly to the dining area. Yi Sha's guess about the progress of the Doomsday train was relatively accurate. As more and more Doomsday train platforms passed by, everyone's assets also increased. Especially in the death car. There are indeed many powerful guys. And naturally there are many good things in their hands. Therefore, the trend of private transactions has gradually formed. At first, everyone was still taboo, fearing that there would be restrictions on the Doomsday train. After all, the rules of the Doomsday train cannot be violated. For example, fighting on the Doomsday train will lead to death. For example, refusing to get off the train when it is time to get off will lead to death. For example, wanting to get on the train when there is no time to get on will lead to death. In addition, the way of death is weird. The head is directly cut off, and it is impossible to resist. This silent way of taking lives is indeed frightening to everyone. But after the transaction started, the mysterious voice did not make any statement. So everyone was relieved. At present, a tacit understanding has been formed in the number 1 death car. Every time they return to the Doomsday train, before arriving at the next stop, it is time to trade with each other. The trading location is in the dining area of the dining car. Sit down in groups of 3 or 2. Show any extra things, and then choose from each other. Bargain, and exchange for skull coins. Everything is possible. Yi Sha came to the dining area, took out the silver thorn, and slapped it hard on the table. There was a piercing sound, attracting many people's attention. Yi Sha said solemnly, double guns, vampire genes, exchange melee weapons. Many people's eyes fell on the table in front of Yi Sha. Yi Sha was a rather strange existence in the number 1 death carriage. His presence was very low in everyone's eyes. But Yi Sha was an existence that could not be ignored in everyone's hearts. The former was because Yi Sha had no intersection with anyone at all. The only people he had contact with were Gon Lin, Xia Yuran, Bai Xiling, and the little fat man. But they were just contacts, not intersections. In fact, apart from the above 4, Yi Sha has never said anything to anyone else. Yi Sha is a loner. This is the consensus of everyone. On the other hand, Yi Sha is a loner. But he can survive every time, which is enough to make him an existence that cannot be ignored by everyone. Secondly, in the ranking announced during the first Death Car War, Yi Sha ranked first. So, who can ignore Yi Sha's existence? Seeing that no one answered, Yi Sha continued, no one is interested? The little fat boy smiled and said, let me see. Yi Sha, whatever. The little fat boy looked around and then walked away. He just liked playing with bombs and had no interest in anything else. However, this guy from the genius class was really smart. The little fat boy did this purely to help Yi Sha, with him being the first to step forward. The others had no worries. After the little fat boy walked away, they all stepped forward. When the little fat boy left, Yi Sha whispered, I owe you one, and I'll pay you back when I have a chance. The little fat man smiled. It's a small matter. Others took the things and looked at them. Yi Sha didn't care about them. Anyway, on the Doomsday train, what belongs to you is yours, and no one can take it away. To a certain extent, the Doomsday train is an absolutely safe safety zone. Even the train conductor cannot kill anyone on the Doomsday train. On the contrary, if the train conductor wants to kill someone on the Doomsday train, the one who will die must be the train conductor. Therefore, things like robbing things are impossible. After a while, someone said, sword for gun, plus the bottle of vampire gene. Yi Sha looked up and saw that it was Xia Yuran. Xia Yuran was very strong, and Yi Sha knew it clearly. The stronger he was, the more things he had in his hands. It was normal. However, as soon as Xia Yuran finished speaking, another middle-aged man said, This saber for 2 guns. Yi Sha was very satisfied. Only when there is competition can there be price reduction. Sure enough, Xia Yuren glanced at the other party and said, "Only exchange for guns." Yi Sha glanced at the 2 people's things, then took out the Alaskan whale harpoon. "The saber is not suitable." The middle-aged man nodded and said nothing more. The Alaskan whale harpoon is indeed a little shorter, but it is not much shorter than the ordinary saber. So it is not very meaningful for Yi Sha to change to a saber. Chapter 260 Flight Attendant Assessment. Blood Dragon Sword. Total length, 128 centimeters. Blade length, 103 centimeters. Handle length, 25 centimeters. Total weight, 1989 g. Special effect, blood drinking, as the enemy target is injured. The texture of the Blood Dragon Sword will become stronger, and the blade will become sharper. It will become invalid after the continuous attack ends. Special skill, Blood Dance, Fantasy skill, swing the Blood Dragon Sword forward 3 times in a row to form a combo, causing blood light to enhance the attack power. It can be used whenever the blood pattern on the sword turns red. The Blood Dragon Sword is very beautiful. It is a pure black long sword. The hilt is also black, but it is made into a lifelike dragon shape. A pair of open wings form the wings on both sides of the hilt. At the same time, the sword body has blood-colored dragon-shaped patterns. When the Blood Dragon Sword attacks, the sword body drinks blood, and the blood-colored dragon-shaped patterns will gradually brighten. And then the blood dance can be used. Of course, the effect of drinking blood is also good, and the typical battle becomes more courageous. But if you don't continue to attack, it will fail. Xia Yuren made a move, and what he took out was indeed a good thing, at least in terms of value. This sword should be 2 or 3 times the value of the silver thorn. However, it is normal. Xia Yuren originally wanted to exchange for the vampire gene. Besides, the silver thorn is not bad either. The silver bullet and the magic breaking bullet are very special, and they are effective against both humans and zombies. At least when killing ordinary zombies, they are definitely very useful. At this time, someone said, "Are you selling the vampire gene?" "I don't have anything, but I can offer 1 gold skull coin." Yi Sha thought about it, then nodded. He asked the price in the dining car, and the boss lady gave him 700 silver skull coins. Although he didn't make much money, the side effects of the vampire gene were too great, and Yi Sha would definitely not use it. It would be useless to keep it in his hands, so he might as well exchange it for money. After the transaction was completed, Yi Sha took the sword and left directly. Returning to the bar, "You can go now." The boss lady nodded, left the bar for the first time, and took Yi Sha to the entrance and exit of the carriage on the other side. After opening the door, they came to an empty carriage with no seats and a camera in the middle. "Yi Sha, where is this?" "The lady boss, it's an ordinary carriage. No one is here. Just use it temporarily. Just do as I say." Yi Sha nodded. "The lady boss, the carriages for this death carriage battle are number 39, number 51, number 55, number 56, number 61, number 62, and number 67. At the same time, there is more than one person taking the test. There is another one." At this time, the carriage door was opened, and a man with obvious Eastern European features walked in. He had light blonde hair, was about 190 centimeters tall, had a strong body, and well-defined muscles. "This is Ivan." The lady boss smiled. "You are not friends." Yi Sha and the man named Ivan looked at each other, both with confused expressions on their faces. The lady boss, "You will understand the details when we arrive at the platform. Now stand in front of the camera." Yi Sha and Ivan did as he was told. Then the lady boss took out a remote control and pressed it. The wall on the side suddenly lit up. It turned out to be a large wall-mounted screen. The screen quickly showed pictures, corresponding to the situations in different carriages. "Welcome to the Doomsday train. I will lead you to continue the journey of survival. The Doomsday train will arrive at the Silent Island in 5 hours. After arriving at the Silent Island, a battle for the death carriage will be launched. The selected carriages are..." Then a mysterious voice appeared in the ears of Yi Sha and Ivan. There was nothing new. It was nothing more than announcing the start of the death carriage battle. At the same time, these contents were not actually said to Yi Sha and Ivan, but to those in the designated carriages. However, the lady boss would not let them see these things for no reason. And soon, They arrived at the place related to Yisha and Ivan. In the carriages designated to participate in the death carriage battle. The screens hanging on the walls suddenly showed pictures. And the pictures were Yisha and Ivan standing side by side. Let me introduce these two to you. The mysterious voice continued. They will voluntarily participate in this death carriage battle. I remind you that they are very dangerous. If you want to survive, it is best to stay away from them. However, if you can kill them, you will also get great benefits. Yes, as long as any one of you can kill one of them, you will directly win the death carriage battle. Everyone in front of the screen started talking. Yisha also understood why the boss lady said that he would become a public enemy. Indeed, killing Yisha would directly win the death car battle. And Yisha would certainly become a public enemy. Yisha and Ivan will participate in the third death car battle. But not in a normal way. The assessment of the crew will certainly not be an ordinary death car battle. At this time, the boss lady raised her hand and pressed the remote control to turn off the camera. In addition, there are some details. You will get a prompt after arriving at the silent island. Do you have any questions now? Ivan was curious. I remember that the place my carriage is about to arrive at is not the silent island. Can the Doomsday train send people to two places at the same time? The boss lady didn't need to answer this question. Yisha knew the answer. When the Doomsday train stops, the platforms that everyone arrives at are actually different. For example, the people in some carriages go to the city that never sleeps, while the people in other carriages may go to the dark city. The Doomsday train platform is like a door that spans space, which can send people to different places. Similarly, just like when the end of the world just came, is it only the city where Yisha is that can enter the Doomsday train platform? Of course not. Other cities also have Doomsday train platforms. But after entering the Doomsday train platform, they all enter the Doomsday train. That's all. It's amazing, isn't it? A train stops at the platform, and after leaving the platform, it actually goes to different cities. However, there are too many things on the Doomsday train that are beyond common sense. So it's not surprising. The lady boss seemed too lazy to answer, and said perfunctorily, I won't talk about anything that is not related to the death carriage battle. You will know it naturally when you need to know it. Ivan, it's just to satisfy my curiosity. There are no other questions. The lady boss nodded. Then you can just rest here and leave this carriage directly when you turn around. After the lady boss finished speaking, she left. Yisha glanced at Ivan, and silently sat down in the corner, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 261 Assessment Task. Yisha had no intention of paying attention to Ivan, and Ivan also had no intention of paying attention to Yisha, because the boss lady had already made it very clear. Earlier, when the boss lady introduced the two people, she used the sentence, you are not friends. If you are not friends, you are naturally enemies. 5 hours. It is not long, but it is not short. As the Doomsday train slowly entered the platform, Yisha also opened his eyes faintly. Yisha and Ivan stood up almost at the same time. And then, they walked out of the carriage, and came to the Doomsday train platform. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and walked towards the platform passage in opposite directions at the same time. Silent Island is not a deserted island. Before the end of the world, it was a famous tourist city. Sunshine, blue sky, sea, beach, typical island climate, monsoon regulation all year round. Annual temperature is about 26 degrees Celsius to 31 degrees Celsius. Countless people's dream is to come here for tourism and vacation. However, that was all before the end of the world. Yisha walked out of the Doomsday train platform, surrounded by a beach, which was full of messy things. Deflated swimming rings, bikinis, some garbage, and a jeep that rushed down the road and crashed into the sand. The sky was not blue, but gloomy, revealing a gloomy feeling. The sea was no longer bright, but gray. Looking up, you can see many floating corpses. This is the current Silent Island. Announce the rules of the Death Car War. The rules are as follows. The battle area is limited to the city. Every 12 hours, a restricted area will appear. Those who enter the restricted area for 30 minutes and do not leave will die naturally. Every time you kill someone, you will get a random item carried by the other party. Every 3 hours, everyone will refresh their positions, and then the positions of 3 players will be drawn and announced. Every 6 hours, a supply box will be dropped. The items in the supply box include food, water, weapons, equipment, and props, only for use in the Death Car War. Task 1. Kill at least 20 contestants before the Death Car battle ends. Task 2. Only one contestant can survive before the Death Car battle ends. The rules of the Death Car battle are the same as before, without any changes, except that Yisha has 2 more tasks. The first task is easy to understand, which is to kill people. Since you want to become a crew member, you naturally have to show that you are better than others. And the Death Car battle exists purely for fighting. Then, killing is of course the best assessment. The second assessment task is more obscure, but it is not difficult to understand. The only people participating in the assessment are Yisha and Ivan. So the meaning of this assessment task is that Yisha must kill Ivan, or be killed by Ivan. Of course, there is a third situation. If Ivan dies at the hands of others, then Yisha is lucky and the assessment task is completed. On the contrary, if Yisha unfortunately dies at the hands of others, then Ivan is lucky. As for whether both of them are alive or dead, the assessment mission will naturally fail. If they are alive and the assessment mission fails, what will happen to them? Yisha doesn't know. If they are dead, there is nothing to say. No one can be too fussy about a dead person. Anyway, there is nothing to be fussy about. While thinking, Yisha walked onto the beach and walked forward along the road. As the battlefield of the Death Carriage battle, the Silent Island is much larger than the Sakura city. Coincidentally, Yisha only participated in the Death Carriage battle once in his previous life. Later, he was lucky enough to get a personal car, and he never participated again. This was the first time for Yisha to participate in the Death Carriage battle in this life, and it was in Sakura City. So it was the first time for Yisha to come to the Silent Island. However, it doesn't matter if you have never been here. The Death Carriage battle is actually very simple. It is nothing more than killing or being killed, which is much simpler than doing a mission with great effort. As long as you are ruthless enough and your hands are ruthless enough, it will be enough. After crossing the street, Yisha saw a hotel in front of him, which was about 60 or 70 stories high and very magnificent. The beach and the sea are naturally the best tourist areas on the island, and it is also normal for a hotel to be built next to it. After thinking for a while, Yisha walked into the hotel. There were some zombies in the hotel lobby. The moment Yisha pushed open the door, the zombies were attracted by the sound and staggered towards Yisha. Snap! Yisha snapped his fingers directly. The arbitrator took a step forward, raised the machine gun with one hand, held the ammunition belt with the other hand, and then began to shoot at the group of zombies. Thump! 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 The machine gun roared, and the zombies that rushed in quickly fell to the ground. Yisha took this opportunity to put on the starry goggles and began to look around the hotel lobby. There were many red dots on the Shinya goggles, almost covering the entire lobby. Front door, back door, safe passage, underground garage passage, almost all of which had sporadic zombies. Yisha nodded his head, and he was very satisfied with the result. The zombies in the lobby had not been killed at all, which meant that he was the first to enter the hotel. At this time, the sound of machine gun shooting stopped, and more than a dozen zombie bodies fell to the ground. The arbitrator had killed all the zombies that rushed over. Yisha, go on. Kill all the zombies on this floor, and then stand by on the first floor, waiting for my order. The arbitrator received the order and stepped forward to kill the other zombies. Yisha walked towards the elevator and tried to press it. He found that it still worked, but when the elevator door opened, Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong. After many battles, Yisha's perception of danger became more and more sensitive, and gradually formed an instinct. Yisha immediately jumped back. Sure enough, when the elevator door opened, 7 or 8 zombies rushed out of the elevator. The next moment, blood flashed. Yisha drew out the blood dragon sword, swept it forward, and cut off the head of a zombie. Then raised his leg and kicked the corpse in the chest, kicking the corpse away and knocking down 2 or 3 zombies. While retreating, he pulled out the Black Star pistol, aimed slightly, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The bullet shot out from the muzzle, killing the 2 zombies closest to him. The blood dragon sword danced again, and Yisha rushed into the zombie group. The tip of the sword pointed left and right, and pierced the necks of 2 zombies in succession. The zombies that were knocked to the ground earlier staggered and climbed up from the ground. But before they could get up, Yisha kicked them again, knocking them to the ground again. then raised the blood dragon sword and stabbed it down with force. In half a minute, Yi Sha dealt with the zombies pouring out of the elevator. If the number of ordinary zombies did not reach a terrifying number, it would not be difficult for Yi Sha now. Chapter 262 Poison Crown Crocodile. After cleaning up the zombies, Yi Sha got into the elevator and went directly to the top floor. The elevator ran smoothly, and there were no zombie attacks along the way. He went all the way to the top floor, and then walked up one floor through the safety stairs, and then Yi Sha reached the rooftop. The rooftop of the hotel is a landing pad for 3 helicopters. When Yi Sha entered, he frowned slightly. There were no zombies on the rooftop, but there were zombie corpses. This was not good news. It meant someone had been here. Or, there are ancient species here. Yi Sha is more inclined to the latter, because the first floor does not look like anyone has set foot on it, and it is impossible for someone to fly directly to the top of the building. Then, the possibility of ancient species is very high. Zombies generally do not attack each other, probably because they do not fight with each other. But zombies will attack ancient species, and ancient species will also attack zombies. Yi Sha held a sword in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, and walked forward slowly, looking around at the same time. The hotel rooftop was very empty, with nowhere to hide. There were only 3 helipads, one of which had a helicopter parked. But looking through the window, one could see that there was nothing inside the helicopter. That left only a few water towers at the back. Yi Sha immediately turned around and saw that there was no red dot in the starry goggles. But that didn't mean there was nothing in the water tower. The starry goggles were used to explore moving targets. If the target didn't move, there would be no movement in the starry goggles. Therefore, Yi Sha decided to use a more direct method. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Sha pulled the trigger of the Black Star pistol continuously and shot at the water towers. The bullets made holes in the water towers, and water immediately flowed out. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roared from a water tower, and then the water tower made a creaking sound. The iron sheet twisted, and a big hole was forcibly broken. And then a black shadow suddenly jumped out. With a bang, the black shadow fell to the ground. The shadow was a crocodile. Crocodiles are very ancient species, first appearing in the Mesozoic era from the Triassic to the Cretaceous. The crocodile in front of him was somewhat different from ordinary crocodiles. First of all, it was very large, about 7 meters long, and its body color was pale white. There was a protruding flesh crown on the back of its head, about half a meter long. Yi Sha licked his lips. Poison Crown Crocodile. Poison Crown Crocodile. Gold 5 stars. A giant crocodile that appeared in the Cretaceous period, with a terrifying bite force. The poison crown behind the head contained a very strong toxin, which could be transported to the teeth through the brain center. At the same time, the poisonous crown crocodile kept opening and closing its huge mouth, making a popping sound, and then rushed towards Yi Sha. Although this guy is huge, he is more flexible and faster than expected. Yi Sha raised the Black Star pistol again without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Star pistol fired continuously, and the bullets could hardly penetrate the hard skin of the poisonous crown crocodile. But the reason why Yi Sha was willing to use the Black Star pistol to replace the silver thorns was also revealed at this time. The bullets from the Black Star pistol could not penetrate the hard skin of the poisonous crocodile. But after hitting it, the bullet would suddenly explode, with greater power than a direct hit. Bloody wounds soon appeared on the back of the poisonous crocodile. The injury and pain made the poisonous crocodile angry. It kept opening its huge mouth towards Yi Sha, then rushed over and bit Yi Sha. As if Yi Sha had anticipated the attack of the poisonous crocodile, he quickly dodged the bloody mouth of the poisonous crocodile. In fact, it is really troublesome to deal with reptiles like the poisonous crown crocodile, because every attack needs to be from top to bottom, and the posture is very uncomfortable. Of course, on the other hand, reptiles like the poisonous crown crocodile are relatively easy to deal with, because there are only a few ways to attack: bite, hit, and whip the tail from time to time. This attack mode is too simple and easy to dodge. Sure enough, the poisonous crown crocodile missed the bite, and suddenly twisted its body, and the huge tail swung towards Yi Sha, passing through the air with a whirring sound. However, Yi Sha had expected this, so how could he be hit so easily? With a tap of his toes, Yi Sha quickly twisted his body, went around to the side, and suddenly jumped up. jumping over the back of the poisonous crown crocodile, while stabbing out with the blood dragon sword in his hand. Puff! The sword stabbed very accurately, and when it jumped over the poisonous crown crocodile's body, the tip of the sword pointed down and hit the poisonous crown crocodile's eyes. The poisonous crown crocodile screamed loudly in pain, and the sound was extremely harsh, like a sharp bird cry, and then turned around and opened its mouth to bite Yisha. At the same time, Yisha suddenly stretched out his left arm. Snake bite. Yisha's left arm wrapped around a phantom of a purple-scaled python, and he reached forward and grabbed the upper jaw of the poisonous crown crocodile directly, then threw the blood dragon sword to the side, and Yisha pulled out a crystal bar from the red flame bomb at his waist and threw it into the mouth of the poisonous crown crocodile. The next moment, Yisha immediately turned around and ran. Just after running 6 or 7 meters, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. With a bang, the body of the poisonous crown crocodile suddenly exploded, and a huge fireball exploded and spread to the surroundings. You have killed a poisonous crown crocodile. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, crocodile fangs. Yisha looked at the poisonous crown crocodile that was blown into pieces of meat, and couldn't help sighing. Where can I go to extract the fangs? Giving up looking for his reward in the fireworks, Yisha picked up the blood dragon sword and came to the edge of the rooftop. After looking for a while, Yisha took out the MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle, quickly assembled it, and then put it on the edge of the rooftop, observed it with the scope, and then took out the PDA and gave the arbitrator an order, with the hotel as the center. Sweep the humans within a radius of 700 meters. If there are zombies attacking, kill them all. The arbitrator, who was staying on the first floor of the hotel, received the order and immediately stepped out of the hotel and wandered around the hotel. Generally, when fighting in a death car, the more radical approach is to consider completing the task and directly fight in the death car. The more conservative approach is to find a place to hide and hide until the end. Of course, it is also common to form a team in the same car, hiding and fighting at the same time. And reducing the number of people is also a way to survive to the end. But Yisha doesn't need to think so much right now. Although the focus of the death carriage battle is definitely survival, Yisha is no exception. However, given the assessment task, Yisha doesn't need to consider too complicated things. All he needs to do is kill any human within his field of vision. At present, the battle area has not been reduced, and Yisha does not plan to run around. Therefore, Yisha's plan is to use the hotel as a commanding height, the arbitrator as bait, and then snipe all targets that enter the range. Chapter 263 Sniper. I don't know if Yisha had bad luck or if others had good luck. Yisha had been guarding the hotel building, and the arbitrators were also sent out to hang around. But no one showed up. Waiting for the rabbit failed. But Yisha was patient and planned to continue waiting. But he could only wait until the next morning at most. The reason was simple. Every 12 hours, the battle area would be reduced. If it was reduced from the edge of the island to the inside, then the hotel where Yisha was located was facing the sea, and it was likely to be the first battle area to be reduced. Thump, thump, thump. Yisha was thinking when the sound of propellers suddenly rang out in the sky. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at the time. It was exactly 6 hours. But it was time to start dropping the supply boxes. Looking up, Yisha soon saw the trace of the helicopter, not far from the hotel building where he was. However, according to the flight route, it should fly over this area and enter the depths of the island to drop supplies. Suddenly, Yisha had an idea. Yisha quickly picked up the sniper rifle, half crouched on the ground, raised the muzzle, held it with his shoulder, and began to aim. Through the scope, he locked the helicopter flying in the sky. Yisha wanted to shoot down the helicopter carrying the supply box. This kind of thing Yisha had never done in his previous life or this life, and he had never seen others do it. But he could always try it. If he could shoot down the helicopter, the supply box might be a good bait. Bang! Yisha suddenly pulled the trigger. And then, there was a crisp sound on the side of the helicopter. And then a golden spark splashed out. Damn it! Yisha cursed. The MSG-90 automatic sniper rifle is not an anti-material sniper rifle. It is not easy to shoot down a helicopter, but it is not impossible as long as it is accurate. However, Yisha's first shot was obviously off target. Yisha was not discouraged. After cursing, he immediately aimed again, and the muzzle moved slowly with the helicopter. It was indeed too difficult to hit the propeller shaft at the top. So Yi Sha aimed at the propeller at the tail this time. Who? Huh? Yi Sha took a deep breath and then held it. Every breath would cause the body to tremble slightly. Even if the amplitude was small, it could cause the trajectory to deviate. An experienced and excellent sniper could naturally adjust. But Yi Sha knew that his archery skills were good. But his shooting skills were not to this level. He took the approach of holding his breath and shooting. Holding his breath at the moment of shooting could make the body completely stable. Bang! Yi Sha pulled the trigger again. And the second gunshot occurred. The next moment, the tail of the helicopter suddenly exploded. The fireball exploded, and the propeller fell directly. Then, the helicopter lost its balance, kept spinning in the sky, and began to fall to the ground. The pilot seemed to be trying his best to save it, but it was useless. The helicopter lost its balance and hit the tall building on the side. Even the propeller on the top was twisted, and then it fell vertically to the ground. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and then the helicopter was burning with flames. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth. This result made Yi Sha very satisfied. Moreover, the noise was loud enough. Next, it depends on whether someone will come to check the crashed helicopter and look for the supply box. Yi Sha fell back to the ground, and his figure soon blended into the night. Before practicing shooting skills, a sniper must first practice patience. Yi Sha felt that he had good patience. The most important thing was to lure people out. But if he couldn't, that was fine, as there was still a lot of time. However, it turned out that Yi Sha had good luck. About an hour later, several figures appeared in front of Yi Sha. This was a team of 6 people, and it was unknown whether there were still people hiding. 2 people explored the way, and 4 people advanced together. It can be seen that this team was not put together temporarily based on the carriage. They may have experienced several Doomsday train platforms as a team and have a good coordination. Then, Yi Sha put his face to the sniper rifle and began to aim. Start with you. At a distance of 400 meters, Yi Sha moved the scope and aimed at one of them. When the distance was about 300 meters, Yi Sha suddenly pulled the trigger. This distance was the distance he was more confident in. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The next moment, a bright blood flower suddenly burst out from a man's head, and a bullet hole appeared on the left forehead. The man didn't even have a chance to react before he was shot in the head. The others were shocked, and the man in charge of the team shouted, "Back off! Back off! Find cover! There's a sniper!" Bang! Yi Sha pulled the trigger again, and the man's left shoulder was shot through. But this time it was a little off, and he didn't die. The man gritted his teeth and endured the pain, still commanding quickly. Then he broke through the window of a store, turned over and went in, and disappeared from Yi Sha's sight. Yi Sha was not anxious. When a sniper faces multiple targets, the most taboo is to lose his composure and shoot randomly. At this time, he should not think about how many people can be killed, but the most reliable one. Yi Sha adjusted the muzzle of the gun, aimed slightly, and fired again at the moment when a blond man was about to run into the side alley. Bang! The gunshot rang again, and the bullet passed through the opponent's back and came out from the opponent's chest. Although it was not fatal, it was also a serious injury. The companions around wanted to run over and pull the man into the alley, but it was too late. The 4th gunshot sounded, and Yi Sha decisively pulled the trigger again, aiming at the stationary target. Yi Sha's shooting skills were still sufficient, and there would be no mistakes. With a bang, the bullet passed through the back of the man's head, and the screaming blond man stopped shouting, because there was no need to shout anymore. Yi Sha wanted to find the next target again, but this time, there was no target to find. The remaining 4 people had already hidden in the blind spot of the sniper rifle. 2 people went into the alley, and 2 people went into the shop. Yi Sha didn't waste any words. He directly disassembled the sniper rifle and put it in the gun box, and immediately turned around and left. There is a huge difference between urban sniping and field sniping. Urban sniping is generally between 300 meters and 500 meters away, while field sniping usually starts at 500 meters, and there are too many cover in the city. Once the target is lost, it is time to leave immediately, while field sniping depends on the situation. Usually there are not so many cover for people to approach in a roundabout way, so you can stay for a while. Coming to the other side of the rooftop, Yi Sha took out the rappelling equipment from his backpack, fixed it, and then jumped down from the roof with the rope. Stepped on the wall. Slid down quickly. Came to the ground. Unfastened the buckle and ran quickly. Giving up sniping does not mean that Yisha will give up prey. Chapter 264 Fighting. Yisha ran while picking up the PDA and giving the arbitrator instructions. Kill the active target at the clothing store at the first fork in the street southeast of the hotel. The arbitrator was also arranged by Yisha to wander around the hotel, very close to the place where the opponent was hiding. So Yisha sent the arbitrator there immediately. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the man hiding in the store bandaged his wound, then looked up at the street outside the window. It was empty. There was nothing, and he was relieved immediately. It seems that there is only one person on the other side, but he has a sniper rifle, which is more troublesome, the man murmured, then picked up a walkie-talkie. "Old 5. Sishuan, have you arrived yet?" A voice came from the walkie-talkie. "We have arrived. There are traces of fighting in the lobby of the hotel, and the zombies have been killed. I am guarding the entrance, and Zishuan has gone to the top floor." The man nodded, his eyes red. "Kill that bastard and avenge Lan Yin and Ed." As the man was talking, he suddenly felt a figure flashing outside the window of the store, and a sense of danger inexplicably came over him. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, the sound of machine gun fire suddenly rang out. Bullets flew. The glass that had already been smashed became even more scattered, and the things in the store were smashed to pieces. The man immediately ran quickly and hid in the depths of the store. After finally waiting for the sound of machine gun fire to end, he poked his head out of the store and shot while rushing out. Puff, puff, puff. The arbitrator's body was hit with many bullet holes and bleeding, but the arbitrator didn't care at all. Seeing the other party rushing out, he rushed up with a sudden step, grabbed the other party's gun barrel, lifted the man up directly, and threw him out fiercely. The man fell to the ground, grimacing in pain, and then looked at the arbitrator in shock. Zombie? The arbitrator is actually not very zombie-like, but even less human-like. No one can be riddled with bullet holes and still be fine. At the same time, after leaving the hotel, Yisha did not leave immediately, but went back to the main entrance. Sure enough, Yisha looked at the middle-aged man holding a gun and hiding behind a car on the side of the hotel, and couldn't help but curl his lips. The other party's movements were extremely fast. If he hadn't been prepared and ran quickly, he might have been blocked on the rooftop. Yisha grabbed the void, imagined an endless bow, and without hesitation, he put an arrow through it and pulled the bowstring. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the middle-aged man hiding behind the car had not reacted yet, and his left leg was shot through by an arrow. He was stunned for a moment, and then let out a scream. At this time, Yisha suddenly rushed out, ran forward, and jumped directly from the roof of the car. At the moment of flying, Yisha suddenly drew out the blood dragon sword, swept it downwards, and brought a blood flower on the opponent's wrist, and at the same time picked up a submachine gun in the opponent's hand. Say goodbye to this damn world. The moment he landed, Yisha smiled grimly, and then stabbed the blood dragon sword into the opponent's chest. The third one, Yisha murmured, turned around and wanted to rush to the direction of the arbitrator. But at this moment, thump, 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 the gunshots rang out without warning, and Yisha quickly shrank his head and hid behind the car. The bullets hit the car body, constantly splashing golden sparks. Yisha looked up and saw a young woman in her 20s just walking out of the hotel, constantly shooting in the direction of Yisha. Come out. The young woman shouted towards Yisha, you bastard. Come out if you dare. The young woman was tougher than expected. She approached Yisha while shooting, and she changed the magazine incredibly fast. Yisha wanted to rush out while the other party was changing the magazine. But in just a moment, at most half a second, the other party changed the new magazine and forced Yisha back to the back of the car. Obviously, the way to change the magazine was probably an ability or skill acquired on the Doomsday train. Yisha gritted his teeth, pulled out a crystal bar of red flame bomb, and threw it out of the car. The other party was also alert, although he didn't know what Yisha threw out. He immediately turned around and ran. Then there was a bang. An explosion sounded, and the flames spread in all directions. Yisha immediately took the opportunity to rush out from behind the car and rush towards the young woman. At the moment when the other party was about to raise the muzzle of the gun, Yisha swept forward and kicked the submachine gun in the other party's hand away. The young woman was fierce. She kneeled at Yisha. After Yisha blocked her attack with her arm, she grabbed the submachine gun and smashed it on Yisha's head with the butt of the gun. Yisha immediately stepped back half a step to avoid it. But at that moment, the muzzle of the woman's gun adjusted, and she pulled the trigger directly. Thump. Thump. Yisha only felt a pain in his thigh and was hit by 2 bullets. He immediately gave up dodging and blocking, and the 6-flower shield was immediately activated to block the bullets. Yisha gritted his teeth. Gun fighting? The young woman snorted coldly, and quickly fired all the bullets. Rushed forward, kicked Yisha in the chest, and quickly changed the magazine. Blood dead must be paid with blood. The young woman growled, "Give me your life." Bang! The shield blocked the young woman's attack again. Yisha stretched out his hand, grabbed the young woman's arm, and twisted it back. Who would have thought that the young woman could still pull the trigger after her arm was twisted back? Fortunately, Yisha was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He saw the woman's movements from the corner of his eye and immediately jumped back to avoid the spray. After Yisha retreated, he immediately said, "Tie her up." The young woman was shocked. Could there be helpers? She immediately turned around and prepared to shoot. But there was nothing behind her. The next moment, the ground suddenly cracked, and then a vine suddenly emerged from the ground and quickly tied up the young woman. Yisha took 2 steps forward, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and quickly wiped it across the opponent's throat. With a sound of puff, like the sound of a rag being torn, a bloodline appeared on the young woman's neck, and then blood continued to flow out. The young woman's pupils continued to shrink, and then her eyes lost their spirit and slowly fell to the ground. "Yisha, you can force me to use the corpse flower to deal with you, which is also amazing." After Yisha finished speaking, he looked at the wound on his leg, gritted his teeth, and approached several wandering zombies on the street. After killing them with the Alaskan whale harpoon, he recovered from his injuries, and then rushed to the place where the arbitrator was. Chapter 265 Ivan. Yisha rushed to the arbitrator's location, naturally to kill them all. But when he arrived, Yisha found that he had underestimated the arbitrator. There was a corpse lying at the arbitrator's feet, and another person was held in the arbitrator's hand. Half dead, the arbitrator was still very strong. Yisha stepped forward, "Get him a quick death." The arbitrator pinched the other's neck and twisted it hard, breaking the other's neck. All 6 people were killed, and Yisha was very satisfied with the result. The assessment task of killing people was almost completed by 1/3. Calculating the time, it would be dawn in 4 or 5 hours. Yisha felt that he should go deeper into the city. Otherwise the battle area would shrink. And if he stayed here, the Doomsday train would not be polite to him. But at this moment, the arbiter suddenly flashed and stood in front of Yisha faithfully. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and then 2 bloody holes were shot in the chest of the arbiter. Yisha was stunned. Wasn't there a team of 6 people? Soon, Yisha came to his senses. It should be the others who came. Yisha immediately imagined the infinite bow and ran quickly to the side. However, Yisha's brow soon frowned. Because no one. There was a gunshot, and the arbitrator was shot. But in just a moment, Yisha ran out from behind the arbitrator and didn't see the culprit. Yisha looked at the streets on both sides and curled his lips. What a quick reaction. Just at this time, Yisha suddenly heard a clanging sound in front of him, and a metal ball about the size of a baby's fist rolled out from somewhere and fell at Yisha's feet. Before Yisha could react, the 2 ends of the metal ball suddenly bounced apart, and then jumped up from the ground, and countless light blue electric currents surged out, crackling. The next moment, the 6-flower shield immediately appeared around Yisha's body, and it defended itself. With a bang, the metal ball suddenly exploded, and the 6-sided 6-flower shield was shattered in an instant, breaking into crystal powder and scattering on the ground. At the same time, gunshots rang again. The person hiding in the dark suddenly launched an attack, which was like a thunderstorm, one wave after another, without any intention of stopping. The arbitrator stood in front of Yisha again with great loyalty, helping Yisha to block the bullet. At the same time, this time Yisha finally saw the opponent's position, coming from the 2nd floor of a shop on the side. The window was opened, and an AK-12 was leaning out of the window, shooting downwards. Without saying a word, Yisha directly pulled out a crystal bar of the red flame explosion and threw it into the window. With a loud bang, the explosion sounded, and a piece of the second floor of the shop was directly blown down, and countless rubble fell downwards. Yisha immediately ran towards the alley on the side of the store. The red flame bomb was thrown, but Yisha knew that he failed to kill the other party. There was no reason. Yisha just had this feeling, and he was very sure that the guy who attacked him was very difficult to deal with, and should not be killed so easily. After crossing the alley, Yisha came to the back of the store, pulled out the Black Star pistol, and looked around carefully. There were also windows at the back of the store, which were not affected by the explosion. But the windows were not opened. Yisha frowned. Didn't escape? If the other party escaped from the back, the window should be open. At this time, 2 metal bars suddenly fell from the roof of the shop. Yisha was also very familiar with this thing. It was a metal bar shining with stars. Yisha quickly dodged to hide in the alley, but was still dodged. The white light in front of his eyes quickly turned into black. Then the gunshot rang out, and Yisha immediately stepped on the ground, and the corpse flower drilled out from the ground. The vines intertwined around Yisha's body, forming a hemisphere, wrapping Yisha up and blocking the bullets at the same time. In a moment, Yisha's vision recovered, and the vines spread out to both sides. Yisha looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Then he raised his head suddenly, and saw a figure passing over his head. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Birdman? Yisha was not insulting him, but the one flying over his head was really a birdman, or to use a more professional term, the other party was wearing a flying squirrel suit, also known as a wing-shaped glider suit. The birdman flew over Yisha's head, and then 2 metal balls fell from the sky. Yisha had already suffered a loss once, so how could he not be tricked again? Before the metal ball landed, he quickly jumped to the side. Sure enough, after the 2 metal balls landed, they bounced up and exploded with a ball of lightning. This was obviously a prop produced on the Doomsday train. It was quite powerful, even a little scary. Not just anything could blow up the 6 shields of the 6-flower shield at once. At the same time, Yisha finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. It's you? Yisha frowned. The birdman in the flying squirrel suit had a typical Eastern European man's face. It was Ivan. Without saying anything, Yisha pulled out the Black Star pistol and shot into the sky. The existence of the two was a stumbling block for the other party. In this case, what else could be said? Of course, one of them had to die. Ivan used the flying squirrel suit to glide, but it was difficult to attack during the gliding process because his arms and legs had to be spread out to glide. Therefore, after throwing 2 metal balls, Ivan also twisted his body and quickly landed on a roof. Yisha quickly rushed into the alley, jumped up, kicked his feet left and right, and then climbed onto the roof, drew out the blood dragon sword, and stabbed at Ivan. Ivan had just taken off his flying squirrel suit and threw it at Yisha without saying a word. The bloody sword flashed, and the flying squirrel suit was cut into 2 pieces by Yisha. But at the moment, the flying squirrel suit was torn apart. Ivan suddenly rushed forward, holding a field knife in his hand, and stabbed Yisha in the face. Yisha twisted his body violently, and the blades collided, and golden sparks burst out at the moment they passed. The 2 of them passed by each other quickly, and at the moment when their bodies crossed, Yisha suddenly swung his hand back, and the blood dragon sword was picked up on Ivan's shoulder. Ivan's shoulder was hit by a sword, and blood immediately flew. But Ivan was obviously a ruthless character. He didn't even hum, and directly slashed at the back of Yisha's hand. Yisha's palm suddenly hurt, and he gritted his teeth to not let go of the blood dragon sword. He took 2 steps back and looked at the back of his hand. There was a wound. Then he looked at Ivan's hand and saw a claw knife. Ivan turned his palm, and the claw knife circled continuously along his fingers. The next moment, Ivan rushed towards Yisha like a tiger coming down the mountain. Chapter 266 Killing. Yisha held the blood dragon sword horizontally, looking as if he was as still as a mountain. The claw knife was very short, and the blood dragon sword was very long. Therefore, Yisha had an advantage. It was not easy for Ivan to get close to him easily. However, as soon as they fought, Yisha found that he had underestimated Ivan. This guy was very skilled, and his fighting skills were definitely master level. At the same time, Ivan's attack was very ruthless and very desperate. Yisha thrust out a sword, but Ivan did not even have the intention to block it. He just slightly turned sideways and tried to close the distance with Yisha. The blade of the blood dragon sword almost brushed past Ivan's cheek. The next moment, Ivan came to Yisha, raised his claw knife, and stabbed at Yisha fiercely. Yisha's pupil shrank. And then his left hand suddenly touched his waist and pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. Clang! A crisp sound of collision sounded, and the Alaskan whale harpoon and the claw knife collided with each other. Then, the two raised their legs at the same time and kicked each other's chests fiercely. And then they retreated continuously. After pulling away from them, Yisha said nothing and whistled with his fingers between his teeth. With a loud bang, along with Yisha's whistle, the house under their feet suddenly made a loud noise. And then it began to shake violently. The vines of the corpse flower sprang out directly from the ground, pierced through the house, and came out from the roof, falling heavily in the direction of Ivan. Ivan's face flashed with shock, and then he turned around and ran without hesitation, leaping up and jumping onto the roof opposite. Boom! Just at this moment, the vines of the corpse flower fell down, and the roof on one side was directly blown to pieces, and even the connected wall collapsed at this moment. Ivan looked back and was somewhat frightened. He really didn't expect Yisha to control a corpse flower. Moreover, it seemed that the size of this corpse flower was quite large. The vines reached more than 10 meters, and I'm afraid the body would not be too small. Ivan waited for a moment, turned around immediately, stepped on the roof, and started running. You want to run now? Yisha snorted coldly. Can you run away? Yisha blew the whistle again, and the corpse flower immediately chased after him. The vine swept directly over the roof and lifted it off. Countless gravel flew and fell towards Ivan. Ivan immediately jumped off the roof, then threw 2 metal balls to the back. As the metal balls bounced off, the electric current surged around, making a crackling sound. The gravel that fell towards Ivan was instantly crushed into powder by the electric current. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a piercing arrow suddenly drew an arc in the air and fell towards Ivan. Ivan reacted very quickly and quickly moved to the side. Even so, the piercing arrow slid through the side of Ivan's arm, directly taking off a piece of flesh and blood, causing Ivan to grimace in pain. At this time, Yisha jumped down from the house on the side, met Ivan, and quickly approached him. Explosive force. Coming to Ivan, Yisha raised his hand and punched directly. But the fist was not clenched, but half clenched. After hitting Ivan, Yisha clenched his fist fiercely and hit him again, with a burst of hidden power from his fist. Ivan felt a huge force coming and was blown away. The next moment, Yisha showed a grim smile on his face, chasing with the wind. Yisha's body swayed left and right, and then he jumped forward. At this moment, Yisha's speed was so fast that a wisp of sand and dust was rolled up on the ground, and Yisha's figure suddenly disappeared. A residual image flashed in the air, and then Yisha caught up with Ivan, who was flying backwards. At this moment, Ivan had not even landed yet. Puff! Yisha held the blood dragon sword with both hands, and when he caught up with Ivan, he fiercely stabbed the blood dragon sword downwards. Then, a sound of the sword blade entering the flesh came from Ivan's body, and the blood dragon sword directly penetrated Ivan's body. After one sword, Ivan's body was nailed to the ground by Yisha's sword. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was unwilling to die. There was a whimpering sound in his throat. Then, slowly, Ivan lost his voice and turned into a corpse. Puff! Yisha pulled the sword out of Ivan's body, bringing out a trace of blood. But he didn't look happy at all, but looked sad instead. Ivan has some strength, but it seems that this strength is far from being able to compare with himself. Or, to put it more bluntly, if the flight attendant assessment includes the assessment of strength, then Ivan doesn't seem to be qualified to participate in the assessment. At least, if Ivan has only this little strength, Yisha doesn't think he is qualified to take the assessment with him. I always feel something is wrong, Yisha murmured, then squatted down to check Ivan's body. His body shape was similar to the one he had seen in the carriage. Yisha even rubbed Ivan's face. He was not wearing a silicone mask or anything like that. So it seems that it is indeed Ivan himself? Not a puppet or something like that? Yisha's frown never relaxed, and he always felt that something was a little strange. Suddenly, Yisha saw the blood flowing on Ivan's body. Yisha couldn't help but touch the blood, then rubbed it with his fingers, and then couldn't help but laugh. So that's it. Good calculation. After a person dies, the the corpse phenomenon will appear. With the temperature, humidity, air flow, the body constitution of the deceased, the cause of death, etc., the corpse will undergo a series of changes under the influence of internal and external factors. Yi Sha doesn't know much about the corpse phenomenon. However, there is a common sense that most people believe that the blood of the corpse will coagulate. The blood flowing from Ivan's wound has already coagulated to a certain extent. But the fact is that this should be impossible. Yi Sha just killed Ivan 2 or 3 minutes ago. Even if the blood coagulated, it would not be so fast. Then, the answer is obvious. Although Yi Sha didn't know how Ivan did it, he could probably guess the other party's intention. A hidden enemy is obviously the biggest threat. Especially this hidden enemy, who is already dead in Yi Sha's eyes. So naturally, he will not be on guard at all. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Yi Sha also found another huge flaw. That is, there is no hint of the mysterious voice. Since there is a related assessment task, then there should be a hint of the mysterious voice to kill Ivan. Of course, since the assessment task does not mention the name, it is also possible that the mysterious voice does not appear. Yi Sha guessed that Ivan might have come up with this trick just because of this. Anyway, Yi Sha laughed, since you want to die, I will temporarily treat you as dead. Chapter 267 Interception. Yi Sha no longer cared about Ivan's body, because it was almost dawn, and there was not much time left before the first reduction of the battle area. Yi Sha drove all the way to the depths of the city. At dawn, a mysterious voice sounded, and the battle area began to be reduced. Moreover, as Yi Sha had speculated, the first area to be reduced was the coastal area. From this point of view, the area to be reduced next can also be speculated. Although the island is not circular, it is almost circular in structure, but the surrounding circle is in a regular shape. Therefore, the reduction area should be a circular area, shrinking from the outside to the inside. Simply put, the initial battle area is a big circle, and then this circle is getting smaller and smaller. This is different from the original Sakura City. Sakura City was divided into dozens of square areas, and then 1 or 2 blocks were randomly dug out from them to reduce them. In comparison, although the smaller the battle area, the greater the probability of exchange of fire. But the current way of reducing the area is more cruel. The reason is simple. The method of digging out an area in Sakura City is random. There are also 4 directions to choose from when leaving the cut area. But it is different now. The circular area is constantly shrinking, and you can only escape to the center. In this way, the probability of a firefight is naturally very high. When passing by a newsstand, Yi Sha found a map in it and studied it. There is a city on the silent island, but it is not large in scale. That is, the standard of a small city. The development of this island mainly comes from tourism. Therefore, the several golden coasts near the sea have been developed for tourism, with hotels and resorts built around them. And the one in the center is a city. In addition, there are mountains and forests. On the side of the city, there is a large area of mountains and forests. Although this area of mountains and forests cannot be said to be completely undeveloped, only a small area has been developed into a resort. And the other areas do have a sense of deep mountains and dense forests. Yi Sha marked the center point on the map, which is a certain location in the city, but it is close to the outer mountains and forests. And the area reduction is not known to wipe out all the places. Therefore, Yi Sha speculated that the final area should be 2/3 of the urban area, plus 1/3 of the mountain forest area. Yi Sha thought about it. The urban area is okay. The troublesome part is the mountain forest area. If a team hides in the mountain forest, it will still be very troublesome. But before Yi Sha thought of a countermeasure, he suddenly slapped his forehead, thinking too much. What does it have to do with him whether others hide or not? He just needs to kill enough people specified in the assessment task, and then find a way to kill Ivan who is hiding. As long as there are enough people, there is no need to break into the mountain forest. The current locations of the 3 people are announced. They are the main entrance of Polly Supermarket at number 132 West Street, Huaza Bank at number 222 Pompek Avenue, and the underground garage at number 7 Nordun Road. At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded. According to the rules of the death carriage battle, the locations of the 3 people will be announced randomly at regular intervals to increase the combat rate. Of course, after the location is announced, it is your choice to chase or not, to kill or not. But Yi Sha was slightly stunned. The main entrance of Polly's supermarket at number 132 West Street? Yisha glanced at a supermarket beside him. And then, he couldn't help but curse. Isn't this his current location? Being his location publicized was naturally a bad thing. So Yisha immediately put away the map, got back in the car, and drove on. The best way to avoid trouble is to stay away from your current location. However, after turning a street, Yisha had to stop. This was a three-way intersection. The street he came from was one, and the two streets ahead were blocked by cars. Yisha couldn't help but frown. The cars were parked so densely that it looked like it was done by someone. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then quickly shifted into reverse gear and backed the car up quickly. But at this moment, the two cars parked on both sides of the street behind him suddenly started and crashed into Yisha's direction. Bang! Bang! The three cars collided, and the car shook violently. The airbag popped out in front of Yisha, pressing Yisha onto the back of the seat. At the same time, 5 or 6 people suddenly jumped out from behind the car blocking the way ahead, stood on the roof of the car, and kept shooting at Yisha's car with guns. Yisha quickly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the airbag with a knife to release the air in the airbag. Then he shrank his body and hid under the car seat. After a while, the gunshots gradually stopped, but the bullets were used up. Those guys who suddenly appeared changed their bullets and crashed into Yisha's two cars at the same time. 2 men got out, holding pistols, and slowly approached Yisha's car, looking through the car window to the driver's seat. He didn't see Yisha's body or Yisha's people. The man hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to slowly open the car door. At the moment the car door was opened, the man immediately felt a pain in his ankle. It was Yisha who suddenly came out from under the car and cut the man's ankle with a knife. The man bent down because of the pain, and then Yisha stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon in his hand into the man's neck, killing him with one knife. The man on the other side of the car was shocked and raised his pistol to shoot into the car. But he was a step too late because Yisha was faster. Bang! Bang! Yisha pulled out the Black Star pistol and quickly pulled the trigger towards the passenger window. Then 2 blood holes appeared on the man's head, and his body slowly fell backwards. All this process took only half a minute, and Yisha killed 2 people. At the same time, the sound of gunfire rang again. There were 2 more bodies on the ground, which meant that Yisha was not dead yet and was still hiding in the car. Yisha could only hold his head and shrink back under the seat again. The scene where a car exploded after being swept by bullets only appeared in movies. Usually, cars would not explode so easily. Many times, a car would not explode even if the shell was completely burned after being set on fire. However, hiding in the car all the time is not a solution. After the new round of shooting, Yisha pulled out a crystal bar of the red flame bomb without hesitation and threw it out through the car window. Nowadays, red flame bombs are not rare. To put it bluntly, red flame bombs are high-power grenades, or they can be directly understood as high-explosive grenades. They are just easier to carry and can be carried more at a time. 10 crystal bars can be put into a red flame bomb, but 10 grenades will fill the waste. Therefore, red flame bombs have gradually come into everyone's sight. Even if they have not used them, they have seen them. When Yisha threw out the crystal bar, someone immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Chapter 268 Blood King. Those standing on the roof and shooting jumped into the back of the car to avoid it. Boom! The next moment, an explosion sounded suddenly, and a ball of fire burst out and spread around. Yisha also took advantage of this momentary gap and quickly jumped out of the car. Yisha was very fast, like a running cheetah, running quickly to the side. At the same time, while running, he stretched out his hand and pinched the void, and then grabbed the endless bow in his hand. At this time, a middle-aged man behind the car poked his head out, as if he wanted to check the situation. But he didn't see anything. He only saw a flash of silver light in front of him, and then a silver arrow pierced the middle-aged man's head. The others looked at each other, nodded to each other, and suddenly jumped out from behind the car, intending to besiege Yisha. But at this time, the window on the 3rd floor of a building on the side suddenly opened, and the arbitrator appeared there, setting up a machine gun on the window. Two. The machine gun roared. Bullets fell like rain, and then screams continued to sound. The other party did not expect that there was an arbitrator as a surprise force. All this was because Yisha was very careful. Always very careful. If you want to live in this world and live well, you should be careful. Therefore, Yi Sha rarely travels with the arbitrator. There are generally only two ways for Yi Sha to use the arbitrator. The first is to send the arbitrator to explore the way, pioneer, or as a meat shield. The second is to let the arbitrator follow you. When you encounter a battle, the arbitrator can come from the rear to provide surprise support. Of course, in addition to this, Yi Sha has a third trump card, which is the corpse flower. However, it seems that the corpse flower card should not be played at the moment, because the sudden appearance of the arbitrator is already a nightmare for those people. As the rain of bullets fell, those people had no time to react and fell to the ground, covered in blood. After a while, the arbitrator stopped firing, and only one person was left on the ground, struggling hard and crawling forward. Yi Sha stepped forward, stepped on the other person's back, and pointed the gun at the other person's head. Sorry, because this is a mission issued by Doomsday Train. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Yi Sha shot through the opponent's head directly. After killing the opponent, Yi Sha carefully looked around, and after confirming that there were no hidden accomplices, he turned over the car and looked for a new car. The two assessment tasks were actually quite difficult. The first assessment task was pure killing, without any reason. If Yi Sha wanted to pass the assessment, he had to get 20 lives. This number was actually quite high. Generally, the number of participants in a death carriage battle was around 100 to 120 people, and 20 lives was about 1/5 or 1/6. From the perspective of killing people, this ratio is not that difficult. But don't forget Ivan. People only have one life, and they can't be killed twice. So Ivan has to get 20 lives to complete the assessment task. Secondly, the existence of the death car battle is to streamline the survivors on the Doomsday Train and merge the cars. Therefore, even if there are no executioners, Yi Sha and Ivan, the death car battle itself is a killing, which is the cruelty of the Doomsday Train. In fact, Yi Sha has always felt that although the Doomsday Train gave everyone hope to survive, it has always adhered to the law of the jungle of survival of the fittest. Those weak people will be eliminated by the Doomsday Train, and those who remain are naturally adapted to this cruel human beings. In a way, it can indeed be understood as powerful. Therefore, this makes Yi Sha have to face another problem. If he acts too slowly, there may not be enough people to kill. Fortunately, Yi Sha has been lucky so far. There were 6 last night, and 7 now. More than half of the assessment tasks have been completed, and the battle in the death carriage has only lasted about 36 hours. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Sha should be able to complete this assessment task. Yi Sha was thinking, and suddenly came to his senses. Then stepped on the brakes, got out of the car, and quickly got into the alley. There is a fight! The sound of gunfire and explosions came into Yi Sha's ears very clearly. Yi Sha moved in response to the sound and quickly crossed the alley. About 300 meters away, Yi Sha hid in an alley and looked out of the alley. The scene outside the alley made Yi Sha a little disappointed. It was not a fight between the participants of the death carriage battle, but a human fighting a zombie. Blood King? Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Interesting. The zombie was a mutant zombie, blood red as if it had been skinned, with muscle lines vaguely visible, like a model without skin in a medical school. At the same time, the mutant zombie was 2 meters tall, with a tail wrapped in flesh membrane under its waist, shaped like a cat's tail, constantly swinging. Blood King. Platinum 3 stars. Mutated after death. Skin gasified. Bone tail behind. Blood poison in the body. Good strength. And amazing speed. Yi Sha knew the mutant zombie, and also knew that the Blood King was not an easy mutant zombie to deal with. The Platinum 3-star level was actually very telling. Currently, most of the survivors on the Doomsday Train have not reached this level. Most of them are hovering between Gold 3-star and Gold 5-star. Those who can reach the Platinum level are considered powerful guys. Therefore, the man who is fighting with the Blood King right now is indeed very powerful. This is a man about 30 years old, with an ordinary face, the kind that is difficult to recognize at a glance in a crowd, and has a small tuft of beard. At the same time, this man is very strong. The man has a pair of swords crossed behind him, and is currently fighting with a gun. There are 2 red flame bombs hanging on his waist, which is the source of the previous sound. The most important thing is that this man is very fast. The Blood King is difficult to deal with. Even if Yi Sha has reached the Star Diamond level now, He needs to be cautious when dealing with the Blood King. The reason why the Blood King is difficult to deal with is that he is too fast. To kill a zombie, you can usually only break its neck or blow up its head. This is also the weakness of the Blood King. However, because of the speed, it is very difficult to hit the Blood King, let alone find the right opportunity to kill him with one shot. Usually, the Blood King's speed will restrict him, causing him to be injured, weakened, and then die. But what surprised Yisha was that the man in front of him was as fast as the Blood King. He kept running and walking, and then shooting. In fact, he had enough energy to shoot, so his speed might be faster than the Blood King. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it. Waste the Blood King, and then find the right opportunity to kill him with one shot? Yisha murmured, the Blood King's brain core is very precious, and the Platinum 3-star level is counted in the trial tasks of the 12 Trials of the Undead. Chapter 269 Confrontation. Watching the man fighting with the Blood King and going further and further away, Yisha immediately made up his mind and quickly followed him. Yisha wanted to kill people anyway, no matter who he killed. Secondly, Yisha also wanted to kill the Blood King. The brain core of the Blood King is called the Blood Core, which is a very precious thing. In the previous life, when he threw the Blood Core into the dining car, Yisha got 5 skeleton coins in exchange. They were not copper or silver, but gold. The things taken from a Platinum 3-star zombie were actually worth 5 gold skeleton coins. This was incredible. This was completely the level of a Star Diamond 5-star, or even a king-level mutant zombie. In fact, in the last life, Yisha did make a loss-making deal. There is a reason why the dining car would give a high price. Because the blood core can make the blood mutate. What effect will the blood mutate? Yisha can't say for sure, because it is random. It may just strengthen the physical fitness through blood, or it may gain some incredible abilities. In the last life, Yisha saw someone use the blood core to produce a fantasy ability called blood transformation, which can use his own blood to make weapons, shields, and even guns. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be used for a long time. Otherwise it will become weak due to blood loss. Furthermore, in the 12 Trials of the Immortal, the current trial is to kill mutant zombies, an ancient species above a specified level. The Blood King is at the Platinum 3-star level, which is already qualified. While thinking, Yisha detoured from the side and followed the man and the Blood King closely. The man was very calm and had been waiting for an opportunity. After another half an hour, he finally seized the opportunity and was hit by the Blood King. After a slight injury and vomiting blood, he lured the Blood King to the bottom of a huge advertising sign. The next moment, the man pulled out the crystal bar of the red flame bomb and threw it hard at the advertising sign. With a loud bang, an explosion sounded, and then flames spread. The man threw the bullet at an extremely accurate position, just breaking the connection point of the advertising sign. And then the advertising sign fell down and hit the Blood King squarely. With a loud bang, the Blood King fell to the ground. But he was not seriously injured. He just kept struggling, trying to push the advertising sign off his body. But, does the Blood King have such a chance? The Blood King's defense was also good. So the man gave up the gun and approached the Blood King with a knife, intending to chop off the Blood King's head. But at this moment, with a puff, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, drawing an arc in the air, and flew from behind the man. The man was very alert, and almost jumped to the side as soon as he heard the sound of breaking through the air. The next moment, a silver arrow flew forward, brushed the man's cheek, and fiercely nailed the Blood King's head, piercing the Blood King's head with an arrow. You killed the Blood King. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Blood Core. You killed the Blood King. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Blood Marrow. You killed the Blood King. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Blood Poison Gene Sample. The man looked at the killed Blood King without much anger. He obviously didn't know the value of the Blood King. He just thought it was a mutant zombie that was robbed. Naturally, he was unhappy. But he was more concerned about who suddenly took action. Yisha didn't mean to hide. He stepped out and came to the man. It's you? The man widened his eyes and stared at Yisha. Alert, fear, and a little greed. Yisha was not surprised that the other party knew him, because the proprietress told all the participants in the death carriage through the camera in front of him that killing Yisha and Ivan would allow them to pass the death carriage battle directly. So, everyone knew Yisha and Ivan. Everyone wanted to kill Yisha and Ivan as soon as possible. In order to survive. The man licked his lips. A small fish was lost. And a big fish came. Not bad. Very good. The man no longer cared about the Blood King being killed by Yisha. He only wanted to kill Yisha now. As long as he killed Yisha, he could pass the death carriage battle and get a place to survive. Almost in an instant, the man moved. The man's speed was very fast. Even unbelievable. Yisha guessed that the opponent's speed was probably not due to his physical fitness. To reach this level of speed, the physical fitness must be at least 10 points. In fact, judging from Yisha's experience, it is likely to be 12 to 13 points. Such physical fitness is too strong. Yisha is now at the level of 1-star diamond. And his physical fitness is only about 8 points. What level is the opponent? Respect the king? This is absolutely impossible. While thinking, the two were about 50 meters apart. And in an instant, the opponent had already arrived in front of Yisha. Yisha drew out the blood dragon sword and held it horizontally. He couldn't ignore the opponent's attack. The 6-flower shield had been broken last night and needed 48 hours to recover. Therefore, Yisha could only rely on himself to defend himself. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The opponent held a broad blade and slashed the blood dragon sword fiercely, stirring up golden sparks. The man in front of him was extremely fierce and had even lost a trace of calm. Killing Yisha would allow him to escape the death carriage battle. This was indeed a huge temptation. After the attack missed, the man twisted his body violently, raised his knife, and swept back, slashing at Yisha again. Yisha narrowed his eyes and immediately stretched out his left hand. Snake bite. The shadow of the purple-scaled python suddenly appeared, wrapped around Yisha's left arm, and stretched forward violently, grabbing the opponent's wrist. The next moment, Yisha was about to exert force. Since Duke Reinhardt injected vampire and werewolf gene cells into Yisha for experiments, his physical fitness has been greatly improved again. Now, Yisha uses snake bite, and his grip strength can reach a terrifying 465 kilograms. Such a grip strength is enough to easily crush the opponent's wrist bones. However, Yisha failed. The man in front of him was as slippery as a loach, and his speed was indeed too fast. When Yisha was about to hold his wrist, he suddenly pulled his hand back. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and immediately raised his leg and kicked the opponent's lower abdomen, kicking him back. The man gritted his teeth, and suddenly reached for his waist with his left hand, pulled out a pistol, and fired at Yisha. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, but at this moment, the ground in front of Yisha suddenly cracked, and several emerald green vines drilled out of the ground, blocking Yisha and blocking all the bullets. The man was startled and quickly retreated, because the vines of the corpse flower had already quickly swept towards the man after blocking the bullets. Chapter 270 Son of the Wind. Corpse flower is Yisha's trump card. There are not many people who can make Yisha turn this trump card into reality right after the battle. But the man in front of him is indeed qualified. The man retreated while shooting forward, but it was not easy for the bullet to hit the vines of the corpse flower. The man simply abandoned the gun, pulled out the double swords hanging on his back, and chopped at the vines continuously. The vines of the corpse flower are not so easy to cut off. After all, the corpse flower has entered its mature stage now, and just cutting a crack will heal quickly with the recovery ability of the corpse flower. Yisha paced slowly behind, observing the other party at the same time. As expected, the other party's speed was amazing, and his reaction was also very good. But he was obviously not that scary inside, because he had fought with the Blood King, and his physical strength was also depleted. At this moment, he was a little out of breath. So, Yisha murmured, "Limit this guy's speed, and he can be killed." While Yisha murmured, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The corpse flower vines in front of him suddenly spread to both sides at this moment, and Yisha immediately rushed forward, wielding the blood dragon sword, and slashed directly at the opponent. Clang! The man raised his sword and blocked the blood dragon sword, then thrust his left sword forward and hit Yisha in the face. Yisha quickly turned his body to avoid the sword, then raised his leg and swept forward. The man quickly jumped back, and then felt a sudden weight on his back. and he hit something. Looking back, he saw that it was a few corpse flower vines intertwined, forming a wall, blocking the man's retreat. The man quickly ran to the side, but at the moment he started, Yisha dodged and directly blocked the opponent's way, slashed with the blood dragon sword in his hand, and slashed at the opponent fiercely. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang again. Yisha used the blood dragon sword to block the opponent's single sword, then looked at the other sword stabbing, and directly drew out the Alaskan whale harpoon and rushed forward again. Clang! The second crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The two weapons collided, and Yisha did not entangle with the opponent too much. He leapt as soon as the weapons touched, and then turned around and punched in the air. Shock wave. The invisible force struck forward, and the opponent groaned and was blown away by Yisha's punch. The next moment, Yisha's body swung slightly left and right, and he chased forward. The man quickly ran to the side to prevent Yisha from getting close. He had absolute confidence in his speed. But, wind chase. When the opponent was blown away, Yisha launched a wind chase. His figure flashed and disappeared. When the opponent landed, Yisha had already caught up with the man. The man's face showed an incredible look. He couldn't imagine that Yisha's speed was faster than his own. At this time, Yisha raised his hand and pressed it on the opponent's chest. Shockwave. The second shockwave was launched, and the invisible force pushed forward directly against the opponent's chest. The man didn't even have a chance to groan, and was blasted 5 or 6 meters away by Yisha's palm. He fell heavily to the ground. When he got up from the ground, his throat felt sweet, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Yisha stepped closer, and the man suddenly got up from the ground, crossing his two swords and rubbing against each other. Skylight! The man shouted, and then a very dazzling light suddenly burst out from the two swords. Yisha was caught off guard and immediately felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he couldn't help but raise his arm to cover his eyes. The man immediately took the opportunity to turn around and run, but when he turned back, he found that he had no way to go. The vines of the corpse flower intertwined and built a wall around them, surrounding the man and Yisha in the middle, blocking the way. After a moment, Yisha's vision recovered, put down his arms and sneered, "Your speed is useless in a small space." Right? The man gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his knife to chop at the vines of the corpse flower. But at this moment, the small thorns on the vines of the corpse flower suddenly ejected like a machine gun. The man screamed, but his body was covered with spikes. Although the injury was not serious, it was extremely painful. At this time, Yisha rushed behind the man, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed forward with force. The man gritted his teeth and held on, raised his knife to block again, and after blocking the Alaskan whale harpoon, he fiercely hit the right knife with his left knife. Yisha had suffered a loss before, so how could he suffer a loss again? He immediately closed his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as Yisha closed his eyes, a dazzling light burst out with the knocking of the two knives. However, Yisha closed his eyes, and the light did not hurt his eyes. The next moment, Yisha raised his foot and kicked the opponent in the chest. The man groaned, took 2 steps back, and bumped into the vines of the corpse flower. At the same time, the vines suddenly spread out and quickly wrapped around the man, tying him up like a rope. The man struggled for a few times, then raised his knife and was about to chop down the vines of the corpse flower. However, Yisha was still faster. Yisha's attack was not actually faster than the other party, but the corpse flower attacked according to Yisha's orders, since he knew that the corpse flower would take the opportunity to tie up the other party with vines. How could Yisha be so stupid as not to attack in advance? Puff! The blade flashed, and then a trace of blood spread in the air, bright and gorgeous. When the blood fell to the ground, there was an extra palm on the ground. Ah! The man screamed loudly, and his right hand was cut off at the wrist by Yisha's knife, and blood flowed. At this time, the man suddenly remembered something. They will volunteer to participate in this death carriage battle. I remind you that they are very dangerous. If you want to survive, you'd better stay away from them. The man suddenly remembered the mysterious voice's reminder. Sure enough, it is not easy to get through the death carriage battle directly. The next moment, the blade rose again and passed through the man's neck, leaving a bloodline. The man looked at Yisha unwillingly. Then his legs softened, and he slowly fell to the ground, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Congratulations on killing the participants. Cumulative number, 14. And obtaining the opponent's item, Son of Wind, Imagination ability. This is the 14th person Yi Sha has killed. Yi Sha was too lazy to mention the previous 13, as they had no good stuff on them. So all Yi Sha got were some odds and ends. Nothing Yi Sha would like. So he could only throw them to the dining car. And the man in front of him obviously has a lot of good stuff in his hands. Yi Sha was quite interested in the knife that emits light when struck. But this time the goddess of luck was obviously willing to favor Yi Sha. And the item Yi Sha got was far better than the pair of double knives. The Son of Wind skill is the reason why the man in front of him can have such a fast speed.